A knife stabbed through his chest, yet he couldn't die. Was this a miraculous escape from death, or some eerie sign of rebirth? He was overwhelmed by a sudden, intense pain in his chest, like a rampaging flood beast tearing him apart. He cried out in agony, veins bulging on his forehead. His blurred vision, like it had been sealed shut, became sharp again in an instant. Instinctively, he looked down at his chest. There was a carving knife plunged straight in, its blade piercing all the way to his heart. Bright red blood spurted from the wound, soaking his white cotton t-shirt, staining the floor of vivid crimson. Even though he wasn't squeamish about blood, the sheer volume made him dizzy, though it felt more like weakness from blood loss. "Help! Help me!" he yelled desperately. But after just 2 cries, a strange blue light flickered across his chest. With a clear clink, the carving knife suddenly loosened and dropped to the ground. Immediately, the stabbing pain vanished. His chest was smooth and intact, as if untouched. Stunned, he touched the spot. Warm, sticky blood still clung there, and the torn shirt hole was unmistakable, but somehow the wound had inexplicably healed. What kind of terrifying human miracle was this? But that wasn't all. Lifting his shirt, he wiped away the remaining blood and found a rectangle-shaped, deep blue mark on his chest. It felt cold and hard like a stone, smooth yet eye-catching. He froze and reflexively reached for his neck where a pendant he'd worn for 5 years was gone. That pendant, a Wuxia Pi peace talisman, was a gift from his parents' trip during middle school, made of blue stone, sharp and exquisite, symbolizing protection, always hung around his neck. But now it was mysteriously transferred onto his chest. Could this talisman have saved his life? Otherwise, how to explain this unbelievably magical scene? He thought inwardly. After all, it was a blessing from his own parents. A heavenly god like Hao Yin would never bother with a mere mortal like him. He glanced down and picked up the heavy carving knife lying on the ground. The blade was finely crafted with intricate patterns far from ordinary. Frowning and murmuring, his head suddenly throbbed painfully. Memories flooded in like a broken dam, pounding his skull until he had to grit his teeth and throw the knife aside. Holding his head tightly to stop the bleeding and avoid death, the piercing pain lingered for a long time before easing slightly. With pain momentarily forgotten, his gaze became vacant as countless memories wildly replayed in his mind. Before dying, he had been climbing a mountain with classmates, unexpectedly bumped from behind by an unstable girl, causing both to fall over a cliff railing. His head hit a boulder, and he lost consciousness, dying immediately. Yet now, he had somehow come to a different world, alive again. Sorting through cause and effect, he felt complex emotions, neither tears nor laughter, just a profound helplessness and bad luck. He reflected bitterly on how his previous self had practiced woodcarving in vain, startled by an upstairs electric drill, trembling and accidentally plunging the knife into his chest, dying a ridiculous and tragic death. The image of himself staring at the ceiling, unable to rest in peace, was painfully vivid. No one had worse luck. Against that, he couldn't help laughing, not out of heartlessness, but because the absurdity was so extreme. Living was far better than dying. Since he'd come here, maybe his new self wouldn't squander this rare chance at rebirth. His memories of years past matched roughly with this world. He was still 17, about to enter the final year of high school, with parents and family unchanged, the environment familiar, but his circumstances completely different. This world had a supernatural force called cards. After school started, many third-year students would awaken cards in a card realm, with class divisions based on card attributes and grades. Teaching was standardized and stratified, relieving the oppressive pressure of Earth's Gaokao exams, a possible blessing in disguise. He adapted quickly to this alternate identity. Though the avalanche of new information left him dizzy, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. This was planet Blue Star, where the Qin dynasty still ruled, having evolved over 2,000 years. Cards and beasts surged through the land. Since Emperor Qin Shi Huang, swords and bloodshed had forged a renewed empire that dominated the realm and the cosmos. Though history was different, the currents of passion flowed wildly. He couldn't help cheering for the first emperor heroes, mysterious cards, technological leaps, and intertwined civilizations, all beyond anything he had known in his past life. Opening his desk drawer, he took out his wallet and checked his ID. His name, birth date, and number were unchanged, only the ethnic label had shifted from Han to Huaxia, a term embodying cultural pride and inclusiveness, which filled him with a strong sense of belonging. After all, Huaxia was more than a label, it honored the spirit of the civilization. He felt deeply connected, embracing newfound pride and identity. After getting a rough grasp of the situation and feeling the dizziness in his head ease up a bit, he began tackling the mess sprawled out before him. The red digits on the digital clock flickered, 13:11. His parents both worked at the Cardmaster Association and wouldn't be home until 6:30, so he had plenty of time. Dragging his exhausted body into the bathroom, he let the hot water wash over his skin. He squeezed out a generous amount of body wash, scrubbing every inch of himself over and over. The smell of blood mixed with the foam as it all rinsed down the drain. He tossed the bloodstained, torn t-shirt into the trash bin. After changing into fresh clothes, he dug a few old shirts out from the bottom of the wardrobe, filled a bucket with water, and knelt down to start scrubbing the floor. Dark red stains still lingered in the wood grain. He scrubbed again and again with force. An hour later, the floor finally returned to its original color. He opened the window, letting in a rush of cold air, then sprayed air freshener wildly around the room until the bottle was nearly empty. He gathered the bloodied clothes and old shirts used for cleaning, carried them to the storage room, and dragged out the long-forgotten barbecue grill. Flames leapt up, quickly turning the fabric to ash. He bagged the ashes in a plastic bag and took it downstairs to throw in the trash. After finishing all that, he collapsed onto the single sofa, feeling all the strength drained from his limbs. After resting for half an hour, something occurred to him. He lifted his shirt. The mark of the no-incident token was still there on his chest, but the deep blue color had dulled, looking pale and sickly. He lightly touched the mark with his finger. Had it saved his life by draining his energy? How did it recharge? Did it have functions beyond healing? Sighing, he sank back limply onto the sofa. He decided to deal with it when he woke up and accessed his card space. He yawned and curled up, falling asleep. Meow. Wake up. A familiar voice echoed in his ear. He groggily waved his hand. Mom, don't bother me. Let me sleep a bit longer. Qin Songwell looked at her spoiled son and took a blanket out of the wardrobe to cover him. Go ahead and sleep. We'll call him when it's time for dinner. Ji Wanyan tiptoed in. Didn't this guy stay up all night engraving cards again? Shoo. Qin Songyue made a shushing gesture, signaling him to step outside. After closing the door to Jihe's room, Qin Songyue started preparing dinner while Ji Wanyan chopped vegetables beside her. I heard they're setting up a special experimental class for the senior year this year? Qin Songyue asked while cooking. Even though they both worked at the Cardmaster Association, it was in different departments. Ji Wanyan nodded. Shilin No. 1 High School invited a 5th grade cardmaster from the association to be the mentor. They're getting 30 more resources than before. It's not just No. 1 High School rewards are way better at schools across the city. Qin Songhua frowned. That's not a good sign. Tell me about it. Apparently, negotiations with Moikixing haven't gone well. The higher-ups are even considering military action. Ji Wanyan sighed. The once harmonious Kahastar had suddenly grown distant and ambiguous in its attitude, while the Western exploration team had just discovered an entirely new civilization. As the cosmic expedition ventured deeper into uncharted territories, no one could predict whether a society that prized military strength might emerge in the future. The higher-ups clearly feared this possibility, which was why they ordered an overhaul of the education system to intensify the training of the new generation. Ji Wanyan wondered quietly whether it was a blessing or a curse that Xiao Hemiao had come of age in such turbulent times. The room fell into a heavy silence until a few seconds later Qin Songyue softly broke it. Who knows? Besides, Xiao Hemiao's dream is to become a card maker. Her tone held a certain firmness. That's definitely safer than becoming a battle card master. Both Ji Wanyan and Qin Songyue exchanged knowing looks, fully supportive of this hope. The atmosphere lightened immediately. Ji Wanyan grinned and said, if that kid really becomes a card maker, we should let his grandpa take the whole family back to the homeland to pay respects to the ancestors and give the old spirits something to be happy about. At that moment, Jihe was awakened. Still groggy and dazed, he shuffled to the dining table like a sleepwalker and mechanically started eating the rice with little appetite. If Qin Songhua hadn't placed some dishes on his plate, he might have ended up just eating plain white rice. After finishing the meal, he collapsed back onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. When he woke again, it was already 10 a.m. the next day. After washing up, Jihe was fully awake. Ji Wanyan and Qin Songyue had long left for work, but Qin Songjue's leftovers remained on the table. She had used a heat preservation card, so the food was still warm and ready to eat. Jihe felt a prick of emotion in his nose. Since coming here, the overwhelming sense of confusion and anxiety that had lingered in his mind eased a little, comforted by this familiar scene. He thought to himself that the Ji Wanyan and Qin Songyue here might not be the exact parents who had raised him in his memories, but they were still his parents after all. Last night, he hadn't known how to face that truth and had just let sleep carry him away, but now he realized he couldn't keep avoiding it. He wasn't worried they would notice he was different, because no matter what changed, his spirit and behaviors were still his own. They were his parents, undeniably, and he had to quickly find a way to fit into this world. Jihe sat back down at the table and lifted the heat cover. Inside the pot was a big bowl of plain white rice, a plate of bright, glossy tomato scrambled eggs, and a small bowl of pork and loofah soup, Qin Songjue's signature dishes. He took his first bite. The taste was exactly as he remembered, and a wave of relief washed over him. Holding the heat preservation card, he marveled to himself his basic spiritual rune class had paid off. The card, a common daily item, was inlaid with a fire pattern as its base rune, overlaid with a timer's spiritual rune. Its simple engraving was easy enough for an amateur to assume I could make this. But anyone who had never handled card making would never truly understand how complicated embedding runes could be, let alone operate one. Setting the card down, he focused on eating and soon cleared the dishes. He took the empty plates and bowls to the kitchen and casually tossed the cleaning card into the sink. The house was quiet. His terminal in hand had been buzzing constantly since turning on. He opened the messaging app Jinshin, and the screen was covered with red notification dots. The most messages were in the class group chat, with several new posts in a short time. He decided to ignore the class chat for the moment and opened a 6-person group conversation called Chilean Boss. There were 6 people in the group chat: He, Su Yifan, Xiao He, Lin Nanxing, Yang Suian, and Shin Shin. Among them, 5 were He's mischievous buddies, what the adults called troublemakers, always getting together to fool around. The messages were flying by at lightning speed, with He being tagged dozens of times among thousands of notifications. But he was too lazy to scroll all the way up, so he just swiped up a bit to start reading from the morning conversations. Su Yifan, did you see the school announcement? Su Yifan, the summer military training camp is being moved up this year, and the card space awakening too. Xiao He, is this for real? Lin Nanxing, it's the official school notice, I'm checking it out. Su Yifan, Xiao He, what's going on? You're up this early? Xiao He, you guys are like farm animals waking up at 7 even on break. I haven't even slept yet. Su Yifan, be careful or you'll drop dead from exhaustion. Lin Nanxing, July 30th, the day after tomorrow. The card space awakening is a whole month earlier than usual. Su Yifan, totally caught me off guard. I'm not mentally ready for this. Xiao He, this is way too intense. Xiao He, what attribute do you think you'll awaken? Metal? Fire? Wind? Or electricity? Xiao He, whatever it is, just please not water. Because Xiao He was obsessed with gaming, his fingers flew over the keyboard, spamming most of the messages, only occasionally interrupted by Lin Nanxing and Su Yifan talking. Yang Suian and Chun Chun weren't chiming in, probably still asleep. At one point, Lin Nanxing tagged He asking if he had any insider info, since He's parents worked within the system. He replied, Lin Nanxing, no, I just woke up. At that moment, He's phone rang. He answered, and on the line was Su Yifan's unmistakable raspy voice, a sharp tone typical of someone going through voice changes. You're finally awake. Where have you been? Still sleepy? He smiled wryly, dead tired. Just got up. It was the truth. But Su Yifan ignored the excuse and excitedly pushed. Did you see my message? Quick, reply received to the head teacher in the big group chat. I'll call you right away. He didn't hang up. He kept the call and opened his notifications. His smart device showed 99 unread messages. Even outside the group chat, private messages kept popping up. He skimmed through them full of fans saying, Jigu, you're famous now. Heard you and that girl from class 3 have some kind of thing, and all sorts of nonsense that made his head spin. What kind of crazy reputation was this? He ignored it for now and opened the announcement from the head teacher tagged to everyone. Chun Ming'al. After negotiations between the Ministry of Education and the Card Masters Association, the Awakening Day scheduled for September 1st will be moved up to July 30th. Gather under the school's star flag at 8 a.m. on July 30th. Please reply received after reading. The replies flooded in, a tsunami of received messages. He felt a chaotic urge rising inside but held back, simply replying received to the head teacher and immediately quitting the group. On the other end, Su Yifan heard his chuckle and teasingly asked, What are you laughing at? Why so sneaky about it? He frowned and retorted, Sneaky? I'm straightforward and upright. Thank you very much. Whatever, Su Yifan grumbled. All right, I won't argue. Did you check your class group chat? That's different from the big one with the head teacher. Suddenly he remembered they had a separate class group chat without the teacher. What was going on in there? Su Yifan wasn't interested in the banter, just saw it. Your classmate Liang Wenyi confessed to Xin Xiaowei from class 3, but she said she likes you instead. Then Liang Wenyi challenged you to a duel and posted about it on the forum. The whole school's buzzing. The early awakening of card space was only for rising seniors, so naturally, there was plenty of gossip among juniors. That explained the weird messages he was getting privately. Becoming famous all of a sudden was quite a mess. He pondered Xin Xiaowei. Who was that? On the line, Su Yifan hesitated, then choked out. Bro, you seriously don't know her? He had a fresh, handsome appearance and had consistently ranked first in his grade. His personality was cheerful and loyal, making him very popular at school, especially among the boys. Occasionally, he would receive love letters from girls in the neighboring class, but he always politely declined. At his young age, he felt time was too precious to waste on these trivial matters. How could I possibly have the leisure to get to know girls from other classes? I'm swamped with schoolwork every day. Honestly, it's exhausting, he complained helplessly. Su Yifan listened with some sympathy. Then this is just an unfortunate misunderstanding for you. Liang Wenyi ignored the conversation and instead excitedly started talking about the card space awakening. What's this military training summer camp all about? At the mention of this, Su Yifan's eyes brightened. I heard people from Huajing University are coming. Our Card Masters Association is teaming up with them to pull off something big. He was momentarily stunned, and then said in surprise, Humph. What prestige does our third-tier small city have to invite people from Huajing University? Huajing University is one of the top Card Master universities on Blue Star, with first-class faculty and resources. In third-tier cities like Chiolin, it's hard to produce even one student who can get into Huajing University, sometimes taking 10, 8, or even more years. The most recent was 18 years ago. That news made a huge splash across Donglin province back then. Have your parents heard anything about this? He asked with curiosity. No, they haven't said anything, Su Yifan shrugged. Recalling yesterday's events, he thought it was actually normal that his parents hadn't mentioned anything and decided to wait until they came back to ask. All right, he'll get the full story when they return. After hanging up, he returned to his room, holding the carving knife pin that had been pressed against his chest just the day before, his mood complicated and hard to describe. Looking closely, the blade seemed to still carry a faint metallic, blood-like scent. He whispered softly, this really is a bond deeper than life itself. A little tacit understanding isn't too much to ask, right? Clenching the carving pin tightly, he took a deep breath, raised his hand, paused above the practice card, and then began to draw. This practice card was called a card-making practice special card. Its texture and feel were identical to a blank card, but it lacked the full range of properties of a true blank card. A genuine blank card cost 200 yuan each, making it too expensive for practice. These practice cards were much cheaper, costing only 5 yuan. Despite their low price, becoming a card maker required years of painstaking training. It wasn't uncommon for diligent students to use 20 or 30 practice cards a day, and the costs added up. But for card makers, these investments were worth it. Ordinary families could scrape together the money, and poorer families could take loans if needed. The greatest challenge in card making was mastering the intricate and intertwined spiritual rune circuits. Without precise logical thinking, the lines were impossible to untangle. An original card design demanded even more imagination and creativity. Like scientists on Earth, where math and physics were foundational, but true expertise required talent. Wang Yun and Qin Songyue supported He's pursuit of card making because they recognized his intelligence and believed he had potential to break through, but they didn't pressure him too heavily. After all, very few people made notable achievements in this field. Many eventually became battle card masters or went straight into the workforce. Years of effort seemed not to have been in vain. Whether because of his mindset or accumulated experience, He's touch felt exceptional this time. The variations in thickness and curvature of short and long lines, the interplay of solid and void, were all precise and smooth. He was completely focused and immersed, the carving pen skillfully responding to his thoughts as it glided across the practice card, tracing clean and confident lines. He suddenly slipped into a dazed, empty-minded state, his thoughts filled only with the unfinished card faced before him. He carefully added the final stroke on the card's surface, and immediately, the card shimmered faintly as a brief flash of light flickered, undoubtedly a sign that the card had been successfully crafted. Fixating on the result in front of him, he couldn't help but grin widely, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. If this were not just a practice card, he would already be holding a genuine illumination card now. Although an illumination card is a 0-level card, the spiritual power requirement to create it is above level 1. Last week, the Card Master Association had measured He's spiritual frequency at 0.88 Hz, but now his spiritual power had exceeded 1 Hz. He guessed this change was brought on by either his crossing through worlds or his near-death experiences. Without precise measurement tools, it was hard to say exactly, but the smooth creation of this card and his robust state both indicated his spiritual power was well above the baseline 1 Hz for entering level 1, probably close to 1.5 Hz. Such spiritual power was exceedingly rare among ordinary people who had yet to awaken. Even many level 1 card masters might never reach that level. Bursting with excitement, he rushed downstairs straight to the card shop at the community entrance. He bought 3 blank cards and, following the same procedure, produced 3 illumination cards one after another. Illumination cards fall under the category of daily life cards and lack borders. Their surfaces are adorned with a delicate light bulb design. To use them, one simply channels source energy into the card, and the brightness scales with the amount of source energy invested. The biggest advantage of daily life cards is their 0 activation threshold. Anyone who has source energy within them can activate the card, and everyone in this world inherently possesses some source energy, with differences in quantity affecting the effectiveness. What pleased He even more was that making these 3 cards only consumed 1/10 of his spiritual power. At that rate of consumption, he could create 30 0-level cards at once. Put another way, when fully charged, he could even craft 3 level 1 cards in a single session. The rate of spiritual power restoration depended on each person's meditation efficiency. He initially wanted to test his recovery speed through meditation immediately, but he couldn't quite settle his mind yet, so he decided to wait until his emotions calmed down. For now, He had to focus on learning. He pulled out the textbook his teacher Shui had recommended in his Lingwen class. Detailed explanation of the 5 elemental spirit patterns mastery and application, and began to study deeply. To realize his dream of becoming a card master, the knowledge from just textbooks was far from enough. He needed to broaden his expertise in related fields. Besides self-studying the high school level Lingwen courses and an introduction to the spatial attribute of empty element cards, which brought him to a junior university level, he still had many advanced topics to master. The detailed explanation of the 5 elemental spirit patterns was an auxiliary text indispensable for progressing in card crafting. Additionally, astronomy, geography, and Shimen Duanjia, a form of ancient Chinese divination, were also important areas to explore because card making covered a wide range of disciplines. The complexity of the subject was why the industry divided card masters into many specialties by elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, electricity, and into more detailed roles like skill crafters, architectural crafters, vehicle crafters, weapon crafters, and concept crafters. Among these, he found the concept crafters especially unique. He even thought they could be merged together with mythic crafters into a class of summoning-type card masters. Regardless, he understood clearly that he was standing at the threshold of becoming a real card master, and he could not afford any laxity. He had to seize every second and keep studying without pause. Creating fantasy cards is an extremely challenging task, not only because it requires meticulous world building and background stories that align with the character's inner logic, but also due to its exceptionally low success rate. In contrast, mythology cards, as their name suggests, represent figures from ancient myths and legends. The difficulty in making these cards does not lie in understanding the characters themselves, but rather in whether the card maker possesses genuine faith in them and a harmonious affinity with their essence. Even more crucially, mythological figures wield immense power, so the creator must be capable of enduring significant strain during the card's creation process. At a glance, both types of cards fall under the fantasy genre, but mythology cards and fantasy cards are fundamentally different. Mythology embodies humanity's age-old quest to comprehend the universe, representing hopes for a better life and reverence for nature. They carry the collective faith and cultural heritage of countless people. Passed down through generations, these myths have become deeply rooted in everyday life, forming a unique cultural imprint, weighty legacy shaped by the history, beliefs, and customs of ancestors over time. By contrast, fantasy cards stem from an individual's imagination. No matter how mighty the character's powers are in story form, the figure often feels hollow and superficial. Even if the setting claims the character can destroy worlds with a single punch or tear open space with bare hands, their actual power is drastically weakened or the card creation fails entirely. Characters born from daydream-like fantasies of instant greatness have never successfully manifested as cards. Since the birth of supernatural summoning powers on Blue Star, no new gods have emerged. Even when authorities have forcibly mandated worship of a single deity, they have failed to create new gods. This is not because the exceptional powers forbid the existence of new gods, but because the presence of mythology cards has shattered people's pure faith in new deities. All attempts driven by utilitarian motives to manipulate gods, no matter how many times or how many people are involved, ultimately lead to dead ends without birthing new gods. Therefore, the gods remain those primordial deities from before the Qin dynasty and divine beings born from the original cosmos. Only 2 mythological figures have transcended worlds in their legacy, the most famous of whom is Hao Yin Shangdi. As for the Earth origin myths like the goddess Nuwa creating humans, this narrative becomes an altered version in this context. A god named Fan, vast and boundless like a river of stars. Fan held the stars like pearls in his hands. One day, finding these pearls too monotonous, he mixed his own blood with the stars to create humans. Although this outline resembles the traditional Nuwa myth, Fan is very different from Nuwa. While Nuwa feels natural joy and love for her creations, Fan regards the act as merely amusing, showing no emotional attachment. Broadly speaking, Earth's mythologies are composed of imported Buddhism, native Taoism, and various local folk legends. The roles of gods are more distinctly divided, and their depictions are more humanized. Gods with human traits are closer to humanity than beast-like deities, granting them stronger affinity and wider acceptance. However, building such a system requires extensive expertise to support it and to construct a viable practical framework for the settings involved. Ji Wangyun and Qin Songyue returned home a full hour later than usual. The door opened quietly, but he remained buried in his book, unaware of any sound. It wasn't until Qin Songyue finished bustling about in the kitchen and called out loudly that it was time to eat that he looked up in surprise. The flood of knowledge from the book left him unusually excited, and a wave of gratitude swelled in his heart. This time travel experience, coming back to life with a photographic memory, was a happiness beyond words. Come in and eat. Qin Songyue knocked gently on the door, her tone calm with a hint of warmth. He closed the book and finally stretched, casually asking, "What's for dinner tonight?" "Hot pot." Qin Sanjiu's reply was simple and straightforward. He immediately understood hot pot was definitely Qin Sanjiu's way of avoiding cooking, which meant preparing the ingredients had fallen to Ji Wanyan. Qin Songyue didn't handle spicy food well, but still enjoyed eating it. As she sipped milk carefully, she asked her son with concern, "Has your school sent the notice yet?" "Yes, it came. The awakening is the day after tomorrow," he answered plainly. Both parents reacted calmly. Ji Wanyan ran his hand gently down Qin Sanjiu's back and smiled wryly. "You should have said earlier not to make the broth so spicy." He then looked seriously at Ji. "This military training summer camp is equivalent in difficulty to the new recruit training at the Qinin military region. It's pretty intense, and I expect many won't make it through. Do you think you can handle it?" He didn't hesitate. "Don't worry, we'll stick it out till the end." Ji Wangyun breathed a sigh of relief. He knew his son well. Although he was often indifferent toward many things. Once he set his mind on a goal, even if just for appearance, she would grit his teeth and persevere. He didn't know where this odd sense of pride came from, but it worked. He tossed all the ingredients into the pot in one go and stacked the empty plates neatly. Seeing the clean, spacious table relaxed his mood significantly. Picking up a slice of fatty beef, he asked between bites, "Dad, did Huajing University really come?" "They did." Ji Wanyan nodded. He frowned in confusion. With tens of thousands of high schools worldwide and countless research projects, why would a prestigious university like Huajing pay special attention to their modest Qilin High School? Though Qilin was the top school in Qilin City, it was hardly remarkable globally. Ji Wanyan explained. "Who said they came specifically here?" "Huajing, Guofeng, Yunda, Xiada, Funadal, top 20 universities in the world send freshmen and sophomores scattered across provinces to teach high school seniors. While teaching you, they train themselves and gain resource support. It's a win-win." He pondered and nodded thoughtfully. That his instructors were university students didn't disappoint him. Top universities students were more than capable of teaching a minor character like him. After dinner, he picked up his book again and tried meditating. This time, it went smoothly, and a strange sensation spread through his body. He could clearly sense his breathing rhythm, subtle bodily feelings, and his mind was unusually clear. Fully immersed, time slipped by like flowing water, and when he awoke again, it was already the next morning. Despite not sleeping all night, he felt no tiredness and invigorated. Opening the door, he caught sight of Qin Songyue, yawning as she shuffled toward the living room. Her eyes were closed as she expertly navigated past the snack cabinet, tea table, and small stool before collapsing onto the sofa, clutching a pillow as she was about to drift off to sleep. At some point, Ji Wanyan appeared and helped her smooth out her tangled hair, then placed his hands gently on her temples. Suddenly, a stream of cold energy flowed from his palms, chilling her all the way to her brain. Qin Songyue instantly felt refreshed and opened her eyes to see Ji Wangyan's face very close to hers. Without thinking, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Next time, try chilling my forehead instead. My temples are starting to resist the cold," she teased with a playful smile. Ji Wanyan laughed at her and asked in return, "What do you mean by that?" He muttered with a twinge of pain from his toothache. Here he was, standing like a grown adult, yet feeling completely invisible. Everyone else seemed to act as if they hadn't even noticed him, and they hadn't even had breakfast yet, but somehow he was already full. They had their breakfast outside. After eating, he took out his device and sent a message to the boss group chat. "Is everyone up yet?" Lin Nanqing and Su Yifan replied that they were already awake, while Chen Shun was tagged by Su Yifan. Chen Shun responded in surprise. "You're up this early today too?" He guessed the other two were still asleep, so he asked Xingxing to wake up Dai, and he himself prepared to go wake Suan. Yang Suan lived closest to He among this group. His home was right across from her building. It took less than 5 minutes by elevator from her floor to his apartment. He held the key and opened the door easily, then heard noises coming from the kitchen. As soon as the door opened, a pair of hands and a head, both dusted with flour and oil stains, peeked out and called, "Who is it?" "Ah, it's Xiaohe." "Suian still asleep. Just go straight to his room," came the reply. Yang Suian's mother, Lin Jiaxiu, was busy making breakfast. She was sharp and capable at work, but clumsy and scatterbrained at home. Seeing her in such a disheveled state, he guessed breakfast was not going smoothly. He politely greeted her, "Good morning, Aunt Lin." Lin Jiaxiu nodded but didn't come out. She stayed in the kitchen, where occasional screams and the clang of pots and pans could be heard. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth at this familiar scene. After changing into his own slippers, he went to Yang Suian's room, as usual. The temperature inside was comfortable. The single bed's center bulged where Yang Suan lay under a thin blanket, frowning, sleeping fitfully. He studied the chubby face, noting it was pale and his breathing uneven. Yang Suan on Earth had congenital coronary heart disease and a weak constitution. Here, Yang Suan suffered from a syndrome of energy disorder and also had poor health, requiring long-term medication. Side effects from the hormone drugs had made him plump since childhood. He gently nudged his shoulder. Time to get up. Yang Suan groggily opened his eyes and yawned when he saw He. His voice was slurred. What time is it? 8 o'clock, He replied. Yang Suan slowly sat up. So early already. He leaned against the chair, watching him wash up. Yang Suan scratched his spiked-up hair tiredly. Pulling him toward the door, he glanced into the kitchen. Lin Jiaxiu was pushing ingredients aside. The counter was a mess. She clearly planned to skip cooking. Said, Aunt Lin, I'm taking Suan out to eat. Lin Jiaxiu completely trusted He. She had watched him grow up. Sometimes mischievous, but very reliable. Lin Jiaxiu nodded. Suan, bring your water and medicine. Yang Suan responded and stuffed his thermos and essential meds into his bag. He noticed the thermos was empty and sighed, filling it with water before putting it back. After changing shoes, he called out to the kitchen, Andy, goodbye. Goodbye. Come back early and don't stay out late, came her concerned reply. Yang Suan sat slowly on the shoe bench, carefully putting on his shoes and tying the laces at a leisurely pace. Behind the He residential complex, there's a lake with a park surrounding it, and in the center of the park sits an old locomotive. It's a retired model, resting quietly on the grass, now serving as a decoration for the neighborhood. But to the kids, it's become their playground. Ever since they were little, he and his friends have played, argued, and scrambled around that train, almost treating the spot like their own little territory. That morning, He and Yang Suan stopped by to pick up some breakfast on their way to the park. By the time they arrived, everyone else was already there. A few skateboards were laid out on the ground, easy to tell that they all came to skateboard. He wore a backwards baseball cap and trendy clothes, his face marked by clear dark circles. He was the first to speak. You should have said we had a meet-up earlier. Fan woke me up calling. I honestly thought I was dead or something. Who told you to stay up playing games every night? You're gonna drop dead one of these days, Lin Nanqing chimed in. Of the six, only she and Chen were girls. Lin Nanqing had her hair in a ponytail, no bangs, dressed in a white t-shirt and black athletic pants, exuding the focused discipline of a top student. On the other side, the most noticeable thing about Chen was her height. She was barely 1.53 meters tall. Standing among all those tall guys, she really stood out. She pursed her lips, about to speak, when Yang Suan, still confused about the situation, asked, why suddenly call us all out today? Isn't the awakening tomorrow? Or are you planning to beat up Liang Wenyi before that? Su Yifan, the only tall one sitting up in the driver's cabin of the old train, was nearly 2 meters tall. When he stood, the space inside the cabin felt cramped. He explained simply, Liang Wenyi confessed, got rejected. The girl said she likes box, so Liang Wenyi got mad and posted saying he wants to challenge box to a duel. Yang Suan looked completely baffled. What? The girl said if he wins the duel she'd go out with him? Nothing like that. The girl already posted clarifying she's got nothing to do with him. He yawned and shook his head. She's innocent in all this. But have thought rejecting one guy would cause such a mess. Chen interrupted, puffed. Shen Xiaowei isn't innocent either. Why else mention box? She even texted me last night, called me a bitch, said I was purposely sticking close to He. Chen's natural curls framed a round face still carrying some baby fat, making her look like a middle schooler. When she tried to act tough, it only made her cuter in a way. The angrier she got, the harder it was to hide. I stick to who I want. What's that got to do with her? She's mad at me cause she won't confront Xingxing directly, and picked on me instead. He was used to these petty squabbles. He reached over to ruffle Chen's hair in consolation. Don't be mad, don't be mad. We don't have any rules against hitting girls. We'll teach her a lesson next time. I've told you a million times, don't mess with my hair. You're the reason I can't grow taller. Chen scowled and swatted his hand away. They bickered back and forth, teasing and playing, while He watched, a smile slowly spreading across his face. He silently thought, it's lucky you're all here. It's really nice to be alive and gather like this. There must be a reason for the meeting. He pulled a few illumination cards from his waist pouch and handed one to each person. Everyone took them, still confused, about to ask questions, when spoke first. I got these. Lin Nanqing was the first to catch on. You've broken past spirit power level 1. Yeah, before the awakening. I already passed it, he said with a smile. Lin Nanqing repeated softly, then pressed on. How did you do it? I don't know either. The constant banging from the renovation upstairs kept echoing, fraying everyone's nerves and building irritation. Su Yifan opened his mouth but only managed to say, as expected of you. He and Chen immediately turned on their illumination cards, lighting up the cramped car interior with a blinding glare. Turn it off. Turn it off, it's too bright. Yang Suan was the first to cover his eyes and complain. After the illumination cards were withdrawn, He gave He a thumbs up. Awesome. He smirked proudly, then shifted the topic. After awakening, it's military training summer camp. Let's not talk attributes, they're impossible to guess. I heard from my dad that there's some change to the awakening system this year, something about the cosmic exploration team. Lowering his voice, he added, apparently, they've decided to go full out on the cosmic frontier. The meaning was clearer than day. A few sharp minds immediately understood the implication. Lin Nanxing, usually so calm, even felt her breathing quicken. She almost thought she misheard. Tentatively, she said, "You mean? We might be stepping into a..." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "A new era?" He nodded slowly. "Yes, that's exactly it." Xiaohe was so excited he paced back and forth inside the carriage. "What's there to hesitate about? Let's go all in." The six of them came from ordinary families. Only Jihe's family had a faint official connection. On Blue Star, with a population in the hundreds of billions and tens of millions taking exams every year, rising above the masses was nearly impossible. The country was efficiently run with strict top-down or dare double-edged sword. The advantage was strong public trust and social stability. The downside was that opportunities for newcomers were extremely limited. The cosmic exploration team numbered less than 500 people. Given Qin's huge population, only those with connections could use exploration as a way forward. But now things were different. If the top leadership truly wanted to tap the cosmic frontier on a large scale, they would need a huge workforce. Students would undoubtedly be the prime candidates. Exploration didn't just require pilots, but also support for ships, logistics, and armaments. It would take years of planning. This was a rare chance for this generation of underprivileged students. Fight to the death. As long as we're alive, we give it everything we've got. One sentence tossed out. No objections from the group. Complete consensus. Then all eyes turned to Yang Suian. "Will your illness get better after awakening?" Qinshan asked. "It will improve," Yang Suian nodded. Source energy disorder. Just as the name implies, this disease causes chaotic flows of source energy inside the body, impairing bodily functions. In severe cases, it can cause neurological damage leading to brain death. Even now, with treatment cards, it remains one of the most troublesome diseases. To explain, race a bit about how this world works. Only after awakening a card space can one consciously manipulate source energy. Before awakening, source energy flows like blood, but is outside voluntary control. When using life cards, you're actually drawing on your internal source energy. Source energy can self-heal, so awakened ordinary people don't need to use cards daily, living normally. Ordinary people means those who have awakened and hold card spaces, but haven't reached the first tier due to talent or other factors. Therefore, source energy disorder can only be truly cured once the patient awakens their card space. Previously, only improvements through physical enhancement or emergency treatment were possible, not a cure. He asked, "Did your aunt help you find a healing card master?" Yang Suian nodded, but then shook his head. "My mom made an appointment for September 2nd. But my awakening came earlier, so the appointment can't be moved up." Lin Nanxing frowned. "Then you won't make it to this training session." He quickly added, "I'll ask my family if they know any healing card masters." Ji Wanyun and Qin Songweb both work at the Card Masters Association. They're third-tier card masters themselves, and probably know some healers. Though he hated asking his parents for favors, especially this kind of thing, in an emergency, it was more reliable than pleading with strangers. Yang Suan wanted to refuse, but Xiaohe draped an arm around his neck from behind. "Stop whining. Let's get through this first." Yang Suan didn't struggle. He nodded solemnly. "Thank you, Jihe. Not just now but since childhood, you've been the one who cared for me the most. I may not show it, but I remember it all." Jihe smiled confidently and boldly, extending his hand. "Let's give it everything we've got." Hands piled one on another, the youths' voices ringing loud and passionate. "Let's fight." At that moment the youths were full of ambition, boldly charting their own course, eager to burn aside the past and take command of their destiny. On the morning of July 30th at 8 o'clock, 6 people gathered punctually at the school gate. They weren't from the same class. After exchanging some brief greetings, they each went their separate ways. When Jihe stepped into the classroom, countless eyes immediately turned to him the moment he crossed the threshold. He raised an eyebrow slightly and grinned challengingly. "What's the matter? Haven't seen me all summer, and now you think I look even better?" Laughter erupted around him. A few guys who usually got along with him teased, "Better looking?" "Not really. But you're definitely full of yourself." He fired back with a smile. "Get lost." Then he waved dismissively, pretending not to care. "I'm not a girl. So why are you staring? Go do whatever you're supposed to do." He walked straight to his seat. His deskmate, Wang Hao, leaned over and asked in a somewhat loud tone, "Are you going to duel with Liang Wenyi?" The whole classroom went silent instantly, everyone holding their breath and listening closely. The gossip in the air thickened immediately. He rolled his eyes, too lazy to explain. "Do I look like I'm out of my mind?" Wang Hao shrugged. "Then that's settled." He said no more. At that time, there were only about 20 students in the classroom. The others had probably gone to the playground. Ji didn't want to just stand there awkwardly, so he planned to grab a stool to sit on. Seeing him pick up a stool, others hesitated briefly, then followed suit. Passing several nearby classrooms, the students inside noticed Ji and his group carrying stools and spontaneously started bringing theirs as well. When the head instructor and some teachers arrived, they were shocked to see more than half the students sitting on stools. Their faces darkened immediately. "Who told you to bring stools? With this kind of laziness, how do you expect to handle military training?" The teacher scolded sharply. The seated students glanced nervously at each other, none daring to respond. Suddenly, a student from one class spoke up loudly in defense. Class 1 started moving the stools first. We thought the teachers asked us to, so we followed. The other classes echoed the claim. Class 1 fell into silence, all eyes locking on Ji-hee. He didn't flinch, grinding his teeth under his breath. Why are you looking at me? Did I tell you to move those stools? I was the only one sitting at first. Could you not block my view? Now everyone's sitting, and it's all so obvious. He was utterly exasperated. Meanwhile, Liang Wenyi stood coldly in the line, shaking his head. This has got to be trouble caused by Ji-hee again. But no one really needed to say it aloud. Chen Ming, the head teacher of Class 1, was already staring at Ji-hee with a sharp gaze. Finally, he shouted, Ji-hee. Reflexively, Ji-hee stood up. Here. What is it? It's not even time yet. We're just standing, or sitting, waiting. Chen Ming hit his head with the attendance book in irritation. What do you mean standing and sitting are all the same? Look at this. Where's the spirit of a student? Ji-hee rubbed his head as a few suppressed laughs escaped from the class. Ji-hee, someone laughed quietly. They brought the stools themselves, not me. What's it got to do with me? Ji-hee retorted. Chen Ming's face darkened seriously. You started it. You're responsible for making them put the stools back. Ji-hee grumbled reluctantly. Fine. A few minutes passed, and when Ji-hee looked around, the others still hadn't moved. He raised his voice. Didn't you hear, Mr. Chen? Put the stools back. As someone bent down to grab a stool, they chuckled. Ji-hee, you're hopeless. Isn't this a mess? Who's to blame but you guys and your know-it-all attitudes? I could be sitting too right now. Just as Chen Ming's anger was about to flare again, Ji-hee grabbed a nearby classmate, pulling them up as he headed toward the students still sitting, not letting anyone off. He tugged them one by one. Come on. What are you waiting for? Don't wait for your homeroom teacher to come and yell at you. On the way, he ran into Xiao-hee, who whistled at him admiringly. That's more like you. The playground was packed with people, but once the majority had left, it suddenly felt much emptier. Seeing this, the other homeroom teachers teased Chen Ming. Your class G, he really knows how to liven things up, huh? Chen Ming finally relaxed his stern expression and shook his head helplessly. He's beyond mischievous. One teacher nearby perked up. Why don't you transfer him to my class? I like students like that. Chen Ming barely concealed his smile and replied, dream on. He's the top student in the whole school. There's no way his results would be the same there. Inside the classroom, Ji dawdled until precisely 9 o'clock before heading back to the playground. No sooner had he rejoined the line than a cold snort reached his ears. Humph. Trying to steal the spotlight and lose your mind. Ji glanced over and immediately recognized Liang Wenyi, whose brain didn't seem to work so well. Squinting, Ji lightly nudged the person in front of him and whispered, swap spots? The person looked curious. Ji pointed toward Liang Wenyi. That idiot keeps picking on me. I'm going to put him in his place. His voice wasn't lowered, so everyone nearby heard clearly. Ironically, the boldness made the seat change go smoothly, and soon Ji stood right beside Liang Wenyi. Liang Wenyi's face turned pale as he suppressed his anger. You want to start a fight now? Ji sneered. You started it first. And I'm talking about tomorrow's duel. Tomorrow's duel isn't set yet, got it? And who put me up on the forum anyway? He couldn't help but get angry, grabbing Liang Wenyi's shoulder and forcing him to turn and meet his gaze. As their eyes locked, Liang Wenyi instinctively flinched and blushed bright red. Then he suddenly raised his voice. You love the spotlight anyway. I'm just letting you have it all at once. Shouldn't you be thanking me? His outburst drew the attention of nearby students from several classes and even the homeroom teachers. Chen Ming's face darkened. What's going on here? Don't you know what time it is? Ji, get back in line. We'll settle this after the ceremony. The teacher stepped between them firmly and temporarily quelled the dispute. Ji's expression turned sullen. Someone tried to comfort him. Why bother with him? He's clearly jealous because you're popular and girls like you. Ji snapped. I wasn't going to argue, but he's been harassing me all morning. Just listen to what he said. All right, we get it. It's not the time for this. After the ceremony, we'll help you deal with him. The classmates all chatted back and forth. Ji wasn't petty and held no grudge. He slowly let it go and joined their lively conversation. Meanwhile, the principal's speech from the podium had mostly become background noise. About half an hour later, the awakening ceremony finally began. The ceremony used a 7-star card called the Sensing card. This card helped awakeners perceive the source energy saturating the world, find qualities aligned with their attributes, and guide the energy into their bodies to open their card spaces. The process was swift, averaging only 2 minutes per person. From the stage, the teacher in charge periodically called out names. Wang, Wu, Zhou, Lin. Attribute registrations were handled by each class homeroom teacher, collected and submitted to the principal, who then reported to the Education Bureau. As for the Card Masters Association, awakeners registered themselves after surpassing the first rank. Finally, the teacher called out, Ji, step up. Ji moved smoothly onto the stage. Following those before him, he placed his hand on the Sensing card and closed his eyes. An invisible, colorless surge of source energy flooded into his body. His mind trembled as if a fog was lifting, revealing an intangible, formless space within his perception. Before he could fully explore it, the teacher hastened. Next, he studied the card space carefully as he made his way back to the line. His initial excitement hadn't faded when suddenly more than a dozen hands, none of them his own, sprouted from his body. Some had already awakened, others had not. They tugged and prodded at him in a chaotic mess. Curious, what attribute did you awaken? He was jostled this way and that, hastily pleading, stop, stop, don't mess with me. Once he finally steadied himself, he satisfied everyone's curiosity. I have no attribute. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh, that's pretty rare. That's good though, I remember you wanted to be a card maker. This attribute suits you. Others chimed in with their own views. No attribute? That means you aren't fit for fighting. I wouldn't like that. He smiled confidently. I think it's fine. The card-making industry had been around for 2,000 years, long past the days of attribute prejudice. All attributes had their uses, and the students were open-minded. After the whole class finished awakening their attributes, Chunming gathered everyone back to the classroom. What followed was a series of individual questions and registrations. Once all the paperwork was done, Chunming reiterated the summer military training camp arrangements. The camp officially starts tomorrow. All senior year students in the city will be shuffled into new classes. The moment he said this, a wave of groans erupted. Having grown close over 2 years, no one wanted to be scattered into unfamiliar classes except Ji, the social butterfly, who remained unfazed. His deskmate Wang Hao, noticing Ji's calm demeanor, slapped him on the shoulder and mockingly accused, of course. I knew you were a player, hiding other kids out there. Ji twitched at the jab, felt all eyes turn to him, and playfully shot back. Yeah, I'm your dad. The ill-timed joke instantly darkened Chun Ming's expression. Wang Hao froze, stiffened, and nervously glanced toward the teacher's desk. Sure enough, the head teacher glared sharply. Wang quickly withdrew his gaze and fell silent. Laughter erupted around the room, but gradually subsided under Chun Ming's stern look. The once noisy classroom transformed from a flock of sparrows to a bunch of timid quail. Chun Ming continued, go home and pack your things. Don't forget your student ID. We'll meet at the school gate at 2 p.m. Wait. Ji's eyes popped wide. We're leaving today? Chun Ming ignored the surprise and reminded everyone again to prepare appropriate clothes and shoes. Ji frowned, silently endured until class ended, then hurriedly stepped out to intercept Chun Ming. Teacher, I need to ask for leave. No, Chun Ming replied coldly. Ji pleaded, I really have something urgent. Chun Ming snapped. What could be so urgent? The military training is serious business, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Ji explained, I have to take Yang Suian from class 5 to get treatment. Chun Ming frowned, suspicious. Yang Suian. I know him and your relationship is close. Class 5 teacher told me his health is poor. That's his parents' business. What does it have to do with you? I helped his parents get a card maker treatment appointment, so I have to bring him. Ji clarified. I thought we'd meet tomorrow, but apparently we leave today. Chun Ming was silent for a moment, then turned to pull out his personal terminal and called the dean to explain the situation. The reply eased his worry, and his furrowed brow relaxed. All right, no problem. You can meet at the camp location yourselves tomorrow. Thank you. Ji breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to class 5. Unlike Chun Ming, the class 5 teacher had already considered Yang Suian's condition and had informed him that he could arrive late this morning, without waiting for Ji to explain. Though there were a few bumps, everyone made their best effort to assist and ensure the military training camp would proceed smoothly. After all, compared to one's life, the future doesn't seem quite as important. Yang Suian was surrounded by a group of people, classmates from their class, plus Xiaohe, Chen Chun, and Lin Nanqing. Su Yifan, who was in the same class as Yang Suian, had also been pushed to the outer edge of the crowd. Ji didn't want to squeeze in and just stood by the doorway waiting. Su Yifan caught sight of him from the corner of his eye and happened to be pushed out there as well. So now there were 2 of them by the door. He looked at Yang Suian and gestured to Ji. You want to say something? I asked our head teacher for leave. They'll go straight to the training camp tomorrow. Yang Suian replied simply. After a brief exchange, the crowd on the other side started to disperse. Ji often came to class 5 to find Yang Suian and Su Yifan, and in doing so, had met quite a few people. Passing classmates would always nod or greet him. He never rejected anyone, whether familiar or not. He always wore a smile that looked genuinely warm and familiar. Many girls found him amusing and would glance back repeatedly after leaving. Chen Chen saw this and couldn't help but comment. No wonder he's known as the Qilin Charmer. Fox here really has both guys and girls eating out of his hand. Lin Nanqing noticed some girls sneaking glances at Ji but didn't quite understand. What's so great about Ji that girls like? Isn't he totally focused on more important stuff than romance? Chen Chen leaned on Lin Nanqing's shoulder, grinning. You don't get it, Xing Xing. The kind of person like Box who doesn't love anyone in particular is exactly the school crush and dream guy in most girls' minds. Believe it or not, at least half the girls in school have a secret crush on him. Half. Lin Nanqing looked genuinely surprised. She didn't doubt Chen Chen's words. Lin Nanqing wasn't good at socializing and was focused on her studies, so she didn't understand girls' feelings well. But Chen Chen was different. Petite and cute, she was warmly greeted by many girls in class and was often called Big Sister with affection. When it came to this kind of insight, Chen Chen naturally knew more. I think that's actually an underestimate. Maybe it's more like a big majority, Chen Chen said proudly. Seeing Lin Nanqing's expression, she couldn't help but tease a little more. Look, Box is pretty good looking, right? Lin Nanqing nodded uncertainly. I guess he's okay. I've seen plenty of guys growing up. None of those 5 guys really stood out for me physically. Honestly, in Kulin's high schools, it's hard to find many better looking than him. And even the few who look decent aren't as low-key and well-behaved as he is. Except for Xiaohe. Oh, he's more of a trendy outer guy, but a homebody at heart. Nothing really competes with games in his eyes, Chin Chin said in one breath. Lin Nanqing responded with a thoughtful hum of understanding. And Box has a great personality. He can get along with basically anyone. Lin Nanqing nodded. That's true. He's also sharp. Lin Nanqing nodded again. This was something Shed felt first-hand no matter how hard she studied. She couldn't keep up with Jihe mentally. And good at fighting. Lin Nanqing looked at Chin Chun, utterly puzzled. Chin Chin laughed at her confusion and explained, being good at fighting actually makes him more attractive to girls. Lin Nanqing rolled her eyes. What kind of reasoning is that? Jihe suddenly chimed in, looking as baffled as Lin Nanqing. Even if I have other traits that attract girls, how is fighting one of them? Getting black and blue marks on your face doesn't look good. Chin Chin wanted to argue but felt powerless against their confusion. So she just gave up. See? You just don't get it. Jihe didn't care, ruffling her hair and half-jokingly warned, don't spread rumors you overhear. Chin Chin yelped, hey, stop messing with my hair. Okay. Jihe held her hair down and turned to Yang Suian. Shall we go? Yang Suian had already packed up and slung his bag over his shoulder, ready to leave. Let's go. The Cardmaster Association was about 20 kilometers from Qilin No. 1 High School to far to walk, so the two of them boarded a magnetic levitation bus. The vehicle sped along a fixed track, requiring no driver. After swiping their transit cards, they found empty seats. Looking out the window, Jihe watched the rapidly passing scenery with a sense of wonder. This city was nothing like the Earth she was familiar with. Not only did flying vehicles buzz through the air, but massive clusters of buildings floated suspended around the skyscrapers, truly breathtaking. Pedestrians zipped skyward on skateboards, as if effortlessly gliding through the clouds. In the distance, the horizon was ablaze with a dazzling clash of fiery reds and vibrant greens. Suddenly, a squad of law enforcement officers appeared and swiftly apprehended 2 cardmasters who were locked in an intense aerial battle. Their dazzling skill beams were trapped by an invisible barrier above the city, then erupted in a silent blast, like a crude, quickly fading fireworks display. Inside the bus, Jihe wasn't the only one drawn to the spectacle. Dozens of excited faces pressed against the windows, all murmuring in unison, that was fast. They didn't even resist. Are cardmasters really this weak these days? When will we get to see a truly thrilling cardmaster battle in the city? Listening to the chatter around her, Jihe couldn't help but admire how entertainment-savvy this city was. Though she didn't recognize the 2 cardmasters, she understood that any resistance could have escalated things, possibly making headlines at the provincial level. Yang Suian's eyes followed the police car as it sped further away before he looked away slowly. I never expected folks to commit crimes so brazenly these days. The world's a big place. There's all kinds of people. Jihe replied casually. Yeah, these days you see all sorts of strange things. Suddenly, she remembered a question and asked Yang Suian, what attribute did you awaken? Wood, he answered. And me? I have no attribute, Jihe said, stroking her chin thoughtfully. She felt the wood attribute suited Yang Suian, perfectly capable of healing, controlling situations, and delivering powerful strikes when needed. They began to imagine and speculate about their respective abilities and future possibilities. Soon, the maglev bus stopped at the Cardmaster Association station, and the two got off. The Cardmaster Association was housed in an independent, sprawling building with a strict security checkpoint at the entrance. Only after passing the scanner without setting off any alarms could one enter. Jihe had messaged Ji Wanyan earlier from the bus and learned he was waiting in the first-floor lobby. Jihe took Yang Suian's hand as they headed toward the lobby. Yang Suian seemed a bit nervous and whispered, "Hello, uncle. Thank you for your time." Ji Wanyan patted his shoulder and led them up the escalator to the second floor. Don't be tense. This time, we've invited 4th-rank healer card master Jingqing. Every year, she treats 50 or 60 patients with energy distortion syndrome. The treatments are short and painless. You just need to sleep under her care, and you'll be fine. Ji Wangyan's words eased Yang Suian's worries. Entering the treatment room, meeting Lin Jiaxiu, all of Yang Suian's apprehension vanished. The healer was a woman in her 30s with exquisite makeup, very familiar with Ji Wanyan. She looked at Ji He and said, "So you're the child of Yu and Songyu?" Ji He responded obediently, "Hello, sister. I'm Ji He." Zheng Qing smiled. "I'm Zheng Qing, your mother's senior fellow apprentice." You should call me Auntie. Gee, he almost blurted out. Then we'll just each call you Sister Separate Lime and my mom. The atmosphere was relaxed and natural, every detail weaving a warm foundation for the treatment journey that lay ahead. Fortunately, he snapped back to reality in time. Hello, Auntie Zheng. He knew well that trying to be clever with a stranger of unknown temperament was never a wise move. After some brief pleasantries, Zheng Qing led Yang Xuan into the treatment room, and the heavy door closed behind them. The hallway was especially quiet during the lunch break, so Ji Wanyan stayed behind to wait with them. Where's my mom? He asked. She went to Sangshan Town. Ji Wanyan leaned against the wall and explained, there's been a backlog of tasks there for over 2 months. Your mom went to clear them. Sangshan Town belonged to Qilin City, and problems with local card masters branches had to be reported to the city level. Qin Songyue worked in the task department, handling verification, mostly clerical work. Normally, she wouldn't be involved in task clearing. Your mom wants to switch to a combat role, Ji Wanyan said, noticing his son's surprise. Ji was a bit taken aback, but said nothing. People in this world generally lived more than 200 years, and his parents were still young and ambitious. That was understandable. Ji Wanyan turned to talk with Lin Jiaxiu about education issues. Ji looked down at the group chat on his phone. The awakening attributes of the other 4 were already announced. Su Yifan had Earth attribute, Chun Chen Fire, Xiao He Wind, and Lin Nanqing Water. Each of the 6 had a different attribute. Ji's own lack of attribute meant he was weaker in raw power, but more versatilely could use all kinds of cards. However, limited card slots 3 at first level, 6 at second, and 9 at third meant disadvantage was almost negligible, putting attributeless card masters in an awkward spot. Still, they were well suited for crafting cards. He noticed Lin Jiaxia's pale lips and tightly clenched hands. She looked calm outside but was anything but inside. The energy disorder syndrome had troubled them for 18 years, causing several near-fatal crises with their child. Even though awakening meant it wouldn't be a big problem anymore, she couldn't truly let go of her worry. Ji Wanyan left first. After waiting over another hour, the treatment room door finally opened. The treatment was very successful. He's fine now, Zheng Qing said with relief. No problem with future cultivation or training. It's best to eat some supplements to make up for the bonus depletions. Thank you so much. Lin Jiaxiu bowed repeatedly. When Yang Xuan came out, he could barely open his eyes. The sleep card's effect hadn't worn off. He staggered as he walked, so He simply carried him. Yang Xuan glanced up, recognized He, and settled comfortably on his back to sleep. I don't even know how to thank you. Lin Jiaxiu lowered her voice. If it weren't for you, Ainan's illness would probably have dragged on for another month. Auntie, you're too polite. He adjusted his load. Suan is my friend. I've caused you plenty of trouble since I was little, and you never kicked me out either. Lin Jiaxiu smiled at the joke, sincerely saying, he really is a good kid. He said nothing. Even self-confidence had its place. Around elders, he knew better than to brag. After sending Yang Xuan home, he finally returned to his own place. He was starving after all the fuss and too lazy to cook, so he just ordered takeout. Once he was full, he had time to study his card space. Had noticed something odd since awakening textbooks said new awakeners had no card slots, and only at first level would 3 unlock. But he had 1 slot from the start, and there was already a card inside it. Name, Peace Charm. Type, Peace Charm. Quality, Special Card. Attribute, Special Traits, None. It absorbs the excess life energy released after the card master kills a creature, nourishing the master's source energy and mental strength. It contains a string of chaotic symbols like equipping condition, Jihi, cannot be removed or destroyed. Notes, a mysterious stone pendant accidentally found by a married couple, who infused it with their heartfelt wishes before crafting it into a peace charm. They hoped their child would live safely and smoothly. After time-space transitions, the stone underwent incredible changes. He swallowed hard, shocked. Is this the legendary cross-dimensional power-up? Leveling up by killing monsters, the rumors don't lie. From the card's notes, he realized this peace charm was far from a factory-made item. It was handcrafted by his parents from stone they found somewhere unknown. It might have originally been something else, but their sincere wishes transformed it into a peace charm, able to protect its owner like a true talisman. As for the garbled symbols in its traits, he guessed they were side effects of the revival process. After all, normal peace charms are one-time use and break after activation, but this one remained intact, proving its extraordinary quality. It was even classified as a special card rather than a normal item card, something he couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was some unique system setting, or the card truly had unparalleled attributes. He couldn't figure it out for now and decided to set it aside. He reached down and grabbed his shirt, pulling the pendant from his neck to hide it inside. He breathed a sigh of relief, had worried about the awkwardness of going shirtless in communal living, since the deep blue peace charm was so visible and known to Xiao He and others. Now that the charm was hidden at his chest, he no longer needed to make excuses. With everything ready, he was in high spirits and formally began his training. The method was something he learned back in first year. then reviewed repeatedly with his second-year teacher, so it was fresh in his mind. Step 1. Sense the card's internal space and use it to absorb source energy from the air. Step 2. Fuse the absorbed energy with his own internal source energy, guiding the combined energy along set meridians. Step 3. Draw the energy back into the card space. Though straightforward in theory, it was actually very difficult. Opening meridians caused intense pain, and beginners often lost control, requiring them to start over. Most ordinary people never got past this stage. He had prepared for a long struggle, but before half an hour passed, he successfully guided source energy around his body in a full circuit and returned it to the card space. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he couldn't help but laugh proudly. Ha! Ha ha, as expected of me. After a short break, he threw himself back into training with full focus. He only stopped when Ji Wanyan called him for dinner, reluctantly putting the practice aside. How's it going? Made the breakthrough? He asked boastfully. Who am I if I can't make progress after an entire afternoon? He replied proudly. Ji Wanyan held back the urge to smack him and changed the subject. Have you packed everything for your trip? He shook his head while eating. We'll get to it later. Then asked, when will Mom be back? Around the day after tomorrow. So you'll be home alone? Slap. Ji Wanyan gently patted his head. The slap finally landed squarely on Jihee's head. Get lost. Jihee laughed as she set down her bowl and quickly dashed back to her room. Ji Wanyan sat alone at the dining table, suddenly feeling the atmosphere had turned a bit heavy. He put down his chopsticks and opened his personal device to message Chin Songhwa. Wife, have you eaten dinner yet? Back in her room, Jihee packed up her card-making tools, several carving knives, various attribute paints, and the prepared material cards. She sorted them neatly and carefully placed them into her black backpack. Then she quickly packed a few changes of clothes and stuffed those in as well. Since they had military training tomorrow, she planned not to practice cultivation that night. After setting her alarm, she lay back down and fell into a deep sleep within 5 minutes. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm kept ringing nonstop. Jihee opened her eyes and casually ruffled her messy hair. After washing up, she walked out of the bathroom looking refreshed, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and headed toward the door. By the doorway, Yang Suan leaned against the frame, quietly watching her. Jihee asked curiously, why didn't you knock? It's just 3 o'clock. Knocking would wake uncle and aunt. Yang Suan replied casually. Jihee smiled to herself, thinking this guy sometimes has a finer touch than many girls. Side by side, they walked down the hallway, chatting and laughing as they headed downstairs to catch a taxi. Driver, please take us to Caning Mountain in the western suburbs, she said. Caning Mountain is about 60 kilometers from the city center. Its foothills have long been cleared of monsters, making it a well-known tourist spot in Chilin City. The military training site was deeper in, off-limits to visitors. They got off at the mountain base and started the climb, carrying heavy backpacks. Chunming's location update showed the route clearly, so Jihee had no worries about missing anyone. In the early morning, the forest was shrouded in mist, the air fragrant with the damp scent of grass and wood. Jihee took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. So nice. Yang Suan agreed. He had never climbed mountains so early but found it unexpectedly pleasant. They walked and climbed the stairs quickly, chatting along the way. In less than an hour, they reached the top of the stairs. From there, the real mountain trail began, overgrown with weeds and thickets, with spiders and caterpillars occasionally dropping from the trees onto their bare skin, making them itch. Yet their pace didn't slow. How do you feel after recovering? Jihee asked. Great. I can use my life cards by myself now, Yang Suan said with a happy smile. Becoming a card master really changes things, he noted with a smile. Yang Suan nodded. Yeah, I'm going to work hard. After being sick for years, his stamina was still weak, and he was already panting heavily. Further along, he was practically dragging his legs to keep moving. He was slightly out of breath, but steady, keeping pace without slowing. She didn't grab him for support, only eased her speed to accompany him. This is just the start. Military training will be even tougher. Can you hold on? Yang Suan gritted his teeth and resolutely said, I can. His steps were mechanical, his lungs burning as if torn apart, but he clenched his teeth and kept going. Sweat blurred his vision. Suddenly, Jihee called out, look, tents, we've arrived. Ahead lay a gently sloping valley filled with tents. A sign at the camp entrance read, Military Training Summer Camp, Chilin Base Number 12. Nearly 120,000 high school seniors were divided into 30 bases, about 4,000 per site. Jihee had confirmed she, Xiaohe, and Yang Suan were all at this base. Chen Shun was at base 25, Su Yifan and Lin Nanxing at base 3. Apart from Chen Shun, the 6 of them were scattered but not too far apart. At the entrance, a young soldier in uniform with military insignia blocked their way. Stop right there. Jihee took out her student ID and showed it to the guard. We're also high school seniors here for military training. Yang Suan also showed his ID but was too weak to say more, only nodding repeatedly. Why so late? The guard asked. Jihee pointed to Yang Suan and explained, I was taking care of him during his treatment. He has energy disorder syndrome. The guard took their IDs but didn't let them pass immediately. Wait here. They'll check with the person in charge, he said, then turned and walked away. The leaders of this summer's military training camp in Chilean City were Shun Qingyuan, a sophomore from the combat department at Huajing University, and Qi Yi, who was the same age and in the combat command department. The two were in charge of organizing and coordinating everyone at the camp. From the day they arrived in Chilean at the beginning of June until the students officially started training, they barely had a moment to rest, overwhelmed by the nonstop work. Just this morning around 4 a.m., they had returned from base number 12 after handling a mountain of student-related issues, finally getting a rare chance to catch their breath. They had assumed this training camp would be straightforward, but hidden behind the scenes was a stream of complicated problems. No sooner had they finished tidying up recent matters than new troubles arrived with the students. During this period, the two almost never got enough sleep, their faces pale to the point of exhaustion. Shun Qingyuan, a young woman with neat, ear-length hair and a poised expression, dressed in her fitted combat uniform, rested her head on the desk. Her eyes lacked focus as she stared at the neatly arranged surveillance screens. She muttered helplessly, "I can't take it anymore. Why do these students have so many problems? The instructors not helping is bad enough, but they go and make things worse. Honestly, without them, my workload would be half as much." Chi slumped into a nearby chair, collapsing into a heap. "There's no helping it," he said resignedly. "Officially, we're in charge, but in reality, we're trainees too. Just that our training is different from these high schoolers." Too tired to exchange more than a few complaints, the two silently enjoyed this rare moment of rest. Report. Suddenly, a hoarse shout shattered the silence. Shin Qingyuan snapped her head up while Qi Yi slowly straightened, immediately switching into alert mode. "Come in," Shin said briskly. A sentry stood at the door and briefly reported the identities of the two people outside, then handed over student ID cards. Qi Yi took the IDs and quickly pulled up their profiles on the computer. On the screen appeared the files for Ji He and Yang Suan. Shun Qingyuan murmured in surprise, studying the information. Ji He's always ranked first in the citywide exams. Qi Yi handed the IDs back to the sentry and confirmed, "No mistake. The teachers specially marked them." Then he looked back at Shun. "You were strong back then too, right?" Shun shook her head. "Not really. I went the dual combat route and fought my way to the national tournament." "How many second-tier combat powers did you have at the time?" She asked curiously. "Not many, but I was one of them. This year, there are quite a few more," Shun pondered. "With so many resources poured in, a large batch of second-tier combatants has been developed." The sentry withdrew, and the two's conversation gradually faded until it disappeared into the air. Ji He and Yang Suan were approved to enter within 10 minutes. The sentry reminded them, "First, head to the first tent to pick up your training uniform, water basin, towel, and other items." Ji He thanked him, and the sentry nodded slightly, then returned to his post with focus. Passing through the checkpoint, rows of olive green tents lined both sides of the wide 5-meter path. A sign hung over the first tent reading Supply Depot. Ji He and Yang Suan entered and emerged shortly holding heaps of gear. At this point, their life cards, personal clothing, and carry terminals were all collected. The staff told them, "These will be returned after the training come back, then to claim them." "Got it," Ji He replied as they left together. The female staff member in charge of issuing supplies shook her head with a soft smile, thinking, "Carrying card-making tools again, maybe another kid dreaming of becoming a card maker?" She sighed and pulled out her own card-making tools from her pocket, silently thinking, "Everyone wants to be a card maker." Following the signs, they found the lodging area. It was just past 5 o'clock, and most students were still asleep under the quiet sky. Ji He looked at the signpost and pointed to Yang Suan. "Tent number 12, year number 26, over there." Yang Suan asked nervously, "Do you think I'll end up with roommates who are hard to get along with?" "Worried about that?" Ji He chuckled lightly. "Aren't you someone who gets along with just about everyone?" "Not really." Yang Suan defended himself. "If they mock me or have bad attitudes, I just can't deal with them." "No worries. You have a lot of friends. Don't be afraid," Ji He encouraged him. Yang Suan was mild-mannered, but having spent time with Ji He and the others, he wasn't without a temper. If he ever got bullied, he wouldn't hesitate to ask for help. "All right then, see you later." Yang Suan waved goodbye. Ji He walked to the tent marked number 12. Inside, there was no bed frame, just bedding laid directly on the ground. The tent had 8 bunks, 1 empty and the other 7 occupied by sleeping roommates. The wardrobe was by the entrance on the left. Ji He changed into his camouflage training uniform and neatly hung up his spare clothes in the wardrobe, then tossed his backpack aside, feeling settled. He gently nudged the faces of the roommates who were lying down or on their sides, trying to see if he recognized anyone. To his surprise, there was one familiar person, Su Xiaoyang from second high school. Ji He and Su had once fought a fierce battle. In the second semester of their first year, Su had confronted a girl outside first high and forced her to be his girlfriend, refusing to let her leave. Ji He happened to walk by, rushed over, and fought him. Zu's moves were vicious, and Ji He hit back hard. That day, Su's face was so swollen that even his mom couldn't recognize him. After being chased off, Su threatened to get revenge. He came looking for Ji several times, but was beaten back every time, eventually giving up and never coming back to first high. Now they ended up in the same dorm. Quite a coincidence. Bored, Ji practiced a little but wasn't focused, so his progress was poor. Eventually, the wake-up bell rang. Of the 7 roommates, only 3 groggily got up, while the other 4 buried themselves under the covers hoping to keep sleeping. He wasn't about to let that happen, pulled the blankets off each one, saying, "Stop sleeping. Time to get up." Su Xiaoyang was furthest in. When he finally uncovered him, Su sat up abruptly, glaring. "What are you doing here?" He pointed to the empty bunk. "I live here." Then he broke into a bright smile. "Good morning, roommates." Except for Su, the others politely responded, "Morning." Su sighed and pulled his blanket back up. "Why does it have to be you?" He yanked the blanket off again, annoyed. "What do you mean? I'm not the one rejecting you. You're the one avoiding me." Seeing the tension, the other roommates wisely moved away, not wanting trouble. Enough with the past. If you harass any girls during training, the instructors will handle it. If you dare, I'd really like to see how they deal with you, he warned. Zu's anger flared, and he sat up, swearing. "What kind of cold-blooded joke is that?" He replied coolly, "If you don't want to be mocked, then don't do stupid things." Then he turned away and started getting to know the other roommates. Suddenly, a sharp whistle blew outside, followed by a command shouted, "Assemble." Chaos ensued immediately, mixed with curses. "Damn, the wake-up bell just rang 5 minutes ago. Where's my belt? You're wearing my shoes." Hat. Wearing his neat camouflage uniform, he didn't hesitate after hearing the whistle. He immediately ran toward the direction of the noise. He hurried through the dormitory area toward a wide, flat, open space. The terrain here was unnaturally even clearly. A hillside had been leveled by human hands specifically to serve as a military training ground. She scanned left and right. Over 40 instructors were already assembled, each wearing an armband indicating their assigned class numbers. Summer Camp Class 1, Class 6, Class 13, Class 7. The numbering seemed random, not following any obvious pattern. He muttered to herself in frustration. Finally, at the edge of the field, she spotted her own class summer camp, Class 32. Passing through the neatly lined-up formations of other classes, he approached her class instructor. Standing tall, she called out, "Cadet he reporting." The instructor was a man around 30, with a crew cut and a square jaw. His expression was stern, and his uniform impeccable, without a single wrinkle. He lowered the whistle hanging from his collar and commanded coldly, "Fall in." He quickly found an empty spot on the field and stood at attention. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing whistle blew peep, peep, peep. The sharp, continuous blasts assaulted her eardrums, making them ache. She pressed her hands firmly against her thighs, straightened her back, and maintained a blank expression, no hint of emotion on her face. But inside, she cursed silently. So noisy my head hurts so much. The instructors of Class 2 beside her and Class 17 behind seemed to be competing in whistle blowing, each blast becoming sharper and louder, as if trying to drill directly into her brain. At least, she wasn't the only student tormented by the unbearable sound. Everyone nearby had their ears battered by the relentless, high-pitched shrieks. Some couldn't help but raise a hand to cover their ears, but were immediately snapped at by instructors. Li Xiu was scolded into lowering his hand, his face turning pale. The whistle's piercing tone felt like molten liquid swirling wildly inside his head. He prayed repeatedly in his mind. "Hurry up and get everyone here, then the instructors will stop blowing." Finally, he couldn't endure it any longer and suddenly bent over, vomiting violently before collapsing to the ground. Once one person went down, a second, and then a third soon followed. Before most of the recruits had even arrived on the training field, many had already fallen ill. The sour stench of vomit filled the air. Whispered confusion spread among the students. "What's going on?" "No idea," came the uncertain reply. But 5 minutes later, everyone understood the whistle's sound would never cease, and only grew sharper. That piercing shriek wasn't just a pain slicing through the eardrums. It felt like it was stabbing straight into their minds. The majority of the trainees soon mirrored the early casualties, collapsing onto the training ground. Most of the entire camp was incapacitated. At that moment, Xiaohe arrived. His medium-length hair was tied back in a wolf tail, and his cap sat neatly low on his head. He came a bit late. The class formations were almost fully assembled. What comforted Xiaohe was seeing a familiar face among the ranks. She stood in the front row, clearly visible. Xiaohe naturally made his way toward his friend. Around many had already collapsed. He stood 2 rows behind her, enduring the torturous whistle alongside new classmates. Just moments ago, a girl directly in front on the left suddenly fell flat. Instinctively, Xiaohe prepared to catch her, but an ear-splitting whistle exploded in his mind, freezing his body. Helpless, he watched as the girl hit the ground hard. Silently, Xiaohe mourned the stranger in his heart. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but the instructors are just too cruel. You'll have to be even more careful from now on." Xiao He was pushing himself to the absolute limit. His eyes locked onto the back of Ji He, silently telling himself not to give up so easily. At the very least, he had to hold on until he collapsed behind that box. On the other side of the training ground, Yang Xuan was already completely drained. After enduring a barrage of continuous whistle blows for less than 5 minutes, he lost consciousness, his face unusually peaceful. The number 25 base was practically cursed. What kind of military training was this? Chun Chin stood in the middle of the crowd, watching her comrades fall like mountains one after another, each collapsed, tightening the grip around her heart, almost crushing her every time. She didn't find the whistle particularly piercing. The real pressure came from witnessing her fellow trainees' relentless struggle. The scene at base number 3 was almost identical to that of number 12. Su Yifan kept scanning the field, searching for Lin Nangxing's position. Within moments, his gaze froze. Across 2 squads stood a slender girl, her single ponytail hanging low, different from Lin Nangxing's usual hairstyle. She trembled uncontrollably, wobbling several times as if about to collapse, but stubbornly managed to keep standing. Just by her figure, Su Yifan was certain it had to be Lin Nanqing. He had never met another girl so fiercely persistent and stubborn. Inwardly, he muttered, "Sis, if you can't hold on, just give up." Watching her made his heart race with fear, as if she might collapse into the vomit nearby at any moment. At least if she quit now, she could save some dignity. Their group already knew Lin Nanqing had a bit of an obsession with cleanliness, always particular about everything. To be honest, not only Lin Nanqing, but even Su Yifan himself was starting to feel disgusted. Head thought military training meant testing physical strength, sweating buckets, and forging willpower, but the reality was an unrelenting sensory torture. Nearly every sense was pushed to the extreme. The eyes, ears, and nose were all assaulted beyond limits. Ugh! A trainee next to them suddenly vomited, splattering Ji He's entire body. The harsh stench triggered a violent churn in her throat, acid rising fiercely inside her stomach. She almost vomited in return. Maybe it was her exceptionally strong willpower, but Ji He only found the whistle noise loud, not painfully piercing. However, her skin soaked in puke felt like it was covered in filth, and the acidic stench layered on her mind like a relentless assault. Goosebumps popped up all over. Her scalp tingled numb, and Ji He felt burning discomfort all over, struggling through every agonizing second. At this point, fewer than 50 trainees still stood on the training ground. Zhobin pulled out a communication card and activated the local network channel. This was a 3.5-star card that could create a virtual multi-user talk room with a 1,000-meter square coverage centered around the card master. The card master could invite any nearby life forms to join, but they had to consent. The channel was extremely covert, allowing secret venting about the boss even during meetings. Though this card had no specific element type, it was quite fragile. Attacks of metal, fire, or electricity elements could break it easily, while earth element attacks wouldn't break it, but would suppress its effects and coverage. Water, wood, wind, and non-elemental states allowed normal usage. Zhobin inserted a message in the virtual channel. "Are we done?" A quick reply came. Yes. But none of them was in a rush. This initial shock treatment was enough to leave a deep impression on the rookies. It was uncertain how many would quit. The number was definitely more than 500. After all, it was only the first day. There was absolutely no need to hurry. With a unified, lingering whistle, the instructors all called out in unison, "At ease." Ji He's feet parted slightly, and the tension in his body instantly eased. The instructors didn't dismiss the group. People were still sprawled unevenly on the ground. Ji He knew the next steps would be first aid and a stern talk. As expected, 5 instructors wearing Red Cross armbands each took responsibility for a section, casting group healing spells simultaneously. Gentle green light flowed over everyone like a soft stream, sweeping away their exhaustion and filling their spirits with warmth. Nearby and behind him, those covered in filth struggled to their feet, their clothes reeking of mud and vomit. On Ji He's right was the girl who had vomited on him earlier. Her eyes darted nervously, cheeks flushed red, clearly still ashamed of how she had collapsed. Stammering, her voice barely audible and trembling, she said, "I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry." Her tone descended into almost a sob. Not only was she embarrassed to have thrown up on a stranger, but the sour stench on her breath overwhelmed her, and she couldn't hold back vomiting again. Ji He stared at her, wincing but forcing himself to say, "It's all right." Still, deep down he knew he wouldn't be able to endure much longer. Suddenly, the guy on his left tugged at his shirt, and a powerful wave of rotten food and stomach acid hit Ji He's nose, making him gag instantly. Almost everyone around them began retching at once. The first wave had seemed triggered by the whistle's shock. Now it was pure nausea. Ji He's forehead veins bulged as if a switch had flipped, and dry heaving echoed all around. Even the usually scruffy students couldn't tolerate the vomit clinging to their own or others' clothes and faces, let alone the filthy, stinking atmosphere. "Hey, if you're gonna throw up, don't come near me." A familiar, exasperated voice suddenly bellowed. Ji He turned and saw Xiao He looking disheveled just 2 rows behind him. locking horns with a short boy next to him. Squat down to puke, but don't get close to me. Xiaohe shouted hoarsely. He suddenly realized he was kinda lucky a girl had apologized sincerely and hadn't meant to vomit on him. The short boy in front of Xiao was a different story. The boy's eyes darted evasively, his hands smeared with dirt and vomit gripping Xiaohe's wrist tightly. I couldn't hold it, he said stubbornly. First time, I believe you. Xiaohe sneered. But I dodged every other time and you still came at me. You expect me to think it's an accident? I was careless. The boy struggled, dirt and grime all over his hands as he tried to pull free. Coward who won't admit their mistakes. Xiaohe jerked his wrist away, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him down hard. The boy's face darkened, and as he got up, he threw a punch at Xiaohe. The instructors watched silently from the sidelines, refusing to intervene, and tension thickened like a blade drawn and ready to strike. Seeing the situation escalate, he stopped paying attention to the instructors. Instead, he asked Xiaohe, did you guys have trouble with this guy before? Xiaohe stared coldly at the boy. Forgot already? He's the pervert who stalked Chin back in 9th grade. He froze, his expression complex. He thought for a long time, but really couldn't recall the matter. She asked, did that actually happen? At the time, did you go to your grandfather's or your maternal grandfather's place? I don't think I was there. Someone nearby interrupted, I don't think she was there. In the end, Xingxing handled it. Xingxing called the police, and then he transferred schools. Didn't expect he still remembers me. The boy grew furious, veins bulging on his forehead, glaring at everyone with resentment, shouting, you're lying. Don't listen to him. He's making things up. I just accidentally spat on you, and you slander me like this. His voice was both fierce and tinged with helplessness. Xiaohe responded with cutting sarcasm. I was almost starting to forget about it until you insisted on getting involved. Now that I remember, happy? Though usually laid back, Xiaohe's sharp tongue was unbeatable when riled up. He often regarded him as her weapon. When needing to shut things down, argue logically, or curse loudly, Shed unleashed Xiaohe. The situation only escalated. The boy was completely outmatched in both fighting and words, and after being punched to the ground, just as he was about to receive a beating, the instructor finally intervened. The instructor barked, both of you out here? Do you know what kind of place this is? This is military training. Do you think this is a joke? Now, stand at attention at the front and hold it all day? After making them stand as punishment, he shouted at the others, what are you all doing? Treating this like a cinema to watch a show? If you're not tired, attention. Scanning the whole area, the instructor noticed that class 32, because of the conflict between Xiaohe and the boy, had become the center of attention and actually was quieter than the other classes. Meanwhile, the other classes were a chaotic mess. Not everyone could handle this kind of military training environment. Many girls were already breaking down, screaming, I don't want to stay here. I want to shower. Ugh, this is so disgusting. Keep away from me. You just vomited on me. The shouts of 4,000 students rose and fell in an overwhelming din. The instructors watched coldly, then blew their whistles sharply, the piercing sound instantly silencing the crowd. Zhou Bin, the chief instructor for Base 12, shouted, silence. Using his mental focus, he made sure everyone inside heard him clearly. You came here for military training, not to make a ruckus like this. Future training will be harsher and push you beyond human limits. If you can't even handle this small trial today, drop out immediately and go home. Qin doesn't need soldiers like you. A scolded student couldn't help but retort, military training's supposed to build fitness, speed, reflexes, not torture us by making us face our own vomit. Hug. His face twisted with disgust. The crowd below echoed agreement. Yeah, this is way too gross. This isn't training, it's abuse. Encouraged by so many voices supporting him, the boy boldly stared up at instructor Zhou on the platform. This isn't fair. Zhou Bin surveyed the crowd, using his mental power to amplify his voice. Is this really what you all think? They shouted back in unison, yes. Exactly. This kind of training is nothing but abuse. The instructor's expression darkened. His deep voice echoed across the field. What do you think this is? It's military training. A soldier's job is to fight. If you can't even endure a little hardship now, how will you face dismemberment or death on the battlefield? If you can't accept it, immediately tell your instructor you quit. Qin does not want soldiers like you. 600 people couldn't handle the harsh conditions and chose to quit the training early. The remaining 3,400 stayed on the training ground, which reeked of an indescribable foul smell, enduring the strict drills. In class 32, 8 people left, including the short guy who had gotten into a fight with Xiaohe. Xiaohe stood alone at the very front of the formation, feeling the gaze of the entire unit burning down on him. The annoying guy was gone, and his expression immediately relaxed. As for being stared at, so what, no skin off his back. He even had the leisure to sneak some silent lip-reading exchanges with he when the instructor wasn't paying attention. What time did you get up? 3 o'clock. That's early. And even earlier than that. This secret communication amused he so much that he didn't even notice when the instructor quietly approached Xiaohe. As a result, another person was added to the front lineup as a punishment. He and Xiao He stood at opposite sides of the formation, too far apart to see each other's lips clearly, so they could only obediently stand with no choice. That day dragged on slowly, spent mostly standing at attention. Luckily, the instructor wasn't completely ruthless and finally let them go eat lunch, giving everyone a small break. Otherwise, no one would have made it to the moment when the instructor called the drill dismissed. Xiao suspected the instructor was picking on them. After standing all day in that posture, his whole body ached, and his limbs felt uncontrollable. He had stood at attention before, but never been this exhausted. The instructor definitely messed with us, he said, rubbing his stiff shoulders while gasping for air. He hurried him along. Stop complaining and go reserve a spot in the shower. He realized that after a whole day breathing that sour, rotten smell, he was oddly starting to get used to it. The adaptability of humans was truly incredible. Not only were they running on the training field, but others were dragging their tired bodies forward, faces twisted in pain, moving just a bit faster than crawling. Who's that? How does he still have the strength to run? Oh, that's He from number 1 high school's pretty well known. Didn't expect him to have such athletic endurance. He's basically an animal. The comments around He were nothing new to him. He sprinted ahead through the slow-moving crowd, which shuffled like snails, and grabbed a dazed Yang Suan. Yang Suyan's body went limp like a puppet on strings, mechanically stepping forward with no strength to resist or question where they were going. Anun, you still alive? He patted Yang Suyan's cheek. Alive, Yang Suyan dragged out each word slowly. Yang Suan wasn't even sure how he had made it this far. His legs felt like they'd been filled with lead since morning, constantly threatening to buckle. He barely held on through the morning, felt a little better after lunch, but it was far from enough. In the afternoon, some in the formation collapsed. He nearly fainted too, but forced himself to stay upright. If he had fallen, he didn't know how he would have gotten up. Although this group had returned early, they weren't the first batch to quit. The training conditions were naturally poor, with no private bathrooms. When they finally got their change of clothes and arrived at the communal shower room, there were already 20 or 30 people crammed inside. The shower room was shabby, like a makeshift shelter hastily built by a novice earth element craftsman. Uneven walls and a rough floor, but at least it wasn't just a tent. He felt that under the circumstances, this environment was acceptable. The only hesitation was that he had never showered in front of so many people before, so he felt a bit shy and awkward. But he only paused for a moment before calmly taking off his clothes and stepping into the steamy bathroom. He bit his lip as he clutched the hem of his clothes, finally steeling himself to undress. In his heart, he admired He's carefree attitude and mindset. No matter where he went, He could always blend in effortlessly. When they were kids working at the sanatorium, He got along perfectly with the old men there drinking tea, fishing, and taking walks. Even though He had a youthful face, he never looked out of place among all those silver-haired elders. His expressions and movements matched their rhythm naturally. He still remembered how reluctant those old men were to let them go. If he really wanted to, he could probably fit in with the middle-aged women dancing in the square without any trouble. Standing nearby, Yang Sun nervously gripped the hem of his clothes, his face flushed with embarrassment, feeling like he just couldn't bring himself to undress this time. His body was uncoordinated due to energy imbalances, and having taken medicine since childhood, he had always been overweight. Fat kids were rare here because of the abundant source energy around. Most people had well-proportioned physiques. Yang Suan had met He and the others because he was teased about his weight. He was timid and didn't know how to fight back. He just kept repeating, "I'm sick. That's why I'm like this. I didn't do anything to you." Back then, he didn't understand that children's cruelty often had no reason. It was just for fun. They didn't care if their actions hurt others. Maybe the joy came from causing that pain. They also sneered condescendingly. See? He's such a crybaby. Say a word and he acts like he's being bullied. Afterwards, after meeting He and the others, nobody bullied him anymore. But the feeling that I'm not normal, I'm different had already taken root deep inside. He showered for a long time, and meanwhile He was showering next door, but Yang Suan hadn't come out yet. As soon as they stepped out, they saw the conflicted look on Yang Suyan's face. Stop hesitating. Everyone's the same. Hurry, no one's paying attention to you. Come on. Yang Suyan paused, then suddenly smiled. You're right. What's there to fuss about? Aren't close friends supposed to think I'm no different? He took off his clothes and stepped into the shower room. Inside, people were cursing as they scrubbed themselves, rough enough as if trying to peel off a layer of skin. Occasionally someone glanced over, but quickly looked away. Everyone focused on cleaning themselves, and no one deliberately mocked strangers. Each person carried a basin for water, put their dirty clothes inside, and scrubbed hard. If once wasn't enough, they kept scrubbing until they were clean. Wearing unclean clothes was truly uncomfortable. After showering, coming out felt like a fresh new start. They went to the drying area, hung up their clothes, then the three of them dashed off toward the mess hall. Honestly, the overall conditions during this military training felt a bit shabby in many ways, but the food was generous. Chicken, duck, fish, fruits, and vegetables. Each meal had a good balance of meat and veggies, with well-rounded nutrition. More importantly, The meat and vegetables were rich in source energy, clearly specially cultivated by Master Ka. Full and satisfied after eating, he suggested, "Shall we go check out the armory?" Before dismissing them, the instructor had said they could pick weapons tonight, because they'd need them tomorrow. They might not be interested in the other missions, but weapons were every boy's favorite. "Let's go?" Xiao He and Yang Suian also eagerly agreed. The armory was located on the east side of the training ground, covering over 1,000 square meters. Inside were weapons of every kind, from long spears and short swords to bows, crossbows, knives, and axes, everything imaginable. 2 sentries stood guard at the entrance, strictly enforcing the rule that only 100 people could enter at a time. At that moment, He and his companions patiently lined up, waiting for their turn. "What weapon are you planning to choose?" Xiao He was the first to speak. "Sword," Xiao He answered decisively. Yang Suian shook his head. "Crossbow. I have decent aim." As they finished speaking, both looked simultaneously at He. "What about you?" He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "I think I want to go for a great sword," he said. "One of those heavy swords that kills with a single swing or injures on mere contact." Yang Suian pictured the heavy sword in his mind and hesitated. That might not suit you." He smiled and sighed. "I think so too. My strength is okay, but only just enough. That kind of heavy sword would be better for someone like Fan, more of a power fighter." Xiao He nodded in agreement. "In that case, he'll go with the Xinhua short axe." "An axe?" Xiao He looked at He with some surprise. Young people rarely pick axes. Most prefer swords or sabers. It looks cooler and still packs a punch. Axes are useful, but not very fashionable. He's gaze was steady. "I've thought it through. Axes are easy to pick up and good for beginners. At first, when our skills aren't high, an axe can actually be an advantage." The instructor said, "We'll be taking these weapons into the mountains to hunt monstrous beasts. Short axes are handy to wield, with enough chopping power to kill. As long as the weapon works well and fits these needs, that's enough." Xiao He suddenly frowned and asked, "Do you think there will be spirits in Kaining Mountain?" He paused to consider carefully. "Probably. Spirits have special forms and aren't afraid of normal physical attacks. Only after becoming a card master can you harm them effectively. Even then, regular elements don't do much. It's only the power of Yang that can really suppress them." He continued quietly, "Yin and Yang are the universe's fundamental elements, not ordinary attributes. No Yin without Yang, no Yang without Yin. Living beings embody this balance. Scholars have debated for 2,000 years whether pure Yin spirits count as life." Yang Suian added, "There are many strange beasts in the mountains, so surely plenty of Yin spirits too, but the instructor will probably clear them out beforehand." Xiao He nodded in agreement. "That's true." He fell into thought. The mountains were full of snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. No matter how thoroughly the instructor cleared things beforehand, it was impossible to remove them all. Besides, these small Yin spirits probably posed little threat to humans. Maybe the instructors hadn't paid much attention to them. But he suddenly thought of a deity from the underworld. The wasp, one of the 10 Yin marshals, in charge of insect spirits. In a forest environment, this deity might have unexpected advantages. As for whether it can endure the energy drain from forming a card, he still had doubts. That would be the focus of his experiment. Most deities from the Qin era were born powerful yet inhuman gods, and creating these god cards often came with huge costs. But the wasp he intended to make was an underworld deity with a clear organizational structure. The heavenly court and underworld essentially represented order aligned with human society. Such a deity might understand human desires and grant power within human limits. This wasn't a shot in the dark. He followed Taoist summoning rites and suspected that these bureaucratic gods might differ from ancient celestial gods. He finished speaking with a resolute look, lost again in planning his next steps. As he thought about it, he felt an inexplicable surge of confidence welling up inside him. Standing at the entrance of the armory, after nearly half an hour of waiting in line, it was finally their turn to enter. The guard's stern gaze lingered on them for a moment longer before stepping aside, allowing the 3 of them to enter the vast warehouse. The moment they stepped inside, a strong metallic scent hit them, mingled with the sharp tang of weapon oil and rust, filling the air with an atmosphere of solemnity. Inside, the warehouse was neatly organized, with a dozen weapon racks lining the walls. The front row displayed common bladed weapons, knives, and swords whose gleaming edges and upright blades made clear they were the favored choice of most cultivators. Xiao He stopped in front of the polished weapons, his eyes steady and calm. As for the sword, chosen for its agility, it perfectly matched his fighting style, rooted in the wind element, light, flexible, and precise. The second row held bows and crossbows. Yang Suian methodically pulled each bowstring taut, carefully aiming at the targets to find the weapon that felt best in his hands and shot the most accurately. He's goal lay in the 7th row, where axes, halberds, and hooked spearsless common weapons were displayed. Compared to swords and knives, axes were chosen far less often, and each model looked rare and unique. Scanning the selection, he spotted various styles of axes: the steady weight of the board axe, the fierce power of the great axe, the elegant curved blade of the phoenix head axe, the light and nimble fishtail axe, and a uniquely designed xianhua axe that was the one he wanted. Originally a long-handled axe with a wide, heavy blade and tremendous power, the xianhua axe had become less common as battlefield tactics evolved. The handle was shortened over time to enable close-quarters combat. Without hesitation, he grabbed the only xianhua axe there, feeling the cool heaviness of the iron in his hand and the latent strength within. After choosing their weapons, the three returned to their dorms. He was the first back. He leaned the xianhua axe steadily against the wall, then pulled out his card-making tools and began focusing on etching spiritual runes. This time, he was practicing yin runes. Yin-yang spiritual runes were unique, capable of fusing with any elemental runes without rejection. He chose to strengthen his yin runes to better craft the yellow wasp yin commander cards, aiming for mastery and unwavering confidence. As he concentrated on carving the intertwined, intricate rune patterns onto the cards, his roommates began returning one after another. Having trained together all day, their bonds had grown closer, and the initial awkwardness at school's start had faded. Yuan Hui curiously leaned over, peering at He's tools and precise movements. For many kids, card making was a dream, but few reached the stage of carving their own runes. Yuan Hui was one of those few. Watching He's steady craftsmanship, surprise, and a hint of challenge colored his tone. Are you really skilled at yin runes? He didn't look up, his carving knife steady as ever. Not just yin runes, I'm pretty much proficient with elemental and trait runes, and I've even begun learning divine runes. His words caught the attention of the other roommates who gathered around, except for Su Xiaoyang, who tried to feign disinterest but glanced their way several times. Su Xiaoyang scoffed. You're bragging. I've tried memorizing runes before, can't even remember the first half after finishing the second. The lines twist into knots with no pattern. Even remembering one type is tough. There's no way you've mastered them all. He smiled calmly, seizing the moment to voice a long-held thought. Don't believe me? That's okay, geniuses are rarely understood. He had wanted to say that for a while, but never found the right moment. Now he finally did. Su Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. The others chuckled and shook their heads, but many began to look at He with newfound respect. At least, no matter what, He's yin runes were truly beautiful lines, clean and flowing smoothly, almost indistinguishable from the textbook patterns. Everyone gave a thumbs up. Whether you're bragging or not, your yin runes are impressive. Even our rune master can't draw lines this smoothly. He received the praise without hesitation. He never hid his sense of superiority in this realm. After nearly an hour of practice, he packed up his tools and sat cross-legged on his bed, ready to cultivate. He was eager to break through his bottleneck and become a first-level card maker. The familiar wake-up bell rang, and he slowly emerged from his meditation. He had trained until 10 p.m. the night before and was already exhausted, then went straight into meditation. Seeing how hard he was pushing himself, the others in the dorm, though grumbling under their breath, all joined in meditating. Without exception, everyone dozed off halfway through. Developing spiritual power was tough because it was so hard to stay focused and maintain the meditation state. He, however, didn't struggle with these as long as nothing disturbed him. He could remain fully immersed, as if entering another plane of existence. He got out of bed, put on his shoes and hat with practiced ease. Taking his toothpaste, toothbrush, and rinsing cup, he followed the flow of people heading to the small grove west of the dorms to join the morning toothbrushing crowd. After brushing, he went to the water room and splashed cold water on his face to fully clear his mind. Back in the dorm, he put away his toiletries and casually picked up the xianhua axe he had chosen in the weapon room the day before. Two of his roommates had just finished washing up too. He looked at them as they approached and asked, "Training field?" They nodded and hurried over to the wardrobe, pulling out their weapons. One a sword, the other a dagger. He had actually wanted to pick the dagger, but could only choose one weapon. Looking at the axe in his hands, he sighed in appreciation. This axe is pretty good. The boy with the sword glanced back and forth between his own weapon and He's axe, imagining an intense clash of arms. He blurted out, "I'm kind of regretting not picking a heavy weapon. Something you can really swing hard, that's just cool." He looked fresh and sharp, but holding the axe made him seem steady and powerful. He swung it a few times casually, the blade cutting through the air with a low, forceful whoosh. Yeah, it's not bad at all. I'm thinking of building a loadout focused on axes when I get the weapon slot. Weapon slots only open up at rank 2, don't they? The other roommate asked, puzzled. Rank 1 scrapers only have 3 slots max, it's tight already. Nobody wastes slots on weapon cards. Normal weapons work just fine. They'll be rank 2 soon. He replied casually, his tone full of confidence. That calm certainty made it clear to everyone how sure he was about his future, as if rank 2 was just something he could easily reach. Wu Liang and Zhao Hao both admired his confidence and openness. Zhao Hao, holding the dagger, sighed dejectedly, "I'm nowhere near ready. I haven't even entered the foundational stage of cultivation yet." Wu Liang's expression grew gloomy too. "Me neither. Still struggling to get started." He reached out and patted them lightly on the heads. "If you haven't entered foundational training yet, Then get moving and get yourself in. You've only been awakened for 2 days. Why get discouraged now? When I was on Earth, math problems tortured me. No teachers, no help. Was I just supposed to give up? No. I just opened a book and studied myself. You haven't entered foundational training yet? Then get to it. His personality was bright and easygoing, making it easy to be around him. Although he wasn't very detail-oriented, he was straightforward and didn't like wasting time with emotional struggles. When faced with setbacks, he didn't dwell on comforting words or praise, but instead broke through negativity with blunt encouragement. This approach wasn't pressuring, but often more effective. The dark clouds in their eyes lifted. They weren't suddenly hyped up, but they grew clear-headed. Only 2 days since awakening, no need for despondency. Compared to Jihe, they were only making things harder for themselves. Wu Liang and Zhao Hao weren't top scholars either. They just saw things more clearly. Suddenly, a sharp beep echoed like a nightmare. Many furrowed their brows with grim expressions as they hurried to the training ground, grumbling and sighing on the way. Hearing that sound gives me chills, someone whispered. Same here. It's like a physiological stress response, another quietly replied. Yesterday's whistle truly left a deep impression on them. Jihe returned to the spot where they had stood yesterday, accompanied by 2 others, still taking the front row facing the instructor. Today, the instructor wasn't as harsh. Once everyone was assembled, the whistle blew and then stopped. They ran 2 laps around the training ground before doing morning exercises. The instructor blew the whistle again and said, "Now, go eat." A ripple of unrest spread immediately among the ranks. Just like that? No further trials? Why was the instructor so lenient today? As the murmurs grew louder, the instructor's expression darkened and he barked, "Quiet. You have 20 minutes to eat. Finish and return with your weapons for assembly. Today, we're going into the mountain." His words hit like a bombshell, stirring up a storm of excitement among the cadets. On the way to the mess hall, everyone buzzed with anticipation. Are we really hunting beasts in the mountains? Bringing weapons means it'll be a tough fight. Finally, real combat. The mood soared as conversations swirled, while the instructors whispered quietly to one side. Is this too soon? Most of these kids haven't even killed a chicken. I agree it's rushed, but the orders demand students who adapt quickly and grow fast. There are still too many 30 bases with a total of 120,000 cadets. Leaving just 100 is already a miracle. Isn't this too aggressive? No choice. The situation is changing rapidly. Moryan Star and Kaha Star have increasingly frequent secret exchanges, even signs of an alliance. Our exploration team just discovered an unfamiliar star system with life still planetary level, no spaceflight yet. But if they can find us, can we just sit tight? Filtering these students is only step 1. The top 10 card universities are collaborating on an extremely powerful weapon. If successful, it could destroy an entire planet, possibly affecting neighboring systems. We have to keep a trump card to take down advanced civilizations with us, if needed. Mentioning the national situation, the instructors' usually quiet demeanors gave way to impassioned debate. They spoke of Lu Zhuyu, the great card master, who was secluded crafting mythical cards to summon spirits to counter the iron monsters from Kaha Star. That Moryun and Kaha, one with metal attribute, one would they have plenty of weaknesses. Who gave them the nerve to cause trouble? We're too kind. If we don't crush them now, they'll never learn. When assembly time arrived, the instructors reluctantly dispersed back to their classes. The students were punctual, quickly finishing their meals and gathering on the training ground. The whistle sounded sharply, and the instructor ordered in a low voice, "Target, back mountain. Move out." They were now deep in Caning Mountain. Though no clear distinction marked front and back, for convenience the camp gate watchpoint was called the front mountain, and the forest preserve behind the training ground the back mountain. Passing through the fenced-off military training base, the group entered dense, shadowed woods. The instructors led each class separately, reshaping the formation from squares to 3 abreast, forming long lines weaving through thick underbrush. At first, the cadets were intrigued and excited, but complaints soon grew as they pressed deeper. One frowned and muttered, "Too many bugs, short sleeves were a bad idea." Another complained, "These leaves scratch my skin and itch like crazy." Suddenly, a shriek sliced through the noise. "Snake! Dodge!" A female cadet shouted, panic-stricken and uncontrolled, breaking ranks as she pushed desperately through the crowd to shield herself. She sobbed in distress, I am so scared of snakes." Tension and chaos swirled in the air. At that moment, the dangerous reality of their training pressed deeply into their bones. A sharp, piercing scream suddenly exploded right beside Xiao He's ear, making his mind spin in confusion. Before he could react, his body was pulled and staggered. A snake, a black snake about 1 to 1.5 meters long, marked with vivid red rings, was coiled beside a tree root. That snake was huge, looking fierce and venomous. It was urgent to get away. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos, and the formation fell into disorder. Instructor Wang Li's face turned completely dark this time. He walked to the section of the line where the commotion was, pointing at the screaming, panicked trainees one by one. You and all of you. 17 people in total. Step forward now. The trainees who were named were already fearful from seeing the snake, and now caught off guard by being singled out, but they dared not disobey, and reluctantly stood up. There was no cleared space in the forest, so the trainees had to stand among the wild grass and low bushes. Occasionally, little green caterpillars dropped from branches above, crawling onto shoulders and arms. Under the stern gaze of the instructor, no one dared move. They had to endure the discomfort of bugs crawling on them. At that moment, Wang Li pulled out his personal terminal. The restless trainees noticed he seemed to be sending a message, which made everyone even more uneasy. After a short while, another instructor with a blank armband gracefully landed before Wang Li. Wang Li pointed at him. You may leave now. Follow him back to the military training base, pack up, and go home. The trainees who had been made to stand out gasped. The girl who had screamed earliest gathered her courage to protest. We were only afraid of the snake. We're fine hunting other strange beasts. Wang Li's voice was calm and steady, without anger, but beneath that calm lay a resolve that made the trainees understand this was over for them. Those who couldn't adapt to the wild environment would never become soldiers. If they withdrew now, they could return to normal studies and prepare for the college entrance exam like previous batches, rather than wasting time here. 17 people left right after entering the mountain. So far, 32 class, a full roster of 100, had already lost 25. Xiaohe looked at the snake that had driven away 17 people. He drew his sword, and with a swift strike severed its head. It was a red-eared snaky and non-venomous beast, not even an abnormal one. Yet this harmless snake had frightened 17 trainees away. Xiaohe didn't know what expression to wear. Finally letting out a long sigh, and pushing the matter from his mind, it wasn't much concern of his. He just thought the whole scene was quite theatrical. The disturbance hadn't reached He at the front of the formation. He didn't move forward to intervene or try to control everything. The instructor still hadn't returned to the front, so he didn't wait, but went ahead. Two others glanced at each other and followed. The three of them formed a line, leading the way with the rest lining up behind. Suddenly, an unusual rustling came from the bushes ahead. He stopped, raising his hand to halt the two beside him. He whispered, "Something's moving." The formation immediately froze. For a makeshift class with little cohesion, such sudden silence could mean chaos was about to break out. He thought this through, but had no better plan. He quietly instructed the two, "Tell those behind, don't make noise or move around. Pass the word down." Then, he lifted his axe and stepped lightly forward toward the sound. He was sure it wasn't an ordinary creature, but one of the abnormal beasts. He could tell the difference between normal and abnormal animals. The spiritual energy of ordinary creatures is weak and chaotic, while that of exotic beasts is concentrated and orderly. Once someone's spiritual power reaches the first tier, they can instantly tell the difference. Although he couldn't make out exactly what it was, he felt a neat and pure spiritual energy. Just as he cautiously approached, a jet-black rabbit with emerald green eyes suddenly leapt out from the bushes, the first-tier exotic beast, known as the Qingmu rabbit. The group behind him immediately burst into exclamations. He quickly raised his axe, channeling his spiritual energy, as if activating a card. Every movement of the Qingmu rabbit was clearly etched in his vision, even the brief instant it hovered midair during a jump. Seizing this fleeting moment, the Xianhua axe slammed down with force. Bang! The rabbit's head was cleaved cleanly in one blow, flesh and blood spraying as it hit the ground. It didn't even have time to activate its innate skill, falling leaf darts. He's response was swift and decisive, relying entirely on his finely honed spiritual perception to track every detail of the beast's movement, combined with his quick reflexes to perfectly time the strike. For ordinary students facing this Qingmu rabbit, dealing with it is nearly impossible. You need lightning-fast reactions to dodge the sudden, darting leaf projectiles coming from any direction, while also preventing the rabbit from escaping. The Qingmu rabbit's incredible leaping ability, agile form, and speed mean that lower-tier card masters almost never catch one. A pure source energy surged into He's body from the fallen prey. He paused, crouching down to carefully collect materials from the Qingmu rabbit using a blank card. The only usable material was its heart. Peeling back the chest, a clear, green, crystal-like heart came into view. He gently pressed the blank card against it, and the card instantly transformed into name, Qingmu rabbit heart. Type, material card. Quality, attribute, wood. Note, can temporarily control surrounding leaves. This is just an ordinary Qingmu rabbit heart. He stored the material card and picked up the rabbit's corpse. Let's go. The students nearby stared at the rabbit in his hands, then at him, then back at the rabbit, exchanging looks in disbelief before exclaiming, "That's a first-tier exotic beast Qingmu rabbit. You just killed it that easily?" He returned to the team, casually replying while walking, "Just lucky. I hit it right at the moment it jumped." The classmates whispered enviously, "If I'd known, I would have gone for it myself." He ignored them, focusing instead on sensing the surge of source energy within his body. Killing a Qingmu rabbit earned him roughly 5 units of source energy, enough to offset 2 hours of cultivation costs. At this rate, killing a dozen more would push him beyond the first tier. At that moment, Wang Li couldn't hide his astonishment. If he wasn't mistaken, this kid's spiritual power had reached at least 3 hertz. While 3 hertz spiritual power isn't uncommon for a second-tier card master, this kid hadn't even broken through the first tier yet. How is that possible? Filled with doubt, Wang Li took out his terminal and found Zhou Bin in the coach group chat, then messaged him privately. Do you think it's possible to have source energy below first tier, but spiritual power at 3 hertz? Zhou Bin quickly replied, aren't you in charge of the class? Why the sudden confusion? Wang Li insisted, I'm not crazy. There's a 0-tier student here with spiritual power of at least 3 hertz, killing Qingmu rabbits like it's a game. Zhou Bin responded with 3 question marks. Wait for me. We'll come over and check. After confirming his location, Wang Li summoned his vehicle card one-leaf skiff, hopped on, and sped through the forest. Soon Zhou Bin arrived overhead, stowing away his vehicle card and free-falling. Just before landing, tendrils of vine instantly shot out from his hands, wrapping around nearby trees. With a powerful tug of his wrist, he altered his falling trajectory, skillfully softening the impact. Precisely, he swung right up to Wang Li. With a stern face, Wang Li questioned, fun, huh? Zhou Bin answered seriously, fun. Are you immature, or what? Wang Li was at a loss for words. Zhou Bin laughed. You don't understand the thrill of freefall, nor the joy of swinging through the trees. Wang Li was utterly speechless. The two had just exchanged some sharp words when Zhou Bin eagerly asked, is what you said just now true? It's true. Wang Li's expression immediately turned serious. I'm sure his mental power is at least 3 hertz, though we still need to run more precise tests to get the exact value. At least 3 hertz? Zhou Bin raised an eyebrow. Jihe, come here. Wang Li barked sternly. Jihe approached, puzzled, still holding the rabbit in his hand. Try using your mental power. Wang Li addressed him directly. Jihe froze for a moment, clearly not expecting the instructor to call out his secret so bluntly. He didn't hide it, and immediately focused, channeling his mental energy. Zhou Bin gaped in astonishment, eyes wide, hadn't imagined Jihe's mental power would be that high. All right, you can go back now. Wang Li gestured for Jihe to leave. Jihe hurried back to the group. So what do you think? Zhou Bin couldn't help but ask. His name's Jihe. Among those from Qilin City, he's the most likely to pass the training camp. Wang Li replied. No wonder Zhou Bin tried to squeeze out a look that said I knew it. But as soon as he did, his expression betrayed him. No wonder my foot. Where the hell did this freak come from? I've never heard of anyone like this before. Suddenly, Wang Li remembered the 2 big shots they knew. We might not know, but maybe someone else does. That reminder immediately made Zhou Bin think of the 2 top leaders from Huajing University. Students at Huajing are rare geniuses with broad horizons and extensive knowledge. Plus, they normally deal with the absolute cream of talent in Qin Kingdom, so they might have heard about these strange mental powers before. With that in mind, Zhou Bin pulled out his terminal, looked up Chia's number, and dialed. After a moment, the call connected and came the tired, numb voice of Chia. Instructor Zhou, what's going on? Zhou Bin's heart tightened as guilt flickered through his mind, imagining what hardships the other might be facing. But the feeling passed quickly and he focused. I have a student here. He's a 0-rank source energy user, but his mental power has already reached 3 hertz. On the other end, Chia's voice jumped in volume. What did you say? Then a dull thud echoed the sound of a desk being slammed, and soon after, Shun Qingyuan's urgent voice came through. Is what's happening? What's going on? Chia shook his head and put the call on speaker. What exactly did you say about that student? Zhou Bin steadied his voice and repeated the information clearly. Silence fell for a moment on the other side, followed by a few sharp intakes of breath. Then quiet, low voices began a discussion. Shun Qingyuan sounded astonished. A 0-rank mental power over 3 hertz? What kind of freak is that? I've heard that some top students in the card-making sect can exceed 1 hertz at 0 rank, but 3 hertz, that's unheard of. Chia chimed in. With mental power that high, shouldn't he lose control of his body? Shun Qingyuan recalled. I remember Professor Zheng from the card-making sect researched this topic. Out of curiosity, I read some related papers. The conclusion was that people born with extremely high mental power have bodies that automatically adapt to handle it. Their mind and body can exceed normal limits, so usually they don't lose control. Chia pondered. So that means the really elite card-making students naturally have bodies capable of withstanding high mental power? Shun Qingyuan sounded incredulous. Then are card-making students the strongest of all? Chia countered. Haven't you taken the Spirit Rune course? Don't you know how damn hard it is to memorize those crooked, chaotic runes that look like they've been tainted by evil gods? And how hard it is to cultivate mental power? The card-making sect is so small because it's just that difficult to learn. Shun Qingyuan laughed awkwardly. Yeah, whenever I see those students at school, they're always clutching books, muttering strange spells under their breath. They seem to forget that card-making is supposed to be a top-tier major. From a distance, Zhou Bin and Wang Li stood behind Class 32, turning the speakerphone on and listening intently. Qi suddenly realized the terminal was still on a call. He said to Zhou Bin on the other end, wait a moment, I'm going to call a friend in the card manufacturing department. They have more in-depth research on psychic powers and might know some insider information that's not public. Without hanging up, he turned to Shin Yuan and said, "Let me borrow your terminal for a bit." Shin Yuan pulled the device from her desk and handed it over. Qi Yi skillfully dialed a number, a subtle, knowing smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Did you actually memorize that person's number?" Shin Yuan nodded, saw it twice, and remembered it. "You animal," she muttered under her breath. Qi Yi ignored her and kept his eyes glued to the screen, patiently waiting for the call to be answered. The phone was answered quickly, a weak voice coming through the speaker. "Hello? Chu Lin, I need to ask you something." "Qi Yi, what's up?" The voice sounded tired. "Has your card manufacturing department ever encountered a zero-level psychic breakthrough reaching 3 Hz? No." The voice held a note of disbelief. "What kind of magical realism is that? I know a kid who's exactly like that." Qi Yi's tone was calm. There was a silence, then the sharp scrape of a chair moving abruptly, and Chu Lin's voice rose suddenly. "Are you serious?" Qi Yi smiled with a hint of teasing. "Interested? Of course. Master Lu Zhuyu only had 2 Hz at 0 level to start. Are you saying someone has an initial psychic power higher than Master Lu?" Shin Yuan couldn't help but interject. "Master Lu had 2 Hz at 0 level? Never heard of that. There's no need to publicize that, it would just crush kids' confidence. But everyone in the card manufacturing circles knows. It's just not made public," Qi Yi explained. Shin Yuan nodded in understanding. "Where are you located again?" "Shilin City, Donglin Province." "Why ask? Planning to come over?" Chu Lin chuckled bitterly. "I wish I could, but I'm in charge of military training in Yunqing, can't leave. They'll call my mentor Thuff might be interested in seeing it himself." "Who's your mentor?" "Professor Zheng Yuanqi." "All right, no more talk. I'll hang up first." Qi Yi returned the terminal to Shin Yuan, grabbed his own device, and asked, "Did you hear everything?" "Yes," Zhobin summarized. "There's nothing wrong with the kid. Just insanely gifted, a freak of nature. Can't argue with that." Qi Yi answered, casually ending the call. Zhou Bin and Wang Li exchanged glances, then their eyes both fixed on Ji He, as if they'd just discovered some rare treasure. "So there really is a person like that in the world," Zhou Bin muttered in awe. "That's something new." "Enough, we figured things out. Keep a close eye on him." Zhou Bin patted Wang Li on the shoulder. "You heard just now, this kid's talent even surpasses Master Lu Zhuyu. Don't let him cause trouble on our watch." Wang Li grabbed his arm. "You're leaving? Why stay? I'm responsible for 40 classes. I can't hang around here all day." Wang Li worried silently. This kid was so precious, what if something happened to him? Zhou Bin brushed it off. "Don't worry. The supervisors didn't say anything. Just normal training. There aren't any death risk quotas in this drill anyway." Wang Li thought it over and finally let go. "True." Zhou Bin summoned his vehicle and vanished from sight in an instant. Wang Li rejoined the group, his gaze drifting repeatedly toward Ji He without meaning to. Feeling the hot gaze burning down his back, Ji He's mouth twitched involuntarily. Does it ever end? It had been 2 hours, and the stare showed no sign of tiring. Someone nearby noticed too. "Ji He, has Coach Wang been staring at you the whole time?" Someone whispered. Ji He lifted the little rabbit he was holding and forced a joke. "Must be because I'm just too outstanding." Although others had teamed up to hunt mutated beasts that morning, Ji He was the only one to take one down solo. He had thought about snatching other people's kills, but that would feel too forced and unnatural. He preferred to play it steady and focused on reaching the first-tier realm as quickly as possible. No need to leap ahead recklessly. That no-incident card was something he could never afford to reveal recklessly. "Stop. Time to eat." Wang Li's voice rang out, halting the group of busy trainees. Someone instinctively asked, "How do we eat?" "Forage and cook your own food. Assemble again in half an hour." As soon as he finished, groans erupted. "Ah, I don't know how to cook. How do I even find ingredients?" Some even eyed the successful hunter's prey plaintively. "Can you share a bit of yours?" Fellow classmates glanced at Ji He. "Eat together?" Ji He firmly refused. "No way. One little rabbit, how can you split that between so many? Would I even get any?" Nobody got mad, just disappointed as they drifted apart. Ji He's resolute and decisive tone actually eased the awkwardness. Some too shy to say no returned to the woods to keep foraging. Suddenly, Ji He called to Xiao He nearby. "He, want to eat together?" The teammate head just rejected barely moved before turning back, surprised. Ji He waved him off. "He's my buddy, double standards, clear as day." A few around chuckled. "You really know how to play it." But no one was truly upset. Ji He was like that, clear boundaries between friends and others. He was straightforward and sincere with friends, never pretending or slacking off, so he wasn't disliked. Those who resented him, he didn't bother with. If you couldn't get along, no point forcing it. Watching this, Xiao He sighed admiringly. "You really are something." The richness of Chinese was captured in that layered joke, making it amusing in its own right. Ji He casually tossed the rabbit to Xiao He. "Help me get it ready." Since the ingredients came from Ji He, Xiao He couldn't just eat for free. Holding the beginner's sword he had received yesterday, he clumsily skinned and gutted the rabbit. Wang Li hadn't called everyone to stop at random. There was a small stream nearby perfect for a break. Xiao He carried the roughly butchered meat to the creek to wash it. The the crimson blood swirling downstream until the water ran clear again. When Xiaohe returned, the campfire was already going but no lighter was available. Ji had sparked the fire by rubbing his hands together vigorously. Watching the flames, Xiaohe grabbed some sticks and skewered the meat chunks to roast over the fire. Grilled rabbit sounds not too bad, he mumbled awkwardly. The reality was that the pieces were cut too large, so the outside burnt while the inside remained raw and without proper bleeding. The meat still tasted strongly of blood. Ji bit into a piece of half-raw, charred meat and couldn't help but complain. You're terrible at this. Xiaohe grimaced and sighed. Ingredients were limited, and it's my first time cooking. What can I do? Ji smiled, then practice more. Xiaohe managed a bitter laugh. Let's just get by for now. Next time, we'll have Fan cooks really skilled. Ji swallowed hard and didn't argue. Fair enough. In his mind, he wondered how the others were faring. Could Suan manage to find anything to eat on his own? Yang Suan, nagged on by Ji, stood awkwardly holding a crossbow bolt, staring down at the little sparrow he had just shot. He wasn't sure what to do next. Looking at the tiny bird's lifeless body, he silently wondered, how am I supposed to handle this now? Far away at base 3, Su Yifan was in a much better situation. He had hunted a deer and ordinary animal, but enough to feed 7 or 8 people for a while. Though he had no seasonings, Su Yifan's cooking skills were impressive. He grilled the fresh venison until its crust was crispy while the inside stayed tender, filling the air with mouth-watering aroma. Slowly, a crowd gathered in layers around the fire. A few novices at roasting meat grew from awkward to skilled in the short time they had, and by the end, Su Yifan had earned the title of experienced roast master. Back at base 3, Lin Nangxing's scene was entirely different. She had chosen a dagger as her weapon, small, light, and easy to handle. Knowing she wasn't strong in combat, she understood a dagger suited her best. Using it, she managed to wound a grade 1 Biasta flying rock chicken. Though she too was injured, she had achieved her goal. Just as she was about to deliver the killing blow, a male classmate, Lu Xiaoyu, suddenly charged forward and smashed the flying rock chicken's head. A dispute over who owned the prey broke out immediately. Lu Xiaoyu, I killed it. This is my prey, Lin Nanxing said calmly and firmly. You ran off when it flew over. Only came back after I badly injured it. This is outright theft. Lu Xiaoyu refused to listen, responding irritably, don't be shameless. I killed it, so it's mine. The students watching took sides. Some criticized Lu for stealing, others blamed Lin for not protecting the prey better, while most just enjoyed the drama without taking a clear stance. Seeing that Lu had no intention of reasoning, Lin Nangxing's eyes suddenly grew sharp. Her dagger flipped swiftly and decisively, stabbing Lu Xiaoyu's hand as he reached for the beast. Caught unprepared, the blade pierced straight through his palm, blood spurting like a fountain. A piercing scream shattered the air. The onlookers were shocked by Lin Nangxing's ruthless decisiveness. You. Lu Xiaoyu looked up in terror and rage, locking eyes with Lin Nangxing's cold, resolute gaze. You don't have the guts to face the beasts, but dare steal from classmates. Do you think beasts will hurt you, but classmates won't? Lin Nanxing showed no concern for the blood dripping from her dagger as she bent down to pick up the fallen flying rock chicken. I won't let my prey be stolen. The instructor, who had been quietly observing, furrowed his brows when he saw Lin Nanxing unhesitatingly wound a classmate. He remembered the girl from yesterday, her eyes nearly shut, yet somehow forced herself to stay awake through excruciating pain. Her movements were sharp and efficient. He even noticed blood seeping through her pant leg. She had pressed herself hard enough to draw blood just to keep control. Lu Xiaoyu collapsed in fear, crying as the instructor with the blank armband led him away from the training ground. The other students exchanged looks filled with fear, disgust, and a mix of trepidation. Predictably, Lin Nanxing was ostracized by the group, becoming the ruthless outcast everyone kept their distance from. Meanwhile, at base 25, Chen Chun was deftly twirling a pair of amei needles between her fingers. The slender weapons flipped nimbly, mesmerizing the nearby girls. Have you practiced before? Someone asked curiously. Chen Chun nodded. I thought they looked cool and concealed well, so I practiced for a while. The girls agreed they were indeed beautiful, and some even felt tempted to try them out. Chen Chun, time to eat. A girl with a well-proportioned figure called from near the fire. Coming. Chen Chun replied, walking over. Her luck wasn't great. She hadn't encountered any beasts all morning, but she was fortunate enough to have people willing to feed her. She took a couple of bites from the first girl, then was called over by another for a few more. With her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, Chen Chun swallowed the food and sincerely praised, delicious. The girl feeding her immediately lit up with joy. Lunch break ended abruptly, and the instructor showed no concern for those who hadn't finished eating, immediately ordering the unit to form up and march forward. Even past mid-afternoon, there was still no word of a return order. A sudden unease rose in Ji's heart. Could the instructor really be planning to have them spend the night in this wilderness? It turned out her suspicion was spot on. With no preparation at all, clad only in their current uniforms and armed with a single weapon each, not a single tent or sleeping bag in sight, an entire squad of over 70 was being sent to camp out under the open sky. The forest was dense with plants, snakes, insects, rodents, and ants lurked everywhere. Night brought a sharp drop in temperature, and the threat of nocturnal beasts and restless spirits prowling nearby. This harsh environment practically denied them the basic right to sleep. The instructor's voice was cold and harsh. You may now prepare your dinner and choose your sleeping spots. Stay within this forest only whether in the trees, on the ground, or constructing your own shelters is up to you, but do not leave. Assemble at the morning bugle call. Isn't the instructor insane? Someone whispered, complaining. How can anyone sleep here? With birds calling, cicadas buzzing, and beasts howling, it's too noisy. On the ground? We haven't changed clothes. We still smell of blood. You really expect us to sleep like that? One trainee sat down and tentatively touched some wild grass, only to spring up sharply, frowning at the sharp thorns. Another tried climbing a thick tree trunk. Though stable, the limited space and height left him too anxious to rest. He looked at the chaotic scene and called to Xiao He. Let's gather some branches and start a fire. Looks like there's no chance of a proper sleep tonight. The sky had yet to fully darken, and time was pressing. The two naturally paired up, collecting dry sticks and leaves while scouting for edible fruits and wild vegetables. After their raw meat meal at lunch, they steered clear of hunting any beasts, preferring to avoid unnecessary trouble. If they couldn't find enough fruit, they'd have to take their chances. He squatted, studying a cluster of red berries hanging on some shrubs, when Xiaohe's low voice came from behind. There's a luogene tree here. It burns well, we don't need too many dry branches. Come take a look at this. He called him over. Xiaohe had childhood interest in flora and fauna. Even though gaming had taken much of his time now, his knowledge remained. Up close, he immediately recognized it. These are siergua, thorn fruit. They're edible. He nodded and plucked one, popping it directly into his mouth. No dishes meant skipping formalities. The fruit was sour and astringent, but far preferable to undercooked raw meat. As they ate, they methodically stripped the tree of all its berries, licking their lips with bitter grimaces. Xiaohe, I'm still hungry. How about you? Me too. Both 17 or 18, at their peak appetites, yet wild fruit barely touched their hunger. With no other option, he lifted his axe and struck the luogene tree. A thick branch soon crashed down, which he slung over his shoulder to drag back. Xiaohe gripped his longsword tightly, eyes alert on a small nearby burrow, quickly stabbing 4 root-trap pests that darted out. In this forest, they faced the relentless challenges of wild nature and gnawing hunger without pause. Root-devouring rats survive by feeding on the woody energy within plant roots. They are among the few small beasts in the forest with clean bodies and almost no odor. The two of them avoided the noisy spots where most classmates gathered and walked to a sparse clearing. He put down the luogene wooden branch in his hand and began swiftly clearing the weeds on the ground, clearly aiming to make a neat space. Meanwhile, Xiaohe was still busy preparing ingredients, his sword blade producing faint sounds as it sliced through the food. He glanced at him secretly, saw he was absorbed in his work, and quickly looked away. Xiaohe would rather keep busy with small tasks than sit still to prepare the food thoroughly. He finished tidying the clearing efficiently, then picked up an axe and chopped the luogene branches into neat piles of firewood. He lit some dry twigs, and the flames quickly sprang up. Carefully stacking the luogene wood on the fire, he made sure the fire was steady before sitting beside it. Soon, Xiaohe approached, carrying 4 skewers of roasted root-devouring rat meat, and sat down next to Jihe. Jihe took 2 skewers and slowly roasted them over the flames. The forest night was far from quiet. Wind rustled through leaves, cicadas chirped in the distance, and muffled voices occasionally drifted in. The crackling fire blended with these sounds, making the open woods feel calm and steady, as if offering a sense of peace. Xiaohe's eyes fixed on the skewers over the fire. Then he suddenly asked, Box, are you planning to take the Huajing University entrance exam? Jihe glanced at him and then looked away. Yeah, why? Xiaohe didn't answer right away, falling silent. Huajing University, a top-tier school, no longer cared only about test scores. It assessed overall abilities and selected the best applicants. In their small town Xiaolin, no one had passed Huajing for over a decade. Having grown up with Jihe, Xiaohe knew just how strong he was and believed he absolutely had a chance. Proud for his friend, he also felt a twinge of sadness they might grow apart and soon not even see each other's backs. Jihe turned to look at him again, barely believing his eyes. He, are you crying? The firelight showed Xiaohe's slightly reddened eyes. He looked away, lips pressed tight, voice low. Box, I won't get into Huajing. He bit into the roasted rat meat he was cooking. Suddenly, his expression changed, his brow furrowed as he chewed something hard to swallow. But he forced it down and patted his chest, as if unfazed. I know. It's not just you, even Lin Nanqing isn't sure. Forget about you guys. Lin Nanxing's academic scores were good on paper, but lacked competitiveness otherwise. In Qin State, thousands took exams yearly, and talent was everywhere. It was extremely difficult to outshine one's peers in every way, much less qualify to apply for Huajing University. He took another bite, determination in his eyes. Not getting in is fine. We can fight our way in. Xiaohe was stunned, not quite catching on. What? Before Ji he could answer, he realized it himself. You mean, the National Martial Arts Exam League? Ji he nodded. The exam league is for teams of 6 perfectly designed for us as a stage. At first, Xiaohe felt excited hearing this, but his brows soon knit together. But if we join the Martial Arts Exam League, we can't take the academic entrance exam. Compared to students from wealthy big cities, they had no advantages. In previous years, the top 10 spots in the league were almost always swept by candidates from big cities and influential families. The National Martial Arts League competition is set to kick off at the start of the second semester of senior year. The rules are strict. Students must form their own teams, obtain consent from their guardians, and get school approval before they can register. From city-level contests to provincial, then regional, and finally the national stage, this path to advancement intimidates countless participants. But the rewards are equally enormous. Once you reach the national competition, the world's top universities come knocking with offers. Want to get into Huajing University? You have to rank in the top 50 nationwide. The numbers are staggering: 35,000 cities globally, nearly 100 million candidates, and about 10 million sign up every year. These aren't just random players. 99 are the best fighters from their respective regions. Given Qin Kingdom's huge population, the competition is unimaginably brutal. They have resource advantages, but you've got me, Ji he said with a relaxed tone, though his eyes were unusually serious. Xiaohe's face immediately twisted. Are you joking? He had confidence in Ji he's abilities, but not enough to believe he could carry 5 others single-handedly. I'm not joking. I'm serious. Xiaohe knew Ji he well. Seeing that look, he dropped the teasing. You're aiming to take the written college entrance exam. Huajing University is almost guaranteed. No need to take this risk. Relaxing his posture, the lazy vibe beneath his military uniform resurfaced. We're friends. You don't have to bear the weight of our futures. Friends are friends. If you become a burden, I'd feel embarrassed even calling us friends. Hearing such heartfelt words from Xiao, he left Ji he both helpless and touched. He pondered how to respond. A plan to create mythology cards unlike those from the gods of this world. And these cards he wanted to entrust to the people before him. Actually, I had a strange experience. Ji he chose his words carefully. What kind of experience? Xiaohe was intrigued. The other day when I was handing out your illumination cards, remember Star asked me how I broke through spirit power level 1? Xiaohe nodded. That's true. Well, not just level 1, I actually surpassed level 3. Xiaohe suddenly stood up. What did you say? Ji he hurriedly pulled him back down. I said I didn't just break level 1, I broke level 3. Xiaohe sat down, shocked. He knew Ji he wouldn't lie about something like this. Spirit power tests reveal themselves immediately. How did you do it? That day Star asked me, and I told him the renovation noise was too distracting, got me all annoyed. Then I broke through, right? Yeah. The truth is, I was making cards that day and accidentally fell asleep. Then, I had a dream. And then? Xiaohe pressed. I dreamed that I died. In the dream, the carving knife stabbed my heart. I thought for sure I was dead. But the protective talisman I always wear shattered. The wound instantly healed, and I woke up. Xiaohe went speechless. His expression was complicated. What exactly are you trying to say? When I woke up, the talisman had actually disappeared. It had been hanging solidly around my neck before I fell asleep. How could it be gone? Ji he's emotions suddenly surged, his voice tinged with uncontrollable anxiety. He took several deep breaths, as if forcing himself to calm down, then lowered his voice, which now trembled just faintly. Since then, my mental power has broken through level 3, and my mind has gained a lot of new knowledge, how to put it, like actual information. It feels like, with this stuff in my head, I can create incredibly powerful cards. Xiaohe listened to his story, his expression constantly shifting. In the end, he wasn't sure what reaction to show at all. He reached out to touch the back of Ji he's neck, confirming that the talisman's cord really was gone. Ji he had worn that talisman for 4 or 5 years, and had never taken it off before. Could everything he said actually be true? It sounded unbelievably strange. You mean that talisman not only saved your life, but also implanted a huge amount of crucial knowledge inside your mind? Xiaohe muttered, his thoughts momentarily swirling in confusion. Ji he nodded firmly, his expression resolute. Exactly, Xiaohe. He cradled his head, the 2 strings of rotating mouse skewers in his hand already tossed into the fire, leaving only the glow reflecting on his flushed face. Don't talk. Just give me some time to recover. His voice was low and heavy. All right. Ji he put aside his doubts and focused on gnawing the sizzling grilled mouse meat. Watching Xiaohe's nearly existential look of disbelief, the meal somehow seemed easier to eat. After finishing the 2 rotating mice, Ji he glanced at the scorched remains in the fire, the meat reduced to ashes. He then strode into the forest and nimbly caught a vine snake. Using a blank card, he captured the material vine snake tail, then skinned the rest and hung it up, handing it to Xiaohe. Name vine snake tail. Type material card. Quality. Attribute wood. Features softer and tougher than an ordinary snake tail. Note just a regular vine snake tail. Don't lose it again, it's a hassle. Xiaohe accepted the snake tail, letting out a soft "oh," his eyes vacant as he stared at the cooled skewer in his hand, slowly coming back to his senses from the shock. Hesitantly, he asked, "So you can make lots of cards from that knowledge?" He nodded decisively. "A lot." Silence spread between them. Xiaohe's gaze began to brighten, and his mood lifted. Tentatively, he smiled and said, "Then let's go compete in the national tournament together." Those words came from Xiaohe surprisingly boldly. He knew well that powerful cards came with huge price tags and few buyers. But rather than reject Ji's offer out of insecurity, he wanted to experience the vast, star-studded world alongside Ji and their unbeatable team. Ji saw the spark in Xiaohe's eyes and laughed aloud. "Yeah, when the team next gathers, we'll tell them about this. I'd love to see their faces when they hear your incredible story." Xiaohe was excited, almost impatient. He thought to himself that this time had been stunned, but none of the other 4 team members would get off easy. They smiled at each other, laughter swelling between them. "Ha ha." As the laughter faded, Xiaohe pulled 4 material cards from his waist pouch. Name: hard root rat tooth. Type: material card. Quality: attribute earth. Feature: harder than normal teeth. Note: just a regular root-eating rat tooth, collected by killing the root rats. He handed them to Ji. "Here. From now on, when I hunt monsters, all the materials I collect will go to you." The air shimmered with the warmth of the campfire and the heat of anticipation. Together, they began weaving a new radiant chapter of their future. Ji took the material card that Xiaohe handed over. These ordinary 1-star material cards would sell to card shops for roughly 300 yuan each, including about 200 yuan to cover the cost of the blank card itself. That meant the actual material value gained from a single 1-star beast was only around 100 yuan. Though the profit was modest, the hunting challenge wasn't easy either. Ji thought to himself, "I don't have many types of material cards anyway, so having a few more is fine. It's a good chance to practice." Seeing that Ji didn't refuse, Xiaohe sighed in relief and shrugged. "Which type of material card do you want? Insect type revenants?" Without hesitation, Ji replied, "Insect type revenants." Xiaohe sat up straight, surprised. "You already have card ideas in mind?" Ji nodded, about to speak, when suddenly a piercing scream came from nearby. "Osteel claw tiger. Run. Aya, don't leave me behind." "Instructor. Where's the instructor? Help." Panicked footsteps scattered in all directions, mixed with cries of pain and terror. Obviously someone was hurt. Ji quickly sprang forward, gripping his weapon tightly as he charged toward the sound. Xiaohe tightened his hold on his longsword and followed closely. A few classmates rushed toward them at full speed. Ji shouted loudly, "Don't scatter. Steel Claw Tiger is only first rank. If we work together, we can kill it." But the fleeing students didn't look back. They sped off into the distance. One of them muttered angrily, "Come on. Is a first-rank beast worth 100 luan the same as one worth 200 luan?" Ji smiled bitterly to himself. "Don't I know the difference between primary and intermediate? Night vision is limited, and beasts that come out at night tend to be even fiercer. Only if the beast encounters a group with fire sources does it keep away. Splitting up means one by one they become prey." He hefted his heavy xianhua, short axe, a solid 50 kilograms in his hand, and felt an indescribable sense of security. The weight gave him confidence. A fierce tiger roar pierced through the forest. Ji seemed to sense the anger in the sound. He didn't move away from the scattered companions, but instantly pinpointed the source of the danger. A steel claw tiger about 3 meters long and nearly 1.8 meters tall appeared in view. Its fur was tawny yellow, with narrow black stripes along the back and sides. An intermediate 1-star beast. Its claws gleamed with a metallic sharpness. The air reeked of blood, but there were no injured people or corpses nearby. Clearly, the tiger's furious roar was because it had just lost prey within its grasp. Anyone would be mad in its place, Ji thought. Suddenly, a sharp arrow tore through the air, striking the tiger's belly. Someone still hasn't fled. Ji looked toward where the arrow had come from and saw a figure calmly sitting about 4 meters up in a sturdy tree fork, hidden among dense leaves. Unfortunately, the arrow only grazed the tiger's skin, a thin trickle of blood slowly oozing out without causing serious injury. The steel claw tiger violently shook its body, dislodging the arrow to the ground. It roared in anger, then slammed its hind paws against the earth and lunged at Ji with a bloody gust of wind. Ji's focus sharpened. The tiger's movements were extraordinarily clear to him. He swiftly took a long step aside, twisting his body to dodge the pounce. As they brushed past each other, he swung his xianhua axe hard against the tiger's flank. Blood gushed out, splattering his face and hair. The steel claw tiger howled in pain, but the wound didn't slow it down. Instead, it fueled a fiercer, more savage rage. After landing, it quickly spun around and launched another attack on Ji. Ji's speed was clearly slower. He could only rely on his mental power to dodge within a small area, constantly seeking any openings to counterattack. But don't forget, Ji wasn't fighting alone. Although Xiaohe's mental power wasn't as strong and his battle insight wasn't as sharp as Ji's, he was clever and precise. Each of his strikes targeted moments when the steel claw tiger was unstable on landing or hesitating midair. Time and again, he eased Jihe's burden, gradually shifting the balance of the fight in their favor. Finally, when the steel claw tiger extended its sharp claw, rapidly growing to 30 centimeters, and suddenly swiped at Jihe, Xiaohe seized the moment from behind, thrusting his sword straight into the beast's abdomen. The 1.3-meter blade sank halfway into its flesh. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the tiger's limbs went weak and limp, and the massive beast collapsed heavily to the ground. Jihe swung his axe fiercely, bringing the blade down sharply on the tiger's neck. Roar! The steel claw tiger reluctantly closed its eyes for the last time. When the battle ended, Jihe sank down onto the ground with a thud. Although his movements weren't as large and vigorous as Xiaohe's, he had been constantly exerting his mental energy throughout, which was incredibly draining. Xiaohe was also exhausted, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily. After a brief rest, Jihe slowly rose, pulled out a blank card from his bag, and began extracting materials from the fight. Name: Steel Claw Tiger Claw. Claw type: Long Claw. Material card quality. Attribute: Metal. Special trait: Length can be freely controlled, max 30 centimeters. Remarks: An ordinary steel claw tiger's claw. Although only Jihe and Xiaohe participated in the battle, quite a few people had been watching. As the fight ended, some had rushed back, their eyes shifting between the massive tiger corpse and the sweaty, out-of-breath Jihe and Xiaohe. They were speechless with shock. Being about the same age, they had heard that encountering a mid-tier first-stage beast meant running away in panic. Yet some were able to stand their ground heated. The gap was overwhelmingly vast. While this fight ended, multiple battles simultaneously broke out elsewhere in the forest. Those who had fled earlier returned, bringing beasts with them. Jihe couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it. There was no time to catch his breath, was forced to fight one battle after another, pushing on until late into the night before finally pausing for a moment. Jihe and Xiaohe slumped against the same large tree, exhausted and limp like two puddles of mud. Their heavy, rough breathing was all that could be heard. What beasts, not even giving us a single break, Jihe gasped, cursing. Xiaohe's voice was weak. With so much action the first half of the night, there's no way the instructors aren't behind this. It's like they're trying to drive everyone away. Jihe nodded. Both fell silent, too tired to say more. Some had already broken down crying during the earlier fights, begging to leave. After tonight's ordeal, fewer than a dozen remained steady enough to keep going. After a while, Jihe struggled upright, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind to enter a meditative state. Xiaohe stared in disbelief, surprised he could summon such strength. Jihe remained immersed, silent, and unresponsive. Xiaohe couldn't help but curse back. You're the real beast. His tone was full of anxiety and respect. Driven by urgency, he joined the meditation too, trying to restore his mental power. The meditation was remarkably effective. The next day, when the whistle blew, Jihe and Xiaohe were the two in the best shape. As expected, early that morning more than 60 people collectively applied to quit the military training. The rest exchanged uneasy glances. Even two who had planned to stay wavered and followed suit. Only 11 remained in Class 32 by the end. Though most had left, Commander Wang Li showed no hesitation, ordering those left to keep moving forward without mercy. Compared to the chaos of the first night, the second night was noticeably more orderly. Those who remained began to cooperate, developing a growing sense of teamwork. It was on this day that Jihe successfully broke through to the first rank during combat, instantly drawing everyone's attention, including the serious instructors who gathered around him. After that night, Xiaohe redoubled his efforts. Whenever he had free time, he was either meditating or fully immersed in training. Noticing this change and the motivation that came with Jihe's breakthrough, Jihe took the initiative to handle the cooking chores, preparing meals each day and calling Xiaohe over once they were ready. After several consecutive days of practice, Jihe's cooking skills improved, finally managing to cook meat properly, which lifted his spirits considerably. However, the training intensity didn't diminish. If anything, it increased. On the third morning, another 6 people dropped out, leaving 5 including Jihe and Xiaohe. That night, the number of attacking beasts surged. By dawn on the 4th day, the group was reduced to just Jihe and Xiaohe. Wang Li gathered the two and said, "Follow me. We're merging with another class." The summer military training camp originally had 19 classes, about 4,000 participants. By the 5th day, only 63 remained. What comforted Jihe was seeing Yang Xuan among those who endured. Once fair-skinned and plump, Yang Xuan had been battle-worn after several days, skin darkened by sun, covered in wounds, and noticeably thinner, but his face still showed determination and spirit. On the 6th day, only 47 remained. On the 7th day, just 23. Notably, that night Xiaohe also broke through to the first rank. By the 8th day, only 9 were left. On the 9th day, the number dwindled further to 6. That day, the instructors finally led these 6 back to the camp. 5 minutes left. Pack up and get ready to assemble, Jihe said as he rushed into the now empty dormitory. He grabbed his clothes from the wardrobe and stuffed them hurriedly into his backpack, almost packing while running, then raced back to the training ground. There stood Zhou Bin with a pile of belongings at his feet. He immediately spotted his own terminal and casual clothes. Once all six had gathered, Zhou Bin distributed everyone's belongings back to their owners one by one. Congratulations on completing the first phase of training. The second phase is about to begin. Line up and come up one by one, Zhou Bin announced, summoning a vehicle card called Leaf Boat. It was these youths' first time encountering a vehicle card. This small leaf-shaped vehicle could be controlled with just a thought, requiring no manual operation. The boys were amazed, their eyes naturally drawn to Ji He and Xiao He, the only two to have broken through to the first rank. Want to equip a vehicle card? Someone asked. ID like Tobit as first-rank fighters, we only get 3 skill slots. If we use one for a vehicle, there won't be enough left for other skills, came the cold reply, cooling everyone's enthusiasm. Indeed, it usually takes a third-rank cardmaster to equip vehicle cards. Amid the jokes, everyone understood there was another kind of person who could mount vehicle cards already at the first or second rank, those with wealth and influence who didn't mind wasting cards. They'd equip cards only when needed and remove them afterward, not worrying if the cards expired. Afterward, Zhou Bin led them around the other side of Caning Mountain. After an hour circumventing the mountain perimeter, they finally arrived at Shilin training camp. Seeing the neat, uniform buildings and wide training grounds, all six let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. Finally, they could live in proper houses. After spending a day in the tent and 8 full days sleeping outdoors, these usually pampered senior high school students felt like they were turning into wildlings. Now, finally, they were about to return to civilization. The boys climbed down from the small leaf-shaped boat, excitement lighting their faces as they rushed toward the gate. Zhou Bin unusually didn't stop them. After flashing his work ID to confirm their identities with the guard, he led the 6 boys into the training camp. Inside the camp, a rubber running track surrounded a neat patch of lawn that looked inviting enough to make anyone want to collapse and rest. The 6 were not the first to arrive. There was already a group of casually dressed boys frolicking across the grass. They were eager too, but with an authority figure present, none dared to act rashly. Zhou Bin glanced at them and joked, "All right, go ahead." Instantly, the boys shot forward like arrows, dashing onto the clean, well-kept lawn. The moment Ji He's foot touched the grass, he propped his hands behind his head and laid down without hesitation. After several days hunting exotic beasts, his spirit power had increased thanks to the no-event talisman, but the mental toll left him utterly exhausted. He could no longer hold on, desperately needing deep sleep. Questions about dormitory assignments, upcoming training, and even shower time faded into the distance as he immediately fell into a heavy slumber. Ji He slept soundly, but beside him, Xiao He and Yang Xuan sat cross-legged, quietly meditating. Suddenly, a familiar excited female voice called from afar, "Dehi, Anan." Xiao He opened his eyes to see a small girl bouncing energetically toward them. When Chen reached them, she noticed Ji He lying down. "Box is here too. Guess what? I've broken through to the first level. I'm officially a first-level caster now," she announced excitedly. Xiao He held out a hand to stop her from pouncing on Ji He. Breakthrough or not, no need to jump on him. Chen paid no mind and scanned the area. Yifan and Xing haven't arrived yet, right? They're here. Someone spoke from behind. Chen turned to see Su Yifan and Lin Nanxing approaching one after the other. Her eyes lit up as she smiled brightly. "Great, we all made it through." Lin Nanxing came closer, her gaze landing on Ji He as she frowned. "With all that noise, he didn't wake up? Weird, Ji He's the first to crash." Xiao He sighed. "Box is worn out. His spirit power's been drained too hard these past few days. Let him sleep." Lin Nanxing nodded in understanding. Su Yifan draped an arm over Lin Nanxing's shoulder, puffing out his chest proudly. "Xing and I are both first level now. How about you guys?" "Box and I are both first level too," Xiao He replied. "Me too," Chen added enthusiastically. Only Yang Xuan shook his head. "Not yet. I still need 3 or 4 more days." Lin Nanxing patted his shoulder. "You just recovered from your illness. Don't rush." Yang Xuan nodded, acutely aware of his own condition but not discouraged. Making it this far was already a victory. He couldn't fully explain how had endured if passed out a few times, and the instructors urged him to quit, but he grit his teeth and held on. They had all agreed not to fall behind. If he truly couldn't continue, there was no choice, but at this stage, as long as no one gave up, the instructors wouldn't eliminate anyone. As they chatted about their recent experiences, Lin Nanxing suddenly pierced the palm of a classmate with her finger, a clean, swift move that made everyone exclaim in unison, Xing, you're amazing." Chen lunged forward, and Lin Nanxing caught her steadily. Normally, she would lightly pat Chen's head, but seeing they had all just returned from the wild, unwashed, and with her hand still poised, she hesitated. Chen looked up at the hovering hand and suddenly understood, pouted, and said tearfully, Xing, you don't like me. You actually don't like me." Lin Nanxing sighed resignedly and lowered her hand. gently patting Chun Chin twice. No, I don't. Shun Qingyuan and Qi Yi stood at the edge of the training ground, their eyes fixed on the busy trainees hustling across the field, excitement making them crack their knuckles. The military training had gone on for 9 days, and now it was finally their turn. All 286 recruits were gathered together, but who would make it through to the end was still anyone's guess. Is Professor Zheng really coming? Shun Qingyuan asked Qi Yi quietly. Qi Yi nodded firmly, an uncharacteristic hint of excitement flickering across his face. Chu Lin said he'll arrive tonight. The professor wanted to come as soon as he got the news, but he's still tied up finishing another project. That's why it got delayed until today. He asked us to set him up with an advisor role so he can observe Ji He up close. In the past few days, Ji He's name had been appearing everywhere, like a gust of wind. Whenever Ji He made a move, Wang Li would report immediately when would his first-level power activate. How was his performance during training? How did he interact with others? What about his personality and conduct? Qi Yi and Shun Qingyuan knew Ji He's situation inside and out, even though Ji He himself hadn't noticed them. As the last batch of Bei soldiers arrived and took their places, Qi Yi cleared his throat sharply, his voice carrying over the loudspeaker system across the training camp. All trainees, form ranks on the field and assemble. The command echoed with a hint of urgent authority. Ji He was gently shaken awake by someone beside him. Still groggy, he heard the repeated call to assemble over the speaker. Reluctantly rubbing his eyes, he reached out to me, signaling, "Give me a hand." Su Yifan grabbed his wrist and gave a strong pull, helping him to his feet. Ji He stumbled along, supported by Xiao He and Yang Suan, until he was in position. Since no new arrangements were made yet, they remained with their original training squad. Li Xia looked at Ji He's drained expression in surprise. Why does he look so worn out? I've never seen him like this in the days we spent together. Wasn't he the one holding the line against those first-level intermediate beasts? Xiao He explained, his mind is totally drained. As soon as he relaxes, this is what happens. For days, the instructors released first-level intermediate beasts every day, and no one else could handle them. Only Ji He stood firm with his powerful mental strength, acting as the frontline tank to draw fire, letting the others counterattack from behind. Through those days of fighting side by side, the 6 of them had built a basic camaraderie and understanding. Just as the ranks finished organizing, a pair of young people in their early 20s walked out from the faculty office building, followed by 2 instructors. One was Zhou Bin, whom Ji He knew well. The other was a stranger, seemingly the chief instructor from another base. They were each carrying a box, sparking whispers among the students, guessing what might be inside. The young man made a quiet gesture, then the 2 introduced themselves. Hello everyone. I'm one of the chief coordinators of this training, a sophomore from the Combat Command Department at Huajing University. Qi Yi. I'm the other coordinator, also a sophomore from the Combat Department at Huajing University, Shun Qingyuan. No sooner had they spoken than a burst of admiration and envy broke out. Students from Huajing University. Combat Department. That major is so competitive. Only those who make it to the National Martial Arts League qualify. Combat Card Masters. So cool. The Huajing program needs scores over 700 plus physical tests. Senior Qi must be amazing. As the trainees grew more and more excited chatting among themselves, Qi couldn't help but straighten his face and bark sharply. Quiet. Once the 200 or so trainees finally settled down, Qi tilted his head slightly and signaled the 2 instructors behind him to start distributing the wristbands. The instructors carried boxes and handed them out one by one, starting from the front row. The wristbands were black, each embedded with a small electronic screen. Within 5 minutes, every trainee was wearing one. Qi then spoke, "These wristbands will serve as your ID for this training camp. They are linked to your personal information and can display your remaining points in real time. You'll earn points by hunting down abnormal beasts. The wristbands automatically scan the beast's vital signs to determine their grade and whether they've been killed, then tally your score. Basic level 1 beasts grant 5 points, intermediate level 20 points, and advanced level 50 points." He scanned the crowd and rested his gaze on Ji He, lowering his voice to continue. "Also, if any of you manage to successfully create a tarot card, handing that card in will earn you points. Our advisors will evaluate the card, with the minimum score being at least 100 points." Most of the audience looked on in disbelief. "Senior, are you serious? You honestly think a bunch of rising high school seniors can craft cards? I'd be happy if this military training didn't leave us mentally drained." Many thought to themselves. Only the 5 from base 12 looked determined. They knew Ji He's mental strength had already surpassed level 1, which wasn't a secret, and she practiced engraving cards deliberately every day. To them, Ji He was the most likely person to succeed. Qi Yi continued explaining the purpose of the points. Points can be exchanged for cards, rare materials, source energy growth liquids. One by one he listed the available items, and the eyes of the trainees gradually lit up, almost shining brightly by the end. He smiled slightly, suppressing the amusement at the corner of his mouth. You can also use points to purchase access time to training facilities like the meditation room, gravity chamber, and agility hall. Points can even be spent to consult teachers with problems encountered during cultivation. Xinqing Yuan summed it up. In short, work hard to earn points, rookies. Points can solve nearly 99% of the problems you're facing right now. These words deepened many people's impression of battle card specialists. The fighting type senior was indeed all about being straightforward and practical. After that, Qi Yi and another instructor outlined the upcoming training schedule. This phase would allow trainees a lot of autonomy. They could freely form teams and plan their cultivation, hunting, and study time. But to use auxiliary training facilities, points had to be spent, so they couldn't just rely on solo efforts forever. Dormitories were single occupancy, and everyone could choose their own room. Now that wristband binding is complete, you can head to the dorms. The binding process was simple. Input your name and student ID, undergo facial recognition, after which the wristband would beep with a ding, and display, trainee binding successful. Li Xia from the base spoke up. We've worked pretty well together these last few days, so why don't the 6 of us team up? That would make a perfect squad. His gaze settled mainly on Ji He and Xiao He, who had already broken through the first tier, showing obvious preference for them. However, his proposal received no response. Aside from Li Xia, the other two already had familiar teammates from their schools naturally. Old acquaintances were preferred. Ji He adjusted her wristband and shook her head. Xiao He and I have already formed our team. Li Xia was about to ask again when Xiao He interrupted. 6 members form a full team already. Li Xia's face couldn't hide his disappointment. What a pity. Ji He just smiled and waved. See you. Hope we get to work together sometime. The air carried a mix of helplessness and quiet anticipation. Wow, all 6 of us actually get to live next to each other. This is a first. Chen Chen exclaimed excitedly. Let me correct you. It's next door, not together. Xiao He smiled gently. Of course I know. But living next door is still rare. Opening the door and seeing you guys right away. How refreshing. Chen Chen's words were full of joy. It wasn't just her. The others were pretty happy too, though their expressions were more restrained. After considering everyone's opinions, they finally chose the room on the 2nd floor to the left of the stairs. It was convenient to get in and out, yet away from noisy areas. Ji He picked the innermost room for himself, no other reason, just because it was the quietest. He would need to retreat for a while to focus on making cards. Come over to my place after you finish showering. I have something to tell you, Ji He said in the hallway. Before his voice faded, several neighboring rooms answered in unison. Got it. Ji He couldn't help but smile as he took the door card off the handle and pushed open the door. Sunlight bathed the room, so lights were unnecessary during the day. Inside the 20 square meter space were a desk, a wardrobe, and a single bed. Next to the entrance was another door, the bathroom. The door card only opened the door. Water and electricity were available all day without needing to insert a card, which was very convenient. Ji He pulled out some fresh clothes from his backpack and couldn't wait to step into the bathroom. Before, outdoors, he had only managed to rinse his face in a stream, no toiletries, just one set of clothes, which he was thoroughly tired of. He washed carefully 3 times, taking half an hour, the longest bath he had ever taken in his life. Emerging felt like shedding a heavy shell. He was lighter, his expression brighter. Running his wet hair through his fingers, he opened the door and stepped out. He returned to the room, unpacked his card-making tools and various material cards, and neatly arranged them on the desk. After tidying up his clothes a bit, he sat down and cleared his mind, waiting for the other 5 to arrive. Su Yifan was the first to come, followed closely by Yang Suian, then Xiao He and Lin Nanqing, with Chun Chun arriving last. Each of them's hair was soggy and wild, their appearances barely recognizable. Besides Ji He's chair, there were no other seats in the dorm, but they didn't hesitate and all sat together on Ji He's single bed. Lin Nanqing was the first to ask, what do you want to talk about? Ji He got straight to the point. I want the 6 of us to form a team and sign up for the national martial arts competition. Except for Xiao He, who had already heard about it, the other 4 were hearing it for the first time, their expressions stiffening immediately. The small room fell into silence, filled only with breathing and faint heartbeats. After a while, Chen Shun was the first to respond. It's possible, sure, but wouldn't taking the literary exam route be safer for you and Nanqing with your grades? Lin Nanqing was the consistent 2nd-place student in their school, trailing Ji He by about 10 points, with 3rd place and below lagging far behind. She shook her head. Our situations are different. My grades only get me into good universities, but to get into top schools I have to pass physical tests. I can do that, but Ji He, she paused. He can apply to any top university he wants. Su Yifan and Yang Suian didn't respond immediately, instead quietly staring at Ji He, waiting for his explanation. Ji He glanced over each of their faces, relaxed with his hands clasped behind his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. Going alone feels lonely. Something this important, how could I leave you all behind? They looked at each other, the quiet in the room deepening once more. Lin Nanqing pressed his lips tightly, a subtle tension in his voice. We've been close friends since childhood. You're not a burden to me. If you have better options, don't settle for less, and don't compromise downward. His eyes reddened slightly, but his gaze was steady, filled with earnest advice. Ji He, youthful friendships are precious. but your future matters more. You can't give up on the best path. I'll chase after you with all I've got. I won't let myself fall too far behind. Just keep moving forward. You don't need to stop and wait for anyone. Chun Chin sniffled and leaned closer to Lin Nanxing, his voice choked with emotion. I don't want to be parted from you all, but being together can't come at anyone's expense. Su Yifan joined in the plea, frowning. Easy. What you're doing won't make anyone happy. ITLL just weigh down us young people with overwhelming pressure. We're too young to bear the full weight of someone else's entire future. At this point in the conversation, only Yang Suian and Xiao Hashang remained silent. Xiao Hashang turned his gaze toward Yang Suian. What do you think? Yang Suian carried an aura that seemed detached from his surroundings. His expression was somewhat blank, his speech slower than the others. His tone was gentle, yet carried an uncommon subtlety and depth. I believe in Jihe. He always thinks things through carefully and never gives advice without confidence. If he says we should take the martial arts exam, there must be a way to improve our scores. I don't know the specifics, but it definitely exists. Xiao Hashang gave a thumbs up. That's classic you, ain't it? The others noticed the slight change in Xiao Hashang's mood. Su Yifan grabbed the back of his neck in a warning tone. What exactly do you know? Xiao Hashang then looked at Ji He and raised an eyebrow. You talk or I talk? Ji He, you say it. Without missing a word, he repeated the bizarre encounter Ji He had described. Ji He nodded in confirmation. That's exactly it. What the hell? Su Yifan blurted out. What kind of fantasy story is this? Chen Chun was stunned. Knowledge uploads directly into the brain. Lin Nanxing was astonished. Can you make many cards from it? Yang Suian frowned. Though their expressions varied, their shock was unanimous. Ji He and Xiao Hashang exchanged sly grins, and as the others cast complicated looks their way, Ji He raised his hand in surrender and addressed their questions one by one. That knowledge truly uploads directly into the mind. I can make lots of cards, so many that even the three of us together couldn't use them all. I have a feeling cards made with this knowledge will be incredibly powerful, maybe even rivaling the legendary myth cards. After Ji He's explanation, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. No one doubted his words while he occasionally told lies. When it came to matters affecting everyone's future, he was always careful and sincere. I believe you. Wait a moment, I'll grab the material cards I've collected these past few days. Lin Nanxing said, then hurriedly returned to his room. Before long, he handed Ji He 3 material cards. I'll pay you with the materials I hunt myself. Even if the value isn't equal, I'll work hard to make it you panned, I definitely will. Lin Nanxing's gaze was firm, and his tone was serious and confident as he promised Ji He. Chen Chun, Su Yifan, and Yang Suian quickly followed suit. Tell us what materials you need, and we'll help you get them. For a time, the room was filled with a focused and sincere energy. Though some doubts lingered, more than anything there was a sense of hopeful anticipation and unspoken commitment to the future. Ji He slept soundly and woke up in the afternoon of the next day. He went out and called a few times, but the surroundings were silent and none of his companions were in sight. Returning to his room, he took out his terminal, where a message from Su Yifan appeared on the screen. We've gone to the mountains to hunt mutant beasts. We'll be back tomorrow. The handwriting was concise, without any idle chatter. Ji He thought to himself that he must have put considerable pressure on them. But that wasn't necessarily bad. Pressure often acts as motivation, pushing people to grow faster. He glanced down at his wristband screen and checked his remaining points 100. This was the basic allotment given to all new arrivals as a reward for completing the first phase of military training. He wasn't exactly sure how these points could be exchanged, so he decided to visit the Resource Exchange Center to take a look. During training, although he had deliberately searched for shadow spirit materials, strict inspections by the instructors meant most shadow spirits had already been wiped out. Shadow spirits were immune to physical attacks, which was a dead end for trainees like him who had no other means of offense. It was essentially impossible to gain useful experience that way. Fortunately, Ji He's spiritual power wasn't low. He had just broken through to the first stage. Using his spiritual power to lock onto targets and rudimentary source energy, he was more than capable of killing first stage or lower insect-type shadow spirits. Even so, he and Xiao He had only managed to collect 2 insect-type shadow spirit material cards, Shadow Spirit Giant Force Ant Antenna and Shadow Spirit Spotted Transparent Wing Bee Wing. Luckily, his father had helped prepare some high-grade first-stage material cards beforehand, including one called Shadow Spirit Golden Ring Poisonous Bee Body that he could use. Although the mutant beast's source energy was weak and only certain parts of their bodies could be harvested, stronger beasts yielded more valuable materials. The 3 cards he had on hand were clearly not enough, but Ji He wasn't about to waste time waiting for Xiao He and the others to return. The Resource Exchange Center was located inside an office building, separated from Ji He's dormitory by a training ground. Crossing the playground, he pushed open a large glass door on the left side of the building's entrance. Inside was a spacious, well-lit hall with a large directory hanging in the center. Ji He immediately spotted the location of the Resource Exchange Center. The building was simply arranged with not many functional zones. The exchange center was on the first floor. He opened the glass door behind the counter, where a large sign reading Resource Exchange Center hung prominently. Sitting behind the counter was a kindly-looking elderly man dressed in a dark traditional Qin-style robe, with silver-rimmed glasses that gave him an air of scholarly refinement. He was holding a book, which he leaned closer to see. Its title was Secrets and Analysis of Divine Spiritual Patterns, an advanced study of divine spiritual markings. For he, who was still a beginner, it appeared deeply profound. Feeling respect, he thought to himself that this consultant teacher was truly an expert in the field. The old man seemed to notice his presence and looked up, his face warm and eyes deep. His voice was gentle and welcoming. You seem quite knowledgeable. Young student, do you have any questions in this area you'd like to ask? He almost replied affirmatively, but wisely suppressed the impulse, saying instead, I don't have enough points yet, so I won't ask questions for now. I just wanted to see what material cards can be exchanged here. The old man's expression showed a hint of disappointment. He introduced himself, my surname is Zheng. Then he skillfully operated the screen on the counter. He politely responded with a greeting, hello, teacher Zheng. He. Zheng Yuanqi nodded and pointed at the screen. These are all the material cards you can exchange. Do you have a specific target in mind? He's eyes scanned the display, which listed over 30,000 types of material cards, a dazzling array of colorful options that overwhelmed the senses. She shook her head slightly, curiosity getting the better of her as she glanced a couple of times before quickly tapping open the filter, selecting the spirit category, then narrowing it down further to insects and bees. At last, she locked onto the card she wanted. At the top of the screen was a 3-star card priced at 500 points. He squinted, brows furrowing, but she quickly scrolled down to find 1-star cards priced at just 30 points. Relief visibly softened her expression. 30 points would allow her to exchange for 3 cards, so she carefully selected with clear purpose and caution the Spirit Wasp, Flowertail Poison Stinger, Spirit Wasp, Emerald Butterfly Bee Mouthparts, and Spirit Wasp, Sawtooth Bee Claw Stinger. She swiped her wristband to pay the points. Zheng Yuanqi tapped a few buttons on the machine, then a drawer dinged open. He pulled it out to reveal 3 neatly arranged cards and handed them to He. Curiosity prompted him to ask, are you making weapon cards? He paused, examining the material cards in her hands, then nodded knowingly. These kinds of material cards were typically used for crafting weapons by infusing them with special attributes. A bright, confident smile spread across her face, revealing flawless white teeth. No, Zheng Yuanqi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Top secret. He teased, playfully waving her hand as she put the cards away. Professor Zheng, I'm off for now. When I have more points, I'll definitely come find you for advice. Zheng Yuanqi was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled to himself. He was used to students behaving formally and tensely around him. His attempts to lighten the mood usually backfired until he gave up, resulting in an atmosphere quite unlike what he initially expected. But this kid seemed to bring a fresh energy. Maybe joining his team could breathe new life into it. Back in her dorm, he carefully laid out the blank card and the newly purchased material cards on the desk, her focus razor sharp. She took out a carving pen and knife, exhaled deeply, and began the delicate engraving, interweaving divine and shadowy runes, constructing a complex, 3-dimensional space beneath her hands. Source energy and mental power flowed together harmoniously, and the materials slowly infused into the spirit pattern like liquid. Stroke by stroke, she meticulously refined the intricate structure. Unconsciously, 10 strokes, 20, until 100. Sweat dotted her forehead as she poured intensive mental energy into the work. She was surprised crafting a 1-star card was so energy-consuming. She had no idea that normally a 1-star card used only 1 or 2 material pieces, rarely 3, while she was blending 6 at Ancia rarity. When over half her mental energy was spent, she finally infused the key material Spirit Wasp, Golden Ring Poison Body into the card. He let out a breath, knowing the hardest part was past. The rest would be relatively easier, though she still dared not lose focus. Time slipped away. Half an hour, 2 hours. One card after another. She fused all the materials until the last one, Spirit Wasp, Mighty and Antennae, was merged into the card's surface. The blank card gradually revealed a blurry silhouette of a wasp, though it was not yet truly complete. He closed her eyes, recalling the wasp's origins and powers in her mind. Her gaze sharpened as she concentrated her mental energy into the card. In an instant, her consciousness twisted and flipped suddenly. Before her eyes appeared an endless, empty space. This space stretched out boundlessly like a starry sky, dotted with countless tiny lights, dreamlike and surreal. He instantly understood this was the crucial step in card creation, filling in the card's background. Through his own will or by drawing on collective consciousness, he would grant the card its unique power. He began shaping the card's soul. The wasp, one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld, was the commander overseeing the souls of insect spirits. Legend said it loved sunlight and fed on nectar. Its image appeared clearly, a pair of sensitive antennae on its head, a deadly stinger concealed at its tail. Its body was a weave of black, yellow, and brown, covered with short fuzz, long toes tipped with sharp claws, powerful wings allowing swift, agile flight. When still, its forewings folded vertically, pressed tightly to its back, sharp and strong. Jihe's hand paused briefly, then quickly added the concept of the underworld. The underworld, also known as Yin Chao Di Fu, governed the realm of the dead, maintaining order among spirits and balancing yin and yang so the two worlds would not descend into chaos. This added profound spiritual weight to the card. As his thoughts coalesced, an invisible gaze pierced through the cosmic abyss and endless stars, as if cast from a distant divine realm, falling directly upon Jihe. In that moment, he felt utterly exposed. Even the faintest thoughts within him magnified and laid bare. Cold sweat broke out across his body as he realized this was a harsh divine test of his compatibility. The oppressive sensation of being watched felt nearly unbearable, but fortunately, the gaze came and went quickly. With a thunderous sound, the card burst forth into dazzling light. In the real world, such brilliance would be blinding. Yet here in the card space, Jihe remained undisturbed, his eyes fixed steadily on the card's surface. The wasp's image grew clearer and more three-dimensional, the lines delicate, every detail exquisitely lifelike. The moment the card fully formed, a faint but undeniable divine pressure radiated outward, inspiring awe in any onlooker. This awe was not due to mere power, but a difference in the very essence of life. The card's information gradually appeared. Name: Insect Conductor Wasp. Type: Mythic card. Rarity: Attribute: None. Card abilities: 1. The wasp cannot be targeted by physical attacks. 2. As a ghostly deity, spirits will not attack the wasp proactively. 3. The wasp can strike with its poisonous stinger, dealing damage to physical entities and double damage to insect-type units. 4. When facing insect-type spirits, it has a high chance to convert them into allied units. Note: one of the 10 marshals of the underworld. Jihe's gaze lingered on the note, puzzled. This is a mythic card? It didn't resemble a mighty god, but seemed somewhat fragile instead. Doubt crept in. Wo exactly believed in a deity like this? He sensed many unresolved secrets hidden behind that plain sentence in the note. The rune class had taught that card notes were automatically generated by the rule system during creation. Everything in all worlds and star realms was visible to these rules. Yet now, the rules themselves exposed an unknown loophole. If the system deemed the wasp a mythic card rather than a mere fantasy card, why was its origin impossible to trace? If it had no clear source, how could the rules classify it as mythic? These puzzles gave Jihe a splitting headache, draining his mental strength until his head felt ready to burst. He forced himself to endure the pain and pocketed the freshly created Insect Conductor Wasp card, then staggered back and collapsed onto the bed. His body lay motionless as his eyelids slowly closed. ZZZ box. Box. Wake up. A voice urged nearby, but his consciousness drifted farther away. How long had he been asleep? Someone was calling him awake so insistently. Had he truly been slumbering since that let's go moment? Jihe. The voice repeated over and over again. His body was being shaken, and Jihe frowned, his mind still foggy. The first word he managed to utter was hungry. The rich aroma of meat filled his nostrils, and Jihe abruptly opened his eyes. A large bowl of pork knuckle rice sat right before him, the glistening pork sprinkled with chopped scallions, steam rising invitingly. Behind the bowl, Yang Xuan watched him with worried eyes. Jihe grabbed the bowl in one swift motion, barely bothering to use his chopsticks properly, as he began shoveling the food into his mouth. The rice soaked in the savory meat juices, chunks of pork knuckle crunching beneath his teeth. How many days has it been since you last ate? Su Yifan stood leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression a mix of concern and disbelief as he watched Jihe devour the food. Non-stop fasting, Jihe mumbled through a swollen cheek, like a hamster with his mouth full. Su Yifan stormed over in frustration and smacked him on the back of the head. We've been traveling for a day and a night. How are you still not starving? MMPH. Jihe nearly face-planted into the bowl, but managed to steady himself, shooting Su Yifan a fierce glare. Wait till I finish eating. Su Yifan snorted, then called out the door. Jihe's awake. Soon, Xiaohe, Chen Chun, and Lin Nanqing squeezed into the room. Xiaohe, how did you let yourself get like this? Chen Chen frowned, studying Jihe's pale face and messy hair. Card crafting isn't a 1 or 2 day thing, no need to push yourself so hard. Lin Nanqing didn't say a word, just furrowed her brows as she observed Jihe. Among the group's chatter, Jihe finished the last grain of rice. Just as he was about to ask for water, Yang Xuan had already handed him a cup. He tilted his head back and gulped it down, then exhaled a long breath. Anin, you really saved my life. All right, tell us what happened, Lin Nanqing said. Card crafting is one thing, but no matter what, you have to eat properly. Jihe reached into his pocket and slapped a card down on the table with a sharp snap. See, the card you made? Xiaohe picked it up, golden filigree shining under the light. Of course I made it. Jihe lifted his chin, pride shining on his face. The others leaned in closer. Suddenly, silence fell over the room. Xiaohe's hand holding the card began trembling. DDO, I really see what I think I see. He gave a shaky laugh. I swear I just saw a mythic card. Ha ha. Two must be mistaken. Two. Su Yifun's voice quivered. Chen Chen rubbed her eyes hard and looked again. Her face instantly fell. Are we still stuck up in the mountains? Did we accidentally stumble into some second or third tier spirit's illusion? She instinctively shrank into Lin Nangxing's embrace. Xingxing, what do we do? Use the bracelet to call the instructor for emergency help? Yang Suyan's face drained of color. See, could it really be that? Even Lin Nanqing was starting to doubt their reality at this point. Ha 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 ha. He banged the table and laughed wildly. Isn't this what showing off your abilities is all about? This feels amazing. His laughter snapped the stunned group out of their trance. Several glanced at one another, then lunged toward He. Xiaohe, careful to protect the card in his hand, dashed over first. Uffed. Cough cough. Get off. I'm gonna puke. He struggled beneath the weight of 5 people piled on top of him, pushing them away with all his strength. But the combined weight left him gasping for breath until the grimace of dry heaving finally made the others reluctantly climb off. It really is a mythic card. Xiaohe was still dazed. Lin Nanqing pulled the card from his grasp and studied it closely. She took a deep breath to steady herself, but when she fully understood the card's details, her pupils constricted sharply. A Oni and a Halfster card. For special traits. Lin Nangxing's voice wavered. It's impervious to physical attacks, spirits won't attack proactively, has special damage against insects, and can even transform insect spirits. With each attribute she read aloud, everyone's breaths grew faster. This card is perfect for forest exploration. Conservative estimates say it won't be discarded even at the 4th rank. Leaning back in his chair, he looked on at their reactions with calm satisfaction, as if the exhausted, drained mess of a person from before wasn't him. This card can be upgraded later by swapping out materials, he added slowly. A Oni and a Halfster quality, there's no way this is the limit for the Yinshui wasp. After their emotions settled a bit, the 5 of them finally realized the real issue behind this card was the knowledge he had gained merely a myth passed down from some lost civilization. Chen Chen bit his finger, furrowing his brow deeply, clearly unsettled. What worried them most was the origin of this mythical knowledge. From the perspective of the Huaxia people, the faith required to create a myth card was actually not hard to come by. Some could even produce myth cards by believing strongly enough in an imaginary card, as long as that imaginary card was powerful enough to bring practical benefits. Huaxia gods often existed in a blurred line between belief and disbelief, but this did not prevent the birth of myth cards. However, among other ethnic groups on Blue Star, the faith requirements to create myth cards tied to their own myths were far more stringent. Experts have studied this phenomenon and speculated that it might be related to the god's own wills. If a god does not care about the purity of belief, faith would not be a limiting factor. But this remains unproven for various reasons, and is now considered a widely circulated theory for reference. They discussed this issue for a while, but as high school seniors, their knowledge and experience were obviously limited, so no solid conclusions emerged. Soon they put the complicated question aside for the time being. Who's going to use this card? He spoke first, getting straight to the point. With insufficient points now, no card trades could be made, so everyone's card slots were empty. The Hornet card had no attribute, meaning anyone could use it. This is why many people crazily pursued myth cards, because most gods did not have human attribute limitations. Of course, gods with obvious attributes like the water god or fire god were exceptions. They exchanged silent glances before he finally raised his hand. Give it to me. Meeting everyone's eyes, he explained, wind attribute speed is my advantage, so I'm suited for scouting and guerrilla fighting. This card fits scouting and has some offensive power, matching my role well. No one else is speaking up, so we'll shamelessly claim it. Clearly, the others also coveted the card, but no one wanted to speak first. The card's rarity and power were obvious. It was a first-tier myth card with 4 special traits. Ordinary first-tier cards usually only have 1 trait, and second-tier cards with 2 traits are possessed by only a few special departments like the Cardmaster Association or academies. Association cards were earned through missions, school cards as rewards for achievements. Everyone theoretically had a chance, but truly obtaining them was always limited due to scarcity. This training camp was a rare chance to get high-quality cards, and all students were desperately saving points to exchange for powerful cards they desired. No one would casually equip a card at such a critical moment. Indeed, equipping a card could greatly enhance the card master's abilities based on the card's strength, but each time you switched cards, the corresponding slot would be sealed for 24 hours. During this sealing period, the enhancement disappeared, and physical endurance depleted faster. Usually, this was negligible, but right now, every second counted in accumulating points, and any extra burden could be fatal. Even ordinary 1-star cards, though cheap, couldn't be swapped frequently. A few emergency cards could be managed, but that was it. Yet now, This card was laid out before several teenagers, extraordinarily precious, surpassing all cards available on the market or given as government rewards. No matter how close they were, young men still tended to be shy about this sort of thing. Usually, when it came to meals or fun, nobody fussed too much over who paid. But when faced with these priceless, rare cards, asking for one felt incredibly awkward. As the owner of the card, he didn't hesitate at all. He simply slapped the card into Xiao He's hand with a sharp sound, signaling him to equip and use it. He had long envisioned the overall strategy for the team, and Xiao He's understanding of his own role fit perfectly with it. Under everyone's admiring gaze, Xiao He clenched the card tightly in both hands and began channeling his source energy. A faint glow appeared on the card's surface, the physical form gradually turning translucent, ethereal, and finally vanishing into the space between his eyebrows. When Xiao He opened his eyes, his expression betrayed his excitement as he whispered, "So powerful." Inside, he felt as if all his strength had doubled. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a wasp in an instant. Though only the size of his thumb, it looked just like an ordinary shadow spirit wasp. But this one was completely different. It carried no lingering foul energy, and instead exuded a strange aura of authority. He briefly explained, "This wasp is a legitimate ghost deity from the Underworld, tasked with managing the spirits of insects." Xiao He eagerly directed the wasp to fly here and there now outside the building, now returning to his side. As a card master, his senses were linked to the creatures summoned by his card spirit, but the spirit couldn't stray too far from the master. If it exceeded the source energy supply range, it would dissipate and return to the card space. Miniature card spirits like this wasp consumed very little source energy when their special abilities were off. Thanks to the wasp, Xiao He easily scouted the entire training camp. He could already imagine how valuable it would be to have an undetectable guardian eye roaming the dense forest, greater security, more efficient hunting, and even the ability to plan ambushes in advance. He could hardly contain his eagerness to take the wasp with him into the mountains for the next trial. The other four beside him watched with envy but quickly composed themselves. There was no need to feel jealous. They would each have their own treasure team cards soon enough. Lin Nanqing pulled out 27 material cards from his backpack and handed them to Ji He. "Take a look at these. Maybe there's something you need." This time, we hunted 3 mid-level mutated beasts, 16 low-level mutated beasts, and 8 rank 1 low-level shadow spirits. We earned 220 points, plus the 100 points each started with. That brings us to 720 points total. Feel free to redeem whatever you want with these points. We'll help out. He skimmed through the material cards and tucked them all away. He'll need a day or two of rest before making more cards. This last batch took a lot out of my mental strength and source energy. At my current state, creating another legendary level card like the wasp is too taxing. You all rest up first. Next time, they'll go into the mountains with you again. We came back mainly to bring you cards and points. Didn't expect you to be so fast with making them, Su Yifan said with a smile. After all the military training, we're used to being in the mountains now, so we don't really need a long rest. As dusk fell, they quickly packed up and set out for the forest again. Xiao He made a point to exchange some resources for 5 bottles of the lowest level source energy restorative to use in the mountains. On the way, they passed other students, nodded greetings, then each rushed toward their own objectives. Everyone cherished this chance to toughen themselves and improve. He's heart was heavy, and he wasn't in the best condition. He had come along mostly for the numbers. Compared to the rapid progress from hunting mutated beasts, his own cultivation seemed slow, and staying behind at the training camp was even more tedious. Being with friends made it livelier. Recalling a previous time when he struggled due to poor condition, he inwardly planned. After finishing making cards next time, if his body felt weak, he'd just have Yifan carry him into the mountains. Night was when the restless spirits were most active. Xiao He led the way, releasing the yellow wasp from his hand. The path ahead had seen a lot of traffic over the past couple of days, and most of the wild beasts had been cleared by the trainees. So instead of sticking to the usual trail, they decided to take a bolder route, cutting straight through the dense forest. Normally, no one would dare to do this, but with the wasp escorting them, the risk was much lower. About 50 meters ahead, a swift rabbit stumbled and collapsed. Further on, a bloodthirsty pink butterfly fluttered its wings a few times before also being taken down. Then, an ethereal red leaf wasp appeared just moments ago. It had been subdued by Xiao He's wasp. Suddenly, Xiao He's voice rang out, full of excitement. "This one's mine." At that moment, Chun Chen clenched his fist tightly, brow furrowed fiercely, veins bulging. "So noisy. If it's already dead, stop talking." Xiao He grinned and bared his teeth playfully. "Just reporting the battle status." Su Yifan slammed his fist on Xiao He's head and teased. "You little show-off. I really want to punch you." But Xiao He replied without shame. "Haven't you already taken action yourselves?" Lin Nanqing and Yang Xuan exchanged a glance, sweating nervously for him despite his confident attitude, then sternly urged, "Just shut up." Under their combined violent suppression, Xiao He had no choice but to mutter quietly, "You're just jealous of me." After a pause, a man named G he narrowed his eyes coldly and said, just focus on scouting the beasts. With how you're using the wasp, your energy won't even last an hour. Xiao he deeply understood the wasp's power and dared not anger the cardmaker father, so he obediently led the way. Less than half an hour later, the team encountered 11 beasts, including one mid-tier first-level beast. Novice card makers usually struggled facing mid-tier foes and needed tight teamwork. Ji he had once faced dire moments against a steel claw tiger, and even with his mental edge, it was tough. But things were different now. One sting from the wasp paralyzed the mid-tier beast for 3 full seconds, rapidly weakening it and slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yifan raised his greatsword and struck it down with a heavy blow. By the way, Su Yifan's heavy sword packed a serious punch and doubled as an emergency shield thanks to its size. This time he snagged a personal kill, taking down a mid-tier first-level beast and earning a full 10 units of source energy. His current source energy exceeded 120 units, while 200 represented mid-tier first level, 300 for high-tier first level, and breaking 400 would allow him to advance to second-level card maker. At this rate, slaying 40 mid-tier beasts would let him achieve his goal. However, mid-tier beasts were still rare. The majority in Caning Mountain were low-tier first-level beasts. Meanwhile, Chun Chen's fingers danced lightly over his amaze stiletto like a butterfly's beating wings, quick and nimble. Suddenly, he sharply retracted and plunged the stiletto into a low-level beast's artery. Blood immediately gushed out. Chun Chen's expression turned fierce as he pulled the stiletto out and stabbed again. Talked enough, didn't you? Now shut up. Xiao he shivered thoroughly and behaved obediently from then on. Lin Nanxing and Yang Xuan worked in perfect sync, Lin handling close combat to restrain small beasts, while Yang picked them off from a distance with his bow. The 6 of them cleared the area at an incredible pace. If Xiao He's source energy hadn't been lagging behind, this group could have pushed 1,000 miles deeper into the mountains in just one night. Xiao He summoned his strength and downed a bottle of source energy restore potion. The wasp was released once more, and the group pressed onward into the heart of the mountain range. This whole scene caught Shenqing Yuan's eye from behind. She was stunned. Hey, what kind of card is that wasp? It takes down mid-tier foes of the same level like a boss beating up kids. This card's power is absolutely broken. While keeping pace with the team, she sent the video Shed just recorded to Zhang Yuanqi. Teacher Zhang, isn't this imaginary card way too overpowered? Luckily, I took the Martial Exam League a couple of years ago. If I faced a monster like this back then, how could I have fought? Might as well just give up. Zhang Yuanqi had come to Qilin mainly for Ji He, the promising new talent with a 0-rank mental power over 3, and also to take a bit of a break. The team had been swamped for the past 3 years, and this was their chance to rest. When Shun Qingyuan messaged, Zhang was leisurely leaning against the counter, sipping tea to pass the time until his terminal suddenly vibrated loudly. He opened the video Shun Qingyuan sent, and on screen appeared that strange wasp-like creature. He stared at it for a while, then chuckled softly, almost choking on his tea. But Zhang Yuanqi wasn't at all distracted by his reaction. His gaze locked firmly onto the wasp in the video. An imaginary shadow card. No, wait. This wasp was emanating a divine aura, a trait only seen on myth cards. Standing up in surprise, his mind raced. How was this possible? A 1-star myth card? The lowest known myth cards were 6-star. No one had ever seen anything below that, let alone divine power on a shadow card. How could a shadow card become divine? Shadows were usually terrifying ghostly entities. How could they contain godlike power? Zhang Yuanqi's extensive knowledge and profound cultivation gave him sharper insight than anyone else, so he was stunned beyond belief. Suddenly he wondered, when Ji He came to exchange material cards that day, was it really to prepare this myth card? And Ji He had repeatedly stressed secrecy yesterday. His heart clenched. Secrecy about what? Everyone could clearly see the divine radiance on this card. The video ended, and Zhang Yuanqi immediately called Shenqing Yuan. Bring all those kids back. What? They're in normal training. We can't just interfere. Then just bring back Ji He and the kid with that wasp card. But Shenqing Yuan hesitated, clearly worried this would disrupt the hunting plan. Zhang urged, Shenqing Yuan. This obvious myth card divine power, you didn't recognize it? Who's your teacher? What have they been teaching you? Shenqing Yuan was shocked and flustered, silent for a long moment, anxiety gnawing at her from the unexpected situation. After 2 call refusals, Zhang Yuanqi finally calmed down and sighed. Forget it, I'll come see for myself. Shenqing Yuan was stunned. That imaginary card really? Is that special? What imaginary card? It's a myth card. Zhang's voice was sharp with anger. Such obvious myth card divine power, and you didn't realize? Immediately, Zhang released his perception. A wave of awareness swept across Mount Caning. A card slot glowed, and his figure vanished, reappearing instantly beside Shenqing Yuan. 100 meters ahead, Ji He led a 6-person squad. They moved in smooth coordination, efficiently clearing out surrounding beasts with blades and spears. Zhang Yuanqi calmed himself and decided to observe how this wasp card performed in detail. That night, Xiao He drank another bottle of energy elixir and sent the wasp out on patrol. The rest entered a meditative state, focusing on mental recovery. During the day, Xiao He trained intensively while his teammates hunted nearby. 3 days passed this way. They collected 78 material cards, and Ji He's strength rose to mid-level first-rank mental power, with a slight boost in spiritual force. It's time to craft the next card, Ji He resolved. With the wasp card production experience under their belt, Ji He understood the urgent task was to complete the remaining 9 Yin Shui cards. He suspected these 10 Yin Shui might have combo effects only. By linking them, could they form a stronger overall fighting force. Now that they had a wasp adept at forest reconnaissance, it was time to select a stronger attacking Yin Shui. Their power was still too weak. All 3 days they only dared probe the mountain outskirts, never venturing deep inside. Back at the training camp, Ji He headed straight to the Resource Exchange Center, preparing for the next breakthrough. Teacher Zheng, I want to exchange for material cards. This was Ji He's second time here, and by now he was moving confidently and smoothly. After 3 days of observing, Zheng Yuanqi had pretty much figured out the traits of the wasp card. The deeper he understood it, the more shocked he became. Seeing Ji He casually come to redeem materials as if nothing was out of the ordinary, Zheng felt a swirl of complicated emotions. Have you finished making your last card? Zheng Yuanqi asked. Ji He nodded, brimming with confidence. Of course. It's a powerful card. He couldn't help but recall the wasp's performance in actual combat these past few days, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Zheng Yuanqi's expression immediately grew more complicated. He stared at Ji He with a mix of teasing doubt. You call a 1-star mythic card powerful? And you actually let others use it knowing how strong it is? Do you have confidence that you can make an even stronger card? With that thought, he pressed eagerly. So what kind of card are you planning to make this time? Ji He noticed the difference from the calm, serious image the elder had before. His eyes betrayed a restless impatience that puzzled Ji He. Still, he answered properly. It'll be from the same series as the last card, but this time it's going to lean more toward offense. The same series? Zheng Yuanqi murmured, then suddenly gasped. Are you planning another mythic card? He wanted badly to break the norm and shamelessly ask, could I watch you while you make the card? But since they weren't close, and many card makers including himself would get distracted by outsiders, such a request felt rude. So he swallowed the words back. Ji He smoothly located the required materials in the material library. Yin Spirit, Golden Essence Leopard Head, and Yin Spirit, Rock Bronze King Leopard Body. To his surprise, he also found a first-level advanced material card, Yin Spirit, Blood Flame Blood Shields Leopard Blood. This was blood purified from a rare beast's essence, something Ji He had never seen before, and it piqued his curiosity. This advanced material cost 200 points, while the other 2 cost 100 each. In an instant, Ji He spent 400 points. His total earnings from this mountain trip were 965 points, half of which belonged to him. The remaining half would be split evenly among the other 5. Besides exchanging for material cards, he also planned to redeem Source Energy Growth Elixir and extra meditation room time. 1 bottle of Source Energy Growth Elixir cost 100 points, and 1 hour in the meditation room cost 5 points. After all that, his points were almost drained. The points truly felt harder and harder to save. Out of points already? Zheng Yuanqi spotted Ji He's worry immediately. It's nothing. Ji He hid his concerns, secured the exchanged cards, and waved a hand. See you next time. Teacher Zheng. Though Ji He was nearly out of points, he didn't feel troubled. To him, this place was a treasure trove for farming points and exchanging rewards. As long as he had enough points, he could get whatever he wanted. But once outside, it was much harder to get rare material cards or cultivation resources. For example, outside the mountain, 1 bottle of Source Energy Growth Elixir cost as much as 30,000 coins on the market, but even then its maximum boost was only 10 lun per use, with diminishing returns after repeated use, making it very scarce. Ji He and his group came from relatively well-off families. Their households had no problem investing hundreds of thousands in cultivation. Even so, resources were limited. Inside the system itself, Ji Wangyun and Qin Songyue could only redeem cultivation resources through internal quotas. Cultivation supplies were carefully rationed. Ji He certainly wouldn't dare say to them, stop cultivating and give me all the resources. That would be totally inappropriate. Stepping out of the office building, Ji He noticed a crowd of 30 or 40 people gathered on the lawn. From within, he caught faint whispers of he made it. And amazing. His eyes lit up finally some excitement. The training camp had been far too quiet these past few days. Eagerly, he edged closer and tapped someone on the shoulder, asking anxiously, what's going on? What's going on? The person leaned in mysteriously. You know Wei Shushu from number 2 middle school? Ji nodded. Please it was gossip about someone familiar. The man continued. He actually succeeded in creating a skill card called Deeply Rooted. Really? And then? Ji pressed, curious. The man glanced back at him with a teasing smirk. Then? He succeeded, that's what? Whoa. An 18-year-old card maker. That's impressive. A wave of newfound respect and awe spread through the crowd. But Jihee's excitement quickly faded. He had expected a fight or some big commotion, but this was just about making a card. Just as he turned to leave, a voice pierced the gathering. Jihee. He looked back to see Wei Shushu surrounded by people, radiant and proud, chin held high. I'm officially a card maker now, he declared. Someone nearby whispered, who's Wei shouting at? Another answered, Jihee from number 1 middle school. The teachers always mention his name during exams. Finally, someone might be better than him. Hearing the slightly gloating tone in the crowd, Jihee narrowed his eyes and shot back coldly. Are you showing off to me? Wei Shushu laughed heartily. Showing off? Come on, you came over here yourself to see my work, didn't you? He strode forward and waved the card in front of Jihee's eyes. Made this myself, take a look. Someone couldn't help but intervene. Hey, that's enough. You're getting a bit full of yourself now. Several number 1 students joined, indignant at Wei's sharp words. Number 1 was the city's top high school, with over 60 students in this stage of the camp, most of whom Jihee knew well. They just didn't gather together to avoid wasting time. Seeing a few familiar faces, Jihee smiled faintly and greeted them. Thanks for standing up for Mimic, appreciated. Then he looked back at Wei Shushu and said, don't show off. I made my card a few days ago. With that, he ignored the others and waved goodbye. I'm off for now. Catch you later. The crowd responded with sincere encouragement. Keep it up, Jihee. You're our school's best hope for the top 10. Jihee turned back and flashed an okay sign with a confident smile. Just watch me. The number 1 students watched his retreating figure, shaking their heads with a smile. He's definitely overconfident. Back in his dorm, Jihee closed the door tight and immediately got to work. He pulled out a stack of material cards: Shadow Spirit, Steel Claw, Tiger Claw, Shadow Spirit, White Jade, Iron Tail, Leopard Tail, Shadow Spirit, Poison Pearl, Leopard Heart, Shadow Spirit, Fractured Jade Rock, Leopard Leg, Shadow Spirit, Golden Essence, Leopard Head, Shadow Spirit, Rock Bronze King, Leopard Body, Shadow Spirit, Blood Flame, Blood Shield, Leopard Blood. This time, his goal was to craft the Leopard Tail, one of the top 10 shadow commanders. Unlike the Wasp, which specializes in quick strikes, the Leopard Tail excelled at brutal close combat and was known as the most ferocious attacker among the beastly shadow commanders. Though Jihee's source energy and mental prowess had greatly improved since before, he still dared not relax. He prepared meticulously, focusing his entire mind. He used his mental energy to control every brushstroke of the spiritual runes with precision. The source energy activated the material cards, and the elements seemed to flow seamlessly into the runes like water. His experience from the last card-making attempt made mental control feel more natural, but the difficulty of this task still kept his nerves taut, allowing no room for error. The number of material cards had increased by 1 since last time, and a new advanced beast drop material card had also been added. Jihee used up the last trace of her source energy in her body and finally completed the background story for the Leopard Tail card. Leopard Tail was one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld, responsible for guiding the souls of beast spirits. It took the form of a sleek, powerful leopard, radiating killing intent and fierce temperament. After placing the final stroke, Jihee held her breath, preparing to face the alto familiar alignment evaluation that always sent chills down her spine. Yet after a long moment, silence lingered with no response. The once tense nerves relaxed in confusion as the only thing that appeared was the glow of the successfully crafted card. No higher quality upgrade. Jihee rubbed her temples tiredly, unable to understand why there was no alignment evaluation this time. She lifted the Leopard Tail card, inspecting its details carefully. Name: Beast Guide Leopard Tail. Type: Mythical card. Quality: Attribute: None. Traits: 1. Leopard Tail cannot be targeted by physical attacks. 2. As a ghostly deity, Leopard Tail is immune to active attacks from spirits. 3. Agile and fast. Leopard Tail's pounce attack always hits its locked target. 4. Sharp claws and a powerful tail deal massive damage, dealing double damage to beast units. 5. Has a high chance to convert beast spirits into allied units. Remark: one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld. This card is a bit stronger, but still pretty weak. Even its believers are starting to doubt it. Jihee couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. The card shared 3 traits almost identical to the previous Wasp card, likely inherited from their shared identity as marshals. Aside from those 3, the newly added locked hit and heavy damage traits together gave it a somewhat unfair edge. She laughed aloud, then tossed the card toward the door. Fan. Her voice was low but carried an excited anticipation. Suddenly, Su Yifun's door swung open, and several curious heads from neighboring dorms peeked out simultaneously. Jihee didn't hesitate and slapped the card into Su Yifun's hand. Carry me into the mountains. Before she finished speaking, Jihee collapsed onto Su Yifun's back. Since her source energy had reached intermediate level, the feedback from hunting beasts had shifted from source energy to mental strength. While source energy could be cultivated using growth serums and various resources, improving mental strength required meditation. The meditation room could only burn special incense. Sleep aids were needed to help enter and maintain the meditative state more efficiently. Holy crap! Su Yifan steadied Ji He on his back, eyes fixed on the leopard tail card as he kept yelling, "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" His continuous exclamations unsurprisingly drew a crowd. After reading the card's details, everyone echoed in unison. No way. Lock skills. This is insanely overpowered. If you use this card in the national martial arts tests, wouldn't it be banned outright? Chen Chun, surprisingly abandoning worries about the upcoming exam, now fretted over whether the card would be disallowed. There had never been a precedent, but might this be the first? Chen Chen's words planted doubts in everyone's minds. Probably not, right? Hey, even Xingxing is overthinking now? Someone teased. Enough talk, time to head into the mountains. Ji He shook her two limp arms to rally everyone. A new adventure was waiting for them to take their first step. Along the way, Ji He squinted slightly, still looking a bit dazed. I need to find inspiration for making cards, the exotic beasts. Let me go hunt. Su Yifan treaded softly, careful not to wake Ji He on his back, and responded in a low voice. All right, all the exotic beasts are yours. The others didn't object. After all, those beasts were meant to be eliminated, so it didn't matter who struck the blow. Since Ji He wanted inspiration, it was only fair to give him the chance his points would come to him eventually anyway. This time, the squad had Bao Wei joining them, pushing deeper into the mountains. The top-tier exotic beasts stood no chance against Bao Wei's fierce pounce. They were often killed in a single strike, leaving Ji He few opportunities to claim the final blow. But as Su Yifan gradually gained better control, he sometimes left a beast barely alive, allowing Ji He to participate in the finish. Midway through, Chen Chen got injured. She initially planned to return to the training camp on her own for treatment, but her teammates worried about her safety. In the end, one of the only two members equipped with battle cards, Xiao He, escorted her back. Chen Chen's abdomen had been torn open deeply, and two of her ribs were fractured. They retraced their path. Most of the beasts along the way had already been cleared out, but the scent of Chen Chen's fresh blood still attracted several savage creatures nearby. Xiao He spoke with rare seriousness. You really want to go back alone? Can you fight? What if you encounter beasts on the way and you're by yourself? You won't even survive. Chen Chen felt a bit anxious hearing this. All right, she said. She understood that survival came first. Seeing she had truly taken it to heart, Xiao He said no more. He just held her tighter and picked up speed, rushing swiftly toward the training camp. Ji He frowned as he stared at the deep red pool of blood on the ground. Battles inevitably led to injuries, and their current team had no healing ability. Safety was seriously lacking. Thinking this over quietly, he raised the importance of healing cards to the highest level in his mind. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Yang Suian said, poking his back with a comforting tone. Ji He was taken aback. Am I really that stressed? You are, Yang Suian smiled. You just admitted it out loud. I can see it. It's not just you. Lin Nanqing has been burning out too. After 5 days in the training camp, she's barely gotten an hour of sleep total. In the distance, Lin Nanqing and Su Yifan were locked in fierce combat. It was impossible to hear their conversation. Chen Chen's injury had been caused by a moment of distraction during a fight. Su Yifan's heavy sword already showed several deep notches along its edge from the battle. Apart from training, he was meditating constantly, and even I've lost 5 or 6 pounds. Ji He hesitated before asking, am I really putting pressure on you all? Yang Suian tapped him lightly on the head. What are you talking about? I just mean it's not only you working hard. If everything was expected to fall on you by default, then what's the point of us existing? If you could handle everything alone, why would we even form a team? Everyone wants to help. Ji He scratched his head, looking a little uncomfortable. Really? I'm just doing my part. As the card maker, it's my responsibility to consider the team's deck. Sure. Yang Suan didn't argue and picked up his crossbow to jump back into the fight. His aim was always incredibly rarely needed to aim precisely, hitting targets almost instinctively. A few days ago, he had advanced to first tier, finally keeping pace with the main group. Lin Nanqing found herself in a bit of an awkward spot. Her combat skills were average, but she was stronger in theory and research. She had always felt inferior to Ji He, but the reality was different. Ji He was indeed diligent and curious when it came to things that interested him, but when he wasn't interested, he wouldn't even bother opening a book. Lin Nanqing, on the other hand, could focus deeply on any book. Honestly, Ji He secretly admired that about her. Chen Chen spent 30 points to heal her wounds at the training camp's healer. Just after her injuries were bandaged, the two of them quickly packed up and pressed on toward the mountains. 3 hours had already passed, and Chen Chen knew they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Among the 6 of them, Chen Chen was undoubtedly the most naturally gifted warrior. She was skilled with multiple weapons: knife, spear, sword, staff, hammer, and could wield each with ease. She chose the Ame thorn mainly because it was small, lightweight, and easy to carry. As a bonus, its shape was quite pleasing to the eye. After several days of real combat, her fondness for the Ame thorn only deepened. Every time she plunged the slender blade into a monster and blood splattered onto her hands, The sensation of her hands stained with fresh blood sent adrenaline surging through her veins, fully immersing her in the thrill of battle. Compared to mythical cards, Chen wanted skill cards more. While controlling card spirits was nice, she preferred fighting firsthand. Still, she kept these thoughts to herself. The box gave her whatever it chose, and it was always the most suitable. Since it deemed card spirits best for her, she accepted it and trusted her teammates. As they walked, Chen suddenly sensed a faint tremor beneath her feet and instantly leapt back alertly. The ground violently bulged, and a sharp earth spike suddenly shot upward. It was a burrowing marmot's ambush. Xiaohe quickly drank an energy supplement and summoned a yellow wasp, only to see Chen's tip pierce the marmot's main artery, blood spurting. Unhurried, Chen pulled out a blank card and collected the marmot's material. The card data flashed. Name, burrowing marmot tail. Type, material card. Quality, attribute, earth. Notes, can slightly manipulate protruding earth spikes. This is just a common burrowing marmot tail. Keeping the yellow wasp on guard, Xiaohe and Chen continued along the trail left by Lin Nanxing, finally finding Ji He and the others. An intense battle was underway. Su Yifan was locked in a fierce struggle with a massive earth bear. Yang Xuan crouched behind a tree, drawing his bow to fire cold arrows, while Lin Nanxing followed closely, waiting for a chance to strike. Ji He wielded an axe, ready to chop down hard whenever the bear focused on Su Yifan. The earth bear roared and stomped fiercely, causing the ground to crack instantly. Su Yifan slipped and wobbled, the situation hanging by a thread. The bear's paw swung down like a gale toward him. His face changed rapidly as he bent down to dodge. At the critical moment, Ji He gripped his short axe with both hands and braced against the bear's paw, taking the force meant for Su Yifan. Almost simultaneously, Yang Suian's crossbow bolt whistled through the air and lodged into the bear's palm, making it roar in pain. Lin Nanxing rolled twice on the ground, covered in dirt and dust, then quickly got up shouting, Yifan. Ji He, far weaker than Su Yifan, could only vaguely feel the massive recoil through his axe and struggled to hold on. After barely 2 seconds, he cried out for help urgently. Su Yifan struggled, regained balance in a half-squat stance, and swung his heavy longsword at the bear's legs. Bang! Crack! 2 sounds of impact and bone breaking echoed as the earth bear screeched and toppled unsteadily. Ji He swiftly moved forward and chopped off its head. With the fight over, Xiaohe and Chen finally arrived. Xiaohe raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, why didn't you summon Leopard Tail? It looked dangerous just now, but Yifan didn't use Leopard Tail. That means the situation was still under control. Better practice your skills. Lin Nanxing spoke. Her hair was disheveled and loose, her fair face smudged with dust, and her white shirt stained with patches of mud, making her look somewhat disheveled. She bent down, briskly brushing the dust off her clothes, but her expression remained calm and composed. I really don't suit this style of combat. Me reactions aren't fast enough, and my body isn't flexible enough, Chen said with some concern as he watched her. Lin Nanxing smiled lightly. Don't worry, I'm not discouraged. Maybe I'm better suited for card battles than physical fighting. The team had long grown accustomed to her cool, straightforward manner. Hearing her openly admit her shortcomings felt natural to them as if this was just how Lin Nanxing usually was. She pulled a book out of her backpack and flipped through it as she spoke. You guys keep fighting. They'll look for other ways to earn points. Maybe I can make some cards to exchange with the advisor for points. Xiaohe Su Yifan Yang Suian Chen, how's your spirit power? Lin Nanxing glanced around. I hit 1 hertz the day after awakening, Chen replied. Ji He, she asked again. Go ahead and do your thing, Ji He responded. They all understood each other. Wei Shushu from the second middle school had already broken through to 1 hertz, so Lin Nanxing couldn't be slower than him. Ji He could earn points grinding ordinary 1-star cards, but preferred to conserve his limited spirit power for arming the team. What was holding him back from making cards wasn't points, but the recovery time after crafting. Creating a first-tier mythic card was extremely exhausting and had big limits. Lin Nanxing sat quietly flipping through her book, while the other 5 energetically continued clearing monsters. The Leopard Tail card had high attack power, but Su Yifan's full source energy could only support the Leopard Tail's 3 pounces before running out. By comparison, the Wasp card consumed far less source energy. Xiaohe's source energy was second only to Ji He's. He trained quickly and absorbed the source energy growth elixir effectively, and was close to breaking through first-tier mid-level now. Based on that, Xiaohe could get the Wasp to attack 10 times. If just scouting without using the poison needle, the Wasp's source energy could allow 3 hours of activity. Trailing behind the team, Zheng Yuanqi closed his notebook with furrowed brows. He had already figured out the Leopard Tail card's abilities, but seeing his half-doubtful notes on the Lock-On skill still made it hard to believe. 1-star mythic card, Lock-On skill, massive damage. These words together seemed incredible. After experiencing the Wasp, he thought his tolerance had increased, but the Leopard Tail was even crazier. He silently resolved to openly discuss it with Ji He. This teenager's special admission into Huajing University was well-deserved. As for their six-person team competing in the National Martial Arts Exam League, it posed no difficulty at all. With Wasp and Leopard Tail, making it to the national finals would be a breeze. Zheng Yuanqi thought to himself, feeling lucky to have a friend like Ji He. Although he hadn't equipped his own cards yet, he was happy to let his friends use the powerful cards had already made. The friendship among these young men was truly touching, hoped it would never be betrayed. Zheng Yuanqi approached the resting youths. Deep in the dense mountain forest, the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar person instantly made Ji He and the others tense. When they recognized him, the six all exclaimed in surprise, almost simultaneously, "Advisor? Teacher Zheng?" Except for Ji He, the other five wore expressions of astonishment. Ji He glanced at the others, puzzled. "You guys don't know the teacher's surname is Zheng?" "I don't know. The teacher didn't say, and we didn't ask." Ji He glanced at Zheng Yuanqi, recalling that when he first went to exchange items, Teacher Zheng had voluntarily introduced his surname. So he wasn't just telling everyone. That little question was quickly pushed aside. Right now, the biggest mystery was why Teacher Zheng appeared here. Was he here to protect them? If so, why show up in front of them directly? Had something unknown to them erupted in the mountains? Was Teacher Zheng here to tell them it was time to return? Various thoughts flashed through their minds. After a brief silence, Xiaohe was the first to speak. "Advisor, what are you doing here?" Zheng Yuanqi's tone was calm. "I'm here to take you back." Ji He blurted out, "Has there really been a crisis in the mountains?" It was just a casual question. Deep down, he didn't want his suspicion to be true. What crisis? As soon as he spoke, Zheng Yuanqi understood Ji He's concerns and chuckled. "No crisis. I just want to talk with you all." He clearly added "you all" as an afterthought. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Ji He. At that moment, no matter how slow-witted, they could tell this advisor wasn't ordinary. Whatever he wanted to discuss was probably serious, and it seemed he cared most about Ji He. The others felt like secondary companions tagging along. Ji He didn't overthink it. "Then let's go back. We should head back to the training camp to rest anyway." As for what Zheng wanted to talk about, Ji He had a guess. Whenever he went to exchange resources, Zheng always showed great interest in the cards Ji He made. Just as he was thinking this, a burst of red light exploded before them, and a huge feathered crane appeared in midair, cloaked in blazing flames. The fire didn't sting their eyes or nose. Instead, it gathered solemnly and majestically. The crane slowly landed, bowing its head respectfully. Its wide wings spread out before everyone like a sturdy staircase. Zheng Yuanqi stood on the crane's back, waving his hand. "Come aboard." The teens, curious and somewhat delighted, stepped onto the fiery stairway. "Is this a fantasy card?" Su Yifan asked uncertainly. "That's right, a fantasy card." Ji He nodded in confirmation. Fantasy cards from Fire Element card masters were known for being able to carry people. Fire and Lightning Element mounts were especially popular, but each had its taboos. Non-fire card masters suffered skin burns riding fire mounts. Non-lightning card masters felt shocks on lightning mounts. This fiery crane, though blazing, was a fantasy card whose power adapted to the user's needs. The flames were fully reined in, so sitting on its back felt warm, but not uncomfortable. Once all 16s were aboard, the fiery crane flapped its wings powerfully and shot up into the air. The forest rapidly shrank below, the wind roaring in their ears as the fire crane raced toward the training camp. Within 2 minutes, the massive fire crane landed on the wide grass field of the training ground. Most of the training camp students were hunting in the forest for points, so only a few remained. The huge feathered crane instantly drew everyone's attention. "Are those Ji He, Su Yifan, Lin Nanxing, Xiaohe, Chen Shun, and Yang Suian?" A middle schooler recognized the six stepping off the fire crane. For various reasons, these six were quite well known at school. "Isn't that the resource exchange advisor?" Someone whispered. "Is that feathered crane card actually in his hand?" Someone had already recognized Zheng Yuanqi. His name wasn't completely unknown, but no one realized he was also quite a skilled card master. The six were all low-level and couldn't determine the card's exact rank. They could only tell from its appearance that it was definitely powerful. "Why did the advisor call us back?" Someone asked. Wei Shushu sneered coldly. "What else could it be? You must have hit the help button. Calling for help means you're quitting the training camp. Talking big, but your actual performance is a mess." Someone nearby immediately chimed in. "So what if you have good results?" The group's idle chatter was crystal clear to Ji He and the others. The six glared at Wei Shushu like daggers. None of them liked taking insults lying down. If they heard it, they wouldn't pretend they didn't. Xiaohe shot back immediately. "What nonsense. We didn't call for backup. Why does the teacher bring us, and not you? Maybe you should reflect on yourself." Wei Shushu clearly didn't expect this many people to be present. Faced with public insults, and even cursing, his face flushed red, and he snapped. "What did you say? Watch your mouth." His retort was weak and lacked any real bite. Xiaohe rolled his eyes and mocked. "I only speak clean words to clean people. If you're dirty, don't complain about my mouth." With that, he flung a parting shot, and quickly caught up with Ji He and the others. "You're all leaving without me?" Wei Shushu sputtered bitterly. Ji He comforted him as they walked. "We know with your combat power, you won't take long." "Thanks for your trust," Wei Shushu replied. "No need to thank me. said Jihe. Xiaohe's exasperated expression made Chun Chen chuckle softly. Hey, Xiaohe protested playfully. The group teased and joked as they followed Zheng Yuanqi into the office building. He led them to a conference room on the right side of the first floor, took the head seat, and motioned for everyone to sit. The six arranged themselves in 2 rows of 3, sitting quietly and waiting for him to speak. First, I want to be upfront about my identity, Zheng Yuanqi said steadily, scanning the room. I am Zheng Yuanqi, a professor in the card mastery department at Huajing University. Even prepared, the 6 teenagers couldn't hide their surprise at his title. Huajing University was the top institution on Blue Star, the #1 ranked university with the richest resources, most advanced knowledge, and extensive connections. Possessing a Huajing student ID was almost like having a universal pass valid in 99 of Blue Star's territory. In emergencies, it could even mobilize provincial and municipal defense forces and grant access to normally restricted aerial routes over cities. Of course, any collisions or damages would still require accountability. These were just the obvious perks. Hidden privileges included elevated social status, priority VIP channels, free admission to tourist sites, and special rewards from various provinces and cities. Jihe, Su Yifan, Xiaohe, Yang Suian, and Lin Nanqing all nodded knowingly. These were the questions on their minds as well. I heard from my students that there's a 0-tier, level 3 mental prodigy in this training camp, Zheng Yuanqi said, his gaze landing sharply on Jihe. Level 3? The 6 exclaimed in unison, confused and surprised by the unfamiliar term. I did say that already, didn't I? Zheng Yuanqi retorted. Except for Xiaohe, the others glared at him. Su Yifan immediately grabbed Jihe's collar and shouted, "You should have told us something this important beforehand." Jihe tried to break free, but Su Yifan's arm gripped like iron, refusing to budge. Let go. What's so great about strength? Jihe muttered silently for what felt like the 100th time. Su Yifan finally released him. Strength is definitely something to be proud of. They knew each other too well. It was a double-edged sword. Words left unspoken lingered in their hearts, but subtle expressions betrayed every feeling perfectly. Though the scene was lighthearted, it carried an authentic and delicate youthful energy that was impossible to fake. After some lighthearted banter, the tension among Jihe and the others finally eased a bit. Zheng Yuanqi continued. We originally planned to observe quietly and have Qi arrange a special recruitment slot for Jihe after the training camp. But you brought a much bigger surprise than we expected. He looked at Jihe and asked, do you know what a 1-star mythic card means? Jihe hesitated and shook his head. Compared to other 1-star cards, the mythic card he had personally crafted was indeed exceptionally powerful, but how significant could that be? After all, it wasn't unheard of for a first-tier card master to defeat a second-tier card master. It wasn't enough to make Zheng Yuanqi change his original plan and reveal everything so openly. Zheng Yuanqi paused, lowering his voice even further. Recently, the Cosmic Exploration Team discovered a planet with intelligent life at coordinate Sigma Gamma 357. Preliminary observations suggest its civilization is still in a feudal imperial era. The youth's eyes immediately widened, tense and eager breaths filling the air. This information was clearly classified. Did Zheng Yuanqi really dare to share it openly? He felt a mix of surprise and excitement, unable to hide his curiosity. Sensing this, Zheng Yuanqi smiled gently and said slowly, it's okay. I have clearance to reveal it, but you'll have to sign a confidentiality agreement shortly. The legendary confidentiality agreement. The boys almost shouted in unison, thrilled to have the chance to personally sign an official state secret document. The excitement nearly made them lose their balance as they eagerly promised, no problem, we won't leak a word. Zheng Yuanqi chuckled quietly. Having signed enough confidentiality agreements over his career, it no longer thrilled him. For convenience, this planet was temporarily named Yuan Shua Star. Yuan Shua Star is extremely fragile, he continued. Experimental data shows that when third-tier card masters step foot there, energy overloads cause uncontrollable natural disasters. Fourth-tier card masters could destroy the entire planet. He paused. To protect the intelligent life there and to establish diplomatic ties, the decision was made to send first-tier card masters on a diplomatic mission to Yuan Shua Star. Chen Chen couldn't help but ask, why not send the older batch of first-tier card masters? They have more experience and stronger abilities. Wouldn't they be more suitable? Zheng Yuanqi smiled mildly, adopting an official tone. You have to understand, national missions never go to those who lack ability and ambition. Anyone with some drive would have advanced well beyond first tier by the time they reach an older age. Chen Chen shrank his neck, embarrassed, and whispered, okay. He found the professor a bit intimidating. Jihe's tone wavered slightly. So you mean, you want us to undertake this mission? Zheng Yuanqi nodded seriously. You are indeed suitable candidates. Especially you, Jihe. The strength of your mythic card falls between 1 and 2 stars, close to the upper energy limit Yuan Shua Star can withstand. But whether you go or not isn't my decision. I can only submit your names and information to the mission leader, who will decide in the end. Su Yifan clenched his fist, his face full of passion. Just having this chance is amazing. Teenagers participating in a national mission, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Lin Nanqing quietly hid his hands under the table, clutching his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened. He fought to stay calm, keeping his mind clear as he awaited the final list of chosen candidates. Ji took about 3 days to craft one card. To equip all 6 of them, it would naturally take a considerable amount of time. Lin Nanqing understood that it was impossible to put the entire card-making task on Ji alone, but the reality was even if she managed to successfully create cards herself, their quality and strength would be far inferior to those personally made by Ji. Rather than attempt something beyond her capabilities, she preferred to focus on perfectly completing the tasks she was confident in handling. Half a month, Zheng Yuanqi added. The mission deadline is 1 month, and half of that time remains. During this period, all recommended candidates will be compiled into a list for the person in charge, who will then evaluate them comprehensively according to mission requirements and finalize the selection of operatives. To be honest, the person in charge is under a lot of pressure, Zheng Yuanqi sighed. The situation on Yuanshua Star is quite uncertain, and those executing the mission are all very young, some even minors. The risks are extremely high. There's danger of being deceived, bullied, or even killed. I expect the person in charge will conduct training for your group to try to minimize casualties. Wanting to understand the mission's scale, Jihe asked, how many operatives will be deployed? The initial plan is 50. If the first group doesn't complete the mission, a second batch will be sent, Zheng Yuanqi said. If the other side is hostile, intentionally injures, or refuses to cooperate, in an extreme scenario, there's even the possibility of destroying the civilization on that planet. The word destroy stunned Jihe. On a single planet, with countless intelligent beings, the ability to develop a civilization meant their intelligence and emotions were comparable to humans. Chen Shun, Xiao He, and Su Yifan shuddered. Yang Xuan broke out in a cold sweat, and Lin Nanqing clenched her fists tightly. The 6 of them all stared at Zheng Yuanqi like he was a terrorist, their expressions suddenly grave and tense. Zheng Yuanqi could only smile bitterly and shake his head. I already said it's an extreme case. Civilization won't be destroyed lightly. We're not some evil cosmic organization. Hearing that, everyone finally relaxed a bit. Growing up in a peaceful environment on Blue Star, the youths naturally rejected and feared slaughter. Zheng Yuanqi sometimes thought this was good, sometimes worried their lack of crisis awareness was problematic. He hoped this mission would help the new generation on Blue Star grow. Xiao He couldn't help but wonder, if the mission succeeds, will the government publicly announce the existence of Yuanshua Star? This is a secret selection, Zheng Yuanqi replied. Whether to disclose Yuanshua civilization later depends on the progress of exploration. Lin Nanqing asked again, how many people live on Yuanshua Star? About 5 to 6 billion, Zheng Yuanqi answered. The planet is currently in a state of war. War? For these youths who had only seen war in history books, the topic stirred their blood with excitement. Each had once fantasized about charging on the battlefield, fighting against dozens single-handedly. Lin Nanqing pressed on. If Yuanshua Star is divided into multiple regimes, who exactly should we establish relations with? Zheng Yuanqi responded seriously, that's a judgment call for you all. Ideally, you should establish relations with the most influential dynasty on that planet. But if you think the strongest dynasty is unsuitable, this group of 50 has the authority to decide for themselves. Right now, Blue Star is the strongest external force among the low-energy planets. Whoever we support will become the most influential power on that planet. After that, Zheng Yuanqi patiently answered the youth's various curious and quirky questions, satisfying their brief thirst for knowledge. When the conversation ended, he handed out confidentiality agreements. One by one, the youths signed their names and then filed out of the office building. As the sun dipped toward the western horizon, Jihe and 5 others walked side by side across the training ground, still bathed in the fading glow of dusk. The 6 remained silent, each lost in thought, trying to process the explosive news they had just received. Above them stretched a vast starry sky. In the distance, a typical star system reminiscent of an ancient feudal imperial-era Shonia civilization, slowly unfolding, that bore uncanny resemblance to Earth's own ancient blue star past. Suddenly, the entire universe seemed to open up before their eyes, limitless and vast, like an invisible shackle being lifted. Their once blurry understanding shattered completely as the world revealed itself in sharper, grander detail, showing its true form to these young minds. Back at the dorm, Jihe lay on his bed, staring up at the ceiling. Ever since he was young, he had been captivated by the infinite cosmos, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the profound mysteries of mathematics and physics, never feeling bored. Yet when he gazed alone into the stars, a faint loneliness inevitably crept in. Among the billions of twinkling stars and endless space, were we truly the only intelligent life? His eyes passed over the beautiful Milky Way, a cold and desolate stretch, with Earth hanging there all alone. Was this supreme fortune or the sorrow of a lifetime spent searching in vain for kindred beings? Perhaps billions of years from now, some alien visitor would discover this galaxy, and Arriving on a silent, lifeless Earth, find relics of once vibrant life sighing. This planet once nurtured intelligent life, yet was trapped forever in this silent galaxy. Such idle thoughts often flooded his mind. Whether it was teenage melancholy or a passing phase, he had felt that profound loneliness deeply and genuinely. And now, facing the chance to make contact with intelligent life beyond his star system, it all seemed like an unbelievable dream. Early the next morning, dark circles under his eyes, He knocked on Su Yifun's dorm room door. When it opened, Su Yifun's messy bird's nest hair startled him, and he blurted out, "What's going on with you? Didn't sleep all night?" He's voice was hoarse as he began. "Yesterday, Teacher Zheng said the word yuan before he could finish." Su Yifun pulled him inside and slammed the door shut behind them. Glancing anxiously around to make sure no one was listening, his face turned grave. "We signed a confidentiality agreement. How could you say that name outside? You were just asking to get in trouble with your carelessness." Looking at Su Yifun's serious expression and gestures, he couldn't help himself and burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Su Yifun looked utterly perplexed at first, watching he pounding the bed and laughing until out of breath. Only after 10 whole minutes of intermittent laughter did Su Yifun start to panic. He, stop laughing. You're scaring me. Please stop, or you'll laugh me to death." Exhausted at last, he collapsed onto Su Yifun's bed, hands behind his head, carefree and cheerful. Daddy, I'm going to take you to explore the universe." Watching his friend's early morning fit of madness, Su Yifun felt both helpless and worried, but held back and quietly coaxed. "All right, Daddy. That's enough." Ha ha ha. He tried to laugh again. No, you're my real dad. Please stop laughing now. Spare the child. He's scared." Su Yifun was so anxious, he almost covered the child's mouth himself. He jumped up from Su Yifun's bed, cheerfully waving his hand. All right, since you're my son. You keep sleeping, Dad's off to the cafeteria." Su Yifun glanced at he's light-hearted back, then at his own messy bed, and rubbed his hair hard, seriously suspecting had been played. He hummed happily, greeting everyone he met warmly on the way. "Good morning. Heading to the cafeteria too? Want to share a table?" Sharing breakfast with classmates from number 1 middle school, they chatted about the training camp. Someone hinted mysteriously there'd be a third phase. He bit into a steamed bun, nodded not surprised at all. There'd have to be a next stage. Otherwise, that'd be the real mystery. Phase 1 was initial screening. Phase 2 a perk with some hidden competition thrown in. It seemed Phase 3 would be where things got serious. They talked about this for breakfast's duration. Full and satisfied, he wiped his mouth, grabbed a big bag of takeaway breakfast, and said goodbye to his classmates. "See you next time." An outsider looking at he's back didn't expect the legendary he to have such a personality. He seemed pretty easy to get along with. The classmate felt proud. "Do you know why we all call him the charm demon in private? With his personality, almost nobody at school dislikes him." Remembering he's clash with Liang Wenyi on Awakening Day, the classmate added, "Those who dislike him are definitely just jealous." His friend's eyes gleamed with envy. Who doesn't want to have good friends and be the center of attention? Most just can't attract so many people to their side. Back in the dorm, he knocked on each door to hand out breakfast, then grabbed his short axe from his room. "Let's go. Time to head into the mountains." Seeing him so fired up, the 4 except Lin Nangxing responded enthusiastically. Lin Nanxing chewed a scallion pancake, flipping pages in a book. "I'm not going. I plan to stay in the training camp making cards." "All right. Take care of yourself," the others reminded her after witnessing her previous disastrous card-making attempts. Lin Nanxing looked up, a gentle smile easing her features. "Don't worry." The group left reassured. Lin Nanxing pulled out resource exchange cards and blank cards, then set to work. Everyone in the team was now full of energy. 200 meters at the 10 o'clock direction, a wolf pack. Go. 50 meters at 3 o'clock, a high-level exotic beast. Go. 300 meters at 12 o'clock, a queen bee. Go. The 5 never paused for a moment, hunting exotic beasts with all their might. Because Xiao He and Su Yifun repeatedly exhausted their spiritual energy, but restored it with potions, their energy got fully trained and they leapt to first-tier intermediate level. Seeing their breakthrough, Chun Chun and Yang Xuan went wild, squeezing every bit of sleep out of their schedules. As long as they didn't burn out, they pushed themselves relentlessly. Chun Chun's skills became finely honed. She could now face high-level exotic beasts without injury. Yang Xuyan's accuracy improved, seemingly developing a flash of bullet-time intuition. He's mental power fully recovered, breaking through to 4 hertz. Xiao He escorted him back to the training camp. Time to make the next card. For days he had been searching mentally for gods adept at healing. Adding that limitation, the first figure to pop into his mind was Guanyin Bodhisattva. Next came Ganlu Mingwang and Prince Jinjia. Then after rejecting those 2 overly ambitious ideas, he refocused his attention on the 2 options, Mountain Ghost and Jade Rabbit. After careful consideration, he finally settled on Jade Rabbit. However, The major challenge in crafting the Jade Rabbit card lay in its signature weapon, a pestle used for pounding medicine. According to legend, this pestle rivals the great sages Rui Jingu Bang in power and status. Making it into a standalone weapon card posed no problem at all. At this point, he faced two choices. Either create an independent pestle weapon card that would be linked to Jade Rabbit for use, or integrate the pestle's attributes directly into the Jade Rabbit card, combining them into one. Most others would probably have chosen the first option without hesitation, even if it meant designing a younger version of the pestle. The key question was, should this type of magical treasure be classified as a myth card or a weapon card? On Blue Star, most myth cards represent naturally powerful deities, rarely depicted wielding magical artifacts. Magical treasures, like gods, are special elements derived from myths, so classifying them as myth cards made sense. But due to their inherent nature as weapons, grouping them as weapon cards was also reasonable. Although his curiosity almost pushed him to experiment, he forced down that impulse and reluctantly chose to integrate the pestle element into the Jade Rabbit card itself. After all, Jade Rabbit belonged to the wood attribute and was only suitable for Yang Suan, who excelled at archery but wasn't skilled in close combat weapons. Giving him a pestle would just waste a card slot and be of no help. This was He's meager consolation. Next, he returned to the material exchange station. This time, instead of rummaging through materials as usual, he went straight to Zheng Yuanxi and asked, "Teacher Zheng, do you have any high-quality mutton fat jade materials here?" In this world, beyond the ordinary beasts and monsters found in Caning Mountain, there was another category called rare items. Although still called monsters due to ancient convention, these rare items were mainly used for crafting weapon, vehicle, and artifact cards. Zheng Yuanxi showed interest and asked, "Are you making a weapon card?" He spoke openly with Zheng Yuanxi now, still a myth card. "Once it's done, I'll show you." He explained that the pestle required high-quality mutton fat jade, while the mortar only needed ordinary materials. Since his advanced materials were limited, he wouldn't waste them lightly. This time, he selected 6 wood attribute rabbit material cards plus 2 rare item material cards, totaling 8. Zheng Yuanxi handed them over, and as he reached out, he couldn't pull them free. Even with some force, they wouldn't budge. Looking up at Zheng Yuanxi, he saw the teacher gripping the material cards tightly, a complicated expression on his face. "Teacher Zheng, what are you doing?" He asked with confusion. Zheng Yuanqi's voice was hoarse. "You really plan to use this many materials to make a card?" He nodded. "Yes." Zheng Yuanqi's voice grew louder. 8 cards? You're making a 3-star card then? That many materials make sense only for 3 stars. You're spending this many on a 1-star card? He gave a faint smile. "Yeah." His gaze fell on the cards clutched by Zheng Yuanxi, and cautiously he asked, "Teacher Zheng, would you like to watch me make the card? Maybe give me some advice." The sudden invitation seemed a little abrupt, but Zheng Yuanqi's eyes immediately brightened. He had been curious about Ji's card-making process for a long time, but was too shy to bring it up first. Now that Ji mentioned it on his own, he was naturally eager to follow along. "Then let's go," he said. He stepped out from behind the counter, smoothed down his Qin-style robe, and walked straight to Ji. Ji's eyes stayed fixed on the raw material card he was holding still, not yet merged, quietly trailing behind the old man. It wasn't until they reached the dormitory door that he suddenly realized something. This old man even knew his dorm number? "How did you know this was my room?" he asked. Zheng Yuanxi answered casually. He noted down every student's dorm number. "It's nothing." After all, besides Ji's card making, his mind was on little else. Zheng Yuanxi had been curious for quite a while. Ji nodded and sat down at his desk. He had always been good at tuning out distractions. After growing used to being watched since childhood, others' gazes were just background noise to him. Once he began creating the card, his eyes focused solely on the card in his hands. The Jade Rabbit on this card belonged to the wood attribute, longtime resident of the Moon Palace, naturally containing profound Yin energy. The wood grain was warm and vibrant, but embedding the Yin pattern required precise timing from the card maker. If the timing was off, the entire card would be ruined. He trusted his instincts. When he sensed the moment was right, he decisively moved to infuse the Yin pattern. Zheng Yuanxi frowned beside him, thinking to himself, "That's way too reckless. Wood carries life and thrives under the sun. Embedding Yin energy is difficult enough. How can he be so impulsive? Wait, this method actually worked? No, the Yin pattern should stabilize first before adding more material, so why did it succeed? How could the material cards be merged in such quick succession? And again, and again?" Zheng Yuanqi's heart raced up and down like a roller coaster, barely able to believe it. By the time he merged the 6th material card, Zheng Yuanqi was expressionless, just silently watching as he filled the blank card piece by piece. When all 8 materials were successfully infused, he closed his eyes and entered the card's inner space to communicate. Zheng Yuanqi's gaze was complex, tinged with a strange kind of unease. What on earth was up with this kid? The speed and smoothness of his fusion, effortless, even far exceeded anything he'd known. beyond even what Lian Luzhuoyu had achieved. He paid no mind to Zhang Yuanqi's speculations and focused on his work as usual. Concentrating in the card space was already exhausting. He had expected some relief after his mental power increased, but it was nowhere close. Deep down, he understood he would never reach the mental limits of those legendary figures. His cards could only be considered a youthful youth edition at best. This card depicted the Jade Rabbit, companion to the goddess Henge, dwelling in the heavenly moon palace. The rabbit knelt with a jade pestle, grinding medicine. The toad pill was an elixir, granting immortality upon ingestion. The heavenly court governed the order of the heavens, earth, and 3 realms. The pestle the Jade Rabbit held was carved from natural mutton fat jade, formed from primordial chaos and absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its shape resembled a short club, thicker at one end and thinner at the other, similar to a mortar pestle. After filling in the card's background, he waited for a glow to flicker, but did not feel the usual eerie, penetrating sensation. Finally, the radiant light of completion shone forth, and the pristine white rabbit on the card gradually took shape. When the light fully dimmed, he steadying caught the finished card. Name: Moon Palace Envoy Jade Rabbit. Type: Mythical card. Rarity: Attribute: Wood. Traits: 1. The Jade Rabbit can channel wood elemental magic to grant a speed boost to its target. 2. It harnesses the life-giving power of wood to stimulate the target's internal energy, accelerating wound healing. 3. The Jade Rabbit contains profound Xian-Yin energy, which it can unleash to restore the target's mental strength. 4. It is highly skilled in alchemy, boasting an 80 success rate in potion making and enhancing the potency of its concoctions by 40. Note: a rabbit residing in the Moon Palace of the Heavenly Court, renowned for its exceptional alchemical skills. And this is what they call a god? After reading the card details, he slumped over the table, handing the card to Zhang Yuanqi. Some might think it careless for he to give a stray card so easily to someone he barely knew, showing little sense of danger. But in truth, the card creator holds absolute ownership over the cards they make. Without the creator's permission, no one else can remove the card's mental imprint. This is an inviolate rule, regardless of the creator's strength. Holding the card, Zhang Yuanqi examined the illustration of fluffy white rabbit, utterly adorable in appearance. He stared at it repeatedly, unable to reconcile such a fragile image with the fact it was a mythical card. Silently, he summoned his mental energy to analyze the card's details. His breath suddenly quickened, and the shock from the mental fluctuations shattered his rationality. He double-checked again and again to be certain he wasn't mistaken. Restoring mental energy has always been an incredibly difficult problem. Occasionally, a few relics capable of replenishing mental strength have been found on Blue Star, but they are extraordinarily rare and not widely available. His team's mission was to create a synthetic card that could restore mental energy. But synthetic did not mean fanciful daydreaming. The fundamental framework had to be precise. If the materials and background did not match perfectly, the card would inevitably fail. Over the past 3 years, they had studied every known relic, combining relevant factors one by one, yet every attempt ended in failure. This was a strict task assigned by their superiors and could not be abandoned halfway. The team understood clearly that if they succeeded, it would greatly compensate for Blue Star card maker's shortcomings. The inability to sustain mental energy was fatal in combat. Not just Blue Star, neighboring Mo Yunchi Star and Kaya Star had also failed to find effective solutions. But unlike those short-sighted civilizations that only focused on immediate gain, their gaze was long-term. He who does not plan for 1,000 years will fail at one moment. He who does not consider the whole picture will lose a single domain. Such a critical flaw could not be allowed to persist. At this moment, the card's appearance completely overturned Zhang Yuanqi's understanding. Grabbing Jihe's shoulders, he urgently asked, "What is Xian-Yin energy? Why can it restore mental strength?" Jihe's expression showed a flicker of surprise at Zhang Yuanqi's excitement, but he was too drained to argue, so he silently let himself be shaken and calmly replied with resolve, "Teacher Zhang, this is a mythical card." Those words hit like a bucket of cold water, instantly dampening Zhang Yuanqi's fervor. There is no need to explain the powers of mythological figures when making mythical cards because the strength of gods often transcends reason. It may simply be a realm beyond human comprehension, impossible to fully grasp. "This card of yours." He instantly grew alert, his tone clearly guarded. "This is mine." He had painstakingly crafted the card himself, intending to equip the entire team, not to trade it away for any gain. He knew so many myths and legends that his teammates could hardly keep up. While he definitely planned to reveal some of them eventually, now was not the time. Seeing he so tense, Zhang Yuanqi sighed helplessly. "I'm not trying to steal your card. After all, it's just a 1-star card, only useful against low-level card masters." He asked doubtfully. "Really?" It wasn't that he distrusted Zhang Yuanqi. It was just that this card's healing abilities were so comprehensive that he couldn't help but be tempted to equip it himself. Zhang Yuanqi almost laughed in disbelief. "What could I possibly do with it?" He Your juniors. Those students before he finished. He gave Jihee's head a friendly but firm pat, his voice tinged with helplessness and affection. Don't try to trick me with underage cards. Jihee rubbed the large bump on his head, still throbbing, and didn't dare argue further. This old guy's moves were even tougher than Su Yifan's. Judging by his strength and skill, he must often spar with his students. So, is this card for you to use, or for that chubby kid on your team? Zheng Yuanqi asked. Jihee answered, it's for Yang Sueon. He has the wood attribute, so this card's advantages will work better for him. Zheng Yuanqi's eyes grew more inquisitive. So far, Jihee had made 3 cards, but hadn't equipped any himself. Zheng Yuanqi asked curiously, are you confident enough to make an even stronger card for yourself? Jihee's mouth twitched as he pulled out the notes he usually shared with his friends. I somehow gained a piece of knowledge. Zheng Yuanqi furrowed his brow. The story seemed familiar. Suddenly, he recalled hearing Lu Zhuyu tell it once before. Back then, he was focused on card making and only caught half of it, thinking it was nonsense and never pursued it. Now, it seemed Lu Zhuyu might have been serious after all. Zheng Yuanqi pondered for a moment, then said slowly, such cases do exist. Lu Zhuyu, the great card master, had a similar experience. When you meet him, be sure to talk it through. Jihee's eyes widened in surprise, hadn't expected such an encounter was possible. Already his mind wandered with fantasies tinged with magic and cultivation. He even looked forward to meeting Master Lu Ziyuther, or not the story proved true. It would surely be fascinating. Is Master Lu the card maker a professor at Huajing University too? Jihee asked. Zheng Yuanqi shook his head. No, he doesn't like following rules or being constrained, so he doesn't hold any official position at the school. Jihee thought silently, truly free. Zheng Yuanqi continued. Now release your spirit power. Jihee complied, revealing a delicate and fragile spirit power that shattered at the slightest touch. This was not surprising, since he was only a 7th rank card maker. If Zheng Yuanqi wanted, he could easily overwhelm Jihee's spirit power. But interestingly, within that fragile spirit power, Zheng Yuanqi detected a subtle weight, as if the foundation beneath it was different and indescribable oddity. The only certainty Zheng Yuanqi had was that this boy was a born card maker. Heaven had deliberately arranged for him to encounter various wonders suited to his unique constitution. Nothing was wasted. He was fated to be a card maker. After getting a basic understanding of the situation, Zheng Yuanqi reluctantly handed the Jade Rabbit card back to Jihee. Jihee teased him. You clearly didn't want it. He almost looked like your eyes were going to pop out. Zheng Yuanqi just smiled and said nothing, then turned and left the dormitory. Back at the resource exchange counter, Zheng Yuanqi took out his personal terminal. Unlike regular terminals, this one looked plain but felt unusually heavy. It was an internet-only device, impossible to buy without clearance. He tapped open a mysterious app icon with black text on a white background. The interface was rough and almost careless, but his fingers moved expertly. He navigated through menus, Southeast Region Donglan City, Chilin District Age Group, 15 to 18, then searched for Jihee. The screen quickly pulled up relevant info. Zheng scanned the profile and, using his permissions, moved Jihee's file into a higher-level secure subdirectory. Next, he began editing Jihee's post-36 era seed file. After writing a draft, he fell into deep thought, revising and reconsidering repeatedly, spending a good half hour before finally uploading the updated content. Before he could fully process it, the terminal suddenly rang, flashing a 3-digit incoming number. Zheng answered. On the other end was a sweet female voice. Hello, Professor Zheng. May I ask what your relationship is with Jihee? Zheng replied. No particular relationship. A student notified me that there's a 0-level psychic power high schooler in Donglan with a power above 3, so I came during my leave to take a look. Understood, the voice responded. Are all the details you submitted accurate? I see Jihee's psychic power recorded as 4.2 Hz. Is that correct? I personally verified it. It's even more accurate than instrument readings. Also, you mentioned he can create 1-star mythic cards. Have you actually seen these cards? Yes, I have. He's already made 3 mythic cards, each as strong as a 2-star card, with no fewer than 4 special attributes. There was a short pause on the other side before she continued. I see. And what can you tell me about his character? Any signs of antisocial behavior, violence, or psychological issues? Zheng hesitated before answering. I haven't known him long. From my observations, he's academically excellent, gets along well with others, and has good evaluations around him, but no detailed psychological tests have been done. All right, thank you for your cooperation. After this preliminary review, Jihee's file will be classified as Level 1. A confidentiality agreement will be sent to your terminal shortly for your signature. After hanging up, Zheng fell silent, then smiled wryly. Such a high security level even I, the submitter, don't have access to his file. That's strict. He shook his head, but understood it was understandable given the special timing. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Zhuang Qiyin took a deep breath. Sitting opposite her, Xie Changfeng furrowed his brow, staring at the terminal in his hand showing Jihee's latest profile. The few brief entries held him silent for a full half hour, his expression cold as ice. Zhuang held her breath, afraid to disrupt the heavy atmosphere with a word. Elsewhere, He forced himself to call Yang Suian, then fell into a deep sleep. Each dorm room had spare access cards, and Ji's backups were kept by the three boys, Su Yifan, Xiao He, and Yang Suian. At this moment, Ji couldn't figure out which card was with whom, no matter how hard he tried. Ji He, wake up! Ji closed her eyes and handed over the card, murmuring a faint, dreamlike incantation. Restore spirit. Yang San didn't catch the words clearly but didn't want to disturb her, so he didn't ask. Taking the card, he slid it into the slot. Once installed, he carefully examined the card details, his expression shifting slightly and his mouth parting in surprise. How is it? What kind of card is this? Su Yifan leaned in for a look. The card showed a soft, snow-white rabbit, extremely cute and with no hint of combativeness. It's a healing card. Yang Suian immediately summoned the Jade Rabbit. A palm-sized white rabbit appeared, its red round eyes and chubby mouth giving it an irresistibly adorable look. Its long ears framed a small medicine mortar held tightly in its paws, with an immaculate white jade pestle nested inside, delicate and mysterious, instantly conveying a sense of rarity. The Jade Rabbit was enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow that made its figure seem both elusive and sacred, as if from another realm. Su Yifan held his breath, his mind blank, as if any thought would be a disrespect. Yang Suian commanded the Jade Rabbit to transfer restorative energy to Ji. The rabbit locked eyes with her, its bodice glowing light brightening instantly. Ji emitted a soft, contented sigh and slowly opened her eyes. A cool, gentle current of energy flowed into her mind, gradually reviving her depleted spirit. She sat up, a look of delighted surprise on her face, though she had somewhat expected this. That restored a fifth of my spirit capacity. Suian, how much energy did you expend? Not bad, about half my source energy. Is there a cooldown? Yang Suian nodded. About 5 minutes. Ji smiled. Good. She turned to Su Yifan. Suian and I are staying in the training camp. You head into the mountains alone. Wait, you're not going for points anymore? He's staying to help me regain spirit. I have to hurry and make cards. We're 5 people, 3 cards aren't enough. Now that I can restore spirit, I want all 5 of us fully equipped. She paused. How many points do you have left? Except for the ones I exchanged for source energy potions, I'm transferring the rest to you. Su Yifan rapidly transmitted the points through his wristband. After confirming receipt, he urged without mercy, keep earning points. We might not have enough soon. Yang Suian will be the biggest consumer because he'll need continuous source energy potions to keep restoring my spirit. Thinking about that, she sensed Suian's coming days would be especially tough. Su Yifan tensed under her push and turned quickly without a word. Not long after, there was a soft knock on Jihee's door. She opened it to find Lin Nanxing, looking worn out. Lin Nanxing tapped her wristband against Jihee's and said, I made 6 cards over the last 2 days and exchanged them all for points. I'm transferring part to you, but I can't give you everything. I need to save some points to buy material cards. In Caning Mountain, water element beasts are rare, so materials are hard to get. We have to rely on exchanges. Jihee waved a hand. I know, no need to explain in detail. Lin Nanxing said seriously, it's better to keep point transfers transparent. Jihee sighed, all right. But in truth, she didn't have the patience to track every point's flow precisely. Lin Nanxing continued, I've recorded your portion too. Thank you. No need. It's not just yours, I've tracked everyone's points. Lin's tone was resolute. Jihee nodded. Pooling the points of all 6 together with a unified record system would keep things from getting too chaotic down the road. Suian was finally able to restore her spiritual energy. Jihee, seeing that Lin Nanxing still looked somewhat weak, asked with concern, do you need me to help you recover? Lin Nanxing stared at Jihee for a long moment. Her eyes filled with a complex expression that made Jihee feel a bit uneasy. She couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Lin Nanxing's voice was hesitant as she said, do you know there was no way to recover spiritual energy before? In fact, there was a way, but they had just never discovered it. Hearing this, Jihee breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I know, but from now on, things are different. Lin Nanxing, she began, as if trying to confirm something. Lin Nanxing wasn't sure if she was overreacting or if he was just too calm. Either way, this breakthrough still felt monumental to her. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her voice and asked, does Teacher Zheng know? Jihee nodded. Yes, he knows. Lin Nanxing reluctantly accepted that her earlier anxiety had been unnecessary. That's good. Seeing their conversation winding down, Suian quickly brought the topic back. So, do you need to restore your spiritual energy? After 2 days of intense card crafting, Lin Nanxing definitely needed to recharge. She nodded, thank you, I really do. Then, Yutu focused her power on Lin Nanxing, releasing the mysterious Yin energy. Instantly, a refreshing coolness flooded Lin Nanxing's mind, and her condition rapidly improved. After a brief pause, Lin Nanxing's voice was a little hoarse as she said, my spiritual energy is fully restored. I even feel like it's overflowing. Jihee showed no surprise and said, Suian, You still need to keep practicing precise control over the output. Yang Suian and you two worked very well together, so controlling the power was relatively smooth, but since the cards were newly equipped, fine-tuning the output was still tricky. Suian knew this well, and understood that neither Ji He nor Lin Nanxing would give him extra time to practice. Ji He smiled, that's true. Then she turned to Lin Nanxing, we're heading to the resource exchange. Do you want to come? Lin Nanxing's eyes brightened, her spiritual energy fully restored. Naturally, she agreed, I'm coming too. With my spiritual energy full, I'll continue crafting cards. Curious, Ji He asked, what kind of cards are you making? Lin Nanxing answered, condensed water. Ji He immediately lost interest. Condensed water was the most basic skill for water attribute card masters, gathering moisture from the air to form real water. Though it seemed simple, every elemental attribute in the game, whether metallic, wood, fire, earth, wind, or electric, required their own basic skill cards that everyone had to learn. Ji He's team of 6 hadn't learned these because her main summoning cards didn't need skill combinations, so she simply didn't equip those cards. Even though these cards were easy to make, demand was high. That's why Lin Nanxing had been focused on farming condensed water cards for points the past 2 days, with no plans to change her approach. At the exchange counter, Zheng Yuanqi sat as usual, unhurried and calm. The group chatted briefly while selecting cards, then quickly took their materials and left. Ji He chose the Oxhead card from the Oxhead and Horseface options. She had initially wanted to pick Fish Gills, but since it didn't matter whether Lin Nanxing equipped it early or late, she decided to go with something more combat effective to equip for Qinshen. The whole process went smoothly and naturally. Their movements were efficient and coordinated, not lively, but full of mutual understanding and effectiveness. The duo of Nyodo and Mumyen was decisively assigned by Ji He to Qinshen, while he himself prepared to assemble the cards for Qian Bei. Ji He had always thought the image of the black and white impermanence was quite striking, so he claimed them without hesitation. For the next hour, Yang Xuan repeatedly went through the cycle of restoring Ji He's mental energy, administering a spirit energy restorative, waiting for recovery, then giving another dose just to fully replenish Ji He's mind. Before parting, Ji He reminded Yang Xuan, remember to keep restoring my mental energy after I finish crafting the cards. Yang Xuan nodded seriously. Got it. Holding a high school senior air attribute textbook, Yang Xuan had intended to study a few pages, but Ji He's smooth and skillful card making immediately captured his attention. Ji He carefully etched intricate spirit runes that gradually built into a 3-dimensional space. Yang Xuan gave up on the headache-inducing textbook and fixed his gaze on this visual feast. Ji He's hands were steady as an embroidery needle, flawlessly tracing even the most complex and tangled lines in a single stroke, bringing a sense of calm and satisfaction to the onlooker. Yang Xuan's eyes followed the tip of Ji He's pen with growing admiration, blurring into something close to fascination until the pen finally stopped, and he snapped back to reality. Card crafting seems pretty interesting, a thought crossed Yang Xuan's mind, only to be immediately pushed aside by realism. He knew not to be fooled by the apparent simplicity. Almost every child on Blue Star had tried practicing with exercise cards to draw spirit runes, and the vast majority gave up facing the twisted, overlapping patterns, with only a very rare few managing to successfully construct a 3D space. Yang Xuan was firmly in the former group, defeated by the initial hurdle. Entering the card space, Ji He skillfully filled in the background details. Nyodo, one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld, also known as a Bang, appeared as a bull-headed man holding a steel fork. Punished as a wrongful death due to filial impiety in life, he transformed into this form and was responsible for capturing fugitive criminals, partnering with Mumyen as soul collectors. After completing the background text, the card radiated dazzling light and gradually took shape. When the light faded, Ji He slowly opened his eyes. The card's detailed info read: Name, Arresting Officer Nyodo. Type, Mythical card. Quality, Attribute, None. Traits: 1. Nyodo cannot be targeted by physical attacks. 2. As a ghost god, Nyodo is immune to active attacks from Een spirits. 3. His ferocious appearance intimidates targets, causing the intimidated status based on their strength. 4. Wielding a steel fork, he deals massive damage to living beings. Damage doubles against malicious, life-threatening criminals. 5. When encountering humanoid Een spirits, there is a high chance he will convert them to allied units. Note: one of the 10 Een marshals of the Underworld. Ji He found himself wondering, can someone with moral flaws really become a god? Just then, Yang Xuan timely summoned Yutu, who released mysterious Een power to replenish Ji He's mental energy, easing much of his bodily discomfort though not fully eliminating it. Clearly, crafting 2 cards back-to-back was mentally taxing, so Ji He decided not to push himself and chose to rest. I'm going to take a nap. You can practice your skills in the meantime, he said resignedly to Yang Xuan. Understood. He'll make sure to fully restore your mental energy while you rest, Yang Xuan promised. Ji He handed over the newly finished card. Give this one to Qinshen. Yang Suian seized the chance to head into the mountains to personally deliver the card to Qin Qin. Armed with the U2 card, the low to mid-level strange beasts encountered on his journey were no longer a threat. If he couldn't beat them, he could flee quickly, and injuries healed promptly. Experiencing it firsthand, Yang Suian deeply appreciated the power and convenience of mythical cards. Lin Nanxing and Yang Suian, both meticulous and conscientious, were not with the group. None of the other members had the patience to leave deliberate marks. Usually, they would leave a sign only if it came to mind, otherwise just let things be. This made Yang Suian's search incredibly difficult. Wang Peng, hurry, sneak up behind it. With the muffled thud of a blunt strike, a scream erupted, accompanied by the sharp sound of tearing flesh. Don't just stand there. Move, dodge. Get out of the way. Someone shouted urgently. On a gentle slope, Yang Suian encountered another team. He had planned to go around them, but the voice calling out was very familiar, so he cautiously approached and hid behind a large rock to watch. This was a 6-person squad, 3 men and 3 women. 5 were battling a red-tailed fox, while another lay on the ground behind them in a pool of blood, groaning painfully. The fox swished its tail, igniting a burst of flames. It moved with incredible agility, leaping through treetops and pouncing from above, even steering midair by flicking its fiery tail, making it hard for the opponents to keep up. Unlike Jihe's squad, which filled out their card configurations after reaching first tier, only 2 members here had first tier status 1 wood element and 1 metal element, clearly at a disadvantage against the fire element red-tailed fox. Moreover, their combat experience was lacking, and this advanced first tier beast was forcing them into a desperate retreat. Jiang Mingyang's voice grew hoarse from shouting. Stop freezing up. Spread out. Dodge. Don't stop your feet. Keep running. I won't believe we can't beat one little fox with so many of us. Someone couldn't help but retort. So many? 6 against 1, now 5 against 1 because someone's down. Jiang Mingyang snarled angrily. 5 against 1 isn't enough? You want 50 against 1 for a little fox? Yang Suian suppressed a smile at the exchange. 2 others on the team also snickered quietly. Seeing their struggles, Yang Suian finally stepped forward. Jiang Mingyang, he called out. Jiang Mingyang glanced back, surprised. What are you doing here? All alone. I'm here to meet up with my team, Yang Suian replied calmly. And they actually let me come by myself? You're kidding, Jiang Mingyang said in disbelief. Yang Suian summoned the Jade Rabbit card and boosted Jiang Mingyang's speed. Instantly, Jiang Mingyang felt his body grow lighter, his step accelerating dramatically. Wow, what's this? He exclaimed, delighted. But his expression quickly shifted to a fierce grin. Who cares? You think you can outrun me? Come on. They'll show you what running really means. He gritted his teeth, intercepting the red-tailed fox over and over, swinging his metal staff, and striking fiercely at the flaming tail. The fox let out a sharp, eerie cry. After the fight ended, Yang Suian was surrounded by the others. What kind of card is that? It's amazing. It's like you gave Yang a whole new body. Can that skill be used again? I want to try too. Stop joking. You think this is a free-for-all? Jiang Mingyang waved them off, shooing the curious teammates away. Yang Suian met their eager eyes steadily and said slowly, not anymore. I have to save my energy for traveling and self-defense. Jiang Mingyang looked visibly disappointed. I wanted to feel that speed again. Maybe next time. Your team can't handle advanced first-tier beast run. If you see one, don't fight. Yang Suian then cast a healing spell on the injured, a pale green light gathering over the bloodied wounds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the deep slash across the back closed up quickly, visibly knitting together. As soon as he revealed that move, 6 pairs of eyes in the squad almost gleamed with envy. One teammate teased quietly, why don't you join our team? We'll protect you so thoroughly. There's no way you'd have to go into the mountains alone. Another quickly agreed. Yeah, if you come with us, you'd be our one and only healer. The atmosphere was charged with admiration and subtle testing. Yang Suian remained expressionless, completely unmoved. No thanks, I'm leaving, he said plainly, turning down the offer without hesitation. Jiang Mingyang and Yang Suian were classmates. Jiang was warm-hearted and often helped Yang since he knew Yang's health wasn't great. Yang was glad to repay the kindness this time. He waved cheerfully. See you, Jiang Mingyang. Jiang waved back. You look even stronger now. Not bad at all. Yang Suian smiled and warned, you guys, be careful. Then he turned, quickly disappearing into the depths of the forest. Captain, who's that? One of the teammates couldn't help but ask. My classmate, the captain replied. So you're pretty close? Seriously can't convince him to join us? Jiang Mingyang shrugged. No way. He's childhood friends with Ji He and Xiao He. There's no chance he'd come over to our side. The captain shook his head. But the teammates were still thinking aloud. His support skills are amazing, speed boost and healing are exactly the kind of skills we need right now. Jiang Mingyang tugged at Nian Nian and said, all right, he's gone. Let's get moving too. The brief encounter hadn't delayed them long. Yang Suan finally found a marker and breathed a sigh of relief, certain he hadn't lost his way. He could have just called Chun Chin directly to share his location in real time, but he wanted to see Chun Chen's first reaction to the card, so he cautiously made his way toward their group. Fortunately, the speed boost made his pace incredibly fast. Even if he took a wrong turn, he could correct it quickly. 2 hours later, Yang Suian spotted Qin Chun, Xiao He, and Su Yifan from afar. Qin Chun noticed him first, calling out, "Anan, why are you here?" The three of them came forward to meet him. Yang Suian handed over the Minotaur card, eyes fixed on Chun Chen's face. "Hey, race a card for you." Chun Chen's face instantly lit up with a bright smile. Excited, she asked, "Finally my turn?" She took the card, eyes sparkling as she examined it. "Wow, it has all these traits?" Her hesitant words drew curious looks from Xiao He and Su Yifan, who leaned in closer to inspect. "Double damage against criminals, how is that even measured? Does it somehow detect right and wrong?" Xiao He muttered softly, "That's insane. The power of these myth cards is beyond anything we imagined." Chen Chen quickly equipped the card, barely containing her excitement as she summoned the Minotaur. The creature stood tall, clad in heavy armor, wielding a steel trident. It had the body of a bull and a fierce, savage face. Its terrifying presence alone sent a wave of pressure through the surroundings. Chen Chen didn't think the card was ugly. She actually liked how powerful it looked. No matter how it appeared, she valued strength above all else. This kind of card was perfect for a law enforcer, especially with its double damage against criminals ability, which was seriously overpowered. If not for their ongoing training, she'd want to test it out on real criminals to see how strong it really was. The box notification popped up. "You also have another card that can be linked with this one." "What?" Chun Chen's excitement and curiosity grew. Yang Suian answered, "Ma Mian." After delivering the cards, Yang Suian didn't pause for a moment and immediately turned back. On the way, he drank a bottle of Source Energy Recovery Potion. The clear liquid slid down his throat, instantly bringing a soothing lightness throughout his body. The potion restored 50 units of Source Energy, but if a second bottle was consumed within 5 minutes, the second would only restore 45 units. Even so, Yang Suian maintained high efficiency and managed to get home within an hour. When he returned, Ji was still asleep. Yang San gently summoned Yu, a small silver-white rabbit, which nuzzled Ji's forehead tenderly to help relieve fatigue and restore his spirit. Just after waking, Ji got up to exchange material cards and immediately dove back into making cards. This time, his mood was especially uplifted, probably because these cards were made by his own hand for himself. The first card he crafted was one of the 10 Dark Marshals of the Underworld by Wuchang. Bai Wuchang, originally named Xiebian, together with He Wuchang formed the pair known as the Two Impermanences. This card portrayed a ghostly deity who always wore a smiling face and had a tall, thin figure. His face was pale as paper, with a fierce long tongue sticking out of his mouth, holding a palm fan, and wearing an official hat inscribed with the characters "4 characters bring wealth at first sight." According to legend, Bai Wuchang grants blessings to those who respect the gods and brings good fortune, earning him honorifics like Living Impermanence, Lord Bai, or Seventh Lord. Finally, Ji successfully assembled his first card, with the following information clearly displayed. Name: Soul Retriever by Wuchang. Type: Mythical card. Quality: Attribute: None. Effects: 1. Bai Wuchang cannot be targeted by physical attacks. 2. As a ghost deity, Bai Wuchang is immune to active attacks from Yin spirits. 3. Bai Wuchang can designate a target to grant a single instance of good luck. Once triggered, this effect expires. 4. Holding a palm fan, Bai Wuchang can remove negative status effects from the target. 5. When encountering Yin spirits, Bai Wuchang has a high probability of converting them into allied units. Note: one of the 10 Dark Marshals of the Underworld, with clearly defined responsibilities, commanding great authority in the Nether realm. The moment he finished assembling the card, he clearly felt a comprehensive enhancement in his physical condition, although his mental power did not improve noticeably. This time was somewhat different. He had finally completed his first card for personal use. However, after a while, extreme exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he nearly collapsed. Yang Suian struggled to help him to bed and make him comfortable. Curiously, even in sleep, Ji's brows remained tightly furrowed, his complexion marked by an uncontrollable weariness. Watching this, Yang Suan felt sharp pangs of worry. The intense overload of card crafting was taking too great a toll on Ji's body, and if this continued, his health would inevitably suffer serious consequences. It wasn't just Ji. On the other side, Lin Nanxing also hardly rested. Fortunately, he was producing 1-star condensed water cards, which required much less effort and mental strain, so his situation was somewhat better. In the office of the training center, the supervisor Qi Yi confirmed through the microphone, "You're saying you want to arrange a practice match with us?" A firm, confident voice came back over the line. "Exactly. Not just with you, we've specially invited teams from every city in the entire province, since Dongyan City is the capital of Donglan Province." Qi Yi and Xinqing Yuan exchanged a glance. Xinqing Yuan's lips twitched into an almost uncontrollable smile. Qi Yi responded coolly, "I have no objection, but aren't you a bit overconfident? Did you encounter exceptionally talented trainees? Confident enough to take on all 28 cities under Donglin province? Chi Yi challenged with a half smile. Of course. Dare to give it a try? Came the retort. Nothing to fear here. I'd be more worried you'd regret inviting me. Chi Yi's tone held a trace of provocation. The voice on the other end seemed unfazed, replying casually. Then it's a deal. After hanging up, Chi Yi and Shun Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. Shun Qingyuan pounded the table, saying, never expected someone to volunteer to get beaten. I really want that person to meet Ji He, this freak. Chi Yi's smile was gentle, but beneath it lay a faint but secretive menace. Meanwhile, at the exact same moment, every trainee's wristband in the training camp vibrated simultaneously, delivering a new message. All trainees must gather at the training ground tomorrow. The message came through 3 times almost simultaneously. Whether hidden deep in the Caning Mountains or out at the training field, every trainee stopped what they were doing and stared at the notification on their wristbands. Why call for a sudden assembly? Could the training camp be ending early? That seemed unlikely. No one could say for sure, but the notice made everyone's heart race with tension. Keep hunting the beasts, rack up more points, and seize the opportunity, someone whispered. But don't fall behind. If the order really comes, being late will cause big trouble. After reading the message, Su Yifan, Xiao He, and Qinshin immediately decided to head back to camp. They weren't too concerned about scoring an extra day's points. After being out in the mountains so long, their nerves were already frayed. Time to rest properly. Xiao He guessed, maybe the supervisors are about to announce new training content? Things have been too lax lately. Plenty of people have just been passing time. I've seen dozens just twiddling their thumbs all day. Qinshin replied casually, it's normal to clear out some slackers. But her attention quickly shifted back to the bull-headed card in her deck space. She was already imagining what the horse-face card might look like. A linked skill called Nyo Tu Ma Mian Oxhead and Horseface sounded catchy and exciting. She silently looked forward to that. Su Yifan's eyelids were so heavy they barely stayed open. Leaning against Xiao He's shoulder, he muttered wearily, I'm going to nap a bit. Having spent most of the time shielding the others from monsters up front, his stamina was wearing thin. Even with his good constitution, he just couldn't hold on any longer. Xiao He wanted to push him away, but, seeing how drowsy and worn out he was, had no choice but to let him rest. On the way down the mountain, even more trainees appeared, merging in a tide of people. Eventually, over 100 rushed together toward the camp at the foot of the mountain. Su Yifan, already awake from the noise, was too lazy to walk on his own, so he draped a hand over Qinshin's shoulder and the other over Xiao He's, letting them lead him forward. Passers-by asked about his injuries with concern, but Su Yifan shook his head blankly. It's nothing, just tired. Qinshin's shoulders were lower and less sturdy, so she found it easier to walk than Xiao He. Along the way, everyone chattered and speculated about the sudden assembly, but the real reason was something no one could figure out by guessing. Back at the dormitories, Xiao He dropped Su Yifan onto his own bed. Feeling suddenly light and relieved, Xiao He went straight to his own room to rest. Early the next morning, a loud pounding on the door shook everyone awake. Ji He, still groggy, asked, who is it? Another message from the supervisors announced gathering at the camp again today. Stop sleeping, get up now? Xiao He shouted from outside. Gathering? What gathering? Ji He doubted as he opened his wristband and saw the 3 quiet messages waiting inside. Reluctantly, he sat up. After freshening up, he felt a bit more alert and opened his door. Lin Nanxing and Yang Xuan were already suited up, peering from the hallway window toward the training ground. There were already dozens of sharpie trainees lining up, waiting to assemble. Ji He looked out too, immediately spotting the exhausted and listless Lin Nanxing, a sharp contrast to the others. After a while, Qinshin and Yang Xuan also came out. The 6 of them gathered and headed toward the training ground together. Rubbing his temples, Ji He sighed helplessly, I just finished drawing my star card. Had to rest after starting early. If I keep pushing like this, I'm gonna drop dead. Are you finally about to give up? Qinshin smiled with a hint of schadenfreude. Earlier, Xiao He and I even bet on how long you could hold out like this. Xiao He was betting that you wouldn't make it through the early stage. Seeing so many people around, Qinshin changed his tone, hesitating slightly as he said, Yifan actually supports you. Saying you can keep going like this forever. His voice dripped with contempt, as if implying you weren't even fully human. I said, you won't last more than a few days. Sure enough, my prediction was right. Ji He looked at Su Yifan in surprise and asked with a puzzled tone, what are you thinking? Who can keep pushing themselves like this every single day? If you manage to hold on for just a few days, consider yourself strong-willed. Su Yifan's expression was even more shocked than Ji He's. You can't do it, he retorted. Ji He nearly laughed in disbelief and shook his head, firing back. What do you take me for? Let me highlight this for you. I, Ji He, am a human being. Humans need rest. You seriously can't manage that? Seeing Su Yifan so struck dumb, Ji He lost interest and turned to join the nearby crowd gossiping. I heard Zhu Ziyu's dad bought him a rare skill card, plus a vehicle card, someone whispered. Vehicle cards aren't common, they're quite valuable. It surprised everyone that his dad was willing to spend that much. Don't you know? His dad is Zhu Taihe, the famous owner of Taihe drinks here in the city. I've been drinking that brand for years, but never knew Zhu Ziyu's family was this rich. Even crazier, he got cards for the whole team. Gee, he couldn't help but chime in. He paid for all of them himself? Yeah, all genuine rare cards, the other person answered. Rare cards are stronger than the usual ones on the market and often have extra special effects. But rare doesn't mean invincible. True champions are still few and far between. These rumors made Ji thoughtful. He didn't plan to give his teammates a full set of myth cards, but skill cards were a must-have. Initially, Head rushed to make cards because myth cards gave a big early advantage, especially aiming for the national martial arts competition. At first, his schedule allowed breaks while crafting cards, sometimes goofing off or grabbing kills. Life seemed pretty pleasant. But after the leak from Zheng Yuanqi, a sense of urgency hit Ji hard. He suddenly had to rush and make 3 myth cards in a short time. Honestly, he barely ever made ordinary cards before. If Lin Nanxing hadn't yet allocated his cards, he would have seriously thought about quitting. He had always studied intermittently and never tried a long retreat of focus. Now hearing about rare skill cards sparked an idea: could ancient spells like the 36 heavenly methods and 72 earthly fiends be turned into cards too? The thought made him restless. Yet, since he already had a packed schedule with no immediate need for skill cards, he pushed the idea aside for now. At exactly 8 o'clock, Qi Yi and Shun Qingyuan appeared at the training ground. Qi Yi looked serious and said, "Yesterday, the person in charge from Dongyan City called me, inviting us for a practice match." Dongyan City? That's the provincial capital, right? We're going to the provincial capital for a practice match? The trainees' hearts quickened at the news. Qi Yi continued, "I already agreed on your behalf." The training ground immediately erupted in excitement. Everyone whispered, "We're going to the provincial capital? Over 200 of us at once?" Shin Qingyuan quickly clarified, "Of course not. They'll pick the strongest team from among you." That statement felt like a bucket of cold water. The previously excited atmosphere instantly froze. A low, somber sigh gradually rose. Only one team would get to compete. Many trainees couldn't help but show signs of disappointment. "So it's not going to be my turn." Some who liked to stir the pot glanced back and forth among the few heavily favored teams. Wei Shuxiu, Zhu Ziyu, Ji He, and Lu Ziming undoubtedly the most promising squads. Among them, many members had already reached the first cultivation stage. Wei Shux's team had 4 at that level, with 2 others close behind. Zhu Ziyu's and Lu Ziming's teams each boasted 5 first-stage experts. Ji He's team was more mysterious, almost never seen in the training chambers. Some guessed maybe they weren't earning cultivation points. That didn't make sense. Li Su Yifan was famously strong, so they couldn't be lagging in hunting wild beasts. Or maybe they simply didn't dare go hunting at all. Wei Shushu himself had never encountered them in the forest. The suggestion sparked a round of agreement. "I've never seen them either." "Neither have I." "Same here." Everyone exchanged uneasy glances and listened intently as more whispers about Wei Shushu floated around. Wei Shushu glanced sideways at Lu Ziming beside him. Lu Ziming shook his head. "I haven't run into them either. Their team chose the west side of the forest. That area has many insectoid beasts. 3 fire attribute crafters there handle those small monsters quickly. Our team sticks to the east side. I've only spotted them a few times near the foot of the mountain." Images of the last encounter with Ji He flashed through Wei Shux's mind. The unnamed anger from those past days still hard to shake. Ji He's lazy dismissal of debating with him was intensely irritating. Ji He always ranked first in city-level exams, constantly praised by teachers. Even Wei Shux's parents, hearing the name somewhere, repeated endlessly beside him. "Ji He takes first place in the whole city. Why can't you? He's the same age as you. If he can do it, why not you?" Those words never ceased. At first, Wei Shushu didn't think much of Ji He, since there were other top competitors. Lin Nanxing consistently held second place, far ahead of third. Wei Shushu was in the top 5, but the top 2 seemed almost untouchable. But the name Ji He kept echoing in his ears. At first, it was just annoying, but gradually it turned to outright resentment. Every time he saw Ji He standing proudly in the crowd during competitions, he found him pretentious and irritating. This resentment was well known among his own teammates. One member sneered, "Maybe they're just slacking off. Last time He said he could craft cards, but we never saw him make anything. Anyone can brag. I say I can make cards too, but just saying doesn't count." My guess is their whole team has given up. The trainees debated heatedly, the atmosphere growing louder. Qi Yi and Shun Qingyuan listened quietly nearby. When things seemed about to wrap up, Qi Yi blew his whistle twice, and the crowd immediately fell silent. This drawing would determine the matchups for the small team tournament. On, the highest-ranked teams would compete, minimizing luck and testing pure strength. Those who couldn't win now would only face stronger opponents later. Actually, according to Shun Qingyuan's original plan, having a big free-for-all battle would have been the easiest option. But Qi Yi firmly vetoed this idea. He believed it was wrong to judge these students simply by the skill level of Huajing University's students. After all, more than half of them hadn't even broken through to the first tier yet. If they just mixed everyone together for a brawl, luck would play too big a role, and when a group of young fighters face off, many wouldn't accept the outcome gracefully. What Chi wanted was for them to clearly see the strength of others, to confront their own shortcomings head-on, rather than complaining, "I just had bad luck. I could have won." The instructor brought over a box filled with drawing slips. The 286 participants were divided into 48 teams, only 2 of which had 5 members, while the rest were 6-member squads. Each team selected a representative to come on stage and draw their lot. For Jihee's team, they sent up Chen Xun, a girl who loved lottery draws and was happy to take on the role this time. Chen Xun walked up, reached into the box, and pulled out a slip with the number 19 written on it. The edges were uneven, clearly torn by hand, reflecting a careless, haphazard preparation. This little detail revealed the sloppy attitude of whoever was responsible for making the slips. After the draws, everyone quickly moved to the arena behind the dormitory building. The fighting stage was square and spacious, easily accommodating over 200 people. Chi announced the numbers 1, 2, and 3, each corresponding to 6 teams going on the field. Teams with the same number were paired opponents. Team 1 had only 1 member who had broken through to the first tier, while Team 2 had 2 such fighters, including a card master that greatly boosted their strength. The Team 1 on the left was quickly thrown into chaos by a flurry of earth spike attacks, broken and defeated on the spot. Next, the match between Team 2 and Team 3 began. With 4 teams and 23 people in total, none had yet achieved first-tier breakthrough, so the fight immediately turned into a fierce melee of cold weapons. The clash of swords and the exchange of punches ignited the atmosphere. The crowd around the arena roared with excitement, their cheers rising in waves, richly conveying the tension and excitement of the contest. Someone shouted loudly, "Attack his right side." Another yelled, "That beauty in Team 3, kick him below the belt," hoping for a knockout in one strike. Yet others called out urgently, "Brothers in Team 2, where's your sword going?" Only to accidentally hit teammates, giving opponents an opening to counterattack. The shouting became so chaotic it even disrupted the fight on stage. One boy, distracted by the noisy calls, was caught off guard and kicked off the platform. He looked baffled, glancing side to side at the stage before turning toward Chi Yi and Shen Qingyuan, whispering an accusation, "Referee, audience, you should do something. This shouting is too distracting for the match." Shen Qingyuan quickly shut him down. What cardmaster tournament doesn't have an audience? Have you ever seen a competition where spectators are told to be silent? Whether it's at the national, town, or village level, it's always like this. Every battle is watched by an audience. One of the main reasons for holding these matches is to attract viewers and generate revenue. Watching the chaos on stage, Shen Qingyuan almost joined the shouting himself, but caught himself was responsible for the event, after all An held back. Meanwhile, Chi Yi observed the situation with some disinterest. Even with unlimited supplies of source energy growth liquid, most still hadn't broken through to the first tier. It wasn't actually unlimited, since points were capped, but points weren't hard to get. There was no limit to exchanging growth liquid, which was the biggest perk right now. Chi Yi realized that back in their day, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of such generous treatment. Shen Qingyuan nodded in agreement. There's a material in the source energy growth liquid that requires extremely harsh growth conditions, making it costly and previously hard to mass produce. What's changed is that they found a cheaper, simpler way to cultivate it, so production surged, finally meeting the consumption needs of tens of millions of students worldwide. The state had clearly invested tremendous effort in nurturing these students. Both the Koch and Moyunki families each had 2 or 3 elites directly recommended by their schools for specialized training. By contrast, Qin's approach was unique. Everyone had a chance. There were no complicated channels. Advancement relied purely on personal talent and hard work. If natural talent fell short, one could still climb quickly by pushing themselves relentlessly with the help of source energy growth serum. Talent mattered in Qin, but it was by no means the only factor. Many high-level card masters lacked outstanding innate ability, yet through cleverness and unique skills, they made huge contributions to the nation. Even so, their ranks were forcibly elevated by the state's power, something outsiders could hardly imagine, given the sheer scale of the country's resources. The matches on the duel stage were intense and fast-paced. Teams 4, 5, and 6 took turns, followed swiftly by teams 7, 8, and 9. Within 2 hours, all 18 teams had completed their bouts. Among teams 10, 11, and 12, we especially noticed Wei Shu Su and Zhu Zero, known figures in the training camp whose appearances drew cheers from the crowd. Unfortunately, the two never faced each other directly. Their opponents, though surprised by their presence, bore no grudges. Many had already resigned themselves to elimination, knowing they stood little chance of ultimate victory, and accepted early defeat with equanimity. Wei Shu's opponent gave up without hesitation, withdrawing immediately. In contrast, Zhu Ziyu's opponent remained on stage, refusing to yield. In Zhu Ziyu's team was a wood element card master who carried a handful of leaves in his pouch, ready to wield them at any moment. The leaves glowed with a faint green light, capable of cutting flesh when slashed through the opponent. Ji immediately thought of the first kill skill card he had once crafted using his Qingmu Rabbit, which was still under his control. The Qingmu Rabbit's trait was briefly manipulating leaves, so Ji reasoned this card was made from Qingmu Rabbit heart material. However, the Qingmu Rabbit's power was weak. To make a practical skill card, its properties had to be amplified, which demanded extremely precise material blending and spirit rune control from the card master. Zhu Ziyu was obviously well-funded, easily possessing such advanced skill cards. In fact, many low-level exotic beasts had traits more useful than higher-level ones. But the problem was their material was not strong enough. By boosting low-level materials with high-level ones, even a slight mistake could alter the trait, so making this card required superb craftsmanship. Zhu Ziyu's team sent only this wood element card master, who quickly defeated the opponent, while the others kept a low profile for the time being. Teams 13, 14, 15, and then 16, 17, 18 battled one after another. When the 19th team's turn came, Ji unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance Wang Hao, his deskmate. The two soon found themselves facing off directly on the battlefield. Ji, is your team any good? Ours has 3 card masters, Wang Hao teased with a grin. Ji raised an eyebrow and replied, oh, yours does too? Wang Hao bared his teeth in a smile, of course. Ji smiled back, too bad, so does mine. Wang Hao seemed to expect this, responding coolly, I'd be surprised if you're not yet at first tier breakthrough. He added confidently, our team is strong one wrong move, and you'll get crushed badly. Ji's smug confidence crept onto his lips. Really? You won't cry if you lose, right? Wang Hao lifted his chin in disdain, as if. No sooner had he spoken than within 2 minutes, his teammates fell one by one, several bodies collapsing onto the ground. His eyes locked on a seemingly harmless yellow wasp buzzing nearby, his body frozen in terror. That ordinary-looking wasp had stung and incapacitated 5 of his teammates, and he was next. Wang Hao completely broke down, shouting, what the hell is this thing? The audience immediately erupted in astonishment. What was going on with this card? Whether it was a 0-level or first-level card, it could instantly defeat an opponent. Was that just too outrageous? How were they supposed to fight against this? Maybe fire attribute cards would have an advantage against this wasp? Someone agreed, saying it made sense to try fire attribute cards. If that was true, then electric attributes might work too. And what about water-type moves like bubbles or metal-type cuts, wood-type flying leaves, and earth-type swirling dust spells? They could all come into play, right? As the discussion heated up, people in the crowd started pulling out various attribute cards one after another to test the wasp, as if it had suddenly become an incredibly fragile glass cannon, vulnerable to any skill that hit it could cause fatal or severe damage. The debate grew louder and more intense, and the members of the teams aiming for first place grew increasingly serious. At some point, Wei Shushu, Zhu Ziyu, and Lu Ziming had gathered together. Wei Shushu stared fixedly at the wasp, feeling a strange unease he couldn't quite place. The chilling aura was undoubtedly the presence of a Yin spirit card, but this solemn and majestic feeling carried no hint of evil. How could that be? Yin spirit cards were usually tainted with malevolent energy. How could this one emit such profound, yet benign aura? Wei Shushu wondered, who was the card's creator? Who made these fantasy cards? He hadn't heard of any fantasy card makers visiting Chilling Forest before. Zhu Ziyu felt puzzled too. Could it be a secret visitor passing through? He glanced at Ji furtively, curiosity flickering in his mind. Zhu Ziyu knew Ji and had thought about teaming up with her, but after a week together, he had given up not because they didn't get along, but because he disliked being ranked behind her by their mutual friends. In truth, he admired Ji's personality, which made their subsequent distance even harder for him to shake. Since then, Ji never took the initiative to reach out again. Lu Ziming, a student at 7th High, rarely interacted with Ji, but kept his sights on the first-place competitors and every formidable rival. Without a doubt, Ji's team was among the fiercest challengers. Now, Lu Ziming regarded their team as his top adversary. He watched the wasp warily. It seemed deceptively ordinary, but was incredibly tricky. Their team's danger perception skill card was flashing urgent red warnings non-stop. Previously, such alarms only flickered briefly when encountering a first-level high-grade beast, so they were stunned to discover that this seemingly unimpressive wasp surpassed even a first-level high-grade beast in power. Muttering to himself, Lu Ziming repeated under his breath, stronger than a first-level high-grade beast. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, I'm going to report this. His voice boomed so loudly it drowned out all the whispers in the arena. Instantly, the space felt utterly silent. Even the teams fighting on stage paused in confusion, turning their gaze toward the stands. Just as Wang Hao glanced down toward the audience, Ji seized the moment, delivering a fierce kick that knocked him off the martial arena. Wang Hao flew backward, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Never expected Ji to suddenly ambush him when their team was so far ahead. Bang! The crowd parted as Wang Hao crashed heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth, he scrambled to his feet, stomping angrily while roaring, Ji, you're such a dog. I'm your father. That scene drew all eyes downstairs in a sharp, tense silence. the atmosphere crackling with a palpable sense of impending conflict. Gee, he said boldly, getting stung once by a wasp already hurt enough, and I spared you a beating yet you still won't even call me dad? That's unfair. After speaking, he decisively dismissed the issue with a hint of disdain in his tone. Screw you. As the crowd's attention was drawn to the argument between Ji He and Wang Hao, Lu Ziming struggled to control his anger. Gritting his teeth, he shouted louder once more, I want to file a complaint. At once, the arena fell silent. Shun Qingyuan immediately put away her previous casual expression, consciously adopting a more serious demeanor. File a complaint about what? Who exactly? Qi Yi also shifted his gaze to Lu Ziming, his eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Ziming declared firmly, in reporting that Xiao He's wasp card's power is abnormal. Shun Qingyuan's attention was immediately piqued. Her eyes lit up with interest. Oh, in what way is it abnormal? Lu Ziming puffed out his chest, adopting an expert stance. I have the danger perception card, and according to my sensing, that wasp card is more powerful than 5 high-tier level 1 exotic beast cards combined. That's definitely not normal. The venue erupted instantly. Some whispered amongst themselves, is it true? How exactly did Xiao He pull that off? Someone shouted, could there really be secret techniques to boost card strength? Many others sighed softly. This world is getting stranger, it feels like we just can't keep up anymore. Someone whispered eagerly, if there's something that's strong, why not share it so we can all level up? Another sighed, I've said it before, Xiao He one-shots everyone because he's too strong. Now we finally know there's some trick behind it. Voices overlapped chaotically. Suddenly, a whistle sliced through the noise. Qi Yi blew the whistle, bringing the crowd to an immediate hush. He spoke up. First, you need to understand some basic principles about cards. 1. Card creators do everything they can to improve card quality, and that's reasonable, legal, and compliant. 2. Card creators cannot equip cards above their own tier quality. 3. Card creators may enhance their strength by any legal means. He scanned the crowd and asked seriously, do any of you disagree with these 3 points? The crowd fell completely silent, no one daring to object. Who could argue with such textbook rules? The previous heated arguments gradually faded away. Qi Yi continued, no matter how strong that card is, since Xiao He is able to equip it, it must reflect his own strength. Lu Ziming glared fiercely, unable to hide his frustration. But normally, card power can't be so exaggerated. He clenched his teeth, knowing that if he backed down this time, all chances of continuing the exchange match would be lost for good. Right then, He dropped a bombshell. Don't forget, this isn't an ordinary card. It's a mythic card naturally far stronger than any other type. His words hit like thunder, making Wei Shux's heart pound wildly. Mythic cards that explained why the aura from that card felt so contradictory, yet unbelievable. Lu Ziming and Zhu Ziyu exclaimed in shock, impossible. Qi Yi replied solemnly, nothing is impossible, you just haven't seen enough. His tone was tense. He worried he might accidentally reveal ignorance. Honestly, the existence of a 1-star mythic card sounded like nonsense. Most high school students lacked experience and were easily fooled. But hearing it from a senior at Huajing University, they had no choice but to accept it. Low-tier mythic cards had existed all along, just hidden within small circles and never widely known. As for how Xiao He got such a card, the crowd imagined countless dramatic scenarios. Perhaps he was a scion of a powerful family living incognito, or maybe he used a pretty boy identity card to befriend a wealthy heiress, leading to some secret relationship. Everyone looked at Xiao He with complicated expressions. Really eye-opening. Lu Ziming said angrily, grinding his teeth. If you've got status and background, why come to a small place like ours and steal opportunities from ordinary kids? Voices faded but were tinged with helplessness and jealousy. In the end, Ji He's team easily crushed their opponents thanks to that legendary card, securing the only spot to head to Dongyun for the practice match. No sooner had the team been decided than the leaders started arguing over who would go on the business trip. I don't care, I'm definitely going. A firm voice broke the stalemate. I'm going stir crazy here. I can't even find an opponent of equal skill to practice with. Qi Yi spoke calmly but logically. You're too blunt and not careful enough. I don't really trust you to take charge of the students. Shun Qingyuan narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp as a blade. She gently summoned a silver-white spear that materialized in her palm, glinting coldly. Do you look down on me? She retorted. No. Qi Yi, clearly no match for Shun Qingyuan's strength, wisely backed down. If you insist on going, then you'll go. Just keep a close eye on them. Don't leave anyone behind. With that settled, Shun Qingyuan listened to Qi Yi's reminders with a smile. At this moment, she no longer cared whether Qi Yi really looked down on her or not. It was clear her earlier outburst wasn't sincere anger. Once the team leader was confirmed, Lin Nanqing asked, when do we leave? How long will we be gone? Shun Qingyuan glanced at her watch. It was only 1 p.m. After lunch, pack your bags and gather here at 2 p.m. to set off. As for when we return, that depends on Dongyun's schedule. This trip is mainly to spar with Dongyun Xiao's students, but others from different places will also come. Make the most of the opportunity to exchange skills among yourselves. She spoke plainly, clearly not fond of giving orders, then signaled that the discussion was over. All right, let's eat. After bidding farewell to Shen Qingyuan, the six of them headed toward the cafeteria. Along the way, Xiaohe was swarmed by curious students eager to dig into every detail. He initially answered patiently, but the repeated questions soon annoyed him. He finally started pushing people away. Enough? I want to eat. When he looked back, the other five had disappeared. Muttering no loyalty, he pushed through the crowd to catch up. Inside the cafeteria, Ji He and the others were already feasting. Besides their team, Wei Shushu, Lu Ziming, and Zhu Ziyu were also there. Zhu Ziyu was talking to Ji He. Why didn't you talk to me at all after that? You stopped talking to me first. Ji He glanced up from his food. Ji He never liked unnecessary conflicts. He wasn't socially awkward or clueless. If their relationship suddenly turned cold, it wasn't his fault. Never ignored people on purpose. He felt no guilt over the disagreement. But since Zhu Ziyu brought it up, he was a bit curious. What was wrong with you back then? Teenage rebellion? Zhu Ziyu gave a wry smile, casting an awkward look at Xiao He, Yang Suan, Lin Nanxing, Chen Chun, and Su Yifan. To be honest, your so-called friends don't seem any better than me. Not choosing me was the biggest mistake of your life. Cough cough. Ji He almost spit out the bite of rice in his mouth, quickly grabbing his water to swallow. They'd been reproached like this since childhood, not only Ji He but the others too, but only Zhu Ziyu dared to say it so bluntly. Everyone cast somewhat curious looks in their direction. Zhu Ziyu felt a bit flustered, his gaze darting away awkwardly, as if resisting the curious look she was giving him. Why are you staring at me like that? Never seen a handsome guy before, he said, though his eyes quickly looked elsewhere despite his words. The others hurriedly averted their eyes too, lowering their heads to focus on their plates. Sundara types are always a bit troublesome, better not to tease them too much. Is that why you're ignoring everyone? Ji He asked cautiously. Zhu Ziyu nodded slightly. Oh, that's actually pretty normal, Ji He said gently, her tone softening. Basically, it's just possessiveness over friends. That explanation finally eased the doubt lingering in Ji He's mind. After their conversation ended, Wei Shushu and Lu Ziming spoke up, eyes fixed on Xiao He. Can you share where you got that myth card from? Everyone stared at Xiao He, because having such a rare, powerful card in one team was already a huge stroke of luck. How could there possibly be a second one? Such a treasure would tempt anyone. Even knowing it was unlikely, they figured it couldn't hurt to ask. No, I can't disclose that, Xiao He replied promptly and firmly. Though Zhu Ziyu, Wei Shushu, and Lu Ziming felt a bit disappointed, they were mentally prepared for such a refusal and didn't let it make things awkward. The meal was soon finished quietly. Ji He and the rest tidied up and got ready to leave the dorm. At 2 o'clock sharp, the six of them gathered at the training ground. After waiting for 10 minutes, Shen Qingyuan still hadn't appeared. Do you think Senior won't show up? Chen Chen's doubt crept in. Thinking about Chi Ye's face, her instincts told her that person wasn't simple. Could there be some secret scheming to snatch Shen Qingyuan's business trip spot? She tried hard to suppress these dark thoughts, but they kept flooding her mind uncontrollably. She's definitely coming. Xiao He glanced at Chen Chen's exaggerated expression, pausing briefly before understanding her worry. It's not that serious. Students at Huajing University have seen it all. A small training match like this. No way the team leader would play mind games, Xiao He said calmly, analyzing the situation. Sure enough, at 2:30, Shen Qingyuan appeared casually in front of them. The six immediately fixed their gaze on her, forming an almost encircling aura. Senior, do you remember the meeting time we agreed on? Su Yifan asked, his tone carrying displeasure. Of course, 2:30. Shen Qingyuan answered confidently, but the accusing looks from 6 pairs of eyes pierced right through her. Frowning, she tried hard to recall, only to realize she truly couldn't tell if it was 2 or 2:30. Is that wrong? She started to doubt herself quietly. The meeting time was 2 o'clock. Su Yifan emphasized sharply, his voice full of reproach. Oh, come on. Don't sweat the small stuff. Let's go, Shen Qingyuan said with a wry smile, brushing off the awkward moment as she summoned her vehicle card. In an instant, a sleek black energy car appeared in the center of the training ground. Its streamlined body exuded pure futuristic tech. This was her beloved ride. Multifunctional, transformable, usable on land, water, and air, and incredibly cool. The boys' eyes immediately lit up at the sight. So cool. They cheered excitedly. Feeling her vanity satisfied, Shen Qingyuan called out confidently, get in. Ji He strode into the cabin, and as the door opened, they all felt the spacious interior. 10 seats were neatly arranged, roomy enough even to lie down comfortably. Su Yifan, nearly 2 meters tall, could stretch out easily, had grown several centimeters recently, and finally passed the 2-meter mark. Fasten your seatbelts, Shen Qingyuan reminded them, and the 6 complied diligently. Vroom-zoom. The engine roared to life, and the vehicle shot forward sharply with a strong thrust, no gentle acceleration at all. The 4 boys howled with excitement. Awesome. So thrilling. The sleek vehicle sped down the highway, sparks flying and electricity crackling as it raced straight toward Dongyan City. When they encountered a traffic inspection, Shen Qingyuan calmly flashed her student ID, instantly activating a green channel that let them pass smoothly. He looked at the small student card with a mix of envy and longing in his eyes. Catching his expression, Shun Qingyuan deliberately dangled the card in front of him teasingly, grinning. Want it? This Huajing University student ID was no ordinary magnetic card. It was a specially designed card classified as a life card. The life card had no star rating and didn't require installation, just a light tap activated it. He took the card and focused his mental energy to probe it. Detailed information quickly surfaced in his mind. Name, Huajing University student ID. Type, life card. Quality, none. Attributes, none. Function description. 1. Can be bound to a personal terminal, providing real-time access to Huajing University's internal network. 2. Grants access to all Huajing University entrance controls. 3. Contains 98 access permissions for the Qin Kingdom region. Cardholders can gain entry to restricted areas by completing tasks or obtaining higher-level authorization. 4. Can interface with the Qin Kingdom's Level 3 City Guard Department terminal to mobilize subordinate soldiers, but this feature vanishes after one use and requires approval to restore. Binding conditions must be linked to holder Shin Qingyuan. Unlinking immediately destroys the card. Notes. The card is embossed with dual seals of Qin Kingdom and Huajing University, carries numerous privileges, and its bearers are typically elite science. He's eyes went wide, nearly popping out of his head. He knew Huajing University students enjoyed extensive privileges, but never imagined these rights would be so explicitly documented. This tiny card seemed like a gateway to an entirely new world, giving him a clearer understanding of the social hierarchy. Shen Qingyuan couldn't help but smile at He's stunned expression, especially the hopeful yet naive look that still lingered in his eyes. She seized the moment, chuckling as she teased, speechless, huh? Still reeling from the shock. He didn't respond, but kept staring at the card. Beside him, Su Yifan reached over and tried to snatch the student ID but couldn't pull it away. Squinting, he pulled harder, and finally the card slid smoothly into his hand. The student ID passed among the 6 occupants, and a hush fell over the car except for their uneven breath. Shen Qingyuan understood this feeling well. She had been just as shaken the first time she saw this card. The privileges of top-tier card master universities had been rumored for years, but seeing it firsthand revealed the true magnitude behind the stories. This card exposed just the tip of the iceberg of Qin Kingdom's power structure, proving only these elite institutions had access to such authority. He finally took a deep breath and steadied himself. The Qin Kingdom had thousands of key card master universities, but only 10 truly counted as top tier. Countless rumors circulated online about these 10, but no one could confirm their full truth. He had thought their privileges were just unspoken rules, but now he saw they represented actual positions and permissions. Getting accepted was unimaginably difficult. The admissions review delved deeply into family lineage over 18 generations, backgrounds, and personal character, with no leniency. In hindsight, such rigorous screening was fully justified. The student ID returned to Shun Qingyuan, who carefully tucked it into her waist pouch like a treasured relic, her eyes shining with pride and determination. Now you see the true value of Huajing University, right? Keep working hard. You have a feeling we'll run into each other on campus someday. Absolutely. We're definitely getting into Huajing University. The cards in He's hands filled them all with confidence and courage. Shun Qingyuan's eyes reddened with envy as she watched them. She thought to herself, why don't I have a friend who can help me soar like that? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned to He, can I order cards from you? Fearing a flat refusal, she quickly added, don't say no right away. I know your rank isn't high enough yet to make the cards I use, but at your growth rate, catching up is just a matter of time. I'm worried that otherwise I won't even get the chance to get close to you. He didn't answer immediately, speaking gently. It's too early to think that far ahead. Let's see how things go. I'm only rank 1 now, and making cards for a whole team is still tough for me. What happens at rank 3 or 4, I can't say yet. The important thing is to fully equip my own squad first. Though a bit disappointed, Shun Qingyuan's generous spirit soon bounced back. All right, he'll come to you later then. No sooner had she spoken than she slammed on the brakes hard. The screech of tires against asphalt pierced the air as the car jerked to a sudden halt. Everyone in the car was tossed forward against the seats. The 6 of them rubbed their reddened foreheads and complained in unison, Senior, next time can you warn us before you brake? Shun Qingyuan grinned mischievously, showing no remorse. Where's the fun if I warn you? He waved a hand, chuckling. All right, whatever makes you happy. He looked around. The imposing training camp gate of Dongyan City stood before them, 5 meters tall and 10 meters wide, grand and intimidating. Compared to this, Shilin City's camp seemed amateurish. It was truly the difference between a provincial capital and a lower-tier city. As for the capital and major provincial seats, or economic hubs, they were leagues beyond either. Shun Qingyuan showed her student ID to the guard at the gate. After a quick check, the guard let them through immediately. Beyond the gate stretched a vast training ground 10 times larger than Shilin City's. The surface wasn't ordinary rubber but covered with rare Tsuyin soil, worth 10 times more, sturdy and durable. Seeing this, Chen Chen's tone turned sour. That's so unfair. Why do they get Tsuyin soil while we're stuck with rubber? Nearby, the relaxed Xiao He sneered. Because this is the noble provincial capital. He deliberately emphasized noble, dripping with disdain for Dongyan City. Xiao He's resentment stemmed from Dongyun's relentless plundering of resources from lower-tier cities. Even national allocations were skimmed by the time they reached Dongyun, leaving cities across Donglin province lamenting but powerless. Their arrival had already drawn attention from many trainees inside the camp. Hearing their conversation, those trainees looked up with eyes that held pride and a hint of contempt. For this exercise match, many Dongyun trainees actually wished to battle other top provincial teams, not squads from lower-tier cities like theirs. But the organizers decided to let them warm up first, get used to the match rhythm, and only after that would they formally challenge stronger provincial teams. In other words, in Dongyun's eyes, teams from 28 lower-tier cities were merely practice opponents, never considered real rivals. With that mindset, they naturally looked down on the visiting teams and dismissed the practice match as nothing serious. Chen really disliked the way people were staring at them. Her usually smiling round face fell completely flat, lips pressed tightly together. Several blatant looks drifted over her, and Lin Nanxing, like sticky tentacles. Girls from small towns are just so fresh, someone whispered. Not like those from the provincial capital, all like men. Move aside, let us get a good look. Ji He's expression instantly froze. He stepped sideways, positioning Lin Nanxing right behind him. Xiao He, Yang Suian, and Su Yifan immediately caught on, quickly moving to shield the two girls in the center. In Qilin City, no one dared to act so brazenly in front of Ji He. He couldn't even remember the last time had encountered such reckless fools. You've got a dirty mouth. Ji He's voice was as cold as ice. Come out. The training ground erupted in unrest. Most people just watched the drama unfold, but those who spoke rudely were few. Those people shrank back into the crowd, expecting the other side to keep quiet like previous teams had. But this time, the opponents were much tougher. A minute passed, but no one stepped forward. Ji He raised his hand, his fingers sharply pointing at the crowd. You, and you. Step out. Wherever he pointed, the crowd instinctively parted as though pushed by an invisible force. It wasn't that Ji He was terrifying. People just didn't want to be mistaken as the ones called out. The five singled out glanced at each other. Tall, short, fat, thin, they came in all shapes, but each shared the same sleazy look, as if cast from the same mold. Some faces flushed red, some turned pale, and a tall, skinny one glared fiercely at his companion who made way, lips moving as if to say no loyalty, but he never voiced the words. Whispers buzzed around. About time someone dealt with them. Don't get ahead of yourself. Small-town folks don't have much skill. I'd like to see who can deal with who. Poor Wang Lu and the others, treated like pushovers. At the end of the day, they're just frogs in a well, never seen the real world. The murmurings rose and fell, but no one truly stepped forward. That was the culture of the Dongyun City training camp. No concern, no involvement. The self-serving elite education bred the best survivalists. If this were Qilin, these few would have already been beaten to a pulp. The guy in front was quite handsome, really handsome, and the boy beside him with the wolf tail had a striking look as well. Amid the crowd's murmurs and whispers, most people crossed their arms, adopting an onlooker's attitude. After all, this was a dispute among students. Since Shun Qingyuan entered the Dongyun City training camp, she had kept silent, deliberately keeping a low profile. Now, her face darkened with resentment. What kind of nonsense was this? This was all they had. And Gao Yuan actually had the nerve to show off in front of them? It's only been a month or two. Had Gao Yuan and Lin Yu really gone blind? What are you hesitating for? If you say it, then admit it. Get out here. Su Yifan shouted impatiently. Although Wang Lu and his group didn't dare openly show their displeasure toward fellow training camp students, they felt no restraint when it came to Su Yifan. After all, they came from a small town, and compared to these people, they really thought of themselves as something special. What? You dare point fingers at people? Think you'll be powerful forever? Wang Lu taunted. You're not even naked. Why make such a fuss? His words were like sharp arrows, striking a nerve for Ji He, Yang Suian, Xiao He, Su Yifan, Lin Nanxing, and Chen Chen. Their faces instantly darkened. Veins bulging on Chen Chen's forehead, he finally lost his temper, took a deep breath, and abruptly extended his arm, summoning that mighty bull's head. The bull's head was large and imposing, radiating an icy cold aura from the moment it appeared, instantly making the atmosphere tense. With a humanoid body and a robust, rough appearance, the bull's head exuded a fierce, murderous intent. Its presence was terrifying, making everyone tremble involuntarily, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Inside the observation room, two supervisors rose simultaneously, their expressions grave. Mythcard. Gao Yuan's voice trembled with shock. Impossible. It has divinity, but it's so rare. Lin Yu's thoughts instantly became chaotic, her mind in turmoil. Gao Yuan noticed her distress, quickly interrupting her breakdown, pulling her arm, and hastily leading her into the training arena. Qing Yuan, what's going on? What kind of card is this? Gao Yuan asked nervously. Qing Yuan sneered, her tone laced with sarcasm. Getting restless? Aren't you usually so commanding? Why don't you intervene when you're teasing young girls? We would stop a real fight, of course. These few have already been marked, and their records are kept. Gao Yuan replied. Don't give me that. What exactly is this card? Qing Yuan snapped, irritated. The two sides drew closer, the unique solemnity and awe of the myth card growing more intense, its divine aura unmistakable. Excitement flickered wildly in Lin Yu's eyes, her voice tinged with manic enthusiasm. This is definitely a myth card. A one-star myth card, far stronger than ordinary one-star cards. And it's from the Jade Spirit category, unheard of until now, with immense research value. Qing Yuan stepped back several paces, evading their approach, and said coldly, I don't owe you any explanation about what's going on. She lifted her chin defiantly. Just watch closely. The bull's head moved again, its massive form as heavy as a mountain, clad in thick armor. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble with dull, thunderous thuds. Wang Lu and the others' eyes filled with terror, but their bodies went limp, completely unable to move. The bull's dominance and intimidation left them utterly paralyzed. The whole scene froze in this tense, oppressive moment, thick with danger and confrontation. They stared at the bull-headed monster before them with a mix of despair and terror. The steel trident was raised high, as if in the next moment it would pierce their chests. Wang Lu's pupils trembled violently. The monstrous figure was deeply etched into his mind, yet he was frozen in place. His body stiffened, as if immobilized. No matter how hard he struggled, his limbs were nailed to the ground. Inside, a storm of hopelessness raged. Move. Just move. He desperately tried to scream for mercy, his lips trembling as they formed a silent I'm sorry. At the brink of life and death, all pride, dignity, and face had long been abandoned. But what broke him most was the feeling that his body no longer belonged to him. Watching the gleaming steel trident close in, tears mixed with snot slid down his face, blurring his vision, and helplessness overwhelmed him further, making the lower part of his body wet. The other four people also targeted by the trident writhed in pain, but none were as completely crushed by fear as Wang Lu. The steel trident sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, and all five were violently thrown backward. Wang Lu spat blood, revealing a gruesome wound on his chest that cut deep into his bone marrow. Flesh curled up at the edges, blood gushed out non-stop, quickly staining his clothes bright red. His injury was clearly far worse than the other four. The students watching were shocked and frightened, glancing nervously at Qin. Was she really going this far? So much blood, could Wang Lu be dead? They worried silently, thinking Wang Lu and the others had only misbehaved. A harsh lesson would have been enough. Yet this girl seemed to want his life. They were all students. Wasn't this too cruel? Qin did not shy away from their gazes, but looked at Ji He and swallowed nervously. He triggered double damage. She whispered. The bull-headed monster had trait 4. Its steel trident inflicted great harm on living beings and did double damage to criminals. Though Qin's anger was fierce, she never intended to truly kill anyone. The monster's attack was actually somewhat restrained. But just now, she saw the trait on the bullhead card flash brightly in the slot. The trait activated. Qin's heart tightened. Wang Lu collapsed, severely wounded, his chest no longer rising and falling. The situation was grim. Ji He quickly rewound the whole sequence in his mind, fully prepared. His voice was low and steady. Qin, don't be afraid. Don't hide anything. If they ask, just openly explain the bull-headed monster's trait. The more people know, the better. You were measured in your attack. The other four only suffered minor injuries. The East Yin City officials must have seen everything, even if they deny it. Senior Sister Shun can testify. They never imagined there were criminals hidden in the team. This isn't your fault. Xiaohe's words were like a calming balm. The judgment of the mythology cards is absolute. If he dies, it won't be because you killed him, but because of the evil deeds he committed before. Qin took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. Though Qin was naturally brave, facing the reality of taking a life for the first time shook her deeply. Thanks to the comfort from her friends, she gradually regained her composure. The two East Yin City officials who had been closely watching also flinched at the sight. Even Lin Yu, who had just been pestering Qing Yuan, now looked clearer-eyed. They were curious about that card, but if a student died, the responsibility would be undeniable. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu both sensed the tremendous impact of that attack. They had privately praised the girl for being restrained, but now they wondered, why had the blow caused such serious injury? What was going on behind the scenes? Despite their doubts, saving the wounded was the priority. Lin Yu's hands glowed green as she began to heal Wang Lu. After a long moment, the green light gradually faded, and her expression grew even darker. Lin Yu's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Qin as she said coldly, he's dead. You took his life over a few harsh words. The words barely left her mouth before the surrounding crowd erupted in shock. Truly dead? All because he said a few reckless things and now he's gone. Someone quickly suggested, call the police. The investigation unit needs to arrest her. Another person used their terminal to send out a message, return to the training camp immediately. Someone has died. The team led by Chiulin killed Wang Lu. Wang Lu was slain by a girl. The team is now still confronting the leaders. Most of those outside the training camp were hunting monstrous beasts. The main battlefield was the Yunsong Plain. Statistics showed that over 3,000 species of beasts roamed that plain, far surpassing Caning Mountain in strength, and peculiar anomalies had even appeared in certain areas. Several promising trainees favored by Gao Yuan and Lin Yu were gathered in a single squad. Li Shiping pressed his palm to the ground, causing an earthen spike to suddenly rise and accurately pierce a sludge monster that had tried to ambush one of his teammates from behind. The creature instantly turned into a puddle of slime, writhing desperately to free itself from the spike. At that moment, Gan Yuanshan placed both hands on the slime and cried out, freeze. A chill rapidly spread from her palms, encasing the creature completely in ice. In less than half a minute, the sludge monster was solidified into a block of ice. Chu Tianyi raised his massive hammer and struck down with great force, producing a thunderous crash. The brownish ice shattered into chunks, scattering across the ground. Li Shiping retracted his skill and shouted to the team, move on. Next target. Just as they prepared to continue, Luo Jing suddenly spoke up. Wait. The five turned back to see him frowning deeply, staring intently at his terminal with a serious look. There's trouble at the training camp. Everyone, there is senior students. What trouble could there be? Chu Tianyi scoffed. This is serious. Someone's dead. Luo Jing emphasized the word dead. The group fell silent in shock. Li Ziping's face changed drastically. The training camp's been invaded? How are the seniors? Could something have happened to them? He had always believed that as long as the senior students from Huajing University were there, no one would die. But now, with an accident, those two might his mind raced through endless possibilities. Being cut down by a powerful enemy, killed while holding a gate, dying in close combat, or sacrificing themselves to protect others. The urgent message was clear. A girl in Qillin's team had injured 4 and killed 1. They were still confronting the leaders. Li Shiping shook himself from his wandering thoughts and turned without hesitation. We're going back. At the same time, across the Yunsong Plain, the same news spread. Almost every team aware of the situation turned around and headed toward the training camp. The number of people gathering at the training ground grew steadily, with several teams from other cities arriving to watch. The tension was about to boil over. The 4 wounded trembled violently upon hearing that Wang Lu was dead. They looked at Chen Shan with eyes full of terror. 1 stammered out an apology, 2 was wrong. I'm sorry. But others, gripped by fear, reacted with defiance, shouting angrily. The leaders and instructors are still there. You can't kill anyone. Another, terrified but suddenly sneering coldly, said, you killed someone. You'll be arrested. You're finished. His gaze was cold and relentless, fixed on Chen Shun as he searched for even a trace of panic or helplessness on his face. He was disappointed. Chen Shin remained calm and composed, her face unreadable. She would never take responsibility for someone else's mistakes. The root cause of Wang Lu's death lay not with her, but with himself. As the situation escalated, even Shun Qingyuan could no longer stand by idly. She composed herself and stepped forward once again before the crowd. Shun Qingyuan's expression was a mix of embarrassment and helplessness. She was naturally ill-equipped to handle such chaos and now deeply regretted not giving up her argument with Qi Yi earlier. Her remorse was almost overwhelming. Lin Nanxing sensed her intention to apologize, quickly pulled her aside, and whispered softly, wait. By all rights, Shen Qingyuan was the team leader and responsible for this exchange competition, so all decisions should have been hers. Yet now, she was panicked and clueless, uncertain how to communicate with the victim's side, and silently hoping for someone to offer a solution. Without hesitation, she nodded obediently and stayed quiet. Gao Yuan's face darkened. A trainee's death would severely impact the training camp's rating. He and Lin Yu had invested their efforts over the past 2 months, and now all seemed in vain. Still furious, he first spoke harshly. If you want to fight us, we won't stop you, but you've gone too far. Taking several deep breaths to control his temper, he fixed a sharp glare on Chun Chun and demanded, what was that attack just now? Why did the force that struck Wang Lu suddenly double? Chun Chen's gaze swept across the entire training ground. Only minutes had passed since the incident, but 200 or 300 people had already gathered and the crowd was growing. Trainees, coaches, camp leaders, and students filled the space. Their identities varied and the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. She knew she had to take control. Chun Chun waved her hand and summoned the ox head again. This action immediately sparked an uproar and anger. How dare you summon that card again? A voice tore through the air. You killed one of our people, and now you want to keep attacking? What do you take our Dongyan training camp for? You really think we'll let you bully us? The situation quickly spiraled out of control as some rushed toward Chin Chun and her group, ready to strike. Shen Qingyuan sighed and reluctantly stepped in to block the attack. As a student at Huajing University, her status alone caused the others to hesitate. The assault was momentarily quelled, but the insults and accusations only grew louder. A sharp question rang out, rising from a whisper to fill the entire field. Senior, your future is bright. Are you sure you want to protect this killer? Shen Qingyuan's face registered confusion and shock. This was her first time facing such a crisis, and she struggled to judge right from wrong. After all, these people were her charges. Now that things had gone wrong, she bore some responsibility. She couldn't calmly wash her hands of it, but neither could she abandon her students amid the crowd's doubts. Seeing the misunderstanding intensify, Chun Chun took a deep breath, gathered her strength, and shouted, "Listen to me." Her voice instantly drowned out the chaos, making her the clear focus as every eye turned toward her. The card I summoned is called Bounty Enforcer, Oxhead. It's a mythical card. She pronounced every word carefully, knowing this revelation would shock everyone. To ensure her voice cut through the noise, she spoke continuously without pause. In mythology, Oxhead's duty is to pursue criminals on the run. The statement brought a brief silence. Although many had suspected something, few truly believed Ida, one-star mythical card? Impossible. Voices of doubt rose again, but Chun Chun held a steady gaze across the field, locking eyes with Gao Yuan and Lin Yu as the tension thickened. You're all students at Huajing University, so you should be able to tell myth cards from fantasy cards. Yet she didn't call on Shun Qingyuan's team leader who knows more about the secrets behind the cards to vouch for her. To these trainees, Shun Qingyuan's credibility didn't compare to Gao Yuan's or Lin Yu's. Lin Yu carefully examined the card in her hand again to be sure this really was a myth card. In truth, she wanted to learn more about this card, who the card maker was, what its detailed features and background were. But the atmosphere was tense, and it wasn't the right moment to ask. This card, because of the Oxhead figure's role, had a unique attribute. Chen Chen's words rang out strong and clear, like a hammer striking an anvil. The Oxhead deals double damage to criminals. She deliberately emphasized the phrase criminals. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's eyes widened and their breaths quickened. Originally, she just wanted to teach those who broke the rules a lesson. To make them understand the consequences of causing chaos wouldn't be good. Chun Chen's gaze swept over the two of them. You should realize my strike wasn't lethal. Indeed. Gao Yuan stared at her intently and silently nodded. This explained why he and Lin Yu hadn't appeared until after the deaths. They had been watching quietly, thinking it was just student pranks, never expecting real danger. When the attack fell on him, Chen Chen hadn't known Wang Lu's name yet, and just pointed to the fallen body. The card's effect immediately triggered, but Chen Chen's words faltered. The surrounding crowd erupted in noisy debate, chaotic and almost impossible to catch clearly, with fragments like excuses, criminal, imposter, and so on. Gao Yuan took a whistle from his chest and blew hard, instantly silencing the uproar. His gaze was sharp as he fixated on Chen Chen. Quiet. Before you speak, you need to understand that this is your word alone. We can't confirm if it's true or not. Once a card is placed in its slot, only the card maker can see the detailed info, so this doubt was completely reasonable. Chen Chen replied without hesitation, "I'm willing to cooperate in verifying the card's attributes. If I'm proven to be lying, you can send me straight to the investigations department." Gao Yuan wasn't surprised by her response. He had anticipated it. After the challenge, he raised an eyebrow and ordered, "Then come with me," but halfway through, he paused, turned to the other trainees, and corrected himself. The investigations department is bringing in a batch of criminals mixed with their officers. You'll have to use that claimed attribute to accurately distinguish criminals from innocents. How about that? If true, it should be easy to tell the difference. Chen Chen didn't hesitate. No problem. Shen Qingyuan wiped the sweat forming on her forehead and finally relaxed. She believed Chen Chun was telling the truth, otherwise this murder case made no sense. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu hadn't realized it, but Shen knew that Ji He's card-making talent was extraordinary, and since Chen Chun was Ji He's close friend, it was very likely she'd gotten a powerful card without risking her own future. As long as the card's attribute could explain the accident, everything fit. Though double damage to criminals sounded absurd. After all, this was a myth card and myth cards could do just about anything. She gazed deeply at the grotesque Oxhead card on the table, her eyes misting and a strong longing stirring inside her. A myth card, how she wished she could have one too. Gao Yuan immediately contacted the investigations department, succinctly explaining the incident and making a request. The other side was very cooperative and readily agreed. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, Xiao Jiang, take your team and escort the newly apprehended suspects here. After the initial shock, many including Wu Chafing looked more eager than anyone else. Even if this had been just a request from Huajing University students, knowing about a card that could distinguish criminals would be enough to pique the department's keen interest. This department, constantly fighting crime, naturally hoped Chen Chen's claim was real. At this moment, they were more eager than anyone else to see this card attribute proven true. Li Yonghua, Wang Yingzhua, and Jiang Chuan were taken aback when they heard the order. Where are we going? You're coming along too? Their squad was the most elite unit in the Dongyun City Investigation Bureau. As the only level 5 card master in the department, Director Wu personally leading the operation meant this had to be an extraordinary case. Yet, what puzzled them even more was why the poacher group was included this time around. Did the training camp head in Dongyun City know about this? Wu Changfeng clearly didn't want to waste time and began explaining as they walked. After a moment's thought, Jiang Qiwen asked quietly, "Are they students from Huajing University?" Wu nodded. Passing by the squad office, he called out loudly, "Assemble. We've got a case." Within 15 minutes, more than 20 officers gathered quickly, streaming out like a wave. The sizable team underscored how serious this case was. Li Yanghua frowned deeply. If they really have a problem, why come to us? Did the students cause trouble? Wu was silent for a moment, his expression complex. Yes and no. Their confused looks urged him to clarify. Jiang asked, "What do you mean?" Wu continued, "One of the students died during a battle." Wang Yingzhua froze briefly, then reacted with shock. "That's committing a crime, isn't it? Though maybe it counts as manslaughter." He paused, emphasizing, "This isn't like some barbaric outsiders. Qin doesn't glorify winning through brute force or accept death as just part of the fight. There's rules and limits. Injuries can be healed and are tolerable, but if someone dies, that's a serious problem." Li Yanghua and Jiang Qiwen quickly nodded in agreement. The three locked eyes on Wu, suspicion clear on their faces. "Director Wu, you wouldn't bend the rules just because it's Huajing University students, would you?" Other officers nearby also glanced at them with doubt. Facing nearly 30 pairs of questioning eyes, Wu smiled wryly. "Don't you guys know who I am yet?" Li sighed. "I thought I knew you pretty well, now I'm not so sure." Before he could finish, Wu suddenly smacked the back of his head hard. "Stop stammering. Just tell me if you understand or not." The tension eased. Wu began detailing the case carefully. Gao Yuan, a sophomore in Huajing University's battle department, was the point of contact. He explained over the phone that the fatal incident occurred during an Oniver Susfiv duel. Out of the 5 opponents, 1 died, while the other 4 walked away unscathed. Jiang expressed surprise. 1 against 5? That's impressive. Wu frowned. "Don't put words in my mouth." Jiang chuckled awkwardly. Wu went on. "Gao said the attack that killed someone wasn't actually fatal, for survivors confirmed this. The problem is, the same attack took 1 life." He paused and scanned everyone. Guess what the student claimed? "How? What did they say?" The group chorused with curious eyes. Wu turned back, feeling their intense gaze. "Come on, Spilitho, did that student pull off such a sneaky move?" Someone eagerly pressed on. "Daring to kill right under Huajing University's nose must be something extraordinary." Wu laughed helplessly. "You guys never show this energy for regular work. Now that it's a case, you're all hyped up. Am I crazy? I already showed respect by agreeing to lead the mission." Everyone chuckled nervously, the mood lightening. Lowering his voice, Wu continued. "That student said the card she used had a very special property." He paused mysteriously. Guess what property it was? The moment he finished, the office erupted in a chorus of boos. Clearly, no one believed him. Wu Changfeng's face darkened, his mood completely soured as the initial spark of excitement vanished. Without hesitation, he threw out the bombshell he had just received, a message carrying the special attribute double damage to criminals. As expected, the effect was immediate and devastating, sending the criminals into chaos and turning the scene upside down. This particular attribute might have gone unnoticed elsewhere, but the criminal investigation department at this moment was a different story entirely. Rumors swept through the department like a tidal wave. Even other squads not assigned to this operation were stirred up by the commotion. Seeing this, Director Wu casually suggested, "Since there are no urgent cases these days, why don't we send out a team to check it out ourselves?" Wu Changfeng thought for a moment, but raised no objections. "All right, let's do it then." Soon after, a large-scale police mobilization erupted. Over 200 detective officers prepared to move out, nearly requiring even more personnel, if not for the need to keep some on duty. More than 200 officers were pitted against about 50 suspects, equipped with 6 large police vehicles. Sirens wailed non-stop as the convoy rolled out of the department's gate. Laser lights sliced through the darkness, following one police car after another with relentless intensity. This sudden show of force caught the attention of many nearby departments, sparking waves of curiosity and speculation. What's going on? Who dares to stir up trouble in the criminal investigation department's backyard? Even the intelligence team furrowed their brows, wondering if a major case was brewing behind the scenes. Their work relied heavily on informants, making external information usually quite open, but such a large operation with no prior warning struck them as highly unusual. An intelligence officer quickly reported the situation. Though the bureau chief had sensed the brewing storm long before, no reminder was needed for him to be fully aware. Wang Yuelin immediately activated communications monitoring for the entire investigation department and all internal personnel. Just as his hand reached for the console, he suddenly recalled that a few days ago Wu Changfeng had discovered his eavesdropping and confronted him heated, leaving Wang with a lingering pain near his eye. Though the injury had healed, the ache remained vivid. Wu's strikes had been precise, powerful, and painful. He remembered them clearly. Wang cursed silently to himself. fortunate to have some backup plans left, or else the beating would have been for nothing. Closing his eyes, he quietly began summoning cards. Name, location tracking type, communication card, grade 3 star, no special attributes. Function, can secretly attach an invisible tracker on the target, measuring only 1 mm x 2 mm x 5 mm, with extremely strong adhesion. The wearer can carry up to 10 trackers simultaneously. As a card user, I can synchronize with all tracker locations or lock onto one individually. Note, highly covert tracking device. Wang Yuelin wondered repeatedly, who was so cautious as to want complete control over others' movements. He had actually wanted to deploy bigger, more powerful eavesdropping devices, but they were bulky and less stealthy than this tracker, so for now he had to accept reality reluctantly. Thinking again about the pain he suffered earlier, he felt a pang of regret, but had no choice but to temporarily give up on more advanced gear. After the sirens finally died down, Wang casually tapped a few commands on his personal terminal. Outside the window, a small aircraft silently descended. Its cabin door slid open, revealing a young, dark-skinned man with a bright, even set of teeth. "Boss, where are we headed?" "I'm ready for your orders," the young man asked energetically, with a slightly relaxed tone. "Don't rush. If it's not an urgent mission, we can take our time." Wang nodded slightly, his gaze colored with envy. The aircraft's performance was excellent, a model he had coveted for a long time, but was unavailable on the market. Even the official internal models couldn't compare to this one. The black-skinned man immediately understood the order, excitement lighting up his face. "Got it. Boss, so which department's gossip are we chasing this time?" "The Criminal Investigation Department?" "Nothing that simple," Wang replied with a stern expression. "This time, we're probing for intelligence both overt and covert." Wang Yuelin and his small drone kept a steady distance behind Wu Changfeng's group. Once the pursuit began in earnest, a pang of discouragement struck Wang Yuelin. Whether or not he placed a tracker made no difference at all. The 6 large vehicles roared along the road, their engines loud enough that anyone, even a blind person, could effortlessly track them by sound. He shook his head helplessly and signaled, "Stay close. Don't get noticed." From now on, no more talk about giving directions. To keep outsiders from telling them apart, Wu Changfeng came up with a clever ruse. Along the way, he handed out prisoner uniforms to everyone, even providing wigs, so that their appearance and demeanor would closely match the criminals. Soon, nearly everyone in the vehicles was dressed in the new clothes. After some thought, he solemnly placed handcuffs on each person. Just as he was about to tape their mouths shut, a resistance finally flared. Jiang Qiwen eyed him suspiciously. "Chief Wu, you're not planning to mess with us, are you?" Wu Changfeng met his gaze firmly. "If we don't tape their mouths, those poachers will keep blabbering nonsense. If we only tape them and not you, wouldn't that tip off the kids about who the real criminals are?" The group exchanged looks, finding his argument reasonable. One by one, their mouths were sealed with black tape and their hands clinked in cuffs. Only Wu Changfeng himself moved freely in his uniform. Resigned, he took it upon himself to negotiate with the training camp leader. After all, this was a massive operation. If it turned out that Gao Yuan had been playing them for fools, they had no leverage over Gao Yuan, and even less over the real murderer. The 6 police vehicles drove smoothly along, drawing countless stares along the way. Many in Dongyan City had already heard rumors of a big detective bureau operation, sparking endless speculation and diverse opinions. Having changed clothes, everyone dampened their usual sharpness and deliberately mimicked the criminals' habitual mannerisms, careful not to reveal any flaws. As the convoy approached the Yunsong Plain, Wu Changfeng gave reminders vehicle by vehicle, person by person. A wind attribute wielder, he moved lightly and freely, weaving easily through the carriages. Over 200 police officers inside were eager to spring into action, the tension in the air steadily rising. Gao Yuan listened to communications, his expression growing darker. "You're saying with the criminals included, there are over 300 people coming?" The voice on the other end stunned everyone present. Meanwhile, everyone from the Dongyan City training camp had assembled. At the same time, 2 teams arriving for the exchange tournament showed up. Among them were 10 students from Huajing University, including Gao Yuan and Lin Yu. Such a large number surprised Qinqing Yuan. Lin Yu quickly guessed the reason. If the mysterious card was verified as genuine, it would be of huge significance to the detective bureau. Not only them, but every department dealing with criminals would pay close attention. "It's not just the detective bureau," Lin Yu thought. "I even want to bring that girl back to Huajing University's card creation department for the professors to study carefully." A sudden sense of crisis gripped Qinqing Yuan. With so many people present, and with Chun Chin's confirmed homicide, what if the detective bureau detained Qin Qin on that basis? She couldn't just wait passively. For the first time, her mind raced at high speed. The first thing she thought of was Professor Zheng Yuanqi, who was still hanging around their training camp's resource exchange center. She knew that as a third-rank card master, she stood no chance against hundreds of second- and third-rank card masters. But Professor Zheng was different. With that in mind, she quickly pulled out her terminal and sent him a message, explaining in detail Chun Chin's murder incident and the current complicated situation. She was certain that Professor Jing couldn't fail to see through what she had long since uncovered. The moment she confirmed the message had been sent successfully, a heavy weight inside Shun Qingyuan finally lifted. Lin Yu cast her a glance and whispered, "You messaged Qi? It's pointless. Even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to stop all these people." Shun Qingyuan's expression remained calm. "I know. That's why I didn't send it to him." Her logic was straightforward. Qi Yi was powerless to calm the current situation, so there was no need to involve him. Lin Yu was still curious. "Then who did you message?" She especially wanted to understand what lay behind Shen Qingyuan's settled demeanor after sending that message. Shen Qingyuan hesitated before saying, "It's better not to say. Professor Jing's trip this time is a private matter, and few are aware. If he were here in person, that would be different, but since he hasn't appeared yet, it doesn't feel right for me to reveal anything to others. You'll find out when the time comes," she said evasively. Seeing Shen Qingyuan wasn't willing to talk anymore, Lin Yu didn't press further. Half an hour later, piercing sirens suddenly rang out in the distance, growing louder as they approached. The conversations at the training ground became increasingly chaotic with the arrival of the police cars. The door of the lead vehicle opened, and Wu Changfeng, dressed in a detective bureau uniform, swiftly jumped out. Gao Yuan and Lin Yuan greeted him. "Sorry to trouble you, Director Wu. We appreciate your coming," Gao Yuan said. Wu Changfeng shook Gao Yuan's hand with a warm smile. "Not at all. It's my duty." After some brief pleasantries, he asked, "Shall I have them get out of the cars?" "Please do," Gao Yuan nodded. Wu Changfeng blew his whistle and ordered the trainees to move back, clearing a large area. The police vehicles then drove directly onto the training ground. About 80 or 90 officers descended from the first vehicle, followed by the next car pulling in slowly. Within a short time, all personnel from 6 police vehicles had disembarked. Chen Chen looked stunned, disbelief shining in her eyes. "So many? Can Qin Yuan even handle that many?" Anxiety laced her voice. Summoning the Oxhead demon consumed a great deal of Yuan energy, not to mention the activation of all those traits. Lin Yu replied calmly, "Don't worry about that. Energy supplements are always ready." Chen Chen frowned, still concerned. "If the interval between doses is so short, won't the effect weaken?" "I have 18 different types of energy supplements," Lin Yu replied simply. To Chen Chen's surprise, she only knew of 3 types herself, but Lin Yu actually possessed 18 varieties truly worthy of a student from Huajing University. He glanced at Yang Suian and sighed. Yang Suian looked back, puzzled. "What is it?" "I wish you two could restore energy," he said with a hint of helplessness. Yang Suian caught the melancholy in He's eyes and twitched his mouth. "You two is only 1 star, having so many traits already makes it impressive." He shook his head. "It's still not enough." "I told him, Suian, hurry up and reach tier 2. Then we can boost you two again, maybe even gain another trait." Yang Suian responded weakly, "All right then." Over 300 trainees were shuffled and reorganized into rows of 10. Chen Chen stood at the front of the line. The detectives showed some surprise at seeing the accused was such a petite and adorable girl, but with years of experience in countless cases, they quickly categorized her as the type who seems kind on the surface but is ruthless underneath. Chen Chen summoned the Oxhead demon. Suddenly, its imposing presence shook everyone present. The hidden criminals widened their eyes in terror, a fear they could hardly put into words rising within them. Feeling all eyes fixed on her, Chen Chen hesitated briefly. After a moment of silence, she tentatively said, "You all of you stretch out your hands." Swish, 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 10 hands extended almost simultaneously. Chen Chen suggested again, "Should I pull my sleeve up a bit? It'd be bad if the clothes got scratched." All 10 people looked at her at once, then motioned together for her to pay attention to the handcuffs on their wrists. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Chen Chen didn't hesitate further. She restrained her strength and cautiously let Nyoto make shallow cuts on the backs of their hands. Fine lines of blood appeared one by one, but she shook her head, showing no reaction. At that moment, Wu Changfeng quickly stepped in front of the 10 men and checked each face carefully. Recognizing them as familiar, a relieved smile involuntarily flickered across his face. As he turned, their eyes met. Looked at Chen Chen with curiosity. She stared at him for a moment, and when he didn't look away, she spoke up. "You're blocking the way." Wu Changfeng suddenly understood. He had thought she was about to say something important. Feeling awkward, he smiled sheepishly and took several steps back behind Chen Chen. Once the passage was clear again, Chen Chen moved aside, and the 10 men stepped up once more. Nyoto made the cuts again. Still, Chen Chen showed no reaction. Again and again, even after 50 consecutive cuts, not a single person triggered the so-called double damage. Chen Chen was struggling to hold on, and secretly took a source energy recovery potion. Among the crowd, Zhang Sui watched the scene unfold, finally beginning to relax a little. Some who had been declared innocent were people he didn't recognize. Although he wasn't familiar with every member of the support bureau, they all worked in the same building and should have crossed paths at least once. These unknown faces now must be the poachers the elite team was tasked to capture. If that reasoning was correct, then the girl's judgment might have been wrong. She hadn't found the real criminals. Zhang Sui did not dare release them all and remained cautious. After all, this information came from a student at Huajing University, and whether he believed it or not, he had to take it seriously. Honestly, Zhang Sui was on edge, mostly because of the person beside him who pulled at his heartstrings. He glanced at Guanxi, his eyes full of helplessness and reproach. Zhang Sui hadn't wanted to come here. No matter how small the chance, he didn't want to risk his career or even his life on this gamble. But his status and abilities were limited, and in the end, he was dragged along by Guanxi. He worried that if he resisted too strongly, his colleagues would notice something was wrong. Deep down, he denied the existence of double damage. So he half-heartedly went to the scene. In fact, from the moment he got on the vehicle, he had regretted the feeling of being trapped while wearing prison clothes and shackles was extremely uncomfortable. Especially with his mouth muffled, unable to make any sound, like waking up in the middle of the night fearing a secret was about to be exposed and himself condemned as the real criminal. When the delicate girl summoned the Kaling, his fear peaked. Even as he kept telling himself it was just an illusion, that double damage couldn't exist, and that the girl must be mistaken, the panic lingered, gnawing at his mind. Finally, he heard a different kind of declaration: this person has a problem. Chen Chen pointed at a middle-aged man whose hand was noticeably more deeply wounded than the others, stand apart from the group. The man instinctively lifted his head and met Nayuta's fierce, hostile eyes. He shuddered and immediately looked down, unwilling to meet the gaze. He stood alone at the far end of the line. As the verification continued, more individuals were singled out one by one until it was Zhang Sui Ro. When he reached out, a sharp pain suddenly flared on the back of his hand, immediately followed by that demonic whisper from the girl. He has a problem. The girl's slender, pale hand pointed straight at him, and he felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, gold climbing swiftly from his feet to the top of his head. Guanxi abruptly turned his head, eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Sui awkwardly avoided his gaze. The whispering behind him suddenly grew louder, and all eyes in the room seemed to focus on him, making him feel as if countless needles pierced his back. You come out. That crisp, youthful voice rang out again like a death sentence. Zhang Sui's mind buzzed in a daze as he stumbled forward in the direction Chen Chen pointed, stepping into the crowd that she had marked as guilty. His sudden appearance immediately drew all the line's attention. In their eyes, he read surprise, mockery, scorn, and schadenfreude. Without a doubt, these were the true criminals familiar with one another while he was the only outsider. One by one, they were precisely named and dragged from the line, confirming the terrifying power of the bull-headed card. Wu Changfeng also verified the authenticity of the girl's card traits. Yet now, an unknown investigation officer stood on their side, his identity tumbling from a righteous guardian into a struggler sinking in a dark swamp. This stark contrast fed their twisted psychology. They wanted others to sink with them, so they wouldn't be lonely. Under those cold, piercing gazes, Zhang Sui felt as if he were sitting on needles, full of regret. He should never have come here. Even if he had uncovered some clues, it would only raise suspicion in a few, not have everyone glaring at him with judgment. The card's traits hadn't even been confirmed, yet why was everyone looking at him like this? Fear mixed with anger rose in his eyes as he stared at Chen Chen's small, delicate figure, a shadow flickering within his gaze. What kind of double damage to criminals trait is that? How could that really exist in this world? Killing someone and confessing isn't good enough, and they still dare to argue. His fingers twitched nervously, trembling slightly. At that moment, Wu Changfeng's face darkened like iron, all traces of amusement gone. His gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Sui, now labeled a criminal in the line, his expression so grim it sent chills down spines. Gao Yuan followed his stare toward the young man, lost in thought, staring at Chen Chen's back, and asked with curiosity, "Who's that?" Wu Changfeng's lips moved slightly, his voice low but clear, enunciating each word. He's mine." Gao Yuan suddenly understood. Seeing Wu Changfeng on the verge of losing control, he wisely held back further questions. Instead, he turned to Xinqing Yuan and asked, "So who exactly is that girl? I don't believe someone without connections could get such a card. Very few people at Huajing University have myth cards. Most combat students like him use illusion cards that suit their style. Illusion cards are rare and strong with diverse traits, but they're not comparable to myth cards." Xinqing Yuan pondered briefly and answered truthfully. His parents seemed to be project managers at a private company. "Private company?" Gao Yuan muttered, then looked up to ask, "A large private corporation?" Xinqing Yuan shook her head. "No, it's a small and microenterprise with just over 100 employees." The air was thick with complicated tension. The truth seemed far more blurred and mysterious than appearances suggested. Gao Yuan pressed further. "Does she have any special relatives or elders at home?" Xinqing Yuan shook her head. Just then, Lin Yu appeared out of nowhere, her eyes full of curiosity as she silently awaited Xinqing Yuan's reply. Xinqing Yuan shook her head repeatedly, her gaze turning cold as it swept over the two of them. "Why do you care about her situation? It's none of your business." To be honest, Xinqing Yuan felt irritated. Since arriving, she had been bombarded with endless questions, as if she were obliged to indulge their curiosity. But what right did these people have to pry into others' card origins and secret information? They weren't outsiders or ordinary students from the same year. Shen Qingyuan guessed Gao Yuan and Lin Yu had been pampered too much, naturally looking down on the almost senior students from their lofty positions. They had a psychological upper hand over these kids, so they dared to ask about other people's private matters without restraint. If this happened at school, they'd have already been beaten up and tossed into Guoga. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's faces darkened. But Shen Qingyuan was no naive child. She certainly wasn't someone they could easily intimidate. The small confrontation went unnoticed by others, and all eyes shifted back to Chen Shun. By then, Chen Shun had finished 5 bottles of the energy supplement and was about to open the 6th. There were still 50 or 60 unverified people left. Wiping sweat from her brow, Chen Shun took a brief rest. Su Yifeng glanced at Wu Changfeng but quickly looked away. The detective chief's expression grew more gloomy. It was clear he was in a foul mood. He followed his gaze to find was face pale and somber like water, yet his eyes burned with fury, a sharp contrast to his previous smile. Something unexpected had happened that completely ruined his mood. He whispered, could there be someone from the detective unit mixed in with the criminals? Su Yifeng, Lin Nanxing, and Xiao He all froze. Yang Suayan nodded in agreement, looking toward the criminal lineup at the person everyone was watching. That's probably it. That person must be an outlier in the criminal group. Nobody noticed before, but he actually committed a crime. Xiao He quickly caught on. So that's why Director Wu looks so bad. Wu Changfeng was in turmoil. Originally, he set out hoping to find talents and have some fun, but instead, he became the butt of jokes. He didn't have a strong impression of Zhang Sui, just considered him talented and extremely introverted, but never expected him to break the law. The detective unit, as a national agency, took background checks so seriously that even a minor record disqualified candidates. Zhang Sui's ability to hide his criminal past and infiltrate the unit was audacious. An hour passed. Chen Chen finally confirmed the identities of the 300-plus people brought by the detective unit, verifying each one. Just as she finished verifying the last person, the bull's head emblem suddenly disappeared, and she collapsed suddenly. Lin Nanxing caught her just in time. Xing, I feel like I'm about to die. Chen Chen's voice was hoarse and weak. Wu Changfeng approached, his gaze sharp and deep as he scrutinized her. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Chen Chen answered firmly, no mistake. Every single person I pointed out is a criminal. At that moment, those judged innocent began to break free from their handcuffs and quickly tore off the tape over their mouths. The handcuffs worn by the detectives at the investigation division were not equipped with energy suppression devices, so they could break free whenever they wanted. Guanxi was the first to step up to Zhang Sui, his voice low and stern. What's going on here? That girl must be mistaken. Chen Chen heard this and immediately retorted, no way, she's wrong. He's the one who triggered double damage. Jiang Qiwen, Li Yanghua, and Wang Yingzhua stared intently at Chen Chen, suppressing their surprise without saying a word. After all, these poachers were caught by their own hands. Yet that girl could accurately identify each criminal from over 300 suspects. Even the extra suspicious person was likely an insider. Guanxi ripped off the tape, sealing Zhang Sui's mouth, his gaze sharp as he locked eyes with him. Did you commit a crime? Zhang Sui tried to speak, but was interrupted by a strange voice. 5 years ago, Rao Qing, your neighbor, a girl fascinated by supernatural phenomena, suddenly went missing. Everyone assumed she died at some anomalous point. Her parents thought the same. Though they reported it, they didn't hold out much hope. The final investigation matched expectations. The last place she was seen was the soul-demanding Deepwater Lake anomaly entrance. Her death was ruled an accident. But now, it seems there's a new lead to dig into. Wang Yuelin sat in the cockpit of a small flying craft hovering 3 meters above the ground. He looked down at Zhang Sui, speaking with a relaxed tone and faint smile, yet his eyes were cold and expressionless, like a frozen pool. I'm right, aren't I, Zhang Sui? Zhang Sui trembled involuntarily. Huh. Wu Changfeng touched the breeze beneath his feet, and in the blink of an eye, was in front of Zhang Sui. Grabbing his collar fiercely, he growled through clenched teeth. You're trouble. This kind of thing in a government agency isn't a small matter. I bet every department in Dongyan City is going to be ransacked. The flying craft landed, and Jiang Mingyuan leaned out, saying to Chen Shun, your card is quite interesting. Wang Yuelin's expression shifted as he fixed Chen Shun with an intense gaze. Your traits are perfect for intelligence. Have you thought about joining our department? It's a government position, and the benefits are excellent. Chen Chen shook his head without hesitation. I'm still a student. I need to continue studying. Wang Yuelin's tone grew persuasive. Think about it, studying is just a means to get a good job, right? You don't have to spend 4 more years at university. You could go straight into a government role. Opportunities like this don't come often. Don't listen to him. Jiang Qiwen stepped closer, eagerly pitching his own division. Our department deals directly with criminals investigation, pursuit, arrests. Your card's abilities fit us much better. Wang Yuelin glanced at Jiang Qiwen but said nothing in response. He's not wrong. He was just making conversation, in case Chun Chun preferred intelligence work. Judging by the determined, clear-eyed girl before them. That wasn't likely. Wu Changfeng replaced Zhang Sui's handcuffs with new ones and ordered guards to escort him away. Then, he joined Jiang Qiwen, Li Yonghua, and Wang Yingzhua in surrounding Qinshun, trying to persuade her. After this large-scale verification, there was no doubt Zhang Sui's card was perfectly suited for the investigation division and wouldn't give up easily. He interrupted firmly, cutting through the group's pressure. She's on my team. We're competing together in the National Martial Arts League. There's no way we're letting her go to your department. The investigation division, as a state enforcement agency, was never a place to take lightly. Li Yonghua wore a stern expression and shot He a sharp glare. Don't interrupt without permission. If you cause trouble here, we'll have you taken back to the police station and locked up for days. But He stood firm, unfazed. Xiao He, Lin Nanxing, Yang Suian, and Su Yifan soon joined them, forming a standoff against the investigation division personnel. The investigation division's stance was unwavering. They were determined to take Qinshun back. At her age, it was easy for a child to change their mind. As long as they could bring her back, Wu Changfeng was confident they could keep her under control. But if they failed to take her now, there would be no grounds for further action later. They would never let this chance slip away. Finally, Wu Changfeng made his decision. Qinshun, right? You're coming with us to the investigation division for questioning. Shen Qingyuan quickly stepped forward to block him. The situation is clear. I brought her to Danyun City for the exchange tournament. There's no way she'd just go with you. Though Wu Changfeng respected the prestige of these elite students, the so-called prized ones, he would never surrender so easily. Their people were ready to leave at any moment. There was no way they could linger forever. But if they could take Qinshun, she would be under their control indefinitely. Just as Wu Changfeng reached out to seize Qinshun, a call suddenly rang on his device. He glanced at the screen, and his expression changed instantly from surprise to reluctant frustration. After a brief hesitation, he answered. His voice lowered, tone heavy, before abruptly hanging up. Fixing a grave look on Shen Qingyuan and Qinshun, he gestured to his men. Let's go. Jiang Qiwen pointed at Qinshun. What about her? Wu Changfeng shook his head. We can't take her with us. Then 6 police vehicles retreated as fiercely as they had arrived. Lin Nanxing helped Qinshun up, letting her rest on his shoulder. He looked at Shen Qingyuan, who silently mouthed the character Zheng, and he immediately understood. Gao Yuan's eyes studied Qinshun from head to toe. His skepticism about Shen Qingyuan's claim that Qinshun had no background growing stronger. Let's go. They'll take you to the dorms, Gao Yuan announced, raising his voice with infused mental energy to ensure everyone heard. The matter settled, everyone disperse. The exchange tournament officially starts tomorrow. The announcement caused an uproar. Voices surged. Can the exchange tournament really go on? I thought today's incident would cancel it entirely. That bull-headed monster was tough to deal with, wasn't it? That card was insanely strong. Li Ziping's team, you confident? Li Ziping's team was widely regarded as the strongest from the Danyun City training camp. They had returned immediately after Gao Yuan notified the investigation division. Though they hadn't witnessed Qinshun fighting 5 opponents alone, they had seen firsthand the bull-headed monster's special abilities and could guess the power of that card. Still, they believed in their own strength. Some analyzed, the Qilin team probably only has one powerful card. We're different. Everyone on our team carries rare, strong cards. Don't worry, we haven't lost yet. He had expected Gao Yuan to arrange for them to stay in the school dormitories. Instead, the accommodations turned out to be a standalone building. Each team competing in the exchange tournament had its own dedicated house. Qinshun eagerly grabbed Lin Nanxing and rushed inside. Xiao He, Su Yifan, and Yang Suian followed closely behind. He lingered at the entrance, exchanging looks with team members standing on either side. He sighed. No wonder this is the provincial capital, such incredible wealth. Others echoed his sentiment. The place was undeniably luxurious and grand. He smiled and introduced herself. I'm He, from Qilin City. How about you? The man on her left replied. My name is He Xingyan, from Gaoqing City. The man on her right spoke up. I'm Su Buyuan, from Chuanwan City. He waved at both of them. He Xingyan was somewhat slender, with a slightly thin face and high cheekbones, giving him a rather lean appearance. Su Buyuan wore glasses and had a refined, clean-cut look, standing about 1.8 meters tall. The two men exchanged a brief glance, as if each was silently sizing the other up. Su Buyuan stepped forward first. He Xingyan hesitated for a moment, but soon followed. The 3 of them sat down on a bench by the entrance and began exchanging information. Where are your respective training camps located? What kinds of beasts do you train with? He asked curiously. Not every city has mountains nearby, so the variety of beasts differs by region. Su Buyuan answered frankly, there's no secret there. Our camp is right beside the Luan River, mostly water element beasts. He then turned the question back to He. What about yours? He replied, the Qilin training camp sits in the Caning Mountains. We mainly focus on beast-type creatures, especially wood element ones. Her gaze shifted to He Xingyan, eager to hear his introduction. He Xingyan said, our camp is in Shuyang village, and it has quite a few strange objects as beasts. He immediately asked, What kind of strange objects? Su Buiyuan showed interest too, clearly curious since he hadn't encountered that type before. He Xingyin recalled, things like tables, chairs, boards, stools, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones all common, everyday items. They're all sentient and can transform to use various skills. A vivid image formed in Jihe's mind. Tables and chairs that could run and jump, agile on their legs and capable of unleashing attacks. Brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones floating in midair, skillfully circling their user to strike. She thought, quite fascinating indeed. Satisfied with their curiosity, the three resumed casual conversation. Jihe asked, how do your camps select their teams for the exchange matches? Through competition, the two men gave brief answers, then asked her in return, don't you do the same? Of course, Jihe replied. Su Buiyuan smiled and asked, what happened with the girl on your team fighting the people from Dongyan City? I arrived late and didn't catch the details. He Xingyin subtly perked up, hoping to hear more from someone involved. The incident had caused quite a stir and was well known. He didn't hesitate to explain. We only arrived this afternoon, and those few people, the one who died and the 4 injured, were cursing non-stop and disrespecting that girl on our team. She gestured toward Chun Chun, identifying the girl in question. Then Chun Chun fought back. He pointed out with a raised finger and took them out in one move. She then leaned back on the bench, adding, you probably know what happened after that. Su Buiyuan nodded, understanding immediately. He Xingyin opened his mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. He encouraged him, just say it. He sighed. You guys were a bit impulsive. After all, that's Dongyan's training camp, they have considerable power. He smiled. We didn't have much to worry about at the time. She added, besides, our team is strong, we're not afraid of them. Su Buiyuan folded his arms and shook his head slightly. Even with numbers, there are rules. You can't just have a small group charge in and attack 6 people. They care about phase 2. Their conversation continued, revolving around their training camp's beasts and the reasons behind the conflict. In sharing information, they also built a growing sense of camaraderie. The 3 of them chatted for over half an hour, then waved goodbye and headed back to their dorms. Pushing open the door revealed a spacious living room, fully equipped with appliances and furnished with a soft, comfortable sofa. Chun Chun was already sprawled out on that couch. Looking so relaxed, she seemed about to melt into the plush cushions. Lin Nanqing sat quietly beside her, focused on the book in her hands. Near the railing on the 2nd floor, Yang Xuan and Su Yifan leaned against the banister, chatting quietly with easygoing expressions. Ji glanced around but didn't see Xiao He, so she asked, where's the he? Chun Chun replied. He went back to his room to play games. Ji raised her eyebrows in surprise. You've got computers here too? Chun Chun laughed. Of course. If you saw how excited he gets, you'd know he's been holding back because he hasn't been able to touch his games lately. And what about Senior Shen? Ji asked next. Lin Nanqing answered. She doesn't live with us. The team leader has her own separate room. Ji nodded, impressed. They really have money, huh? Su Yifan didn't want to be outdone. They're from the provincial capital, gotta show off a bit compared to our small 5th-tier city. Yang Xuan pretended to be wounded, fanning himself dramatically. So salty, that bitterness is pungent. Before the words had finished, Su Yifan suddenly locked his arm around Yang Xuan's neck from behind. Yang Xuan struggled. All right, Yang Anan, how dare you trick me like that? The burly Su Yifan tightened his iron-like grip, not giving him a chance to break free. He watched Yang Xuan's awkward twisting, strangely feeling a subtle resonance. She looked away and asked, which room am I staying in? Chun Chun pointed upstairs. First room on the 2nd floor is Dahee's. Pick whichever other one you want. He nodded and finally chose the room right opposite the front door downstairs, no other reason than to save herself a few steps. She opened the door to find a bright, cozy room filled with natural light. The bedding was crisp white and soft. The room was furnished with separate desks for computer and study. The computer desk stood next to the bed and the study desk by the window. Even a gaming chair was neatly set up. Ji stared at that gaming chair and muttered, more expensive than the one at my place. She paused, a pang of sadness rising in her chest. Had all the trainees in Dongyan City always lived with such conditions? Her previous thoughts that Qiulin City's accommodations were decent shattered. Indeed, without comparison, there's no pain. After putting down her bag, Ji pulled out her card-making tools and called out, Sueon. A voice came from downstairs shortly after. What's up? I'm starting to make cards. Help me restore spirit later. Lin Nanqing paused her reading and glanced toward Ji's open door. Inside, Ji methodically took out material cards from her card pack one by one. Chun Chun lazily didn't bother getting up, just turned over and poked her head out, but could only see Ji's feet. She sighed and flipped back over, completely relaxed. Upstairs, the atmosphere lightened as Su Yifan finally released his hold on Yang Xuan. Rubbing his neck, Yang Xuan agreed. Got it. He didn't rush downstairs, though. Having been through it a few times, he knew making cards took time. Going down now would just be waiting around in vain. So he and Su Yifan continued their previous conversation. We'll probably stay here for about 5 days. After that, it's almost time to carry out the mission, Yang Xuan revealed. Only one card is assembled so far, and the other two still need to be fully completed. I wonder how the team over by the box is planning it, Su Yifun frowned. In reality, Jihee's speed at making cards was extremely fast. With Yang Suyan's assistance, she could even produce 2 cards a day. Typically, a card maker would spend at least 3 days crafting a single stargazing-inspired card. Those 3 days weren't leisurely. They required sitting down and concentrating deeply. After finishing a card, the maker would need to rest for a week before starting the next. By such standards, Jihee's pace was impressively efficient. Zheng Yuanqi had long noticed that Jihee's card crafting process was exceptionally smooth, without any pauses, not even a single replenishment of source energy. A normal card crafter would never work this way. Typically, they would split a card into multiple parts to carve separately, stopping after finishing each part to wait for source energy and mental strength to recover before continuing. But unfinished cards are highly unstable and prone to disintegration, which results in a very high failure rate for crafters. At the current pace, Jihee obviously wouldn't finish crafting the cards before the mission started. The team couldn't participate in the selection with empty card slots, so figuring out the card lineup had become the most urgent issue. Yang Suyan spoke up, "We can discuss it together later. The team's card lineup needs to consider everyone's situation. There's still time, so no need to rush." Jihee continued crafting the card with skilled, continuous motions. After completing the outline, he entered the mental space to fill in the card's detailed background. Fish Gills, one of the 10 great underworld commanders, responsible for managing the souls of aquatic creatures, he whispered. The card depicted Fish Gills wielding his iconic giant hammer, closely associated with another commander called Bird Beak. The entire setting gradually took shape in the mental space, and the card radiated a dazzling light as its face solidified, successfully crafted. Jihee picked up the card and examined the details. Named Fish Soul Harvester Fish Gills, a mythological card rated between 1 and 2 stars, with the water attribute. The card's skill description was fully engraved. First, Fish Gills cannot be targeted by physical attacks. Second, as a ghost deity, Fish Gills is immune to active attacks from shadow spirits. Third, wielding his giant hammer to unleash a water current strike, causing stun, effective against physical targets, and dealing extra damage to fish-type enemies. Fourth, has a high chance to convert underwater shadow spirits into allied units. The notes section read, one of the 10 great underworld commanders, seemingly more focused on administrative duties. Absorbed in the card's details, Jihee suddenly felt a chill energy flow from the card into his body, easing the fatigue from mental exhaustion. He called out, "Xing Xing." Lin Nanqing put down her book and came over. Jihee slapped the card onto her hand. "Here, it's yours." Seeing his tired expression, Lin Nanqing didn't check the card immediately, but asked with concern, "Do you want me to help you?" Jihee didn't try to tough it out, and nodded. Lin Nanqing and Yang Suyan helped him to the bedside, tucked him in, closed the door gently, then returned to the living room. At last, Lin Nanqing began carefully inspecting the card's details. Although its attack and defense stats were low, it was surprisingly a control card, just the missing piece their team needed. After a few team members took turns looking it over, Lin Nanqing equipped the card. She was the last member to do so. The added enhancements felt a bit uncomfortable at first, but mostly brought joy. The card perfectly covered her weak points. Clenching her hand, she forced herself to calm down. Tomorrow's exchange match was about to start. She couldn't afford to be anxious. Silently repeating this, Lin Nanqing picked up her book and resumed studying attentively. When woken, the stabbing pain in Jihee's mind was still hard to ignore. He yawned. "You guys go first today? We'll sleep a bit longer." "Sleep on stage?" Xiaohe asked in surprise. Jihee closed his eyes and nodded, barely registering what was said. "I don't know how the schedule is arranged, but in this kind of exchange match, every team should get a chance to face off, right?" Chen Chen walked in the middle of the group, asking curiously. "Who knows?" Xiaohe yawned widely. Had been on the computer late last night, too excited, almost played for too long. Fortunately, he had developed muscle memory over this period. When it's time, he'd instinctively start training. Xiaohe had an exceptional talent for cultivation, and now it felt like he was close to reaching mid-level first stage. After a whole night of source energy training, though he woke up feeling groggy, he knew it was all worth it. Their team had made a splash yesterday, drawing plenty of attention as they walked. Chen Chen, standing just 1.53 meters tall, was already noticeable, and combined with her performance, she became the center of everyone's focus. "That's the one with the living myth card." Someone whispered. "Is that her? The shortest one?" "Yeah, the little shorty in the middle of the team. She has a myth card. So short? Looks like an elementary school kid. Is she really in high school? Don't let her size fool you. She's ruthless." Listening to these voices, veins throbbed on Chen Chen's forehead. Countless times she gritted her teeth to endure it, but the short comments kept ringing in her ears. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Clenching her fists tightly, her face blazing red, eyes burning like fire, she shouted with all her might. "So what if I'm short? Did I eat your rice? Always short, 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 never stop." The whole place fell silent instantly. Then someone suddenly burst out laughing, like a spark igniting a flame. Laughter spread from the dormitory buildings to the training ground. Don't mind it, you'll still grow. Yang Sueon had meant to comfort her, but ended up laughing too. Chen Chen turned to him, full of indignation. Ain't you too? Yang Sueon raised his hands in surrender. Not funny, not funny at all. I won't laugh anymore. In this atmosphere, the previous distance and aloofness toward their team gradually faded, and finally someone dared to step forward and strike up a conversation. Is that the only myth card your team has? How did you get the myth card? I want my dad to get me one too. Does the myth card have control abilities? I watched the fight yesterday. It seemed like some people couldn't move at all. Of course, they wouldn't easily reveal the exact origin of the myth card. Once you equip a card, you have to use it. Hiding it does no good. But they'd never just hand over their secrets to opponents. The real battle was about to begin, and the truth would come out on the field. Unable to get more information, many showed disappointment. But most just shrugged it off. They never expected to learn the secrets so quickly. Not far away, Li Shiping led his squad and watched the scene unfold. Li Shiping asked his team, "Do you think they have other myth cards? Those cards are so rare. How could they have more?" Someone said flatly, "I think that bullhead card from yesterday was probably acquired through that short girl's family connections, unrelated to their team. The rest of the team just got lucky to be with her." At this point, the water-type card specialist Gan Yuanshan spoke up. "I think they might have other myth cards too." Li Ziping's eyes narrowed. "What makes you say that?" Gan Yuanshan replied calmly. "They acted with too much confidence." Seeing the puzzled looks on her teammates' faces, she quickly added, "I heard that at the very start yesterday, a guy in the crowd directly singled out Wang Lu and his 4 companions. The Chilean team wasn't at all afraid that this might stir up everyone's hostility. Obviously, they're confident enough to handle an attack from 100 or 200 people." Chu Tianyi dismissed it lightly. "Maybe they're just impulsive hotheads who didn't think it through." Gan Yuanshan paused, then said thoughtfully, "You do have a point, but I'm more inclined to believe they have some other powerful hidden trump cards." Luo Jing crossed his arms behind his head and scoffed. "You're just spooked by that myth card, aren't you? From what I know, among the nobility from the capital, provincial seats, and major economic cities, hardly anyone possesses a myth card. If Killen's remote area managed to get one, that's already impressive. There's no way they have a second one. Our team hired Yuhangi Yuan's card-making crew to craft top-tier custom cards specifically for us. Even compared with teams from provincial seats, we're more than a match. Yuan Shan, don't forget why we teamed up in the first Placido qualify for the National Wu Exam League. Getting rattled over some provincial-level noise?" Gan Yuanshan frowned. "I'm not scared out of my mind. I just think we should be more cautious." Luo Jing laughed and patted her shoulder. "Of course we have to be cautious. It's a myth card, after all. Haven't we already talked about this? We're sending Ghost Bride, Hypnotic Poison Spider, and Mischievous Kid, those 3 delusion cards, to distract that bull-headed myth card. That lets us free our hands to take out the other 5 opponents. Then we'll focus all our firepower on the bull card." Gan Yuanshan fell silent. She knew their preparations were solid, but a nagging sense of unease lingered in her heart. She couldn't help but keep her eyes fixed on the Chilean team. "By the way," she suddenly asked, "why is that guy still asleep?" From the start, Gan Yuanshan had noticed Ji He, who was slumped over on Su Yifun's back. It wasn't unusual for a young person to sleep in late in the morning, but it had been over 10 minutes since they left, and people were still talking nearby, yet Ji He hadn't woken. None of Li Ziping's group had noticed this detail. They focused only on the strong players and had no interest in those who stood apart but lacked strength. In fact, besides Gan Yuanshan, quite a few others felt curious. For instance, Su Buiyuan and He Xingyan, who had just met Ji He yesterday, often glanced unconsciously toward the soundly sleeping young man. Su Buiyuan finally spoke, trying to break the ice with the Chilean team. "What's going on with Ji He? Why is he still sleeping?" Lin Nanxing frowned. "You know Ji He?" Su Buiyuan's teammate was very surprised. "You actually know someone from Chilean?" Su Buiyuan smiled. "We just met outside the dorm yesterday." Then he asked again, "What is it with him? How can he still sleep like that?" He felt a little worried for Ji. After all, the team was a unit, and if someone slackened off, it could cause rejection. Though they hadn't spent much time together, he liked Ji He's personality. Being around him felt easy and natural. Chen Shun, Xiao He, Su Yifun, Yang Suian, and Lin Nanxing exchanged glances. How to say it? They neither found it strange nor odd. Actually, they were surprised by how quickly He made friends, almost like it didn't take time to truly get to know someone before becoming good companions. Yang Suian patted his chest. "Don't worry. He's just worn out from making cards. A little rest won't hurt." Su Buiyuan, his small team, and He Xingyan, who was sitting in on their conversation, all widened their eyes in surprise. He kept his eyes closed the entire time, mechanically finishing his meal like a sleepwalker. Then, Su Yifun carried him onto the battleground platform. The battle stage at Dongyan City's training camp was made of a special alloy mixed with Fengling soil, extremely sturdy, able to withstand the intense impacts of third-tier card masters' fights. Using such high-end materials for a beginner's battleground clearly showed Dongyan City's deep pockets. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but remark, What a display of wealth. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu, dressed neatly and with serious expressions, stood at the center of the platform to announce the competition rules. This exchange tournament followed the National Martial Exams League format, divided into 3 parts: individual matches, challenge matches, and team battles. Opponents were determined by drawing lots. First came 2 rounds of individual matches, followed by 3 rounds of challenges, and finally the team competition. Players in the individual and challenge matches could not overlap. Before the event started, each team had to submit their roster to the referees. The refereeing panel consisted of Gao Yuan, Lin Yu, and 28 other team leaders. For each match, a leader would be randomly chosen to officiate, but no leader was allowed to referee matches involving their own team. Gao Yuan scanned the crowd, his voice calm and clear. Is everyone clear? Any questions? A voice quickly broke the silence. Are opponents only selected by lottery? Can't we take turns battling every team one by one? The question came from the team from Duping City. Many teams joined the exchange not to compete for first place, but to gain as much battle experience as possible, and this concern echoed that desire. Lin Yu replied, "That's possible. Our leaders and medical card masters are on call around the clock these 5 days. As long as 2 teams agree on a time, they can request a battle platform and referee through me." As soon as she finished, excitement broke out among the teams. They eagerly whispered plans to set up extra matches, quickly lighting up the atmosphere. At that moment, Shun Qingyun stood on the battleground, eyes locked intently on Ji He, who rested on Su Yifun's back, trying to rouse him with her gaze. No matter how hard she stared, Ji He remained unresponsive, eyelids tightly shut, like a statue asleep. Shun Qingyuan's eyes strained, then resignedly looked away, muttering to herself, "Forget it. No use worrying about him." She knew deep down this kid was a card-creating prodigy. If he spoke up, Professor Zheng would jump at the chance to recruit him directly to the academy, probably offering him better resources and treatment than even Shun Qingyuan herself received. Several city team leaders nearby noticed Ji He's state and whispered curiously, "Is your guy sleeping?" Shun Qingyuan let out an awkward laugh. "I have no idea." He lay sharp gaze fixed on her. "You're not acting normal." He Lai and Shun Qingyuan both belonged to the battle division and had known each other for years, so he was familiar with her every move. Shun Qingyuan and Qi Yi had only become close after being assigned to Qilin City, so old classmates like He Lai could tell when something was off. Shun Qingyuan, uninterested in explaining, looked away coldly. "Like I said, I don't know." He Lai stared at her a moment longer, frowning deeply before turning away. Shun Qingyuan's reaction sparked a wild, unlikely suspicion in his mind, but he doubted it could be true, that a first-tier card master would create a legendary mythic card. Maybe he was overthinking. The exchange tournament officially began with 1 representative from each team drawing lots on stage. Hulin's Lin Nanxing stepped forward, eyes shining with hope, eager to draw an early number. When she opened her slip, it read number 9. 30 teams attended this exchange, including 2 from Dongyan City and 1 from each of the other cities. The lowest number was 15, so 9 ranked quite early, even better than some had expected. Lin Nanxing frowned slightly, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Just then, He Xingyan was drawing lots nearby. He glanced at her, then at the lot in his hand, and asked, "Not happy with the number you got?" Lin Nanxing nodded frankly. "I drew a number too far back. I was hoping for one nearer the front." He Xingyan hesitated for a moment, then opened his palm to reveal a slip marked number 2. "Want a swap?" Lin Nanxing's eyes lit up at once. "Really?" He nodded. To avoid seeming like a weird pickup, he quickly added, "I know Ji He from your team." Lin Nanxing gladly exchanged numbers with him and thanked him sincerely. He Xingyan awkwardly scratched his cheek, then both returned to their respective teams. No sooner had He Xingyan gotten back to his team than his teammates teased him. "Look at you, knowing girls from other cities. She seems like a smart one. How do you 2 know each other?" He Xingyan explained helplessly, "I don't know her. I just met a guy on her team yesterday. She looked worried, so I helped her switch numbers." He showed the slip. "Exchange number 2 for 9. The teammates half reluctantly, half approvingly responded, "Not bad." Meanwhile, Lin Nanxing held the number 2 slip, smiling warmly. "Someone swapped numbers with me, so we're second to go." Chen Chun was equally pleased. "That's great." Yang Suian immediately suggested, "Then we need to quickly plan our matchups." Xiaohe raised his hand. "Am good for singles or team challenge matches." Lin Nanxing was decisive, "I want the singles match." Su Yifan picked up the thread, "Then he'll do the challenge match." Chen Chen thought for a moment before nodding. "I'll do the challenge too. With me and Yifan on the challenge, we're solid." Yang Suian heaved a sigh of relief. "I guess he'll join the challenge to fill a spot." The rest of the team situation was a bit tricky. You two had no offensive power and wasn't fit to play. Ji He's by Wuchang could boost luck for the deck, but was weak in attack, and Ji He himself needed to compete. Given Ji He's current state, no one planned to put him in directly. Since the team match required someone to step up, they agreed on a 5+1 format to get him through without further delay. The teams that drew number 1 swiftly submitted their match lineups. Each team took the stage, introducing themselves crisply. "We're from Shanlu City. Please take care of us. From Xinyuan City likewise. After exchanging greetings, only the two players for the first singles match remained on stage. Others went back to the rest area. The referee announced, first singles match, officially starting. Shanli's Qiu Tao looked serious and sturdy, wielding a broad-backed curved blade. Xinyuan's Qian Yao was slim and agile, holding a wooden staff. The atmosphere was tense, like a drawn bow ready to release an arrow. Excited, Chen asked the group, who do you think will win between these two? Xiaohe gave a tired shrug. Game hasn't even started, how can I tell? Chen smiled and pressed, just guess. Su Yifan analyzed, embedding on Qiu Tao. His weapon clearly has the advantage, and he's bigger and stronger than Qian Yao. But Yang Suian offered a different view, eyes fixed intently on the stage. Not necessarily. I think Qian Yao must have a reason for choosing the staff. At that moment, Lin Nanxing went to find the referee for the second match and handed over her lineup, staying out of the discussion. Chen grinned. Then I'm picking Anan. Su Yifan nudged Ji, he playfully and challenged. Why? I think Qiu Tao has the better chance. Chen teased back. Anan's more reliable. As the group chatted animatedly, the two players on stage had already begun their moves. Qiu Tao suddenly leapt forward, his broad saber slicing through the air with a sharp, cold gleam aimed straight at Qian Yao's shoulder and neck. Qian Yao barely tilted his body aside, and with a precise flick of his wooden staff struck the back of the saber at its weakest point, cleverly using the opponent's force to nullify the attack. Qiu Tao planted his foot hard, causing the entire platform to shake and tremble. From the audience below came a burst of surprised murmurs. That was the Earthquake skill card, and the material cards that formed Earthquake were at least 2-star rank. Where on earth had Qiu Tao found a card maker capable of downgrading a 2-star card to 1 star? Su Yifan was equally stunned despite the star reduction. The core effect remained fully intact. As an Earth Element card master himself, he was very familiar with this skill, which nearly every Earth-type player carried. Earthquake is an area effect attack, better suited for group battles. It disturbs enemy formations by shaking the ground and, if timed well, can even interrupt opponents' skill releases. However, at low levels, the skill's power is limited. Lower-ranked masters don't have enough source energy to bring out the full, mountainous tremor effect of Earthquake. The crowd whispered among themselves while the fight didn't pause for a moment. Taking advantage of Qian Yao's slight wobble, Qiu Tao struck swiftly with a horizontal slash aimed at both of Qian Yao's legs. But Qian Yao's expression remained calm as his wooden staff burst with a green glow. The staff seemed alive in his hands, extending, shortening, bending, and wrapping freely. One end dug deeply into the ground, anchoring him as he lifted off nimbly, paradoxically more agile than when firmly standing on the platform. Qiu Tao kept pressing the attack, sweat already beading on his forehead. Most low-level Earth-type masters rely heavily on solid footing for their assaults. Qian Yao's innovative technique unsettled him, not to mention Qian Yao's elemental advantage. By this point, the outcome was all but clear. Yang Suian, the star player from Shanlu City, watched with intense interest. He mentally cataloged the 3 cards Qian Yao had equipped: Living Wood, Deep Roots, and would control all common skill cards. Qian Yao's clever combination of these with his staff created a fresh, tactical style of combat. Yang Suian sincerely admired him. What's impressive isn't the combo itself, it's that he's smart enough to fight with his head that already surpasses most players. Qiu Tao gritted his teeth to hold on for a full 5 minutes, but exhaustion finally overtook him, and Qian Yao kicked him off the fighting platform. Coaches and medical staff rushed up to carry Qiu Tao to the side for treatment. The referee then announced, the first match of the individual competition is over. Qian Yao from Xinyuan City wins. The Xinyuan City team's score goes up by 1 point. The faces of the Xinyuan City players couldn't hide their smiles, while the Shanlu City members looked deeply somber. At this moment, Chen excitedly grabbed Yang Suian's arm beside her, grinning. Anan, you were right. Yang Suian, who had been swaying slightly with her, felt a bit dizzy and laughed, advising, Little Chen, stop shaking me, or you might make me faint. Chen obediently released her grip, just as the referee announced the start of the second match. The individual second round featured Shanli's Water-type card master Lin Xian facing off against Xinyuan's Fire-type master Ding Jian, officially kicking off the contest. This match proved even more thrilling than the first. Lin Xian's water attribute and Ding Jian's fire attribute clashed, with rising mist spreading across the arena, creating a beautiful, almost poetic atmosphere. The final result was unsurprising. The winner was Shanli's Lin Xian, clearly demonstrating the power of elemental advantage. Both individual matches happened to be decided by elemental counters. Lower-ranked card masters are far less flexible in battle than higher-ranked ones. The key to victory lies in exploiting attribute advantages. It's rare for a lower-ranked player to win by countering an opposing attribute. The individual matches ended with both teams tied at 11. Just as the challenge round horn sounded, Lin Nanxing pushed open the door. Why so slow? Su Yifan asked, turning his head. Just chatted with the referee for a bit, Lin Nanxing said, joining the team, chatting with the referee. At a time like this, Chen Chen's attention snapped back. Lin Nanqing nodded, just a few simple words. He seemed pretty interested in Ji He. Ji He? Chen Chen glanced at Ji He, who was lying still on Su Yifun's back, frowning slightly. Why? Could it be her unique sleeping posture? Ji He had barely made any impact these past few days. How did she attract the referee's attention? Was this some kind of passive skill? Chen Chen fell into thought. Lin Nanqing was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No idea. He's gaze shifted from Lin Nanqing to Ji He. His eyes flickered, lips moving slightly. Card crafting? His pupils suddenly contracted, uncertainty flickering in his voice. I hope I'm not right. On the field, the challenge between Shanlu and Xinyuan teams was in full swing. Xiaotao's Earthquake wasn't an isolated case. Shanliu possessed many one-star skill cards crafted by downgrading two-star material cards, giving them a clear edge. They quickly pulled ahead by 2 points. Xiaotao repeatedly unleashed Earthquake, disrupting Xinyuan's tactical formations multiple times. Rocks cracked, the ground trembled, and Xinyuan's line was torn apart again and again. In the end, Shanlu triumphed decisively, 9-2. After the match, both teams returned to the stage. Xinyuan's players looked dejected, a sharp contrast to Shanliu's triumphant smiles. Shanliu's cards are really tough to deal with. If it were us up there, we might not do any better than Xinyuan. The key is how unpredictable they are. This downgrading technique depends a lot on luck. Where did they find a card crafter skilled at this? To be honest, it's a bit pointless wasting too many materials. Rumors buzzed in the crowd, but everyone agreed on one point: this style burns a lot of resources. Still, the spectators were all elites from different cities. Very few truly lacked funding. Some teams were already approaching Shanlu, trying to find out about that mysterious card crafter. Learned a lot today, Su Yifan said with a sigh. You don't see moves like this in Qilin City. You really gotta get out more. He gently shifted the sleeping Ji He on his back. Too bad she's asleep. She'd be surprised if she were awake. Just then, Ji He murmured groggily, what, learning this is just a waste. You awake? Su Yifan turned his head, surprised. No, just glanced. Ji He's voice still thick with sleep. Card crafters who study this technique have gone down the wrong path. Xiao He chimed in. Maybe their talent has peaked, and they have to learn these side tricks to make a quick buck? Maybe. Ji He muttered sleepily, then fell silent again. Helay's voice rang out through the arena. Qilin team, Xiangan team, please step onto the stage. Su Yifan adjusted Ji He on his back. Lin Nanqing, Chen Xun, Xiao He, and Yang Suian followed closely behind. The 6 of them climbed the steps to the battle platform. Their footsteps echoed in the vast arena. Standing on the stage felt completely different. Looking down, a sea of dark heads pressed together, the clamor both near and strangely distant, as if separated by an invisible barrier. Countless eyes converged on them like spotlights, intense and focused. Yang Suian looked somewhat uneasy. He had never been comfortable with all eyes fixed on him. His movements grew stiff, and he didn't even know where to place his hands and feet. Everyone else in the team, however, seemed completely at ease. Su Yifan was used to ignoring outside attention, Lin Nanqing was slow to react, and Xiao He was utterly indifferent. It was only Chen Xun who stood out like the center of the stage. She waved enthusiastically at the crowd below, shouting excitedly, Chen Xun, hello everyone. Had Xiao He not grabbed her in time, she might have distractedly fallen off the edge of the battle platform. Xiao He shook his head in exasperation. Crazy as always, but you really need to be more careful. Chen Chen flashed him a sly grin, as if trying to brush off his concern. But Xiao He had seen too much to be fooled. He pulled her back to the center of the platform, released her arm, but still couldn't ignore the sparkling hearts in the eyes of the girls in the audience. Chen Chen, you're adorable, came a voice from the crowd. Chen Chen turned toward the source and smiled sweetly. Thank you. Since childhood, Chen Chen's appearance and personality had always drawn more female attention. Yesterday, she had shone brilliantly. Everyone in the arena knew her name. Now, stepping onto the stage again, her striking presence was even more deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. The opposing team from Xiangan was also completely captivated by her. What was supposed to be a battle had turned into Chen Chen's personal meet and greet. She casually moved closer to the edge, greeting the young women, shouting her name below. Helay's mouth twitched as he leaned over to Lin Nanqing, who knew Chen Chen well. Has she always been like this? Lin Nanqing smiled softly. Yeah, she's always been this lively. Helai frowned. What's with all the showing off? Yang Suian sensed the tension and quickly pulled Chen Chen back, bowing politely to the opposing team. As she was led away, Chen Chen kept waving and shouted to the girls below, see you soon. Laughter and cheers immediately erupted. Little Chen Chen, see you soon. We'll be cheering for you. Chen Chen's eyes curved like half moons as she waved even more enthusiastically. With your support, they'll definitely win. The veins on the foreheads of the Xiangan team members throbbed visibly. Although they all knew winning against Chen Chen was almost impossible, her brazen attitude right in front of them still grated on their nerves. Both sides clasped fists and bowed to each other. The Xiangan team left with some provocative remarks. Don't get too cocky, we're not pushovers. Despite their words, the Xiangan team had watched Chen closely the day before and were still no closer to believing they could beat her. Lin Nanxing stayed on stage with the girl from Xiangan. They stood at their respective starting points, eyes locked. Lin Nanxing's expression was focused. The opposing girl looked somewhat nervous. Li forced a stern face, trying to look serious. The first match of the individual competition. Lin Nanxing of Qilin team versus Hua Ziyue of Xiangan team. The match officially began. Lin Nanxing immediately summoned Yusai. Hua Ziyu's running instantly came to a halt. Yusai resembled a thin, bald monk dressed in bright yellow robes and boots. Its face bore fish-like features, bulging eyes, sharp fangs, with strange gills instead of ears. Clutching a giant hammer twice its size, it radiated an icy chill that made hearts tighten. A flicker of fear involuntarily appeared on Hua Ziyu's face. At that moment, only one thought raced through her. Mindy's this really my opponent? Me? Am I supposed to fight this? Her eyes grew moist, tears threatening to fall. What have I done to deserve this? The entire Xiangan team fell silent, their gazes fixed on the fish gill card before them, their expressions frozen. The audience in the stands murmured in shock. The impact of this card was overwhelming. This card, it feels terrifying. Someone whispered. If I faced this, I'd just kneel down right away. No way, another myth card? Someone muttered in disbelief. No, that's more like a powerful abstract card, another analyzed calmly. Abstract cards aren't myths, but they're very rare and strong too. The card's design carried a sinister, ghostly vibe that sent chills down one's spine. Over with Li Ziping's team from Dongyan City, every member wore grave expressions. Gan Yuanshan stared intently at the fishgill card, her voice trembling slightly. Haven't you noticed? This card is eerily similar to Chun Chen's bullhead card from yesterday. Li Ziping's heart suddenly pounded faster. Chu Tianyi put his hands over his head and sighed in disbelief. No way. This can't be. Luo Jing's confident look from the morning faded as he scrutinized the card's face, his pupils flickering with unease. This meant Chun Chen's bullhead card was not the only myth card on Qilin's team. If there was one, there could well be 2, 3, or even more. But why? How could this happen? The team members looked devastated, their gazes heavy. Captain Li Shiping had to step forward, suppressing his shock, speaking with calm resolve. Stay composed. We're not weak ourselves. Even against myth cards, we can still fight. With the right strategy, victory is not impossible. His words acted like a lifeline, reigniting the teammates' fading fighting spirit. They started responding. That's right. We just need to plan well. Exactly. It's only a 1-star card. There's a limit. Abstract cards have beaten myth cards before. As they spoke, Dongyan's team visibly brightened, their energy sharpening and becoming more aggressive. Back on the battlefield platform, Li fixed his gaze on the fishgill card, certain it was a myth card related to the bullhead card. That there was some connection, though the exact mythological origin was unclear. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu's eyes also flickered strangely. Gao Yuan asked, "Did you tell your mentor about the 1-star myth card?" Lin Yu nodded. "I did. And what did your mentor say?" Her expression turned complicated. "He said he knew, and told me not to get involved." Gao Yuan was surprised. Does that mean the card-making department was already aware of the 1-star myth cards? Lin Yu shook her head. Not sure. But judging by my mentor's attitude, they probably knew. Maybe it's related to a professor's research. Gao Yuan sighed. So it's tied to some internal school research. That's beyond our reach now. We can only wait for the card-making department's announcement and try to get a suitable card then. On the battlefield, Fishgill raised his giant hammer less than 10 meters from Hua Ziyue, making no attempt to hide it, was even a long-range attack. Hua Ziyue tried to dodge but had no safe direction. Her feet felt rooted to the ground. The air was heavy and damp. Tiny water droplets rapidly coalesced under an invisible force, instantly forming a transparent stream about 2 meters long. The water shimmered with crystal-clear brilliance as it trembled in midair. Then, like lightning, the water stream shot out straight at Hua Ziyu's face. Hua Ziyue collapsed immediately, her body going limp as she fell to the edge of the battle platform. Lin Nanxing rushed forward without hesitation and swiftly lifted her up, decisively setting her down off the stage. Seeing an opponent being directly thrown off the competition area, Hei's expression revealed a surprising mix of gentleness and bewilderment. He could tell at a glance that Hua Ziyue had only fainted and suffered no other injuries. Just as expected, a few members of the Xiangan team quickly gathered around, and Hua Ziyue slowly opened her eyes. At first, she seemed dazed, completely unaware of what had happened. Only after her teammates explained the situation did she lower her head, her expression drained and defeated, like a deflated balloon, quietly retreating back into the group. The first individual match Xiao Lin team wins. The second match began. Xiao He faced a tall, slender girl standing over 175 centimeters in height. Instantly, Xiao He played his card the Wasp. The Wasp's wings vibrated as it sliced through the air in a sharp arc, moving so fast, it was almost a blur. In an instant, it zipped in front of the opponent and jabbed her with a poisonous sting. The girl immediately went limp and collapsed into unconsciousness. All this took less than 2 seconds, and the crowd erupted in murmurs and astonishment. Spectators whispered among themselves. Did you see what card he played? What was there to see? My eyes just glazed over, and the battle was over before I knew it. I caught it was some kind of insect, a bug-type card. That poison must be really strong to knock someone out that fast. Suddenly, everyone's expressions turned serious. When they looked at Xiao He, there was a new layer of caution and respect. Although the students couldn't clearly identify the card, all the team leaders watching had no trouble recognizing it. Several leaders quietly exchanged comments. Another mythical grade card. Xiaolin team must have some special connection with a professor from the card crafting department. Definitely. I heard they are close with one of the card crafting professors. So lucky. I go running to the card crafting department every day. When will good fortune ever come my way? Those words drew a few cold stares from nearby voices. Just going there doesn't mean you'll get anything. The card crafting department's resources are extremely limited. A resigned sigh ran through the crowd. The Qiolin team did have more resources than others, but no matter how good those precious assets were, they still had to compete fiercely with many powerful challengers, and it was never an easy win. Someone in the crowd suddenly changed the subject. I heard Mo Zizong has already broken through to mid-level rank 4. The atmosphere immediately turned heavy and silent. The person who mentioned it awkwardly smiled, unsure what else to say. Everyone tacitly dropped the topic. They were all among the top of their age group, having entered the grandest academy full of ambition, ready to make their mark. But reality felt like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Those truly brilliant prodigies always stood far above, while they could only look up helplessly. A sense of despair and powerlessness hung thick in the air. In the Qiolin team's challenge, only Chun Xin was sent out for rapid substitution battles, facing 3 opponents single-handedly and winning all 3 rounds. The final score was an astonishing 5-0. The Xiangan team barely got a chance to perform or gain practical experience during the fight. Such matches only serve to crush their confidence without offering any real growth. After much thought, the Xiangan captain submitted a formal request to forfeit the team competition. He double-checked 3 times before finally announcing the Qiolin team as the winner. Lin Nanxing, Yang Suan, Chen Shun, Su Yifan, and Xiao He exchanged tense glances, their furrowed brows speaking volumes. Their expressions reflected not only the feelings of the Xiangan team, but also the shared sentiment across the entire arena that this match had provided zero help in improving themselves. At the core, the current mythic cards were overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the 1-star cards completely defenseless. Lin Nanxing frowned and said, "We'll go talk to senior sister Shun and see if we can forego the exchange tournament and head straight to explore the Yunsong Plains. Spending all 5 days on the exchange tournament feels like such a waste." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Lin Nanxing then found Shen Qingyuan, who had previously been refereeing alongside them. They had been quietly talking but stopped when Lin Nanxing approached. He asked curiously, "What's up?" Lin Nanxing smiled politely at him, then turned to Shen Qingyuan and said, "Senior sister Shun, we want to withdraw from this exchange tournament and head directly to explore the anomalies in Yunsong Plains. There are no level 1 or 2 anomalies in Qilin City. This is a rare opportunity, and we want to see it for ourselves." Shen Qingyuan hesitated. She understood Team Qilin's reasoning, but this decision would somewhat embarrass Dongyun City's training camp, the organizer of the exchange tournament. After a moment's consideration, she decided to first inform Gao Yuan and Lin Yu. She signaled Lin Nanxing to follow her, and he, eager to tag along, did as well. The 3 of them sought out Gao Yuan and Lin Yu. When Gao Yuan and Lin Yu saw Shen Qingyuan arriving with Li, they looked puzzled. Lin Nanxing and the others didn't think it odd since Li was a member of Shen Qingyuan's team. Gao Yuan was the first to ask, "What's going on? Is there a problem?" Shen Qingyuan briefly explained Team Qilin's intention to withdraw. To everyone's surprise, Gao Yuan and Lin Yu didn't get angry. They had already noticed Team Qilin's situation, so withdrawing seemed reasonable. Just as Gao Yuan was about to agree, Lin Yu spoke up, "Okay, but before you withdraw, could you play a match against one of our camp's teams? Those kids have been studying you as a serious opponent and developed quite a few strategies. If you just quit now, they'll be disappointed." Gao Yuan nodded in understanding and added, "Indeed. If possible, playing 1 match before withdrawing would be better for you too." Lin Nanxing paused to consider, then agreed to this proposal. He relayed the arrangement to Xiao He, Su Yifan, Qin Shun, and Yang Suan, all of whom raised no objections. Since this wasn't an official match, Gao Yuan called over the Li Shiping team and scheduled just 1 team match to conclude after. Li Shiping hadn't expected this sudden challenge. By the original schedule, they were to meet in the semifinals. This unexpected change threw Dongyun team one's psychology off balance. Someone asked him, "Captain, what now?" Li Shiping glared at the questioner and replied coldly, "You think you can dodge this fight? Not a chance." Then he composed himself and instructed seriously, "Stick to our previous strategy, split the battlefield and adapt." Lin Nanxing's card was a control card with limited damage, obvious at a glance. He had to personally carry the stunned opponent off the battlefield. Hua Ziyue wasn't injured, but had been tightly controlled for a full 10 seconds, a level of control bordering on cruel. If not for their healer possessing rare dispelling skills, no one would dare to resist this control. Heathen Gan Yuanshan, also water-affiliated and wielding freezing abilities, had a huge advantage. She tried to freeze Lin Nangxing's card, which manipulated water flow to control the field. Though freezing is another form of water manipulation, not all water-type card users could master it. Enduring the cold's corrosion requires a strong physique and ample mental fortitude to precisely control the chill's flow. Water element card masters who want to learn the freeze skill find the most effective approach is to equip one or more illusion cards to enhance their physical condition. Briefly, the stronger the freeze skill, the lower the temperature it produces. Some abilities even grant extra secondary effects. As an electric element card master, Luo Jing naturally excels at control. His powerful electric paralysis works well against various elemental opponents, especially when combined with water's conductivity, creating a 1+12 stacking effect. After some discussion, the six-person group led by Li Shiping regained their confidence. The match between the Qilin team and Dongyan Team 1 was scheduled on another available battle stage. Once the news spread, most of the students watching the friendly matches instantly shifted their attention to the new battle. The atmosphere grew tense. Even the two teams mid-fight requested a pause just to watch this showdown, universally recognized as the most prestigious duel. Why is that guy still asleep? Someone whispered in surprise, eyeing Ji. He's sleeping on Su Yifun's back. I almost forgot Qilin team has 6 members too, another chimed in. Maybe he's injured, one guessed. No, he's just a slacker pretending to be tough, someone sneered. It's already impressive that Qilin has 3 strong fighters. They can't all be top-notch, a spectator sighed. True. No idea how they got so lucky, propped up by just a few powerful cards, came a disparaging comment. Shoo, don't say that. If one strong card is luck, the backgrounds of those 3 strong cards definitely aren't simple, another quickly warned. The one who mentioned luck hurriedly covered their mouth, clearly realizing the slip. Since none of the team leaders Gao Yuan, Lin Yu, or Shun Qinjuan were suitable to referee, the role went to He Lai, who happened to be around. He Lai surveyed the area, clearly anticipating an exciting match. Su Yifun, Ji He, Yang Suyan, Xiao He, Lin Nanxing, and Chen Chen faced off against Li Shiping, Chu Tianyi, Gan Yuanshan, Luo Jing, Xue Jian, and Wang He. The 12 card masters bowed with their fists closed in salute. Ji He lifted his head weakly from Su Yifun's shoulder, gave a faint salute gesture, and murmured in a low, lazy voice, "Please forgive me," before dropping his head again in exhaustion. Ji He wasn't incapable of standing, but given his condition and the current teammates, there was no need to strain himself. He resigned to continue resting. Li Ziping's gaze lingered on the rotating swirl of hair atop Ji He's head. After a moment, noticing Ji He had no intention of looking up, he smirked faintly and muttered, "You really don't give anyone a break, do you? Strange fellow." Luo Jing chuckled in agreement. "Yeah, he's definitely a bit of a maverick." Xue Jian grumbled, 5 versus 6, I don't know if they're overly confident or seriously underestimate us. The team's healer card master Wang He analyzed. Maybe he's faking it to lull us into complacency. He might jump into battle unexpectedly and hit us hard. The entire Dongyan team found this plausible and withdrew their previously dismissive attitudes toward Ji He, growing noticeably more cautious. No matter what, we can't take this lightly. Stick to the plan, Li Shiping nodded firmly. Right. Everyone find your positions and start tactics the moment it begins, he ordered clearly. At that moment, He Lai saw both sides ready and loudly announced, "Let the match begin." As soon as his voice faded, Li Shiping waved his hand, summoning Naughty Kid. Soon after, the Dongyan team members each called forth their cards. Chu Tianyi quickly summoned Hypnotic Poison Spider. Luo Jing called out Thunder Mouse. Gan Yuanshan brought forth Spraying Fish. The atmosphere instantly tensed as the 12 card masters locked eyes. Cards ready. The battle was officially underway. Xue Jin the Ghost Bride. 5 card spirits, each with distinct temperaments, appeared simultaneously, instantly drawing gasps and awe from the crowd of trainees below. This was traditionally Dongyan's home ground. Except for the more than 20 teams participating in the exchange competition, the rest of the spectators were all Dongyan students. Witnessing such a spectacular scene, they couldn't help but erupt into deafening cheers. Li Shiping, let's go. Go Dongyan team. Gan Yuanshan, fight on. Luo Jing, keep it up. Waves of voices rose and fell. A Dongyan girl, feeling the chaotic chants lacked cohesion, rallied the nearby girls to lead a unified cheer. Dongyan team go. Dongyan team number 1. Dongyan team go. Go. Nearly 1,000 voices sang out in perfect unison like a rolling thunder, shaking the entire arena. Li Shiping and his 5 teammates heard the rousing cheers, their expressions growing even firmer, eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. There was absolutely no way they could lose. In a dark corner, teams from other cities looked on enviously. Which card master hadn't dreamed of hearing their name shouted by the whole arena, applauded and cheered? In this youthful moment, hearts pounded like never before. Meanwhile, Su Yifan, Lin Nanxing, Chen Chun, Xiao He, and Yang Xuan each summoned their cards. When the Beast Receptor, Leopard Tail, Fish Receptor, Fish Gill, Enforcer, Bull Head, Insect Receptor, Wasp, and Moon Palace Emissary, Jade Rabbit lined up side by side in the arena, an icy chill unique to the underworld instantly swept across the crowd. It was like the very air froze, crushing the heat that had filled the space moments ago. The Dongyun students' cheers were mercilessly stifled, abruptly silenced, as if an invisible hand had clamped their throats. For Shadow Spirit cards stood together, their energies interwoven like emissaries from hell's depths, radiating unquestionable authority. The Moon Palace Emissary, bathed in cold, ethereal light, looked even more sacred and mysterious, forbidding any disrespect. Li Ziping's expression darkened suddenly. He had thought their simultaneous summoning of 5-card spirits would be intimidating enough, yet Xiao Lin's team, beyond the 2 already revealed cards, also concealed 3 mythical cards. The insect card of Xiao He, which had been uncertain before, was now clearly a mythical level. Alone, these cards might be hard to identify, but together their combined aura made recognition unmistakable without doubt. They were mythical cards. Chu Tianyi's illusionary poisonous spider felt threatened, its 8 slender legs scratching anxiously at the ground. Luo Jing's lightning mouse curled into a ball, its electric sparks flickering dimly, losing its usual vigor. Gan Yuanshan bit her lip hard as the water spray fish before her trembled uncontrollably. She faintly sensed a suppressive power emanating from the opposing 5 spirits. Shuejian's ghost bride floated midair, which should have emitted an eerie, sinister aura, but beside these 5 mythical spirits, she seemed pale and powerless. Her pale face was blank, but the fluttering of her skirt betrayed inner panic. This unexpected turn caused Li Ziping's face to go ashen instantly. Their carefully crafted plan collapsed explosively, throwing the situation into chaos. Reacting swiftly, Li Ziping made a quick adjustment and ordered in a low voice, "Water spray fish, lightning mouse, coordinate your discharge. Gan Yuanshan, freeze at the right moment. Chu Tianyi, entangle fish gill. Ghost bride, disrupt bullhead as planned." As he finished, he was the first to gesture sharply, commanding mischievous kid to charge towards Su Yifan's beast receptor, Leopard Tail. Su Yifan and Chun Chen suddenly exchanged a glance, unable to hide the flicker of strong emotions rising within them. The biggest advantage of the mischievous kid card lay in its nimble agility. Its body darted and weaved with unpredictable movements, effectively disrupting the opponent's rhythm and capable of countering almost any card type. The only exception was the Leopard Tail card, against which it stood no chance. The Leopard Tail's locking ability completely neutralized the mischievous kid's flexibility. At that moment, Chun Chen's eyes fixed on the eerie, chilling ghost bride across from him, a strange excitement swelling inside. Seizing this opportunity, he finally unleashed a long and used special ability of the Bullhead card. When facing humanoid spectral spirits, Bullhead has a high chance to convert them into allied units. The Bullhead lightly raised its steel fork, a ghostly light shot from the fork's tip, and struck the ghost bride precisely. The ghost bride, who had been lunging forward, suddenly froze, her form trembling and becoming ethereal and unstable. Shuejian, the cardmaster, immediately noticed the ghost bride's abnormality and hurried to regain control and order her forward. But the usually agile ghost bride showed no response, her rigid stance jolting Shuejian's heart with alarm. He hastily tried to retrieve the card, only to find its color dimmed suddenly inside the slot, turning into a sealed gray. Impossible to recall the spirit through the card. Black mist surged abruptly around the ghost bride's body, enveloping Wang He and Gan Yuanshan as well. This was the ghost bride's trait, dealing continuous damage to enemies within range while inflicting debuffs such as dizziness and weakness. Li Ziping watched this unfold, his heart sinking and anxiety rising. He sharply questioned Shuejian, "What are you doing? The battle just started. The enemy hasn't even made a move, yet you're already betraying us?" Li Ziping struggled to decide. He suspected Shuejian might be an undercover agent sent by Qiulin, but considering Qiulin had already withdrawn, it made no sense for a mole to act now. Shuejian was almost in tears, desperate to explain, "It's not me. The ghost bride won't obey my commands anymore." Meanwhile, Gan Yuanshan braced against the ghost bride's continuous damage. The moisture gathering around him soaked the ghost bride's form, and he shouted to Luo Jing, "Electric attack." Qi Dao responded, "Then recall her." Tears streaming down, Shuejian cried, "I can't even pull her back." Luo Jing sighed helplessly, "No choice then. We have to forcibly remove the ghost bride and deal with recovery later." The lightning mouse darted forward like a silver flash, crackling with electrical sparks. It raised its tiny claws and hurled a bolt of lightning fiercely. The ghost bride, soaked in conductive water, immediately sparked with intense electricity. Before long, her form collapsed and was sucked back into the card. At the referee's stand, Hilei's eyes nearly popped out of his head. What's going on? Converting an enemy unit to ours? Is this really a first-level card ability? He anxiously contacted Shun Qingyuan by comms. Shun Qingyuan, did I see that wrong? Is this some kind of illusion? This can't be right. Shun Qingyuan was equally shocked. Confusion and conversion were two completely distinct statuses and easy to tell apart, but right now, she couldn't believe what she just saw. She turned to the two people beside her and asked, is this conversion or confusion? I think I'm having a mental breakdown. Gao Yuan and Lin Yu looked at her helplessly and gently replied, who's your mentor again? Say it so people can avoid their mistakes. Though they were stunned as well, the situation was now unmistakably clear. There was no room for doubt. This is definitely a transformation. How could it be confused with chaos? Shun Qingyuan blurted out, then furrowed her brows as if recalling something. But she swallowed her words abruptly. Deep down, she knew the obvious fact about Lin was being ignored, so she couldn't help but scold softly. Shun Qingyuan, it's a transformation. You can't even see such a simple thing? Don't ever use teacher Lin's words to excuse yourself again. On the platform, Shuejian immediately lowered his head to check the card space and saw that the Ghost Bride card had returned to normal. Although the shattered card would take time to restore, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. His eyes watering. Slightly had really feared the Ghost Bride might be gone forever. Thankfully, she was back. It was truly a relief. Seeing Shuejian's reaction, the other four members of Team Dongyun who held fantasy cards couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They all understood no one wanted their cards converted and turned against themselves. The specific traits of the bullhead card remained a mystery. No one dared to be sure if it would cause more cards to betray their owners. With that thought, all of Team Dongyun suddenly pulled back their offensive and fell into a cautious silence. Xiaoyi glanced at her sideways with disdain. Count yourself lucky. At that moment, Su Yifan, witnessing the stunned and awkward look on the opponent's face, felt a quiet satisfaction as he quietly commanded Bao Wei, lock on. Pounce. He had long since stopped wanting to waste time entertaining this hyperactive kid beside him, constantly darting up, down, left, and right, dizzying everyone. Bao Wei had been toying around like a cat chasing a butterfly, but suddenly its eyes sharpened and its speed surged. Li Ziping's nerves rang like alarm bells as he controlled the mischievous kid to dodge left and right, desperately trying to hide. But it was all in vain. Once Bao Wei locked onto the target, a black shadow shot out so fast it left only an afterimage. Bao Wei lunged forward, whipping up a fierce wind. Its front paw swung down hard, slapping the mischievous kid straight back into the card space. Without a pause, Bao Wei swiftly turned toward Lightning Mouse. Li Shiping hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the kid's exit and shouted urgently, Lightning Mouse, retreat. Luo Jing, who was staring fixedly at the fishgill tiger, froze for a split second at the command. Having trained long with Li Shiping, their coordination was instinctive. No matter the reason, Luo immediately echoed, Lightning Mouse, pull back. But no matter how fast, lightning speed didn't outrun the afterimage. Black Panther pounced flawlessly on Lightning Mouse. The mouse flickered like an electric streak and vanished in a flash back into the card space. Luo Jing looked at Bao Wei with a mix of surprise and envy. Large beast cards had strong attacks, but were usually slower and resource-heavy compared to smaller ones. Each had its advantages. But this Black Panther was different, majestic in form, with both speed and power. It was the card he had dreamed of having. Li Ziping's voice snapped him out of his reverie. Don't just stand there. Counterattack. Returning to reality, Luo Jing was closest to the Panther card. Electric arcs flickered around his hands. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a massive force slammed into him, throwing him heavily to the ground. A chilling cold brushed his neck, making every hair stand on end. Opening his eyes, he saw the panther's sharp claw pressed firmly against his throat. The slightest movement, and his life would be over. Helei's voice rang out across the arena. Team Dongyun 1 Luo Jing, exit. At the same moment, a translucent protective shield suddenly enveloped Luo Jing, clearly marking him as defeated. This barrier not only formed his last line of defense, but also restricted his energy flow, completely preventing him from making another move. Li Ziping's heart sank as his eyes quickly scanned the entire battlefield. On the field, the Dongyun team was down to just 2 illusion cards, their situation growing increasingly desperate. Chu Tianyi controlled the mesmerizing toxic spider, which quickly spun tough, delicate webs to entangle Yugai. The spider silk was incredibly resilient. Once wrapped, Yugai would need 2 full seconds to break free. However, the poison embedded in the web did almost no harm to Yugai after all. Spirit-type cards are naturally immune to toxins. This immunity to poison is one key reason spirit cards are so highly valued. Not only do they have strong attack power, but they are also immune to many negative effects and nearly invulnerable to purely physical attacks. Their fatal weakness, however, lies in fire-type cards, whose yang energy can devastate them. Unfortunately, the Dongyun team currently fielded no fire-type players or yang-aligned cards. Despite the toxic spider's desperate entanglement, it could only temporarily restrain Yugai without dealing real damage. Dongyun's main damage output relied on Luo Jing, an electric water-type card player who had already been eliminated. A wave of helplessness welled up in Li Ziping's chest. Yet as team captain, he refused to give up easily. Firmly planting his foot, Li Ziping quietly chanted, "Gather Earth Spike." On the stable battlefield platform, Earth Spikes could not appear instantly, but required an initial gathering phase. As the earth began to rattle slightly beneath them, Yugai reacted swiftly, his body seeming to leave an afterimage as he dodged in an instant. Behind him, Yang Suan quietly cast a speed buff to enhance Yugai's agility, making his evasions even more fluid. Yugai raised his great hammer and brought it crashing down with full force. A narrow stream of water surged forward, carrying an impact wave toward the mesmerizing toxic spider. The spider was caught completely off guard and sustained heavy damage as the water swept through, taking out a significant portion of its vitality. Before the spider could even become dazed, the sprayed fish card was recalled back to the card space. This outcome was no surprise. Yugai's special counter effect was in full effect. Though he normally didn't deal damage, he could inflict extra destruction on aquatic life. The spray fish was easily one-shot. Now, only the mesmerizing toxic spider remained on the field. Li Ziping felt his teammates' silent gazes void of fighting spirit, and instead filled with confusion and hidden fear. With a hint of resignation, he whispered, "Let's admit defeat." Just as the Hornet readied a final lethal strike on the toxic spider, it stopped abruptly. Li declared without hesitation, "Chilean team victory." The sudden ruling cut through the silence like an icy blade, plunging the stands into a deathly quiet. Even the mostly inexperienced prospective seniors watching could clearly see the difference in skill. The gap between teams was vast. Dongyun barely had any room to counterattack. It wasn't that the Dongyun team was weak, it was that Chilean was astonishingly strong. The two teams were simply on completely different levels, leaving the losing side with no way to catch up or even understand how to. With unspoken agreement, both sides ended the match quietly and respectfully bowed before exiting. Chun Chin felt uneasy all over and muttered under his breath, "Why did the atmosphere suddenly get so heavy?" After a moment of silence, Yang Suan replied calmly, "Their confidence was crushed hard. It's like a young calf facing a fierce tiger, the fearless youth quietly replaced by fear." Chin Chin seemed to understand and gradually grew serious. Su Yifun gently shook Ji He, who was on her back, saying softly, "Ji He, wake up." The nearby teammates were momentarily stunned, then quietly watched as Ji He was roused. Lin Nanxing, Yang Suan, Xiao He, Chen Shun, and Su Yifun silently agreed in their hearts this awkward silence was unbearable, and only Ji He might be able to break the deadlock. Ji He slowly opened her drowsy eyes and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" No one answered him. He was momentarily stunned, then looked around. Everyone on and off the stage lowered their heads, their faces dull and as if drenched in cold water. Ji He suddenly snapped awake, furrowing his brows in surprise. "What's going on?" No one responded. The crowd was lost in their own disappointment, ignoring this troublemaker. But Ji He paid them no mind, a trace of suspicion curling his lips. "Did someone spray poison on the future blossoms of our motherland?" His voice was low but stood out sharply in the silence, drawing many eyes. Finally, someone whispered, "We've worked so hard, but no matter how much we struggle, we can't catch those with powerful backing. It's truly hopeless. Li Ziping has become a peak beyond our reach, and don't even mention your baffling team." Ji shot back, "So what? You're just going to give up learning? This isn't the first day you realized you can't be the leader. Why get so negative all of a sudden?" No one answered. So he concluded, "Before, you only knew the fact but never faced true strength, so you could still deceive yourselves. Now, the well you sat in to observe the sky has burst. The sky has suddenly collapsed before you, and you can't handle it?" Someone rolled their eyes and muttered, "It's just a competition. Can't you tone down the drama? A well bursting and the sky falling? Isn't it simpler to say we suddenly realized how big the world is?" Ji sighed. "What's so desperate about realizing the world is big? Shouldn't you be excited? So many unseen sights, mountains unscaled, rivers untrodden, stars uncharted. What are you afraid of? Just go explore. Stop fixating on us. No matter how hard you try, you won't beat us. No need to waste effort." Those stirred by his words immediately looked dismayed. "Are you trying to comfort us or deal us a blow?" Ji grinned, flashing white teeth. "I'm just speaking the truth. Don't compare yourselves to me. You can't win. Stop chasing the impossible and focus on your own path." "Huh?" Someone snorted disdainfully. "Calling you an imaginary enemy is now chasing the impossible? That's some nerve." "Exactly." Voices rose, the atmosphere growing restless. Ji sighed again. "Fine. If you don't believe me, so be it. I'm not forcing you to change your goals. When you waste your prime years, you'll understand that I'm speaking from the heart." More and more voices finally burst out. "Wow. You're so full of yourself. You haven't even competed. How do we know you're any better? Yeah. If you're so great, why don't you get on stage? Come on, show us your legendary cards." Ji waved lazily, still casual in tone. "All right, if that makes you feel better, whatever." am not going to argue. Go on and nurture your despair. We're heading to explore the Yunsong Plains. Didn't waste our time. Someone lost patience and shouted at him crudely. Get lost. Go, go, who cares about you? Though harsh, the outburst lit up the atmosphere, which was no longer so dead and gloomy. At that moment, Li Shiping discreetly fixed his gaze on Ji He. The young man whose face he barely remembered had spoken sharply today, but strangely, it awakened a long-lost fighting spirit deep inside him. Just as Ji He said, they all knew long ago they weren't the strongest. But now, faced with this fact so vividly, why resist it? Getting down from Su Yifun's back, Ji He casually brushed her hair back, revealing her clear, delicate features. Her brows were well-defined, her looks handsome and striking. With a clean and refreshing aura though, she did seem a bit lacking in energy. She spoke up, let's go find senior sister Shun. Since he said he wanted to leave, he was serious about it. It would be best if these people could let it go, but even if they couldn't, life had to go on. He didn't think what he said just now was particularly impactful. It was more about breaking the awkward atmosphere and lightening the mood. As soon as Ji He woke up, the group seemed to regain their backbone. She looked refreshed, and her presence noticeably stronger. Just as they were about to step down from the battle stage, a voice called from behind. Are you the captain of Team Qilin? Ji He turned her head to look at him and pointed to herself. You mean me? Li Shiping nodded. Although he barely knew this person, he could sense the natural leadership aura she carried, a feeling very similar to being among a team. Ji He thought for a moment. We haven't officially talked about it, but yeah, in the backbone of Team Qilin. Li Shiping was clearly a bit taken aback, but didn't dwell on it, simply tossing out. See you at the all martial arts tournament. We're definitely going to beat you and earn the qualification from Donglin province. Ji He raised an eyebrow and fired back. Dream on. You don't stand a chance. Then she waved a hand, cutting him off to stop further talk. Su Yifun, Xiao He, Yang Suian, Lin Nanxing, and Chun Chen all followed closely behind. Su Yifun smiled and said, I knew since you stepped up, you'd have a way. Chun Chen chimed in. Yeah, this is the right move. It was way too awkward before. At that moment, voices rose from the crowd below the stage. Ji He's sharp ears caught murmurs about her, some talking about her looks, others about her personality, and some guessing her strength. She turned toward the noise and laughed broadly. I heard that. Stop guessing I'm the strongest in our team. The girls beside her were briefly stunned, then erupted in laughter. One girl shouted back, really? I don't buy it. Ji He smirked mischievously. Believe it or not, I'm still the captain. From among the crowd, she also spotted He Xingyan and Su Buyuan, waving and greeting them with a smile. It was the first time Shen Qingyuan directly saw Ji He's social prowess in action and couldn't help but admire. Your school must have tons of girls who like you, right? Ji He gave her a look like, what kind of question is that? But Chen Qin jumped in eagerly, a lot. Before awakening, he almost dueled someone over a girl. Shen Qingyuan immediately perked up, eyes sparkling with interest. Tell me more. If you almost dueled someone, what kind of girl was it? She knew Ji He's background well, at least what was publicly known. First in the grade, good-looking and cheerful character, his popularity made sense. But the idea he nearly fought over a girl made her intrigued. Ji He pressed down on Chun Chen's head with a tired expression. Stop with the nonsense. That never happened. Chun Chen struggled and shouted. Hey, let me go. You're squashing me. Shen Qingyuan's gossiping gaze then shifted to others. Lin Nanxing briefly mentioned the time Liang when he posted on the forum challenging Ji He to a duel, just a misunderstanding, nothing serious. Shen Qingyuan was left unsure how to react. Ji He's luck with the opposite sex, should she call it good or bad? Is this what it feels like to be too popular? Thinking this, Shen Qingyuan suddenly became clear-headed. There was no real problem at most, it was just a humble brag. She smiled and turned around, saying, let's go to Yinsong Plain, right? Ji He, how about we stop by the Cardmaster Association first? No objections from Shen Qingyuan, then let's go. Everyone had been busy in the training camp and hadn't had a chance to return to the city for a while. Finally being able to move around more freely, registering Cardmaster information, and upgrading the star network were the top priorities. Shen Qingyuan understood their feelings when she had reached first rank back then. She had also rushed non-stop to upgrade the star network. Actually, these kids were quite patient, not even asking for leave just to visit the Cardmaster Association. After greeting Gao Yuan and Lin Yu, she led the 6 of them out of the training camp. Shen Qingyuan waved her hand gently, summoning a vehicle and starting the engine. Let's go. The Dongyun City Cardmaster Association was located in the city centre, magnificent domed building with the words Dongyun City Cardmaster Association boldly displayed above its entrance, highly visible. The vehicle slowly stopped at the association's door. Shen Qingyuan rested her hand on the car window and casually said, I'll wait here for you. Thank you, Senior, Yang Suian said politely. The group quickly ascended the marble steps leading to the association. The clock showed 10:15, with the association closing at 11. Fortunately, there weren't many visitors. Ji He handed over her ID card. I'm here to register my Cardmaster information. The young woman at the window didn't look up, responding indifferently. Go to the back to test your source energy, then take a slip to register. Ji took back her ID card and, along with Su Yifan, Yang Xuan, Lin Nanxing, Chen Chun, and Xiao He, headed to the source energy testing machine to join the line. There were almost no staff members inside the hall. Xiao He glanced around, feeling something was off. Normally, as the core Cardmaster Association Hall of the provincial capital, it should have been bustling with people and staff busy assisting and answering questions. Ji glanced around the hall as well and felt a slight unease, but didn't investigate further. Most people in line were around their age, with only a few middle-aged men. The middle-aged men seemed familiar with each other and were chatting animatedly. I heard a new anomaly just appeared on Yunsong Plain, and a lot of people were swept away. The Cardmaster Association is busy organizing a rescue. That explained the low turnout. One middle-aged man whispered, the association is short-staffed, some attendants were even sent out on the rescue. Not quite, another man chimed in. Among the unlucky ones caught up in this are several freshmen from Linjiang University. One of them is even Old Tao's granddaughter. Old Tao came to put pressure on the Cardmaster Association. Tao. He immediately perked up. Is that Tao Rong, the 5th rank Cardmaster from our city? That's him. The man next to her nodded. He was listening so intently that she accidentally stepped on Yang Suyan's foot. She let out a sharp ouch, and Yang Suyan quickly moved his foot away, apologizing profusely. Sorry. Several people in line glanced over, and Ji, unfazed, smiled broadly at the men who had paused their conversation. Without any reserve, she asked, so? I doubt Old Tao would mess with the Cardmaster Association, right? I don't know him, but this caught my interest. Seeing her so proactive, the men grew even more engaged. One explained, the Cardmaster Association is an official agency backed by the government. Personal pressure can't sway them. Normally, of course, it wouldn't be possible. But the location of the incident was supposed to be a clearly designated no-risk zone under the association's jurisdiction. Ji nodded, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. No wonder. A young stranger whispered, so that's how it is. Ji looked around and noticed that everyone in the rows before and behind him was listening intently to the story. In fact, many low-level and intermediate card masters had only dared to enter that area because they saw it was marked as risk-free. But now something had gone wrong. Almost every low and intermediate level card master who went in had been taken out by a newly emerged singular point. The Card Masters Association bore much of the blame for this. Now, grieving family members were coming to demand compensation, leaving the association overwhelmed and scrambling. If no one had been hurt, it wouldn't be such a big deal, but since there were casualties, well, they would definitely have to find those responsible. Yang Sueon couldn't help but ask, how many people were affected, exactly? The uncle's expression turned grave as he replied, at least 100 or 2. Everyone drew a sharp breath. This wasn't a small incident. No wonder the Card Masters Association was so quiet right now. Likely even their service staff had been pulled away to calm the agitated families. Just then, the line finally began to move forward slowly. He realized the queue hadn't advanced a bit before off course. Eating popcorn is a human instinct. When it was Jihee's turn, the detection team quickly called him forward. The public source energy detector provided by the Card Masters Association was simple in designo cabin, just a scanner. The tester just needed to scan their ID, stand on the platform for 5 seconds, and wait. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a ding, the screen prompted, please collect your test report from the output slot. The process was quick and efficient. Jihee took his report and glanced at it while walking, scanning the basic info, and then stopping at the source energy value at the bottom 235 line. Not bad at all. Just then, Yang Sueon approached from behind with a hint of joy on his face. How'd it go? 213 Luan, Jihee said in surprise. When did you break into intermediate level? Yang Sueon answered, a few days after I installed the Jade Rabbit. My source energy advanced pretty quickly. His source energy disorder syndrome had just healed, and after the adjustment period, he made rapid progress. The others finished their tests one by one. Xiaohe casually said, I'm at 227. Lin Nanxing was a bit lower, 190 Luan. Su Yifan reported, 207 Luan. Finally, Li Chun ran over happily waving his report, 222 Luan. I caught up. Su Yifan teased, that's way too low. Li Chun's expression changed sharply as he lunged at him, claws bared. Su Yifan stayed calm and raised a hand above his head, blocking Li Chun's flailing arms effortlessly. From afar, Yang Sueon checked his terminal and urged, it's 10:40, hurry up. These government offices are strict about time. If you're late, they just close. Fortunately, when the group reached the counter, there were still some open windows. He didn't bother queuing again and handed over his report and ID directly. The young woman behind the counter efficiently scanned his ID on the autoreader, then the barcode on the report, and asked, would you like to upgrade your star network? He pulled out his personal terminal and handed it over. Yes, definitely. If it wasn't for upgrading my star network, I wouldn't have bothered coming. Had always been curious about the Cardmaster info in the star network. The woman connected to his terminal, tapped on the computer a few seconds, then handed back his ID, report, and terminal. All done. He put his ID back into his card holder, crumpled the test sheet casually into his pocket, and excitedly opened the Star Network app on his terminal. Sheen's network was hierarchically managed. Ordinary people used the basic Star Network, while Cardmasters had a more detailed, graded version called the Cardmaster Star Network. This ranking system isn't absolute. Ordinary people over 20 can apply to join the Kashi Star Net at their own discretion. The system mainly targets minors, because exposing them to too much information often causes more harm than good. Over 200 years ago, the StarNet had no rating system. Back then, many minors became obsessed with competitions, neglected their studies, and ended up accomplishing nothing. After repeated discussions, the Qin government's top officials decided children should live in a relatively pure environment. After a long process of debate and policy development, the current rating system gradually took shape. When He logged onto the StarNet, he was immediately flooded with information covering the entire screen. His eyes were first drawn to a headline marked with a red breaking label. Breaking. A mysterious anomaly has appeared on the western side of Yunsong Plain in Dongyan City. 216 people caught in it. Fate unknown. This was exactly the incident he had heard about earlier when detecting source energy. Following that were breaking. The Dongyan City Kashi Association has named the new anomaly on Yunsong Plain the Blood Rain Battlefield. And 5-star Kashi Master Tao Rong's granddaughter Tao Miao Miao caught in the Blood Rain Battlefield. Status unknown. As well as 6 members of the city's renowned 2nd-star ghost taming team have been in the Blood Rain battlefield for over 2 hours. Scrolling down, He found a dozen more news items, all related to the incident. However, the reports did not reveal whether this area was designated a safe zone by the Kashi Association, suggesting the association was intentionally suppressing the news. Still, with how much attention this was getting, it was only a matter of time before the truth surfaced. Continuing to scroll, he saw the next headline. 4-star Kashi Master Tenyu successfully created a 5-attribute imaginary card Naughty Kid, expected to win the Southeast Regional 4th-star personal competition. Followed by 3-star Kashi Master Yuan De releases the imaginary card Bright Bird, preparing for a small auction. Such news kept coming, along with announcements for competition registration. He read them with great interest. Once everyone gathered and got on the bus, it immediately turned into a sea of heads bowed over StarNet, completely immersed. Xinqing Yuan looked around at the group and asked, "So? Any interesting news?" He didn't even look up as he replied. "A mysterious anomaly just showed up on Yunsong Plain about 1st or 2nd star strength, pretty suitable for us." Xinqing Yuan swiped a couple times on her terminal, worry in her eyes. "The Blood Rain battlefield? The info I just checked says this anomaly appeared in a Norisk zone designated by the Kashi Association. But 216 people got trapped inside, and multiple 2nd-star squads from Dongyan City have been rescuing for over 2 hours with no one coming out." She hesitated. "Are you really planning to enter? It looks pretty dangerous." He nodded firmly. "Our team has 5 Spirit myth cards. We couldn't be better suited for this anomaly." Xinqing Yuan frowned. "Just Spirit cards? No advantage having mixed types?" He replied confidently. "Myth cards are very different from regular ones. The Spirits have a much stronger counter to the undead than Yang-type cards. Plus, this new anomaly hasn't been heavily scavenged, yet there has to be a lot of good stuff inside." Yang Suian had long wanted to test Yuda's alchemy ability, but the training camp doesn't allow exchanging points for herbs, and they can't buy herbs outside either, so he never got the chance. There must be plenty of herbs to gather in this newly appeared anomaly, and the type taint won't matter much. Even if the medicinal properties are a bit off, it will still help. Though each person on the bus had their own thoughts, the whole cabin was absorbed in the StarNet and the upcoming adventure, with an atmosphere blending excitement and tension in subtle ways. Blisters the size of marbles bubbled at the corners of Gu Yuanming's mouth, bright red and glaring. As a 5th-rank map master, he should have been immune to such physical suffering, navigating the world like a breeze. Yet inside him, it felt like a raging inferno, flames licking upward, scorching his bloodshot eyes. His gaze locked onto the young man bowing his head before him, burning with unbearable hatred. Pan Yuza. Pan Yuza trembled all over, his voice quivering like a fragile leaf shivering in winter's chill. How exactly did I explain it to you back then?" Gu Yuanming's face darkened as he snapped, "Speak." Swallowing several times, stammering, Pan Yuza said, "You said the energy detector must be brought along to scan every area thoroughly and confirm no risk before marking it on the map, marking it as safe." A bitter, angry laugh escaped Gu Yuanming's lips. "Then what did you actually do? Tell me the truth." At last, Pan Yuza broke down, tears falling like droplets of rain. "I had something urgent that day. The nearby regions looked fine at a glance, so I didn't bring the detector. I just changed the markings directly. How dare you alter the map without testing?" Gu Yuanming ground his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. The new anomaly could have been a minor issue, but there was no way it could appear boldly in the association's map marked as a green, Norisk zone. Everyone around held their breath, afraid to utter a single word, fearful that even a stray sound would draw Gu Yuanming's rage. Hu Hongyuan, standing nearby, trembled uncontrollably. Sure enough, in the very next moment, the wave of fury swept right over him. It was Hu's idea. He said it wasn't necessary to be so meticulous, just a quick confirmation would suffice. He said everyone does it that way. Hu Hongyuan's mind went blank, as if hammered into silence. Gu Yuanming's cold eyes swept over him. Hu's heart pounded against his throat as he barely managed to drag several others down with him. Like an iron chain, the trail was pulled up root and branch, until over a dozen people were gathered. Each one was red-faced and shouting at the top of their lungs, arguing and blaming each other fiercely, fists flying in chaotic brawls. Veins throbbed at Gu Yuanming's temples, his patience snapped. Suddenly he thrust out his hand, releasing a burst of dark green vines thick as arms. They grew wildly in an instant, wrapping tightly around the dozen or so culprits, binding them fast and motionless. All of you, come with me to the tribunal. Prepare to face judgment. Their faces drained of color, shivering in cold fear as they were hauled away. Gu Yuanming watched them go, eyes blazing with furious fire. They were gone, but the disaster left behind still hung over him like a dark cloud. His gaze shifted to the not-so-distant entrance to the blood-rain battlefield. Pitch black and unfathomably deep, streaked with blood red and purple-black, it looked like a gaping hellish fissure, twisting his heart with pain. 18 elite second-ranked teams had entered, and not a single soul had returned. Those outside knew nothing of the conditions inside, forced to wait blindly in the dark. The turmoil in his chest even tempted him to order a direct bombardment of the anomaly, but such a thought vanished as quickly as it came. So many had gone in. If he launched that strike, he might just be the first to perish in the fallout. Meanwhile, inside the blood-rain battlefield, Tao Miao Miao and her group were fighting desperately, retreating while skirmishing. The rescue team had risked everything to bring them to a hidden cave for a short respite. After a full day and night of brutal fighting, their source energy was nearly depleted. Their medicines all used up, they were utterly exhausted and out of supplies. Outside, the strange blood-red river relentlessly churned forth ghostly spirits and corpses, as if never-ending. Jiao Hui's face was pale, alarm written in every line. Her voice trembled. We were supposed to be heading back. But why have we ended up here again? A tense, anxious mood settled over the group. Clearly, an even deadlier struggle was still unfolding just ahead. Could we really be trapped here for good? Of the 216 people caught in this catastrophe alongside them, more than half had already died, leaving barely over 50 survivors. Even among the 18 rescue teams that stormed in, casualties were over half as well. They hadn't dared to pause for a moment, fearing being surrounded by the vengeful spirits, until they finally found this hidden cave where they could catch their breath. The injured team members finally got a rare chance to recover. Outside, the atmosphere among the support squads was grim. The usually uncooperative teams had set aside all grudges completely, fighting fiercely while speaking in low voices. Is this really a level 2 singularity? Even if you count all the spirits together, their energy field should be enough to classify it as level 3, right? Don't get hung up on the numbers. The energy levels of these spirits are undeniably level 2. Damn it. Looks like we're really going to die here this time. At least it's an official mission. If it was a solo venture, dying would be in vain. But now families can get compensation. Only one sister remains from the Sure family, now everyone else is gone. Sometimes I even think it might be better if she died too, so she wouldn't have to see the little girl weeping her heart out. As soon as those words left his mouth, the surrounding conversation stopped instantly. Every team had lost members, and that shadow hung heavily over everyone's hearts. They used to numb themselves by non-stop fighting, but now emotions quietly sank. Although these soldiers normally kept their heads down, no one could pretend it was nothing to see their own people fall in blood and tears. Stop thinking. Lao Tao's granddaughter is still out there. Support teams will come. Just hold on. Hold until they arrive. One soldier gritted his teeth, downed a vial of source energy supplement, and suddenly unleashed a burst of orange-yellow flames. Skill card, Core Fire. The high-temperature core fires severely countered the spirits and blood zombies, but the endless blood rain battering the battlefield stifled the flames, powerless to turn the tide. Using it desperately only bought teammates a brief moment to breathe. That moment was enough for a nearby soldier who had been grabbed by a blood zombie to retreat. Inside the cave, the wounded rested tensely in silence, while a few at the front stubbornly held their ground. Soon, 5 rescue squads regrouped and, under Gu Yuanming's hopeful gaze, entered the foreboding entrance to the blood rain battlefield. Meanwhile, the Chilean team was making their way back to the Dongyan City training grounds. Shen Qingyuan patiently shared advice. When clearing new singularities, always prepare supplies thoroughly. Bring plenty of source energy supplements. You can never have too many, only too few. You're all novices. Remember to equip every card slot. Don't fuss over planning. Even if you equip the wrong cards, the worst that happens is wasting a few cards. Though generally a bit unreliable, her words now carried valuable insight. Ji He and the others listened attentively, nodding in agreement and giving her feedback, which filled her with a burst of pride and opened the floodgates of her chatter. Just then, Gao Yuan and Lin Yu arrived, clearly surprised to see them back so soon. Why are you back? We brought you all some restorative supplies, and picked out 2 useful cards for each person, Shenqing Yuan said decisively, with no hesitation. After all, there were rewards for participating in the exchange match. Although Qiolin team had withdrawn, their victory against the Dongyan squad was impressive. There was no need to fight over the top prize, now just asking for some basic supplies made perfect sense. Sure enough, Gao Yuan and Lin Yu didn't hesitate and readily agreed. Ji He and the other 5 each carried bulging backpacks and were armed with weapons. Ready to go, they climbed back into Shun Qingyuan's vehicle and headed straight toward the Yunsong Plains. Shun Qingyuan's expression remained tense and uneasy. After all, this was a second-level anomaly point. Were they really planning to go in? Although she had protective cards, she couldn't hand them directly to the others. Any external buffs would disappear when entering an anomaly point. And as for distributing cards directly, the lowest card she held was a 2-star defense card, and she had never even seen a 1-star defense card. To the best of her knowledge, 1-star defense cards didn't exist. She couldn't fully equip them, and the thought of Ji Heath's golden nugget stepping into the unknown anomaly filled her with dread. The closer they got to Yunsong Plains, the heavier her anxiety grew, to the point where she wanted to turn the vehicle around. Let's go? Ji He, Su Yifan, Xiao He, Lin Nanxing, Chen Xun, and Yang Xuan sounded resolute, and without hesitation. Their team hadn't really experienced a true battle yet. Following the path of battle card users meant they had to accumulate real combat experience. Not to mention the mission Professor Zheng mentioned required them to have some strength. Gaining experience was urgent. The place called Blood Rain Battlefield had swallowed many who never returned. They'd obviously seen danger, but crisis often comes with opportunity. If they could reach the core of the anomaly, there was a chance to obtain a domain card. These rare domain cards were astonishingly valuable, usually only awarded to champions of major tournaments. Coming from small cities, they had only heard of them but never actually seen one. The domain cards for the core positions had long been claimed by others. This new anomaly happened to be exactly the type they could counter. They couldn't let this chance slip away. Shenqing Yuan was deeply conflicted. As someone their age, she understood their determination, but if they really got trapped inside, she felt like she couldn't afford to lose them. Sensing her hesitation, Ji He broke out into a wide grin. Don't worry, we're confident who at least can make sure none of us die here. Shenqing Yuan eyed him skeptically. Really? Really? Ji He was unusually confident. Their shadow spirit cards had a common trait: they couldn't be actively attacked by shadow spirits. This gave them enough of a safety margin to survive. Shenqing Yuan looked at him for a long moment, until she finally saw his genuine confidence, and reluctantly nodded. All right then. At that moment, she suddenly understood why their mentor worried so much all the time. With the decision made, Shenqing Yuan no longer hesitated. She pressed the accelerator hard, and the vehicle shot like lightning toward the entrance of the Blood Rain battlefield. The entrance to the Blood Rain battlefield was tightly guarded. A middle-aged man in a Battle Card Association uniform named Bao Ziqing blocked Shenqing Yuan's vehicle. He examined the flashy vehicle carefully, his expression patient but his tone firm. This area is strictly controlled. No invitation, no entry, you'll have to turn back. Shenqing Yuan handed over her student ID. Take this to your chairman. Bao Ziqing accepted it and scanned it with his spiritual power. His eyes immediately widened, and he hurriedly looked up, meeting her half-smiling gaze. A jolt went through him, and he quickly averted his eyes. Please wait here. He'll find the chairman. Saying this, he briskly walked off to find Gu Yuanming. At that moment, Gu Yuanming was pacing anxiously in front of the Blood Rain battlefield entrance, his expression grave. There was no sign of the composure and authority he once had. Bao Ziqing was panting as he called out, Chairman Gu. Gu Yuanming frowned. What are you doing here? Bao Ziqing handed over his student ID while explaining, a student from Huajing University wants to come in. Gu Yuanming took the ID, examined it carefully, then returned it with a faint nod. Let them through. As president of the Card Masters Association, Gu Yuanming was clearly aware of the senior high students training regimen this year and had personally met all Huajing students arriving in Donglan province. Though he didn't understand why Shenqing Yuan would personally bring people here, her presence surely had a purpose. And those allowed into the anomaly point could only be there for a reason. Sure enough, Shenqing Yuan appeared with 6 inexperienced youths in tow. Chairman Gu, these are the trainees I'm responsible for, Shenqing Yuan said. They want to enter the Blood Rain battlefield to gain experience. Could you please make an exception? Gu Yuanming's heart sank. Had some hope since Shenqing Yuan herself brought them. But these were mere newly awakened high school students. What use could they be? If trouble arose, he'd be the one having to rescue them. It's not that I refuse, Gu Yuanming said gravely. But this anomaly is extremely dangerous. 23 second-tier teams have entered, and not a single one came out alive. Your students won't survive. Though he left the sentence hanging, the worry in his tone was unmistakable. Shenqing Yuan remained silent, leading the 6 to the entrance of the Blood Rain battlefield, and giving them a chance to negotiate with the chairman. If they failed to earn privileges, she was prepared to turn back with them. He showed no hesitation. To quickly convince Gu Yuanming, she immediately summoned Seventh Lord, the White Impermanence. Suddenly a tall, pale figure wearing an official's hat appeared quietly beside her, a spirit of the underworld whose presence no one could ignore. Gu Yuanming instinctively widened his eyes. What is that? A myth card? He asked in surprise. He nodded. Exactly, a myth card. It's an underworld spirit, responsible for managing the souls of the dead. It aligns perfectly with this anomaly. Gu Yuanming was dumbfounded and glanced at Shun Qingyuan, who gave a slight nod in confirmation. A minute later, Gu Yuanming stepped aside politely. If possible, please assist any victims. The Card Masters Association will reward you accordingly. He didn't insist, but made a request. As president, he understood the rarity and power of myth cards. Though had never heard of a one-star myth card, any myth card was not something ordinary students could easily control. Shun Qingyuan was probably acting as their protector. He responded with a nod. No problem. If we encounter anyone needing help, we won't stand idly by. But if there's nothing we can do, we won't stubbornly force it. Entering the anomaly felt unremarkable, like passing through a dark tunnel until reaching the end, the blood-rain battlefield. Ahead lay scorched earth as if ravaged by fierce flames. Bloody rain continuously fell from the sky, and a bone-chilling cold pervaded the area, making skin crawl. The air reeked of intense hatred and malice, the metallic stench of blood assaulting their senses, pounding painfully in their heads, and causing deep discomfort. Xiaohe rubbed the goosebumps on his arms, frowning deeply. Not far away, the shadowy spirits, thick with intense vengeful energy, were drawn to the living yang energy of the 6 people before them. All of them turned their heads in unison to look at the group. Then, without touching the ground, they swiftly floated toward them. He immediately summoned Seven Lord. The moment Seven Lord appeared, the rushing spirits halted in place. Their pale, grotesque faces showed emotions never seen before: hesitation, fear, and dread. They stood frozen, motionless. Seven Lord wore a faint smile and took slow, deliberate steps forward. Seeing this, the spirits in front hastily backed away. Even those drawn from afar by the living's energy instinctively detoured around him as he passed. The bloodthirsty, vengeful energy that permeated the battlefield seemed to serve only as a backdrop behind Seven Lord. No matter how it roiled, it could not touch him in the slightest. The scene was silent and eerie, yet beneath the unsettling atmosphere lay a solemn and dignified presence. He, Xiaohe, Su Yifan, Lin Nanxing, Yang Suian, and Chen Chen were all deeply moved beyond words. He swallowed hard and took a deep breath. Xiaohe straightened his back, eyes grave. Su Yifan opened his mouth wide enough to swallow an egg. Lin Nanxing clenched his hands tightly, muscles taut. Yang Suian bit his lip, so tense he nearly groaned aloud. Chen Chen's bright, deer-like eyes flashed with a radiant light. Could this be a god? No wonder everyone eagerly chases after the myth cards. The card's apparent power on paper is the least impressive advantage. Their true strength lies in absolute authority within their domain. Seven Lord, the White Impermanence, is the perfect example. A seemingly useless trait, often overlooked in duels that spirits won't attack proactively, becomes a divine skill in certain circumstances, a real god-level power. Suddenly, a gulp broke the silence. Su Yifan swallowed nervously and asked shakily, "Box, is this really true?" Growing up in a small town, his knowledge of myth cards had been limited to rumors and first-hand powerful experiences. But seeing such a sacred, solemn scene for the first time, he felt as if drifting in a dream, his feet barely touching the ground, unreal, as if standing among clouds. He was calmer, nodding. That's right. White Impermanence is the Reaper, able to travel between yin and yang and govern these lost souls. It's completely within his authority. Though now, he's still low-grade. His traits haven't fully manifested the divine realm yet. He hasn't even been equipped with his signature Mournful Club. When he created the card, he had searched for rare materials, but found none satisfactory. Since he had already chosen 8 materials and reached the card's limit, he decided to only add the weapon after upgrading Seven Lord to the 2nd tier. Not just Seven Lord, but the other Yinshui cards were all unfinished and would require further upgrades. He had explained this many times before, but only now did everyone truly understand. Once you become a myth card master, even if your cards are low star, you still bear the identity and potential of a myth card master. Su Yifan suddenly looked at He with determination. Foster father. From now on, we are father and son without blood ties. He smirked grimly, saying, "Can you act normal for once?" Su Yifan nodded seriously. "Just you wait, I'm getting there." In that moment, amid the tension, there was a warmth that brought a vivid human touch to the whole scene. Xiaohe, Yang Suan, Lin Nanxing, and Chen Chen all chose to slow down as well. Witnessing this scene firsthand was truly eye-opening. He turned back to look at the others, each one lost in thought. He knew the impact of this scene on them was significant, so he said, All right, take your time then. Changing his tone, he added, but don't just stand there dumbfounded, keep moving while you recover. With that, he took the lead, keeping pace with Seventh Master. After all, Seventh Master's presence was constantly consuming source energy, and they couldn't afford to waste it. Looking at the dense mass of vengeful spirits before him, he felt restless inside, his hands itching to go up and grind monsters to boost his mental power. But he valued that domain card even more. The scene just now had sparked many ideas. Once he got the domain card and tested its effects, he might be able to break through his bottleneck and take off directly. Su Yifan, Chun Chun, Lin Nanxing, Yang Xuan, and Xiao He silently followed along. They suddenly felt the mythological cards in their card slots burning hot, so hot they didn't know what to do. They understood in their hearts that these cards gave He a tremendous advantage, but their previous understanding had been limited and not specific. Now, as the fog lifted slightly, they suddenly realized that the benefit they were getting was far greater than they had imagined. He glanced back from time to time, but didn't say much. His gaze fell more on the scorched earth beneath his feet, where countless cracks crisscrossed, with blood rain gathering in the fissures and flowing along them in the same direction. He instinctively followed the flow of blood water forward. The closer they got, the more vengeful spirits gathered, with scattered blood corpses appearing. The blood corpses had no skin or flesh, their tendons and blood membranes exposed, especially their faces, which looked like unossified skulls, with patches of rotting flesh and a few sparse hairs on their scalps. Eyeballs were embedded in their hollow sockets, occasionally rotating, sending chills down one's spine. Everyone didn't bother with pretenses and quickly summoned their respective mythological cards. The 5 marshals deployed together, causing the surrounding vengeful spirits to retreat one after another. Only the agile blood corpses kept charging forward. Yusai swung his great hammer, and a stream of water swept up 5 blood corpses ahead, sending them crashing heavily to the ground. He raised his axe and chopped at their heads, smashing one blood corpse's skull in a single strike, like crushing a watermelon, with gray-white and red brain matter splattering everywhere as wisps of resentful energy rose up. The moment the head was smashed, he felt a coolness in his mind, his mental power noticeably increasing by about 0.1 hertz. His eyes lit up, and his movements became more urgent, competing to kill and steal kills under the glow of Leopard Tail's claws, Bullhead's steel fork, and Yellow Wasp's poisonous stinger, full of enthusiasm. Continuing forward, the water converged into streams, and vengeful spirits and blood corpses accumulated more and more. Su Yifan drank a bottle of source energy supplement, and, looking at the massive crowd of heads and countless vengeful spirits ahead, couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I finally understand now why not a single one of those people made it out." Chen Chen's expression was rarely so grave, inevitably worried about those people's chances of survival. The current number of vengeful spirits and blood corpses was extremely large, seemingly endless. Though they kept slaughtering their way through, they still felt the enemy forces weren't diminishing. Not to mention those ordinary people without mythological card protection facing this situation, they would only be in greater danger. Yang Xuan furrowed his brow, his expression serious. "We haven't seen a single corpse along the way. Where do you think all the bodies went?" The 6 exchanged uneasy glances, a sudden chill sweeping through their hearts. The shadow spirits drained the life energy of the living, while the blood corpses feasted on flesh and blood, as if they could devour anyone entirely. Yet somehow, this didn't add up for all their journey. Not a single drop of blood had been spilled. Unless beyond the visible shadow spirits and blood corpses, the battlefield itself was a trap designed to consume people. Xiao He spoke gravely. This anomaly that wiped out 23 elite squads is truly not as simple as it seems on the surface. Before he finished, the wasp flapped its wings and precisely landed on the neck of a blood corpse, suddenly plunging its icy poison sting. He took out a bottle of source energy supplement from his backpack, popped it open, and downed it in one gulp. His breathing steadied slightly. Then, Master Qi waved his fan, brushing away the negative effects from all 6 of them. He's face turned pale, and he immediately drank a recovery potion, regaining some stamina. Xiao He furrowed his brow deeply, as if Qi's fan had blown away a thick fog clouding his mind, making his thoughts remarkably clear. The situation before them had subtly shifted. They had thought they were following the stream downstream, but without realizing it, they had stepped into blood-red waters. The moment their foot touched the water, the icy cold surged up through their soles, numbness spreading fast. They quickly pulled their feet out, the soaked skin pale with a hint of purple, nearly numb to sensation. Nearby, the blood corpses lunged wildly, but the 4 spirits fish gill, bullhead, leopard tail, and wasp worked together to hold them back, forming a sturdy barrier. Lin Nanxing took off his shoes and socks. The normally rosy skin on his feet was now a sickly pale, cold to the bone, with even his blood flow slowing. Seeing this, Yang Xuan activated the Jade Rabbit trait, sending a pure green light enveloping Lin Nanxing's feet. Warmth quickly returned. Within 3 seconds the green glow faded, and Lin Nanxing carefully moved his toes to confirm the numbness was gone before swiftly putting his shoes and socks back on. Yang Suian continued treating the others. Meanwhile, Ji He gripped his axe tightly, harvesting the fallen blood corpses. None of the blood corpses wounded by fish gill, leopard tail, wasp, and bull had escaped. His axe swung like the wind, blood splattering, reflecting cold resolve on his face. When the healing was finished, Yang Suian's gaze suddenly froze. What was that? Following his line of sight, Xiao He spotted a dark green, nearly black, spirit grass stubbornly growing in a crack by the blood-red stream. Its leaves were patterned with red and black, resembling twisted skull motifs. This was the deadly Ming spirit grass. Xiao He whispered, pulled a metal box from his bag, stepped forward quickly, uprooted the Ming spirit grass carefully, placed it into the box, and put it back into his bag. "We'll give this to you when we return," he said. Yang Suian nodded in thanks, but Xiao He only waved him off with a smile. The group resumed moving forward. The blood corpses massed into the hundreds ahead, and wounds across the 6 grew more numerous. Blood soaked their clothes, trickling from deep red sores. Yang Suian's pressure mounted sharply. He had to wait for the wounds to worsen before focusing on sealing them one by one. Even so, the empty medicine bottles beside him piled up like a mountain. Ji He's anxiety grew as he scanned around and finally fixed his gaze on Master Qi. The smile on Qi's face suddenly stiffened. His eyes seemed distant, yet locked onto the slowly approaching shadow spirits nearby. Just as Ji He was about to speak, the characters, Sheng Kai meaning generate wealth inscribed on the official's hat atop Master Qi's head flickered faintly. Then Qi raised a pale, slender finger and gently tapped Ji He's brow. A mysterious, complex sensation flashed through Ji He's mind and vanished just as quickly. Ji Heyuan's source energy was instantly depleted. The figure of Master Qi flashed twice before fading back into the card. He suddenly staggered, his body going weak and collapsing. Xiao He reacted swiftly, rushing forward to catch him just in time, preventing him from falling into the blood-red stream that stained the river water. "What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly collapse?" Ji He's face was pale, his voice weak as he asked. "Source energies drained." Xiao He hurriedly pulled out a vial of restorative potion from his pocket and brought it to Ji He's lips. After gulping down a large mouthful, Ji He's internal source energy slowly began to recover, though only about half the theoretical amount. Frowning, he pulled out a second vial from his pack and swallowed that too before finally relaxing. Only then did Yang Suan ask, "How did you consume so much source energy at once?" Ji He forced a smile. "I used one of Master Qi's special abilities." He straightened up quickly, pointing to the right front and shouted loudly, "This way, break through." Everyone's eyes followed the direction he indicated. The stream flowed gently to the left ahead, yet he chose a path on the right. Lin Nanxing looked puzzled and pressed. "Why? The right side doesn't seem to offer any advantage." Ji He explained, "I had Master Qi grant a luck attribute. Earlier, when I traced a circle with my finger, the luck effect only triggered at this spot." He continued, "The White Impermanence ability bestows a one-time good luck on the target before expiring. White Impermanence's real name is Xiebian, meaning those who thank the gods shall find peace. He grants good fortune to kind souls. This attribute derives directly from him." The group listened eagerly, getting excited. Chen Chen was especially impressed. "Xiebian sounds legendary and so cool." Ji He smiled lightly. Seeing everyone's morale boosted, he led the group firmly toward the right front, determined to carve a path through the bloodied battlefield. The unknown luck felt like opening a blind box, both thrilling and full of anticipation. Su Yifan charged ahead, swinging his heavy sword in endless arcs, creating an impenetrable wall of sword shadows. Lin Nanxing followed closely, constantly drinking source energy potions and braving the rushing water with his gill-like gear, never letting his guard down. Ji He stayed behind Lin Nanxing, focusing on picking off fallen enemies. Yang Suian stayed mid-formation, watching every direction, monitoring teammates' conditions, speeding to aid and heal those slowed by injury. Xiao He and Chun Chun guarded steadily at the rear, Chun Chun as the main attacker, and Xiao He diligently protecting her discarded blood spirit remains. The 6 of them fought their way slowly through the encircling blood spirits, hacking out a narrow path. The fierce combat made them almost lose track of time. Gradually, the number of blood spirits visibly thinned out, leaving enough moments between battles for brief exchanges. Ji He took a deep breath and said gravely, "Feels like we're getting close." Su Yifan glanced around, and his face changed instantly. "The shadow spirits are gathering more and more." A dense mass of shadow spirits appeared just a few dozen meters ahead, thick and endless, seemingly bottomless. Meanwhile, the blood spirits had stopped increasing, with just a few dozen left. Ji He gripped his axe tightly, hands trembling from exhaustion and soreness, yet dared not pause for a moment, afraid that any slip would mean weapon loss. Chen Chen comforted, "Good thing we have the Shade God card. With that, these shadow spirits are nothing to fear." Yang Suian raised an eyebrow. "Maybe we're getting closer to the core of this anomaly." "Could be." Though Ji He felt the same, He kept hopes low. No expectations meant no disappointment, perhaps even a surprise reward. Finally, the blood spirits were completely wiped out. He and the other 5 slumped to the ground, their gasping breaths rising and falling in waves, labored and heavy with exhaustion. That felt great. He suddenly burst out laughing. Just moments ago, his mental power had broken through to 5 hertz under circumstances where even fellow 2-star card makers rarely exceeded 3 hertz. Despite him still being only a 1-star, he had already reached the level of some ordinary 3-star card makers. But compared to others, this meant little. For crafting mythological cards, this amount of mental power was still utterly inadequate, like trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water. Chun wiped her face, trying to remove the lingering smell of blood, only to smear even more blood across it, accidentally covering half her face. She held up her hands to look at them. What were once delicate, fair hands were now stained red with blood, the sticky liquid even gluing the amade daggers to her palms, creating a clammy sensation. She grabbed the slightly cleaner hem of her clothes and wiped off the amade daggers, then wiped her hands as well. Seeing this, Lin Nanqing couldn't help but step in, using a condensed water card to carefully wash her hands. This card had come from Gao Yuan's stash, and though everyone had one, it wasn't very useful in combat. Using it would directly consume source energy, which was too wasteful, so everyone had tacitly agreed to concentrate their source energy on mythological cards. Once Shen's hands were restored to their clean, fair state, Lin Nanqing turned to look at the others. Do you guys want to wash too? Before she could finish speaking, 4 pairs of hands reached out toward her simultaneously. The boys' hands were clearly at least twice the size of the girls'. Catching sight of this contrast, Shen couldn't help but hold out her own hand for comparison. She stretched her fingertips as far as they would go, but they only reached the boy's first knuckle. She exclaimed in amazement, "Your hands are ridiculously huge." The boys all marveled at this as well. Su Yifan laughed eagerly. "With your hand, I could crush it to bits with one squeeze." Chun warily withdrew her hand, laughing as she warned, "With your strength, forget about Mihizi, and Deha would all get crushed to bits too." Su Yifan laughed awkwardly, while Xiaohe, Jihe, Yang Xuan, and Lin Nanqing beside him all laughed along. After resting and fooling around, Jihe straightened up and clapped his hands. "Let's go. Since we're here, let's see what's actually ahead." Their gazes turned forward to where a vast expanse of black, resentful energy, so dense it seemed almost impossible to dissipate, shrouded what lay before them. The resentment was so thick it seemed almost tangible, congealing in the air, not only blocking their vision but also bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness, as if it had gathered the grievances and unwillingness of countless lost souls, constantly churning and twisting in the void, forming an oppressively terrifying domain of darkness. Xiaohe immediately commanded the wasps to charge into that mass of darkness first, but before long, his face turned deathly pale, revealing intense fear. His voice trembled. "Inside, there are many floating." He forced out 2 words with difficulty. "Human skins." Despite their courage, these words still sent a chill racing up their spines, and their skin erupted in goosebumps beneath the cold air. Chen looked at Jihe, her voice somewhat hesitant. Should we go in?" Jihe gritted his teeth. "We've come this far, there's no turning back. Let's go in." Xiaohe reminded them again. "Those human skins didn't actively attack the wasps. I had the wasps test them, and they showed no reaction whatsoever." Though this was good news, it did nothing to alleviate everyone's oppression and fear. Floating human skins, the mere thought was enough to make their scalps tingle. Su Yifan didn't hesitate, leading with Leopard Tail as he stepped into the darkness first. He summoned by Wuchang and followed close behind. Then Yang Xuan, Lin Nanqing, Chun, and Xiaohe entered that sinister abyss one after another. The moment they stepped into the darkness, a bone-chilling cold spread rapidly through their bodies, as if they had fallen into a frozen tomb. The 6 of them shivered involuntarily at the same time. The space before them seemed shrouded in a dense, malevolent energy that blurred and warped the outlines of everything. Faint, flickering human-shaped shadows drifted slowly through the air like aimless ghosts, swaying without purpose or awareness, mechanically floating. Upon closer inspection, one could see what looked like living skin texture on these shapes, patches of tattered flesh and blood clinging to them. These cold, floating pieces of human skin hovering in the darkness were far more terrifying than any moving corpse. Jihe's palms sweated as he gripped his battle axe tightly, nerves taut, eyes sharply scanning for any unusual movement in the darkness. Bai Wuchang stayed close beside him, his pale, almost translucent face appearing even more eerie and grim in the cold, dim environment. Su Yifan led the way with his leopard tail flicking aggressively, sweeping aside those approaching skin fragments. Chen's gaze lingered on the floating skins, suddenly asking, could these be the skins shed by the blood corpses outside? Jihe shook his head slightly. I don't think so. The numbers don't add up. There are far fewer pieces of skin here than the total number of blood corpses outside. Xiaohe looked back behind them, commanding a wasp to fly straight ahead. The vengeful spirits swiftly followed, their rage growing darker and more intense. The malevolence they radiated seemed like a tangible undercurrent streaming from their bodies. A chill ran down Xiaohe's spine as he whispered worriedly, "If it weren't for the spirit guardian, these things would have swarmed us and torn us apart already." Given the scene around them, it was hard to believe this was only a second-level difficulty anomaly. The six had no prior experience to gauge the threat, unaware if this was normal or not. Jihe's brow furrowed as he realized that even for experts wielding mythical cards, this scenario was incredibly challenging, let alone squads of ordinary battle card masters. This anomaly might just be the most dangerous type within the second level, Yang Xuan said gravely. Explaining further, there are already so many vengeful spirits, which is troublesome enough, but inside here, the resentment energy's density skyrockets, greatly enhancing their power. This place is clearly a restricted zone, and these spirits serve as its guards. The group of spirits floated forward, attempting to block their path, but faced with the power of the spirit guardian, they could only retreat in frustration, unable to break through the divine barrier. As the team pushed on, the cold deepened to an almost unbearable intensity, the oppressive resentment thickening until the very air seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a piercing wail echoed from afar like countless sorrowful souls crying out, or fierce demons roaring cutting sharply through the atmosphere, chilling to the bone. Jihe fixed his gaze ahead, whispering, "Looks like we're close." Su Yifan asked in confusion, "What exactly is up ahead?" Xiaohe abruptly stopped, and Chen frowned and halted just behind him. "Dahe, what's wrong?" Jihe inquired. Closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, Xiaohe spoke after a moment. "The wind has changed. It feels like a vortex." Chen blinked in surprise. "A vortex?" Xiaohe probed once more with his spiritual sight, tone resolute. "Exactly, a vortex. About 2 kilometers ahead. It's very likely the core of the anomaly." Hearing this, a spark of excitement lit Jihe's eyes, the best news they'd received all day. He immediately ordered, "Let's go. Check out that vortex." Spirits surged, morale spiked, and their pace quickened. Sure enough, as they advanced, the movement of the air grew increasingly strange, and their vision gradually surrendered to thick blackness, making it impossible to see their own hands. The cries of restless souls swirled in surround sound, stabbing into their minds relentlessly. Yang Xuan struggled to steady everyone with his mental strength, but even after several attempts, the team staggered forward, barely able to keep their footing. Su Yifan didn't hesitate for a moment and hoisted Yang Xuan onto his back, while Lin Nanxing busied himself feeding him source energy recovery potions. The 6 of them, battered by wave after wave of mental shock, struggled their way to the edge of the vortex that Xiaohe had sensed. This vortex was deeper than the surrounding darkness, an eerie blackness tinged with cold. Yet it stood out strangely. It had no suction force, only a slow rotation accompanied by sharp, piercing wails of restless souls, making it feel both sinister and oddly still. According to intelligence from the Star Network, the core energy of this vortex was the strongest within the entire anomaly. But the cores of anomalies varied. Some raged uncontrollably, others remained calm, some had dangers, and some were extremely concealed, even capable of moving. The massive energy radiating from this core made the 6 of them tighten their grips involuntarily. Jihe gently tugged at Master Chi's sleeve and carefully took out a blank card, inching toward the vortex with great caution. The soft twitch of Yuda's pink ears instantly granted Jihe a speed boost. The others quickly followed, nerves tense. Finally, Jihe's blank card touched the vortex's edge. In the very next moment, the vortex suddenly expanded, swallowing him whole. Jihe, Su Yifan and Lin Nanxing, who were closest, grabbed his arm and wrist immediately. Without hesitation, Yang Xuan caught Lin Nanxing's hand, while Xiaohe gripped the other firmly. Chen reacted swiftly, clutching Jihe's thumb tightly. They pulled each other in a desperate tangle and were all swept into the spinning vortex together. It felt like being caught inside a giant washing machine, their bodies spinning uncontrollably with no relief. The rotation disrupted all source energy flow, forcing the summoned card spirits to retreat back into their respective cards. Jihe struggled to support Su Yifan's attempt to stand, but as soon as he moved to rise, the violent inertia flung him violently, knocking into someone else. Damn it! The voice was low and forceful. He instantly recognized it as Xiaohe's. "Are you trying to kill someone?" he growled. Embarrassed, Jihe chuckled awkwardly. "Mistake, just a slip." Before he finished, delicate little hands suddenly touched his back. That touch could only belong to a girl. Was it Xingxing or Chen? "It's me." Chen's voice rang out sharply. "Don't touch me like that." Jihe was caught off guard. Seizing the moment, he teased her. "Who knew you were that kind of Chen? Sneaking in to hit on me." The veins bulged on Chen's forehead as she clenched her fist, ready to scold him. But then blood splattered across her face, making her hold back her anger. "Huffy," she shouted, "get lost." Yet after a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you hurt again?" "No, probably just my clothes soaked with blood." Jihe answered. Qinshin nodded, slightly reassured. The wild spinning made Yang Suyan feel like his brain was being shaken apart. His voice carried a haunting question about life and death. How long is this going to last? Fortunately, it wasn't a sealed washing machinino walls to slam into, or it would be even worse. Su Yifan gave up struggling entirely, clutching his head with a bitter smile. Who knows? Then, amid the dull chaos, a faint red glow suddenly appeared in their vision. Jihe's eyes brightened with hope as he hurriedly summoned Master Qi. Quick, quick, summon the cards. He shouted. See it? We're almost out of this miserable mess. Just one more push. What miserable mess? Su Yifan summoned a leopard tail while unable to resist making a snarky comment. One by one, the others also called forth their Kaling spirits. Jihe pulled another blank card from his deck. Oops. Just drop the last one, he said casually, but his eyes were fixed intently on the growing light ahead, his spiritual energy fully focused, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Just before the bright glow could completely engulf him, Jihe's consciousness jolted sharply. His hand swiftly pressed against the swirling boundary of faint red and black hues. There, black and red mixed as if blood-colored liquid seeped out slowly, then surged into the blank card. A streak of crimson flashed across the card's surface. A field card, successfully captured. Without time to examine the card's details, Jihe quickly slipped it back into his deck, his nerves taut. If I dropped this card, all our efforts would have been for nothing. The thrill of success lit up his heart, and he couldn't wait to share the excitement with his teammates nearby. Qinshin cheered along. Awesome. Xiaohe's tone relaxed noticeably. Target acquired. Now we can just take it easy. Jihe's smile spread wide and bright. Not far off, Su Yifan caught this scene and couldn't help but turn his face away, unwilling to look at Jihe's ghost-like grin. Hedon. Box, stop laughing. With that red light on your face, you look like a creepy ghost, he half joked, half exasperated. Jihe. Have you ever seen a ghost as handsome as me? Jihe replied with pride. Su Yifan, never seen a narcissistic ghost like you. That comment immediately sparked laughter from everyone around. For a moment, the atmosphere was light and cheerful. Jihe held back his laughter for a few seconds, but eventually joined in the fun. While Jihe's side successfully reached their goal, the situation for the more than 50 team members trapped inside the cave and the reinforcements who arrived later was far less optimistic. For reasons unknown, most of the sinister spirit corpses suddenly retreated, but the remaining handful still left the group exhausted. Damn it. If you're leaving, why not leave all of them? Why leave so many disgusting things behind? Someone shouted angrily. Be grateful they left as many as they did. I don't understand why either, but it definitely eases the pressure, another replied more calmly. No way those ghosts disappeared for no reason. Someone must have drawn them away. A voice declared firmly from inside the darkness. Really? Did some super strong team show up? Someone anxiously asked. Who knows? Just a wild guess, came the resigned answer. Disappointment washed over the crowd. Meanwhile, from the backup team, one person finally snapped and shouted, stop hiding and help us. We can't hold on much longer. The next to die will be you if you don't step up. Think hiding makes you safe? Don't treat us like human shields. That fired up the youthful anger. Most hunters on the Yunsong Plain were level 1 or 2 Kaling experts, mostly young. Tao Mao's face turned red, and despite her teammates trying to hold her back, she stood up resolutely. So young and already so fierce annoying. Someone sneered. Don't be stupid. A teammate tried to pull her away. But having stood up, Tao Miao was determined. They're right. We're an elite squad from a top university, can't keep hiding behind other Kaling experts on the same level and just survive by luck. Tao Miao was Tao Lao's granddaughter, giving her words considerable weight in the team. As soon as she spoke, 2 others hesitated but then also stood with her. The remaining 3 avoided her gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Tao Mao's heart tightened with disappointment, and without another word, she turned away, ignoring those 3, and walked toward the cave entrance with the 2 who had joined her. Tao Miao reached out her hand, and an ice-blue longsword appeared with a sound. Her imagined Kaka-Ling had been forced back into the card space and could not be summoned for the time being. Come to me, am out of source energy and need to recover, a woman soaked in blood said urgently. Tao Miao obediently took over the gap she left. The blood zombies moved swiftly and powerfully, and vengeful spirits kept harassing from the side. Within just 5 minutes of taking over the fight, multiple negative debuffs had stacked on her. Fortunately, she was equipped with gear cards crafted by her grandfather that could negate most negative effects. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to be at the front line. Her 2 teammates behind her focused on damage output and were far less affected. I'm out of medicine, who has any left? The burly man, Luz Hen, shouted. Tao Miao didn't respond. Their group, caught in the fight earliest, had long exhausted their potions. Soon, someone replied that a few healing supplies remained among the 5 backup teams. Luz Hen raised his shield and downed potions while blocking the blood zombies' attacks, the impacts hitting with thuds. Whenever a vengeful spirit touched his shield, searing flames burst forth at the contact point, forcing the spirit to retreat hurriedly. After finishing his last energy supplement, Lu's Hen tossed the bottle aside and charged back into the fray. 10 minutes passed before a desperate shout rang out. All the medicine is gone. Silence fell like death over everyone. It's over. There's really no way back. Someone muttered in despair. Why didn't you bring more healing supplies? You're going to get us killed. In the crisis, some panicked and lost control, while others blamed and resented. The cramped cave erupted into chaos. The front line finally buckled as the vengeful spirits broke through the blockade and poured into the cave. The chaos escalated, with cries, screams, and curses overlapping. Tao Meow Meow bit her lip tightly, faintly hearing the painful groans of her two teammates behind her. Without protective gear cards, they could barely withstand the spirits' attacks. In just 2 minutes, the debuffs overwhelmed them, and they were on the verge of collapsing, unable to fight any longer. Hold on, be careful, Tao Meow Meow desperately shouted in her mind, but she was powerless to assist. The number of monsters in front of her surged suddenly, making reinforcement impossible. Amid the chaos, she caught an abnormal sight out of the corner of her eye near the blood river that had been calm for 3 hours. A few human heads suddenly surfaced. Trouble just keeps coming, she muttered, feeling her fighting spirit instantly extinguished. The struggle was near paralysis now. If the vengeful spirits and blood zombies expanded once more, total annihilation was inevitable. As her mind raced, a small blood zombie abruptly kicked her in the abdomen, sending her flying backward. She collided with another blood zombie battling with Jiao Hui, and both were flung several meters away. On the other side, in the blood river, Ji He, Xiao He, Chen Chun, Su Yifan, Lin Nanxing, and Yang San successively surfaced and stealthily swam along the faint red glow. As soon as they revealed themselves, they saw the battle raging messily outside the cave. Ji He immediately reacted, Xiao He, Wasp. Among the 6, the Wasp card was the fastest and allowed its user to maneuver flexibly away from card masters. Without hesitation, Xiao He controlled the Wasp to swiftly fly toward the cave. With the help of the Gills, everyone swiftly swam toward the shore. Tao Meow Meow coughed dryly a few times and severed the neck of the blood corpse beneath her with a single slash of her sword. She looked up to see 3 vengeful spirits speeding toward her. A bloody, metallic taste surged in her throat as she struggled to stand upright, leaning heavily on her sword. A bitter smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. Was this truly the end? Just as she mobilized the last remnants of source energy within her body, preparing to fight to the death, a continuous buzzing sound suddenly rang in her ears. A wasp emanating a solemn and dignified aura came into view. In that instant, Tao Meow Meow's spirit trembled, an indescribable awe welling up in her heart. A god, a mythic card? As the granddaughter of Tao Rong, a 5-star card master, she knew the subtle differences between mythic cards and fantasy cards like the back of her hand, and recognized the card type of this wasp at a glance. Someone was startled by her suddenly raised voice and asked curiously, "What mythic card?" His answer came in the form of the wasp's buzzing, now near, now far. Wherever the wasp went, the vengeful spirits ceased their attacks. Whenever a spirit attempted to breach the defensive line, the wasp would dart forward at lightning speed, as if pressing a pause button, forcing the shrill screech back down its throat. This extraordinary sight drew everyone's gaze. What exactly was this wasp? Could it really be a mythic card as mentioned before? Yet though the wasp's form was small, it carried an unshakable majesty that made people believe despite their doubts. Faced with skepticism, Tao Meow Meow responded excitedly. My grandfather told me the characteristics of mythic cards. This one, the divine aura emanating from it, is unmistakable. It's definitely a mythic card. Her identity left no one daring to contradict her easily. Shaking off her earlier despondency, she said spiritedly, "Don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the blood corpses." While everyone remained immersed in shock, the wasp's movements never ceased. It flew east to sting here, west to pierce there, constantly shuttling across the battlefield to provide rescue. Xiao He couldn't help but curse aloud. Why are these people still standing around in a daze? Do they have a death wish or something? As he spoke, his feet picked up speed, pulling away from Ji He, Yang Xuan, Lin Nanxing, Chen Chun, and Su Yifan. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao He had reached the entrance to the cave. Though the wasp's presence hadn't reversed the overall situation inside the cave, it had greatly reduced the interference from vengeful spirits, making it much easier to kill the blood corpses. He didn't rush into the cave, instead stopping to drink a potion while staying alert to his surroundings. A second-tier squad engaged in fierce combat with blood corpses asked him, "Are you from the new support team?" Xiao He didn't answer, only pointing indifferently at the wasp. "That's my card." Immediately, exclamations of astonishment erupted from the crowd. A voice calling out, "Impressive," came from the back of the group, and someone glanced at his overly youthful face, feeling a twinge of sourness in their heart. To possess such a high-level card at such a young age only proved his extraordinary background. No one dared voice their jealousy. Xiao He paid no attention to others' gazes, focusing solely on rescue operations. He observed his surroundings alertly, and whenever someone fell into crisis, he would immediately command the wasp to rush in and save them. Those who could still cry out for help, he had no time to attend to. After all, the defensive line had its limits. Fortunately, he didn't have to hold out alone for long, as he and the others soon arrived. The leopard tail struck fiercely, taking down one blood corpse per swipe. The gills stirred up currents of water, while he followed closely behind to clean up the aftermath. The ox head swung its steel trident, cleaving out swaths of devastating damage. The Jade Rabbit pounded its medicine pestle, and the complexions of the injured visibly flushed with renewed color. Trailing at the rear, moving slowly, was the white Impermanence, whose fan waved gently, causing the vengeful spirits that had previously avoided him to suddenly turn around and launch fierce attacks on the blood corpses in unison. The survivors stared blankly at the scene, weapons slipping from their hands with a clatter. The monster that killed so many just disappeared like that? Someone muttered, their face twisted in a strange mix of grief and disbelief. Over 200 lives lost, and this crisis was resolved by a handful of teenagers in no time. What did the dead even matter now? Why didn't you come sooner? A man choked out, voice thick with regret. If you'd arrived with the first rescue team, maybe so many wouldn't have died. He knew it was a bitter thought, but the faces of those who fell halfway, friends, relatives, lovers, kept flashing through his mind. The six moved in perfect sync, swiftly clearing away the bloodthirsty corpses. He sheathed his weapon and only then noticed the tense atmosphere. Dozens of eyes were fixed on them, emotions too complex to read plainly. What's wrong? He asked, looking around in confusion. Suppressed sobbing erupted from the crowd. My boyfriend was torn in two, trying to save me. Our teammate covered us, charging into a dozen revenants alone. My cousin promised to get me out safe. He protected me all the way until grief spread like a plague, quiet weeping turning into anguished cries. Ji didn't expect this. Glancing back, he saw Yang Xuan and the others rooted to the spot, looking lost. He took a deep breath. Let's talk outside. It's not safe here. Everyone instinctively looked toward the river of blood. The new corpses were crawling up from the swirling depths. The crying stopped abruptly. He led his companions forward, clearing the path with the aid of 7 yes dispel. To the survivors, their route seemed strange, sometimes crashing into rock walls, at other times stepping into the blood river, occasionally treading over cracks. No one questioned them. They moved silently until reaching the exit. You all should leave now. He and the others stopped. You're not leaving? Someone asked. We still need to gather some herbs and material cards, he explained. Monsters in the anomaly sometimes dropped material cards, but this place offered hardly any chance to collect them. If the materials weren't collected in time, the remnants would transform into energy and feed back into the anomaly. Everyone nodded in agreement and then turned toward the exit. Only after seeing them disappear one by one did he lead the team back into the anomaly. Outside the Blood Rain battlefield, Gu Yuanming anxiously waited alongside several senior members of the Cardmaster Association. Tao Rong, straightforward but deeply worried, had also rushed over to join them. Shun Qingyuan paced between 2 sturdy trees, frowning deeply, anxiety written all over her face. Her nails were bitten white as she muttered to herself, they really shouldn't have gone in. If anything happens to them, the professor will never forgive me. Gu Yuanming watched her, feeling the tension weigh heavily on everyone's shoulders. The mounting anxiety at the scene was almost suffocating. Just as emotions were about to boil over, a movement stirred at the entrance of the Blood Rain battlefield. Someone was coming out. Gu Yuanming immediately dashed forward and caught a bloodied, staggering figure. How is it? He asked urgently. The man's voice was barely audible. Everyone who's still alive is here. One by one, people were rescued. Tao Rong finally caught sight of his granddaughter amid the crowd and felt the knot in his heart loosen. As long as they lived, no matter how severe the injuries, there was still hope for treatment. Soon, the last survivor emerged, and silence fell once more over the entrance. Shun Qingyuan's face turned pale. Trembling, she grabbed a survivor and asked desperately, is everyone alive here? The man nodded instinctively. A calm voice beside them spoke up. The 6 people who went in to rescue us are still inside. They're still alive? Shun Qingyuan asked quickly. Yes. They said they were collecting herbs and materials and didn't come out with us. Shun Qingyuan let out a heavy sigh of relief, as if clutching a lifeline, and her heartbeat finally steadied. Tao Miao Miao noticed this and walked over to her grandfather. We'll go take a look. Tao Rong nodded in approval. Tao Miao Miao approached Shun Qingyuan and asked, are the 6 people you're looking for the ones equipped with the myth card? Only then did Shun Qingyuan come to her senses. She had vaguely assumed the rescuers were he and his group, but it wasn't clear before. She nodded and asked, were they the ones who saved you? Tao Miao Miao nodded with certainty. They saved all of us. Meanwhile, he and his team had been gathering herbs inside the Blood Rain battlefield without major trouble. Although the drop rate of material cards was a bit low, as they eliminated more enemies, the odds became less of a concern. Using every blank card they had, they filled 2 backpacks with herbs and decided it was time to exit. When they came out, The Cardmaster Association senior members who had been guarding the entrance had already left. The casualties in this incident had been heavy, and the follow-up cleanup and aftermath would be arduous. Once reported, a major shakeup would surely come to the association. Still, the defensive force along the way hadn't fully withdrawn. The danger level of the anomaly was simply too high for it to be reopened anytime soon. From a distance, Shun Qingyuan spotted Ji He and the familiar figures of his team. Her eyes were close to tears. Thank goodness. You're all safe. Ji He smiled. What could possibly stop us? This anomaly's danger level is definitely off the charts. It's almost on par with some Tier 3 anomalies now. Su Yifan added. Our cards are especially effective against the shadow spirits, so we faced almost no real threat the whole time. Hearing this, Shun Qingyuan brightened instantly. I've heard about it. You really showed your strength this time. Once the myth cards come out, all the shadow spirits have to keep their distance. Just thinking about it is so impressive. After that intense battle, none of them felt like continuing the hunt. As night fell and they returned to the Dongyun City training camp, streetlights flickered on one by one, casting bright, clear light. Ji He led the 6 of them into the camp, immediately drawing everyone's attention. After all, seeing 6 ragged, bloodstained people appear at once was bound to cause a stir. Especially since they had been so bold during the day, but now looked like a group of wounded soldiers. Where have you all been? A girl who had talked with Ji He earlier that day stepped forward and asked. Ji He casually grabbed his backpack, gave it a light shake, and said with a relaxed tone, killing monsters. We explored a new anomaly, really thrilling. The mention of a new anomaly sparked curiosity and questions nearby. A new anomaly? Has it just opened? Not newly opened. It just appeared recently. It's extremely dangerous. Many have died. Seriously? It's that dangerous and you still went in? Voices full of doubt came from all sides. Ji He couldn't help but laugh. We're myth card masters, and the leader's here too. Where can't we go? His boast was ignored as attention shifted to Shun Qingyuan. She's got a student card from Huajing University. She can get into anywhere. Their thoughts revealed their shallow understanding of myth cards. Everyone knew they were powerful, but few really understood why. Ji He proudly showed off while Chun Chun beside him just rolled his eyes, muttering, I knew he'd find a chance to show off. Xiao He lazily crossed his arms. Even without a chance, he'd find one himself. Yang Suian joined in with a smile. Not bad, pretty lively. Shun Qingyuan added quietly, lively maybe, but still. How do those people even get close to him? Lin Nanxing observed silently, thinking maybe this was Ji He's unique gift that always managed to draw everyone's attention to himself alone, making everything else fade away. Whether top students, slackers, or bullies, the usual social barriers seemed invisible to him. He could become friends with bullies he never fought, bond with slackers, and discuss academics with top students, a surprisingly wide social circle. Many secretly liked Ji He, but he barely noticed. If anyone badmouthed him behind his back, he kept his distance without pressing it or making a fuss. If he didn't hear it directly, he often pretended it didn't exist. If he did hear, he might argue a bit, but wouldn't stir up trouble without cause. Gradually a crowd gathered around Ji He, the conversation growing livelier. Some nearby started to feel annoyed. Su Yifan raised his voice, boxed Ji He's nickname. Are you coming or not? If not, we're leaving. Ji He's voice came from the crowd, coming, followed by playful teasing. He pushed past those blocking his way, smiling, we'll chat another day. Look at Muho, wouldn't think I'm dirty like this. Someone quickly responded, a warrior's badge, nothing dirty about that. Ji He glanced back with a smile. Come on, you don't mind, I do. Then he squeezed through the crowd again. Move aside, move aside. To everyone's surprise, the crowd actually parted to let him through. After reuniting with his teammates, Ji He waved to everyone and said, catch you all later, I gotta head off now. The group responded with their farewells. While speaking, Ji He swung his backpack back onto one shoulder. Feeling the heavy weight pressing down, his mind suddenly sparked with a new thought. This backpack is so inconvenient and small. How great it would be to have a storage card like a Qiankuan bag. In the current stage of Blue Star's development, spatial storage cards do exist, but the lowest level available is a 4-star card. Even Shun Qingyuan can't use one, let alone low-level first-tier card users like them. Shun Qingyuan, who had been turning to head toward the team leader's lodging, paused at Ji He's words and came back. You want to make a storage card that even low tiers can use? Ji He, I'm just thinking out loud, I don't have any confidence in that. Her tone carried a hint of disappointment. Yeah, I was probably being too optimistic. Such rare cards have never been successfully downgraded in star level before. How could you possibly pull it off? After all, every low-tier card user dreams of something like this, but no one has cracked the technology yet. Ji He wasn't lying to himself either. He knew he had no guarantee, and the biggest obstacle was finding the right materials. Blue Star simply has no low-tier spatial cards. Such cards are so rare that no one would willingly downgrade a high-quality one. What a waste. Lost in thought, Ji He headed back to the dormitory. When he pushed the door open, he stubbed his foot on the threshold. Yang Suian casually reached out and steadied him, eyeing him inquisitively. Still thinking about the storage card? Ji He nodded. then shook his head. No chance. No materials. It's just not possible. With that, he pushed the thought aside. For now, it was an unsolvable problem. Thinking about it was pointless. The six of them returned to their rooms to wash up. In the bathroom, looking at his worn-out clothes head just taken off, Jihee's mind sparked with another idea. Making an equipment card was also important. Equipment cards are fairly common, but high-quality ones are extremely rare, let alone those that can be paired with energy cards. Without energy cards, card users can't wear equipment all day. It drains too much source energy. And energy cards themselves require at least a 4th tier level to equip suddenly. Jihee understood why everyone said the real threshold is at 4th tier. Many useful cards can only be equipped once you reach that level, which means only at 4th tier can you truly complete your combat setup. Compared to earlier tiers, 4th tier card users don't need to lug around a big bag of potions everywhere. Energy cards even have automatic recovery functions. With smart management, they can enable unlimited endurance. At that realization, Jihee's eyes brightened. He began focusing on the Wuxia card in his mind. Why had it suddenly stopped feeding source energy? Shouldn't he be able to choose which energy to feed back? With that question, he concentrated, pouring his spiritual power and source energy steadily into the Wuxia card. The card absorbed it all, without reservation, energy flowing in endlessly. Only when Jihee's spiritual power neared its limit did the card's special ability finally activate. Excited, Jihee discovered he might actually be able to flexibly choose whether to feed back spiritual power or source energy, controlling it as easily as with other cards. He could actively trigger the Wuxia card's traits. As Jihee's most unique and secretive card, the idol card had always been something he explored deliberately or unconsciously. Yet no matter how many times he tried, it showed no response whatsoever. This time, however, it was the first time he actively triggered its special ability. Jihee guessed that it might be related to the fact that he had slain a large number of blood corpses today. Whatever the reason, this was a positive start. Once he could fully understand the card's vague and chaotic traits, perhaps he could finally see its complete form. Thinking of this, Jihee felt both anticipation and curiosity. What unknown powers could the idol card be hiding? Lost in thought, Jihee focused and vigorously scrubbed the bloodstained skin that had been soaked for hours. Luckily, the metallic scent hadn't completely permeated his pores. He washed several times with body wash before finally suppressing the pungent odor. After cleaning up and changing into fresh clothes, Jihee slipped on his slippers and stepped out of his room. In the living room, Su Yifan was sitting there playing with his terminal. The others had their doors firmly closed, clearly still finishing up their own washing routines. Curious, Jihee leaned over to glance at Su Yifan's screen, which was displaying a highly recommended newcomer guide post on Starnet. Interested, Jihee asked a few questions, but cut himself off before Su Yifan could reply. Oh well, I'll just read it myself. Saying this, he returned to his room, grabbed his own terminal, and went back to the sofa to sit side by side with Su Yifan as they browsed Starnet together. In the section for first-level card masters, one post was pinned to the top. Must-read guide for first-level card masters. Recommended card combinations. Jihee tapped into it to take a closer look. The post explained that one-star cards are generally simple in function and that new card masters have limited card slots, so how to combine cards effectively was crucial. The following content was summarized by the Card Master Association as advice for beginners only. It specially noted that all cards listed were common cards with wide applicability, not suitable for new card masters who already had rare cards like the Dream card. Also, this setup was meant for combat-focused card masters. Those focused on life support had a separate post. The post specifically recommended gold attribute cards, gold concentration, flying needles, and metallization. The post explained, gold concentration is a basic skill every card master must learn. Flying needles serves as the main attack skill. It could be swapped out for throwing knives, but flying needles is stealthier and uses less energy. Metallization is a rare defense skill among one-star cards that, when used properly, can block most attacks. Jihee knew that first-level metallization could not cover the whole body, only parts of the torso, but the defensive effect was already pretty good. The post further introduced combos for other elements. Wood, living wood, wood leaf, throwing knives, tough vines. Water, water condensation, water arrow, water bubbles. Fire, fire manifestation, fireball, fire resist ring. Earth, earth gathering, earth spikes, earth armor. Wind, gust, wind blade, swift wind step. Electric, electric arc, lightning, paralyzing strike. The post emphasized that card masters without a set element could choose any one of these sets, but mixing different elemental cards was not recommended at first level. Overall, the recommended combinations were balanced in offense and defense, suitable for beginners and unlikely to go wrong. As Jihee read this, he quietly took mental notes and gained a clearer understanding of these common combinations. He gently put down the terminal and thought, this is exactly the best guide for a total beginner in the dark. As for unique features, those would have to wait until a card master's rank improved and they had more card slots only, then would they be qualified to talk about having a specialty? There were quite a few replies under this post, and judging by the tone, most were from novice card masters asking all sorts of bizarre questions. Things like, how to keep your clothes from getting destroyed when battling fire-type card masters, whether the violent shaking from electric-type paralysis would ruin your image, whether using water-type abilities against female opponents counted as harassment, whether wood-type card masters could tie people up in more aesthetically pleasing poses, and so on. The variety was endless. Jihee's eyes were open wide as he read through them. He'd never considered these issues before, but they really couldn't be ignored. After all, Tier 1 card masters wore ordinary clothing, not the indestructible gear you'd find in games. No wonder most people chose to equip equipment cards once they reached Tier 2. Surely that decision included avoiding these embarrassing situations. Just as Jihee was absorbed in reading, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and a familiar face leaned in close. Xiaohe read aloud what he'd just been looking at. How do you catch a wind-type card master who runs too fast? What if Earth-type can't break through defenses? Is this a newbie thread? Jihee didn't even look up as he responded. Yeah. Did you check out that domain card's attributes? Xiaohe smiled and said, Jihee, don't rush. Let's wait until everyone's here to look at it together. He casually pointed at a particularly amusing exchange and couldn't help laughing. Before long, Yang Xuan, Chun Chun, and Lin Nanqing arrived one after another. Jihee put down his personal terminal, pulled a domain card from his pocket, and everyone focused their attention to examine it. Name, Wraith Blood River. Type, domain card. Quality, attribute, none. Characteristics, 1. Card master can summon the Wraith Blood River and control the blood corpses and dark spirits nurtured within it for combat. 2. Human corpses can be thrown into the Wraith Blood River to be cultivated into blood corpses. 3. Dark spirits and departed souls can be thrown into the Wraith Blood River, using the Wraith energy to nurture stronger spirits. 4. Card master can bring up to 10 people within their spiritual coverage range into this domain. 5. The Wraith Blood River absorbs resentment, malevolent energy, and blood chi, improving its quality through absorption of these impure energies. Note, this river is formed from the condensed resentment and blood chi of countless lives. Equip with caution, or it will affect the card master's psyche. All 6 gasped simultaneously, utterly shocked. This was incredibly powerful. Not only could it upgrade itself, it could also fight using blood corpses and dark spirits. If you nurtured thousands upon thousands of spirits and corpses inside, wouldn't one person essentially become an army, capable of overwhelming opponents through sheer numbers? Chun Chin murmured softly. It can't be that broken, right? She seemed a bit frightened by her own imagination. Yang Xuan said, this is a 2.5-star card, so there must be limits on monster cultivation. Lin Nanqing nodded. Xuan's right. Cards have caps. If you want to raise more monsters, you'd have to upgrade the card first. Su Yifan asked hesitantly. Could we go to that card's Blood Rain battlefield to absorb Wraith and blood energy to upgrade it? At those words, everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. Lin Nanqing patiently explained. Singularities are special spaces with extremely unstable properties. Just look at the material card drop rates. Normally, every aberrant beast drops material cards, but not in singularities because those places aren't the real world. Those seemingly special energies in the scenarios are fixed and unchanging. They can't be absorbed. After hearing this, Su Yifan nodded repeatedly. Oh, got it. The 2.5-star card is watchable, but basically unusable. Jihee's heart sank slightly. His plan to modify the cards suddenly hit a dead end. This was supposed to be such an ideal Wangchuan River card template. If he took this card as a base, fused in the relevant materials and background story, then converted the vengeful spirits in the resentful Blood River into ghost soldiers and netherworld messengers, he could assemble a complete, official Underworld army. At that moment, with just a wave of his hand, the Underworld legions would appear. Just imagining this scene made Jihee's blood boil with excitement. As for more complex systems like building other departments of the Underworld, that was too far off now, so he wasn't thinking about it yet. He turned to Lin Nanqing beside him, his tone encouraging. Nanqing, your cultivation progress has been really fast. You'll be able to equip the cards soon, so don't rush it. Lin Nanqing nodded in agreement. Then his gaze swept over the other 5 people. After a moment's thought, he said, they'll take this card first. Before he could finish, Su Yifan jumped in. It was originally meant for you. Jihee cleared his throat, still formal. We need to follow the process. After all, everyone contributed. Chun Chun lounged on the sofa, swinging his legs casually, and said softly, our cards came from you. Without the mythic cards you made, we wouldn't have gotten this field card. Also, this card affects the mind. You have the strongest willpower here. It should belong to you. Yang Xuan nodded in agreement and added, you have the highest claim priority in the group. Anything useful to you is yours. And if you want something else, it's fine too. Jihee chuckled at their attitude. Wow, quite the privilege. Without hesitation, he accepted. All right, it's settled then. The others all relaxed visibly. Taking valuable cards from friends feels heavy on the conscience. So finally being able to give something back though of varying worth felt like an important step forward. Yang Sueon stood up, took the water jug, and poured each person a cup. Then he shifted tone. There are 4 days left before the mission begins. We still have time to reconfigure our cards. Lin Nanxing took her cup, but held it without drinking. She spoke seriously. No one can be sure what conditions will be like there. We might have to split up during the mission. 6 people moving as a group is just too conspicuous. Her words stunned Qin Shun and Su Yifan, who had naturally assumed the 6 would stay together the whole time. Now they suddenly realized, right? Qin Kingdom favors 6-person squads, but other places don't. A bunch of 6-person teams stuck together would immediately draw suspicion from the natives. By then, forgetting about fully understanding Yuan Shua Star's situation, escaping a siege by natives would already be lucky. Yang Sueon, Ji He, and Xiao He had anticipated this too. Hearing Lin Nanxing say it aloud didn't surprise them. Yang Sueon continued, my card, Xingxing's, and Box's cards don't have attack power, so the other 2 slots must be equipped with offensive skills. He looked at Ji He as he spoke. Me and Xingxing have already arranged ours. What do you want to equip? Yang Sueon equipped Living Wood and Wood Thorn, while Lin Nanxing matched Condensed Water and Water Blade. These skills patched their weaknesses, ensuring they wouldn't be helpless when isolated. Among all first-tier players, Su Yifan and Chun Chen's attack power was undoubtedly far ahead of the rest. Because of this, their card setups instinctively leaned toward defense. Su Yifan equipped Gather Earth and Earth Armor, while Chun Chen chose Flame Manifest and Fire Resistance Ring. By contrast, although Xiao He's Yellow Jacket attack didn't match their level, it still firmly belonged in the top echelon of the first tier. He deliberately selected Gust and Windstride to boost his mobility. In other words, out of the 6 teammates, only Ji He's card slot remained empty. Ji He rubbed his temples and collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long sigh. I plan to make a card myself. Even before getting started, he already felt a wave of exhaustion, as if his strength had been drained completely. With 4 days left, creating a card was definitely doable. His teammates all nodded in support. Breaking the silence, Yang Sueon asked, when will you start? Right now, Ji He replied. Despite just coming off an intense battle, Ji He's condition remained steady. His mental energy had risen to 5 hertz, looking exceptionally vigorous. He waved to the squad and headed straight to his room. Taking out a blank card, he neatly laid out the prepared material cards on the desk. Clutching the carving pen that had once carried his heartfelt words, he pressed its tip down. Under his pen, the shadow, spirit, and divine runes interwove seamlessly. Fueled by his mental power and source energy, the material cards flowed smoothly into the spirit rune structure's framework. Stroke by stroke, continuous and precise, 1 stroke, 2 strokes unable to stop, not until the 5th, 10th, 15th, 20th stroke. Ji He's gaze was focused, as if he was swallowed whole by this card, the entire world behind him dissolving into emptiness. At last, the final stroke fell. He closed his eyes and let his mind sink into the card's spatial realm. Black Impermanence, one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld. Originally named Fan Wujio, he is known alongside White Impermanence as the 2 Lords of Impermanence. His face fierce but broad, short in stature, with blackened skin. The official hat boldly bore the words Peace Under Heaven, symbolizing his impartial enforcement of justice without mercy on wrongdoers. Honorific titles included Short Lord, Black Lord, and Eighth Lord. With the background fully completed, the card gradually solidified, accompanied by a bright glow. Ji He caught the finished card and studied it carefully. Name Soul Harvester, Black Impermanence. Type Myth card. Quality. Attribute none. Effects. 1. Black Impermanence cannot be targeted by physical attacks. 2. As a ghost deity, he is immune to proactive attacks by spirits. 3. Can designate a target to be beset by misfortune for 1 hour. 4. Wielding his soul harvesting rope, he inflicts massive damage and induces a soul-capturing effect that causes intense psychological terror. 5. When encountering spirits, there is a high probability of converting them into allied units. Notes one of the 10 marshals of the Underworld. Friendly reminder, best equipped alongside Soul Harvester White Impermanence for powerful combo effects and highly intimidating debuffs. Yang Sueon noticed Ji He's fatigue and paused the conversation with the others to enter Ji He's room, casting a spell to restore his mental energy. Ji He felt a refreshing coolness in his head as his depleted mental power rapidly replenished to over half. Yang Sueon's source energy, however, was almost exhausted after casting. Ji He helped him to sit on the bed and pulled a bottle of source energy restorative from his backpack, tossing it to him. Yang Sueon caught it steadily. With his mental power partially restored, Ji He immediately slotted the new card into his card slot. Instantly, the card space exploded with dazzling light. The auras of the only 2 cards in the slot swiftly connected and intertwined, giving birth to unprecedented new attributes. Both the black and white impermanences appeared simultaneously, the twin soul collectors, by Wuchang and He Wuchang, who should possess formidable powers to seize living souls. However, unlike the traditional Underworld, their strength here was drastically diminished, less than 1/10 of their full power. Even if they captured a soul, they could not guide it to the afterlife. Instead, those souls would return to their bodies automatically after 2 days. He felt a strange synergy between the two cards. His heart suddenly raced, and he almost held his breath. In that moment, he nearly forgot where he was. Yang Xuan noticed his abnormal reaction and furrowed his brow slightly, asking, "Box, what's wrong?" Snapping back to focus, He took several deep breaths to calm the turmoil inside. He whispered, "This synergy, it should be the rightful duty of 7th and 8th lords, but the effect is incredible true soul hunting." He looked at Yang Xuan and continued, "My two cards have formed a linked effect." Yang Xuan didn't reply directly, but asked with concern, "How are you feeling now? Tired?" He didn't collapse or rest immediately. Though mentally somewhat exhausted, he wasn't as fatigued as before when he could barely keep his eyes open. He paused and suddenly realized his postcard-making condition was unusually good, better than any previous time. Following this thought, he sent his awareness into the card space to examine the No Problem card. To his surprise, it had quietly changed. Name: No Problem card. Type: Special card. Quality: Attributes: None. New abilities: 1. The No Problem card can absorb life energy from creatures the card user kills, nourishing the user's source energy and mental strength. 2. The card can expend its own energy to alleviate the user's mental fatigue and temporarily replace sleep. However, after use, it requires ongoing mental upkeep to be activated again. Equipping requirements: He only. Cannot be removed or destroyed. Notes: This is a mysterious stone tablet, accidentally found by a married couple who infused it with sincere prayers for their child's safety and a smooth life. Through a time-space leap, it developed an incredible new ability desperately needed by He speculated inwardly. Cowled, the card's new trait have evolved in response to his needs. The ability to relieve mental fatigue might sound simple, but it was remarkable. It nearly replaced the function of sleep. He understood that even 7th rank card users needed rest. No one could function like a machine with non-stop efficiency. Fatigue accumulated and would eventually reduce effectiveness. With this new power, in theory, he could skip sleep entirely. Though the idea seemed somewhat inhumane, it was an unexpected blessing for him. Previously, every time he made cards, he was exhausted and required long hours of sleep, feeling like an unfeeling production machine. Now, by relying on the No Problem card to restore his spirit, he could reclaim more free time and keep his life from being consumed entirely by card creation. He loved making cards, but also wanted a life beyond it. The endless cycle of making cards then sleeping had frustrated him, and this new ability broke that deadlock perfectly. Hearing their conversation, the other four gathered around. He explained, "Practice makes perfect, and with increased mental energy, my condition naturally improves." His words left the others sensing that the changes in him exceeded their expectations and that many more secrets remained to be uncovered. So that's how it was. No one doubted He's words, and since no card makers on the Star Network ever revealed the process of creating myth cards, they took He's explanation at face value. Chen blinked her big eyes and leaned closer. "That card combo you just mentioned, is it really that strong?" In the living room, He's bedroom door was wide open, and the entire conversation between him and Yang Xuan was overheard verbatim by everyone. He nodded emphatically, a grin nearly breaking across his face. "Very strong." He deliberately paused, enjoying the eager looks from his friends, but stayed silent. He clawed nervously at his hair. "Come on, tell us already." Chen stared at him expectantly, like a kitten waiting to be fed. Without mercy, he shoved both of them toward the door. "Stop standing there, I'm going to sleep." "Cheeky." Chen started to protest, but before she could finish, she was already pushed outside. He, Lin Nanxing, and Yang Xuan were all herded out along with her. Bang! The door slammed shut mercilessly in front of the five. Chen pounded her fist on the door and stomped angrily. Yang Xuan chuckled softly. "Why the rush? He loves showing off that much. He won't keep it in for long." "Hey, I can hear you." He's voice protested from inside the room. All right, no more noise. You get some rest." Yang Xuan pulled Chen away from the door, where she was still trying to knock. The five of them whispered for a while in the living room before heading back to their rooms. The next morning, he was the first to burst out of his room, brimming with energy like a rooster ready to rally the troops. "Let's go." To Yinsong Plains. When training began, they deliberately didn't summon any myth cards, relying only on skill cards to fight the monsters. Even so, the physical enhancements from equipping myth cards still made them stand out among their peers. Their improved stamina let them master the pace of battle faster, making every dodge and strike more precise. He didn't bring a new self-made card for his last slot, and just brought along a water condensation skill card. As a basic skill card, its attributes didn't really matter. It was basically harmless. But at least water condensation came in handy when water was needed. For days flew by in the blink of an eye. Xin Yuan led the 6 of them as they said goodbye to their friends from the Dongyun training camp and set off back to the Qilin training camp. Zheng Yuanqi was already waiting at their usual spot. He looked over the 6 radiant youths. Ready? Excitement and nervousness tangled together in their chests, but curiosity about the unknown won out. We're ready. Their voices rang out in perfect unison. Zheng Yuanqi summoned the imaginary Mount Red Flame Spirit Crane. The huge crimson crane spread its wings, and the 6 leapt onto its back, speeding off toward the unknown. He quickly realized that his pride and his sense of direction was completely useless. North, south, east, and west all blurred into one. Every direction seemed east, and yet also west. Forget it. Forget keeping track. Someone would definitely bring them back in the end. Giving up the struggle, he relaxed for the first time. Clouds drifted close enough to touch. Looking as far as he could see, the horizon where earth meets sky was crystal clear, unobstructed by anything. The weight in his chest lifted instantly. So this was what it felt like to look at the earth from above. The city below rapidly receded, mountains and rivers stretching out in full view. The speed was unlike any normal plane or city vehicle. This is awesome, Su Yifan shouted at the top of his lungs. Totally awesome. Xiaoyi followed his yell. Qin Shun grabbed the more reserved Lin Nanxing and Yang Suian. Come on, you two try it. This is seriously amazing. Soon, Lin Nanxing and Yang Suan were howling with joy too. Zheng Yuanqi watched the teenagers shouting freely, a smile tugging at his lips, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Ah, youth. The Blue Star Interstellar Affairs Coordination Bureau, abbreviated as ISC Bureau, is responsible for this mission to Yuanshua Star. The Bureau's Department of Interstellar Communication has full control over the operation, with the Department of Interstellar Exploration providing support. In the futuristic, high-tech communication office, all tasks were progressing in an orderly fashion. The ISC Bureau attached exceptional importance to this Yuanshua Star exploration. This represented Blue Star's first step beyond its own galaxy, a critical attempt to establish contact with an alien civilization. If not for Yuanshua Star's low energy level, such an important mission would never be handed over so simply to a group of young people aged 17 or 18. Lu Xingyao, head of the communication department, sat at his desk, eyes scanning through profiles of the personnel involved. Among the 50 participants, he was somewhat familiar with the backgrounds of 44, mainly the families and factions behind them. But the 6 recommended by Professor Zheng caught his special attention. These 6 teenagers from 5th-tier small towns came from ordinary families without the resources or connections of card makers, yet all possessed mythical cards. The origins of the mythical cards were highly classified. Even he could not investigate deeply. Still, Lu held no complaints about the mystery. He understood clearly that these 6 first-tier mythical card masters were undoubtedly the best candidates for the mission. The question remained whether these 6 could build trust and coordination with the related 44 members. All were young prodigies from Blue Star's new generation. But who would dominate the mission, and how would they cooperate or compete? Thinking this over, Lu Xingyao found himself unusually intrigued by the interpersonal dynamics beyond the mission itself. At that moment, a knock came at the door, and someone entered quietly to report that all participants had assembled. Lu Xingyao nodded and stood up, saying, "Let's go." The starship Crimson Flame Crane had been speeding through interstellar space for 5 hours. He and the other 5 gradually settled from initial excitement to calm. He, Lin Nanxing, and Yang Suan each picked up a book and focused on reading, while Su Yifan, Xiao He, and Qin Shun gathered to play a card game. He's book was Exploring Spirit Patterns, an intermediate tutorial on divine spirit patterns. His eyes quickly scanned the pages, almost reading 10 lines at a glance, occasionally pausing to study passages carefully. Zheng Yuanqi glanced at him multiple times with a puzzled expression, but he ignored it. Lin Nanxing held Introduction to Water Element Spirit Patterns, turning pages slowly and attentively as she attempted to verify her own imagined card design. With the knowledge in the book, she hoped to create her own card from scratch. Yang Suian read Compendium of Tier 1 Herbs, quietly supplementing his herbal knowledge. He had stored the various herbs gathered from the Blood Rain battlefield, and planned to make potions once he mastered the recipes. Most of the team's accumulated points from monster hunting these days had been handed over to him to redeem 3 formulas for source energy restoratives. Actually, Yang Suian's deepest wish was to redeem the formula for source energy growth elixir, but it was extremely rare and beyond his redemption rights. To obtain it, one must pass the Alchemist Association's exams, earn the qualification of alchemist, and unlock the formula through contributions. The entire process was long and complicated. After hearing this, Zheng Yuanqi offered him practical advice. Try to use this mission as an opportunity to redeem potion formulas early. Tell them the formulas might be useful for the mission. It's not a big deal to prepay a few. Though a bit of a stretch, almost an excuse, there was always a chance it might actually help. After all, these were just low-tier formulas, insignificant compared to a national mission. Yang Suian froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something. and a delighted smile spread across his face. This was wonderful. It gave him even more motivation to study. Time slipped away quietly as the six of them busied themselves with their own tasks. The crimson flame spirit crane spread its wings, suddenly accelerating and leaping upward, soaring sharply into the sky. He looked up from his book, and the others stopped what they were doing as well. Chun Chun asked anxiously, "How much longer until we arrive? Why is the fire crane still flying upward?" Zheng Yuanqi pointed toward the sky. "We're already here." Chun Chun. Su Yifan, what's going on? Sensing the deeper meaning in his words, Ji He, Yang Xuan, Xiao He, and Lin Nanxing all widened their eyes and looked up at the sky in unison. The azure sky was crystal clear and perfectly transparent, without the slightest abnormality. Squinting to stare at it, the sunlight stung their eyes painfully. The four rubbed their eyes and had to look away. Seeing them like this, Zheng Yuanqi couldn't help but smile. He extended his hand, and a card with gold-trimmed edges appeared in his palm. He had seen similar cards before. It looked much like Shunqing Yuan's student ID, presumably something like a Beijing University faculty card. The moment the card appeared, a palm-sized white crack suddenly split open in the previously calm blue sky before them. Zheng Yuanqi gently placed the card into the crack. The next moment, a clear, sweet mechanical female voice rang out. Beep. Level 2, authorized personnel. Professor Zheng Yuanqi, Interstellar Communication Department mission-related personnel, permission granted to pass. As the voice faded, the white crack rapidly expanded into a pure white door radiating cold light. Zheng Yuanqi didn't immediately step through, but instead turned to look at Ji He and the others. "You go in first." Ji He moved forward first, walking up to the door. The terminal emitted a facial recognition prompt. Beep. Verification successful. Interstellar Communication Department mission member Ji He, permission granted to pass. Yang Xuan, Lin Nanxing, Xiao He, Su Yifan, and Chun Chun completed their scans in turn and passed through the light door one by one. Ji He took a deep breath and stepped through the white light door with curiosity and excitement. The next second, a wave of dizziness swept over him. He struggled to open his eyes, but saw only blinding bright light, unable to make out his surroundings. The harsh glare forced him to blink repeatedly. Only when his feet touched solid ground did he tentatively open his eyes slowly. At this sight, his pupils contracted sharply, and an overwhelming sense of shock surged through his heart. Before him stretched an endless expanse of massive structures, their exteriors gleaming with a cold metallic luster, like a pack of slumbering mechanical beasts floating silently in the void. Beneath his feet lay a flat metal platform, surrounded on all sides by bottomless emptiness. In the distant plaza, only a few dozen people moved about slowly, the space vast and quiet, as if it were an unchanging ancient painting frozen in time. Yang Xuan, Lin Nanxing, Su Yifan, Xiao He, and Chun Chun stepped into this space one after another. No one spoke, and all that could be heard was each other's rapid breathing and pounding heartbeats. It wasn't until Zheng Yuanqi stepped forward that he broke the silence with a smile. Pretty shocking, isn't it? He couldn't tear his gaze away and could only nod lightly. Absolutely shocking. Zheng Yuanqi smiled. This is an independent space newly opened beyond Blue Star, put into use not long ago. To be honest, when I first saw it, I wasn't much better off than you all. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yifan's mouth dropped open, squeezing out two words from deep in his throat. Holy shit. Chun Chun gripped Lin Nanxing's hand firmly, and Lin Nanxing quickly clasped back with equal strength. An unspoken contest of wills spread between them. Their hands turned bright red, skin burning from the pressure, yet neither let go, as if the pain was swallowed by the heavy tension in the air. Nearby, Yang Xuan stood with his mouth agape, his expression blank and awkward. Xiao He seemed frozen in place, like had been struck by a paralysis spell. Zheng Yuanqi didn't urge anyone on. He simply stood quietly to the side, a rare look of admiration in his eyes, as if the stubbornness between these two had completely upended his worldview. Time passed silently before He was the first to snap back to reality. He gently patted the five beside him and said, "Stop standing around, let's go." The others remained dazed, clearly still stunned. He lightly nudged them from behind and led the group forward at a steady pace. At that moment, a tiny, fairy-like creature that seemed born from a fairy tale appeared before them. She had green hair and pink eyes, wore a fluffy princess dress, and had a pair of pale green, translucent wings. Small enough to fit in the palm of a hand, she looked delicate and radiant. The fairy, named Kaling, hovered in front of the six of them, her dainty finger pointing ahead, clearly guiding their way. Following Kaling's lead, the six crossed an open plaza and headed toward the registration hall. The registration hall was vast, nearly rivaling the size of He's own school. Although spacious, it was clear the hall wasn't fully operational, yet only one of the long service counters had its lights on. 3 people stood in line there, waiting their turn. Nearby, another Kaling fairy floated beside an elderly woman with silver hair. Hearing footsteps, the 3 slowly turned. The young man was tall and slender, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a refined, scholarly air. The two girls had fair skin and delicate features. One had long hair, the other short, and though they resembled each other, their temperaments differed greatly. Seeing Jihee's group of 6, their expressions showed surprise after all. This selection wasn't based on teams, but on individual ability. For Jihee's entire team to be chosen was highly unexpected. The young man adjusted his glasses and introduced himself first. We're from Huajing University, affiliated number 1 high school. I'm Lin Yanzhou. These are my teammates Su Qingyan with the long hair, and Su Qinghe with the short. Jihee walked to the counter and replied, we're from Qilin number 1 high. I'm Jihee. One by one, the others gave their names. After introductions, they reached the counter. Lin Yan's group finished their registration and politely stepped aside. Behind the counter, a young woman smiled warmly as she efficiently entered the 6 newcomers' info into the computer system. A small scanner quickly scanned their faces, irises, and their source energy and mental power traits. No other documents were needed. Moments later, the attendant handed over 6 cards. These are your temporary access passes. They only allow entry to certain areas, so please don't wander off. Jihee accepted the cards and thanked her softly. As the 6 walked away, Lin Yanzhou and his team remained behind, unfamiliar with Qilin number 1. Frowning in thought, Lin Yanzhou asked, where is Qilin? I've never heard of it. Su Qinghe glanced at Jihee's group and curiously asked, were you all originally on the same team? Jihee nodded firmly. Yes. Su Qinghe sighed in admiration. Your whole team got selected, that's pretty impressive. Su Qingyan suddenly spoke up. Where is Qilin? Jihee was not surprised by the question. Qilin is a small 5th-tier city. Probably only people from the same province would know its exact location. It's in Donglin province, a small 5th-tier city, Jihee answered. Lin Yanzhou and the other two's expressions changed instantly. Of course, a small city could produce geniuses, but 6 all at once? They themselves came from the capital, the place with the richest global resources, and still hadn't managed to get all team members selected. What made a team from a tiny 5th-tier city so special? Su Qingyan opened her mouth, then closed it again. She wanted to ask something, but felt it was too forward. Jihee saw through her hesitation and said bluntly, if you want to ask, just ask. Whether we answer depends on what you say first. The straightforward attitude stunned the 3 for a moment. Lin Yanzhou snapped out of it first and asked directly, as far as I know, a 5th-tier city has limited resources. How did your whole team get selected? He paused. Can you say? Because our entire team uses mythic cards, Jihee said simply. Lin Yanzhou, Su Qingyan, and Su Qinghe all narrowed their eyes sharply. They came from prominent families and had been exposed to mythic cards their whole lives, knowing them far better than most. Although they appeared composed, inside they were even more shaken than those at the Dongyun City training camp. They understood perfectly well what mythic cards signified. 1-star mythic cards. Lin Yan's voice became noticeably hoarse. Jihee nodded. The 3 fell silent, trying to process this revelation. Nearby, Wen Jiruo looked at Zheng Yuanqi. Is this related to you? Zheng Yuanqi only smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Wen Jiruo's eyes flickered with understanding, and her face softened with a gentle smile. She did not press further. Jihee handed the access cards to Xiao He and the other 4, then asked, heading to the dorms. Yes, Lin Yanzhou nodded. Jihee then looked at Zheng Yuanqi. Professor, what about you? Zheng Yuanqi was talking to Wen Jiruo and shook his head in response. You guys go on ahead. We should head back, too. You're leaving now? Jihee was taken aback. Should I just wait here for you all to come back? Zheng Yuanqi laughed. Only then did Jihee realize Professor Zheng wasn't someone who wasted time on meaningless waiting. Lin Yanzhou and the others were already aware their teacher planned to leave, so they weren't surprised. When teacher, please be careful on your way. When Jiruo's gaze swept over everyone and finally settled on Lin Yanzhou and the other 2. You all be careful too. The situation on Yuanhua Star is uncertain. Safety is the priority. Don't worry. We will, Lin Yanzhou said. When Jiruo said no more, she and Zheng Yuanqi walked out of the registration hall, leaving the enclosed space behind. Jihee and the others watched them go, then followed the flower spirit toward the dormitory area. The dormitories were located at the far eastern edge of the complex. All they could see were rows of doors. Where walls should have been beside each door, there was only a void of deep blackness. The 9 exchanged glances, each holding their access card as they chose a door. Jihee swiped her card. Ding. Do you confirm selecting room A011? Note. Once selected, it cannot be changed. While the others hesitated, glancing around uncertainly, Jihee raised her eyebrow and pressed confirm without hesitation. The room was unexpectedly cramped, with very simple furnishings. There was only a bed, a desk with a chair, and a bathroom measuring less than 3 square meters. Compared to the tents and dormitory-style beds used during the first phase of military training, each option had its pros and cons. People who liked solitude might prefer this setup, at least enjoying a private space of their own. But someone like Jihee, who needed quiet for card making but generally preferred lively environments, wasn't fond of this tight room. He actually missed the openness and bustle of the tents. Still, this was his place to live now, and he could go wherever he wanted. He took clothes out of his backpack and neatly placed them in the drawer under the desk. 2 books and his card-making tools sat on the desk, while the few potions he carried remained in his bag. Then he spent 3 seconds pacing around the room. Curious about the light source, there were no windows or visible lamps. These rooms were built on the edge of the floating base. When the door opened, outside was an endless void. Yet within that emptiness, independent spaces like this were hidden in impressive technological feat. Sheen's hidden underwater glaciers rose far above the waterline. He had lived in this country, on this planet, for 17 years, always seeing only the officially presented areas and never the full picture. But now, he was finally glimpsing a corner deep within the iceberg, majestic and awe-inspiring. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously, as if a flame had been ignited inside him. After a while, he calmed the storm of emotions, took 2 energy recovery potions, and inserted them into the card holder on his waist, then stepped out the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a girl standing there. She had 2 neat braids and wore a long, natural-style dress, giving off a fresh and unpretentious vibe. He nodded in greeting. "Hello?" She instinctively stepped back half a pace and bowed slightly in response. "Hello. Sorry, I didn't know anyone was here." He shook his head and said casually, "It's okay. Let's get to know each other." And you?" The girl smiled politely and replied in a courteous tone, "I'm Zhou Shuyun. We're going to be colleagues from now, only hope we get along well." "No problem," he said, gesturing at the nearby doors. "These rooms are taken. You can go over there should be plenty of empty rooms." Zhou Shuyun bowed again. "Thank you." He waved it off. "You're welcome. Well, I'll take my leave then." Zhou Shuyun dragged her large suitcase and disappeared behind one of the doors. He leaned against the doorframe, waiting for Xiao He and the others. Meeting a peer so well-mannered and polite was a first for him. He couldn't help but feel like he had broadened his horizons. 2 minutes later, Yang Xuan and the others came out of their rooms one by one. He asked, "How does it feel?" Xiao He answered honestly, "The room's a bit small, but nothing else to say. As long as it meets basic living needs, that's fine." Just then, someone followed by a flower fairy approached. Only then did he realize Zhou Shuyun hadn't had a flower fairy with her before. He glanced instinctively toward the door she had entered, a hint of suspicion stirring in his mind. "Are you all participants in this mission?" the newcomer asked first. Xiao He nodded yes. The newcomer's gaze swept over the 6 of them, surprised. "You know each other?" Xiao He said, "We're a team." The newcomer looked even more surprised. His mouth opened slightly, but he didn't dare ask how your entire team got selected. Eventually, both sides briefly introduced themselves by name, and then the man, led by the flower sprite, found an empty room and went inside. Shen Yiheng came from Lanzhou, the capital of the Eastern District. He guessed that aside from the 6 of them, the other 44 mostly came from major first-tier cities. Yang Xuan said that in less developed cities, people simply lack the connections to access missions like this. These people were here mainly because He's talent had caught Zheng Yuanqi's attention. Otherwise, even if he could create myth cards, he wouldn't have had the chance to get involved in such tasks. Suddenly, a flower sprite fluttered lightly in front of the group and asked, "Where would you like to go next?" He was startled. "You can talk?" The sprite smiled and replied, "Not before, but the card master just installed a language system for us, so now we can. My name's Xiaofu. Can you tell me where you want to go?" As she spoke, Xiaofu danced lively around the group with playful movements. He thought for a moment and said, "Then take us to the places we can go so far." Xiaofu readily agreed. "Okay. The destination is the food district. I'll lead the way." Su Yifan rubbed his stomach and laughed. "Perfect. I'm hungry. We flew 5 hours without eating, not just me, but he and the others too." The 6 of them followed Xiaofu across the plaza and down a hidden alley. After winding past 7 or 8 turns, they finally arrived at a uniquely shaped building. Its exterior was triangular but rounded, plump like a chubby, stuffed zongzi dumpling. The peeled bamboo leaves formed steps leading to the door. The building was cute and charming, softening the sharp, cold impression steel structures usually give. Chun Chen's big, doe-like eyes widened as she carefully studied the building, which was both distinctive and harmonized with the surrounding architecture. After a moment, she murmured, "I really wonder who designed this. It's just too adorable." Hearing this, Xiaofu, who had been quietly nearby, suddenly darted in front of her and said excitedly, "Right? Isn't it cute?" Chun Chen nodded, and Ziaph's face blossomed into a bright smile. "You have great taste. I hope you enjoy your meal." Unexpectedly, Xiao He suddenly interrupted. "Just wish her?" Xiaofu smiled calmly and replied, "Of course, I wish every one of you a wonderful dining experience." Her tone instantly became standard and formulaic. Xiao He stared at her for a long moment, twitching at the corner of his mouth, thinking, even guiding sprites have gotten so formulaic these days. He couldn't help but laugh. "All right, enough standing outside daydreaming. Let's go inside." The 6 of them stepped into the heart of the food district and finally understood why it was called a district rather than a mere cafeteria. The interior was far larger than it appeared from outside, roughly estimated. It was even bigger than a large shopping mall. Inside were hundreds of shops, each roughly the size of a regular cafeteria. Yet most were empty. Only 3 had their doors open, and 2 of those already had customers seated. Jihe's group spotted Lin Yanzhou, Su Qingyan, and Su Qing sitting together at a noodle shop. Jihe glanced at the sign but wasn't interested in noodles, so after greeting the 3, he turned and headed to another store. Lin Nanqing and Yang Suian wanted noodles, so they stayed behind. The 6 of them worked well as a team, even at mealtimes. When they gathered for group meals, they picked places everyone liked. On regular days, they ate separately to suit their own tastes, dining at various locations. Back at Shilin No. 1 High School, the 6 often scattered across different school canteens. This had become their habit. Ji He, Su Yifan, Xiao He, and Chen Chen walked into the same restaurant. The air was thick with the rich aroma of meat, making their mouths water and almost rooting them to the spot. Inside, only 4 people were seated, each at separate tables far apart from one another. Noticing the newcomers, all 4 heads turned simultaneously toward the entrance. Ji He took the initiative to speak. "Hello, I'm Ji He, from the Donglin province in the southeast region." To avoid the awkwardness of no one knowing exactly where Qilin City was, he simply gave the larger district and province. A young man with a crew cut raised an eyebrow in surprise and replied, "I'm from the southeast region too. I'm from Sangzhou." Sangzhou was the capital of that area. Curious, Ji He asked, "What's the capital like?" Ironically, he hadn't visited the capital city of his own district yet. Had planned to go during summer break, but his parents vetoed it. Reflecting now, he suspected they might have sensed something in advance, which made him obediently stay home. Ji He himself had traveled before, but was too lazy to go into details. The boy hesitated, thinking for a moment before answering briefly, "It's okay." Ji He paused, then added, "All right, I'll check it out myself." With their exchange over, the other 3 also introduced themselves one by one. "I'm Jiang Yan, from Liuzhou in the southern region. My name's Lu Yu, from Yenzhou in the southwest. I'm Mo Xiaodang, from Shuazhou in the north." The 4 of them covered all directions of the country, each with different backgrounds. Ji He suggested, "Since we're all coming from so far apart, let's sit together and chat." They exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, but eventually all nodded in agreement, considering they had the same goal. The crew-cut boy added, "I'm Chun Li, pronounced like Li, an Earth Element card master." Carrying their meals, they gathered around a round table inside the restaurant. Ji He and Su Yifan went to the counter to order. There was no waiter, just a touchscreen menu brimming with options. Ji He asked about the others' taste preferences and finally settled on spicy wolf meat, grilled pork ribs, steamed crab egg custard, fried crocodile steak, boiled clam meat, and braised pork knuckle. Su Yifan felt it wasn't enough and added 2 more dishes before paying by card. The system replied, "Ding. Order complete. The kitchen is working hard. Please do not waste food." Su Yifan put the access card away and casually remarked, "Not bad, and it didn't cost anything." Back at the round table, only Ji He's group of 4 sat together, the atmosphere a bit stiff. Meanwhile, the other group visibly relaxed when they saw them approaching such an obvious reaction. Ji He teased, "Social anxiety?" The 4 almost nodded in unison. Ji He laughed quietly, "Me too. I have social anxiety." Chen Chen immediately interrupted, "That's social terror, not just anxiety." Ji He smiled and ruffled her hair, "Whatever you say. Don't touch my hair." Chen Chen snapped, ruffling up in protest, and Ji He quickly withdrew his hand. Ji He pressed on, "But what if we enter Yuanshua Star? How are we supposed to handle it? Surely we can't avoid interacting with people completely?" The sweet-faced Mo Xiaodang replied calmly, "The missions are different." The indifferent Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Missions and socializing are 2 separate things. Lu Yu and Chun Li also voiced their agreement. Their views were surprisingly aligned. Though Ji He didn't fully grasp the distinction, he nodded in acknowledgement. "That makes sense." Ji He looked at the 4 and asked, "Are you all familiar with this mission?" The conversation quickly turned to the task itself, and everyone joined in the discussion. Chun Li spoke up, "I heard this planet is from a feudal dynasty era. Because the participants have relatively high power levels, their entry was a bit rough, so the exact situation isn't very clear." Jiang Yan added, "There are several factions engaged in fierce battles there." Mo Xiaodang pointed out, "Not everyone on the planet is ordinary. Quite a few humans have reached first-level power." Lu Yu said, "On Yuanshua Star, the land and sea areas are almost equal, and there are also several forces active in the ocean." The group listened intently, nodding as they absorbed some new intelligence. After a moment's thought, Ji He asked, "So is this mission mainly focused on water element summoners?" Clearly, summoners of other elements aren't suited for ocean exploration. Lu Yu nodded in response. Yes, the higher-ups adjusted the team composition accordingly. Water element summoners make up 2/5 of the total personnel. Ji He quickly did the math in her head about 20 water element summoners. She silently thought this meant Lin Nanqing probably wouldn't be acting with the main squad, and it was unlikely the others would be grouped together either. The more information she got, The more she felt lone action was the best way to complete the mission. Just then, the dishes the four had ordered arrived, brought by a stone man carrying a large tray. The tray was piled high with various meat dishes, and 3 steaming bowls of rice sat beside them. Chun-Li looked at the food in surprise. Are you guys really going to eat all this? Su Yifan laughed. 2 of these are mine. I have a big appetite. Chun-Li, Jiang Nian, Lu Yu, and Mo Xiaodong exchanged skeptical looks. After all, Su Yifan was 2 meters tall and stood out in the group, but his appetite was said to be 6 times that of someone his age, which was hard to believe. Before anyone could react further, Su Yifan was already digging in, while Yang Xuan and Lin Nanqing finished eating quickly and brought Lin Yanzhou and 2 others inside. The moment they entered, their eyes immediately locked onto the massive heaping pile of food in front of Su Yifan. 7 pairs of eyes stared at him as he kept picking up food with his chopsticks, rapidly finishing a bowl of rice and 12 substantial meat dishes. After swallowing the last bite of rice, Su Yifan raised his head with a satisfied look and met 7 astonished gazes. Mo Xiaodong instinctively glanced at Su Yifan's bulging stomach, but her view was blocked by the table. Only his chest down was covered. Chun-Li gave Su Yifan a thumbs up. Impressive. I've never seen anyone eat so much. Ji He, Chen Chun, and Xiao He had witnessed scenes like this countless times growing up, but each time they saw others' shocked expressions, they found it amusing, even strangely appetizing. After the meal, the stone man quickly cleared the table. The 13 of them sat in a circle, starting to talk about the mission, focusing mostly on details and intelligence. Su Qingyin and Su Qinghe, the 2 sisters who were both water element summoners, would likely explore the sea with Lin Nanqing. But given how vast the oceans of Yuanshua Star were, it was unlikely they'd all be assigned to the same group. They'd probably be scattered across different regions. After exchanging information, the 13 left the dining area and gathered again in the square and open hall. One corner of the hall was covered in various maps and star charts. The 13 gathered there for a long discussion, mainly focusing on the conditions of Moyunki Star and Kaha Star, carefully dissecting the key and complex intelligence. Jiang Nian appeared frail and delicate, as if a gust of wind could knock her over, yet her stance on external affairs was unusually firm and resolute. We should rightfully seize these 2 planets and develop them into our colonies. The leadership is far too lenient with them. This view echoed the sentiments of many in the middle and lower ranks. Ordinary people lacked detailed knowledge about the 2 planets' actual conditions. Only a few understood their relative strength, so they found the leadership's friendly attitude toward them perplexing. It might be bearable if those planets were powerful, but what truly infuriated them was that these 2 weak planets kept stirring up trouble. He could understand the leadership's calculations. Without the discovery of an alien civilization beyond the star system, these 2 planets would be Blue Star's only neighbors. His words silenced the others instantly. After all, Blue Star was alone, making it feel all the more lonely. He smiled faintly, saying, "Of course, if they really make a move, we'll have to strike back. Chinese civilization has never been the kind to take a beating without fighting back. Blue Star's unification today owes itself to an abundance of martial virtue. What did Yin Emperor, Yellow Emperor, and Qi rely on to battle for the Central Plains? What did Emperor Qin rely on to unify the world? Was it kindness toward enemies, handing over land without resistance? Don't be ridiculous. Only by beating people into submission can you earn their respect, their fear, even their worship." He paused, voice growing even firmer. Blue Star's external explorations have already yielded initial results. If those 2 planets really dare to go too far, Blue Star won't just raise its hand and lower it again as before. These young men had never seen things from He's high-level perspective, but once they looked at the strategic picture from the leadership's vantage point, the approach to those 2 planets became easier to understand. After all, this was merely a conspiracy, not an outright attack. Blue Star's reluctance to erase those cultures' autonomy made sense. Behind this attitude lay Blue Star's absolute confidence in its own military strength. Once those 2 planets developed technology harmful to Blue Star, secret analysis and sabotage would surely follow. Chinese civilization was not just a forgiving pacifist. Unfortunately, the 2 planets failed to realize this. They only saw Blue Star's outward friendliness and mistakenly believed Blue Star feared their strength. Over the years, they grew more arrogant and even covetous of Blue Star's resources, plotting to join forces and plunder Blue Star's population and land. Blue Star had already endured to its limit, but at this critical moment, it discovered an entirely new civilization from outside the star system. The timing was almost unbelievably perfect. Everyone quickly pieced the logic together and smiles of deep meaning spread across their faces. "He, this is just my guess, take it lightly. Don't take it too seriously." Someone nodded. Another chuckled. A few even teased casually. "Su Qinghe, a disclaimer?" Someone joked. "He, come on, if you spread rumors outside and say it came from me, who am I supposed to complain to?" He replied with mock seriousness. "Lu Yu, what good is naming you? Nobody knows who you are," came a quick retort. "Not now. Maybe, But in the future it'll be different. Gee, he said confidently. Everyone laughed, offering no protest. After all, the upcoming all-military tournament in 6 months was sure to spread their fame far and wide. Lin Yinzhou glanced toward Ji He among the crowd, expression complicated. Seeing this, Su Qing'a teased. Realizing someone's got more charm and popularity than you? Lin Yinzhou was the captain of their team and held considerable influence within the group. At school, he was often the center of attention. But nearly all the attention he received was closely tied to his background. Now, having arrived at a place that judged people solely by their abilities and character rather than their origins, he was surprised to find himself somewhat ordinary, gradually blending into the crowd. Su Qingyan had never taken an easy path to get here from a remote small town. Lin Yinzhou nodded silently and shifted his gaze to the 5 comrades standing beside Ji He. They were gathered around a map of blue star, speaking in low voices. Their expressions were familiar and practiced, as if accustomed to the situation where Ji He was surrounded. Chen Chun, look, this is Chiling. It's really small, one of them remarked. Chiling was never very big, Su Yifan interrupted, but the oceans of Blue Star truly are vast and boundless. On the map, the Blue Ocean occupied most of the area. He changed the topic, his thoughts drifting to the latest developments of the ocean exploration team. How's the situation out at sea? The government never releases this info. Could some monstrous sea creature suddenly appear from the depths one day? Lin Nanxing, no one knows, came a reply. Xiao He said that no news is good news. Another added, if anything unusual happened, the government would definitely report it. Yang Suian nodded in agreement. He's right. Even if they don't release details publicly, the news would at least circulate in certain circles. Lin Yinzhou found himself growing interested in their conversation and joined in. The group turned their attention to various restricted zones marked on the map, and the topic became livelier. At that moment, a small, nimble flower spirit floated into the hall, her voice clear and bright. All personnel accounted for. All mission executors, please proceed immediately to the Interstellar Communications Department for the detailed mission deployment and planning meeting. The atmosphere instantly turned serious. Everyone quickly composed themselves, quietly following the flower spirit as she led them out of the hall. At the exit of the registration hall stood a young man, his clothes scorched and his expression rushed, speaking to the flower spirit in front of him. Shaoli, are you saying I'm the last to arrive? He asked anxiously. The flower spirit Shaoli nodded. That's right. He looked nervous and asked eagerly, I wasn't late, was I? No, Shaoli replied. He exhaled deeply in relief, only to hear Shaoli add, but everyone's been waiting for you. The meeting won't start until all personnel are present. His relief vanished instantly, replaced by a strange, conflicted expression. Please, don't talk with such heavy breathing. It's a serious hit to my heart, he said with a twitching face, urging her. Okay, got it. Shaoli quickly adjusted her speaking pace. The young man's name was Yin Zhao, his face showing a complicated mixture of frustration and helplessness. Just then, Liu Yu suddenly called out, Yin Zhao? Hey! Yin Zhao turned his head and saw a group of more than 10 people standing at the hall's entrance. Liu Yu sized him up and asked, what happened to you? Yin Zhao walked over, explaining, I entered a fire element anomaly point and ended up like this by accident. An anomaly today? Didn't you check the date? Liu Yu teased. Couldn't help it. This anomaly just appeared today. I had to get that domain card, so I had to go in, Yin Zhao said, earning quite a few envious looks. Although they all came from prestigious families, not many held domain cards. These cards were mostly luck-based. Whether one would encounter a new anomaly was up to fate, and whether the attributes gained from it suited the user was also unpredictable. Domain cards were precious resources that could accompany a card master for life and offered a definite path for advancement. The value of a field card does not depend on its star rating, but on its unique attributes. This causes the prices of field cards to fluctuate wildly. Some 1-star cards are actually worth far more than 5-star ones. For example, the card in Ji He's hand called Vengeful Blood River is a rare nurturing summon type. From Ji He's own experience, obtaining such cards is extremely difficult, and even a large group is powerless without the help of Een Spirit cards. The Blood Rain battlefield singularity relies entirely on sacrificing lives, wickedly creating a terrifying cycle where the more deaths there are, the stronger the field becomes. If Ji He wanted to sell Vengeful Blood River, its price could reach the level of a 6-star field card. Because field cards are scarce and require huge resources and effort to develop, no one uses them casually. Even the wealthiest players don't treat field cards like disposable items. For these reasons, even among this carefully selected group of 50 people, not everyone possesses a field card. You've got some skills, kid. Liu Yu punched Yin Zhao hard on the shoulder, and Yin Zhao laughed smugly at him. The entrance to the Starry Sky Communications Department was hidden deep in space, accessible through a portal. The gate frame on the north side of the plaza glowed faintly, decorated with star patterns that shimmered whenever someone approached. Following the guidance of the flower spirit, everyone stepped through the portal one by one. After a dizzying sensation, The scene abruptly Chang'e white-themed building interior appeared before their eyes. The light was bright yet soft. The space wasn't as spacious as expected, about 400 to 500 square meters, but reasonably divided into multiple office areas. Through open office doors, they could vaguely see people focused on their work. "Follow me, everyone," said a staff member in the Starry Sky Coordination Bureau uniform as he led them down a long corridor and pushed open thick double doors marked Meeting Room Number 1. "Wait here first. Once everyone arrives, Minister Liu will personally come to assign the task." Without waiting for a response, the staff member turned and left immediately. He stared at the meeting room filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs. There were 100 seats in total. She and her companions found seats toward the front, and she took the seat at the head of the table, resting her chin on her hand with a vacant gaze toward the door, watching time drag on in boredom. Not long after, a familiar figure entered Lin Yanzhou. Their eyes met, the atmosphere charged and awkward. Lin Yanzhou remained silent for a moment. "Do you want to say something?" He raised an eyebrow and asked directly. Though Lin Yanzhou wasn't accustomed to straightforward speech, years of experience let him handle it smoothly. Adopting He's style, he replied frankly, "Do you want to be the leader for this mission? To enter Yuan Shua Star, the group of 50 must have a leader to coordinate the situation, communicate with the rear, and handle emergencies promptly." He answered clearly, "Yes." Then she asked back, "Do you want to be the leader too?" Lin Yanzhou nodded silently. He knew only by being the leader would he be more recognized by his peers, and this mutual recognition would build valuable networks. He understood this was a rare chance he couldn't let slip away. The atmosphere in the meeting room slowly heated up, with everyone's eyes filled with eagerness and expectation. He straightened up, his expression serious, and said, "Then let's compete fairly." The reason he had held the top spot for so many years wasn't out of a genuine love for learning, but because he had once been number 1. Falling behind, even slightly, would be embarrassing. For the sake of his pride, he had persisted stubbornly for a full decade. Wangyun often remarked how strange this kid's personality was. Who he inherited his stubborn ego from was a mystery. Lin Yanzhou nodded in agreement, "Fine." Just as everyone started exchanging opinions, a cold, commanding male voice rang out at the door. "Sounds like you two already decided who leads. Did you even ask for my opinion?" Everyone turned to look, and there stood a tall, handsome young man at the entrance. As he stepped fully into view, a proud arrogance was unmistakable in his eyes. Lin Yanzhou frowned slightly. "Zhao Linchuan?" Zhao Linchuan sneered. "Lin Yanzhou, does everyone think they can just challenge you? Why bother with someone nobody's heard of?" From the moment he entered, his gaze never once shifted to He, barely sparing him a glance. At this, Lu Yu, Jiang Yin, Mo Xiaodang, and Shun Li, who had spoken with He earlier, all looked over at Zhao Linchuan not out of worry, but more curiosity and amusement. Zhao Linchuan's notorious personality was well known within the circle. Even those unfamiliar with him would be warned, just avoid him if you can. Don't cross this guy unaware. If Zhao Linchuan took a disliking to someone, regardless of their age or status, he would find a way to cause trouble for them. Being a direct descendant of the Zhao family, almost no one dared to confront him openly. Though the Zhao family was not directly related to the first emperor, the historical connection reinforced their power in the circle, not to mention their control of high-level card masters. Those who dared challenge him either ended up bruised or mysteriously undermined behind the scenes. Zhao Linchuan's ruthless dominance was unparalleled in the community. How would He respond to this newly introduced friend? He rolled up his sleeves, slammed the table, and stood up sharply. "You looking for a fight?" With a swift movement, Su Yifan, Xiao He, Lin Nanxing, Chen Chun, and Yang Xuan rose simultaneously. The 6-against-1 pressure suddenly filled the room. Xiao He's cold voice cut through the tension. "Want to throw hands?" All the pressure bore down on Zhao Linchuan. Facing 6 opponents alone, Zhao Linchuan refused to lose face. He lifted his chin and smirked disdainfully. "What? You think you can gang up on me? You really think I'm scared of you?" He gave a nod of approval. "Strong spirit. Brave." He gestured sharply. "Go." Zhao Linchuan's figure blurred, and he was already out the door, vanishing down the corridor. His lips curled into a faint smile, not a hint of fear on his face. "Do you think I'm stupid? That ID takes such an obvious loss." Xiao He waved his hand, and a yellow wasp card appeared, buzzing loudly as it hovered at his side. The sudden appearance of the wasp brought a hush over the meeting room. Lin Yanzhou and the others' gazes followed the wasp closely. There was an unmistakable weight of authority from the mythic card. Although they had heard stories of mythic card masters before, seeing one in person was an entirely different, awe-inspiring experience. The near instinctive reverence was impossible to ignore. It was undeniably a mythic card. Yan Zhao's mouth dropped open in shock. He asked Lu Yu, "Mythic card? Who exactly are these people?" Since Lu Yu seemed close to them, Yan Zhao assumed he might know something about their backgrounds. Lu Yu knew He only briefly and had heard they were from Donglin province in the southeast district, a rather small place. Lu Yu was equally stunned and shook his head. "No idea." Jiang Yan reacted most intensely. She suddenly stood up, eyes fixed intently on the wasp. Her grandfather was a mythic card master and deeply knowledgeable about mythic cards. She had never heard of a one-star mythic card before. Zhao Linchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A flicker of change crossed his usually unreadable expression for the first time. Zhao Linchuan's figure suddenly flickered like smoke carried by the wind, dodging each of Huang Feng's attacks with uncanny precision. The duel reached a stalemate, and the tense atmosphere felt almost suffocating. Just then, Yang Xuan summoned the Jade Rabbit to speed up Huang Feng. With a loud buzz, Huang Feng lunged forward at lightning speed straight toward Zhao Linchuan. Zhao's eyebrows lifted slightly, a flash of surprise crossing his face, but he remained perfectly composed. The moment they made contact, his body seemed to dissolve into a breeze, while Huang Feng collided as if against a ripple in water, passing right through him. This was the power of Wind Veil Transformation, a wind element skill card that lets its user elementalize their body, moving freely like the wind. Ji He's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh, I've never seen this skill before. A faint smile curved Zhao Linchuan's lips, tinged with a hint of disdain. Huh, that's one I made myself. What, you think it's some run-off-the-mill card? People can't be judged by appearances. Turns out this guy's even a card maker. He lifted his chin and locked eyes with Xiao He. No future sticking with him. Join me, I've got your back. The attempt to poach right to his face showed no respect. Ji He couldn't help but laugh. Think I don't have a temper? At his thought, 7th Lord and 8th Lord instantly appeared at his sides. 7th Lord was tall and slender in white robes. 8th Lord was shorter, stockier, and clad in black. Their shared presence radiated an undeniable connection. The crowd immediately stirred. Jiang Yan's voice rose sharply, almost cracking. A synergy card? Su Qinghe clenched his sister's hand, face full of shock. What's going on? A myth synergy card? Yan Zhao's eyes almost popped out. I thought synergy cards only existed on ideal cards? No one mocked his ignorance. They themselves had only heard about myth synergy cards before. This was the first time anyone had seen one in person. Zhou Shuyun had just reached the doorway and felt a heavy, chilling divine aura. Standing with others at the entrance, she bowed slightly. Excuse me, but who's being referred to? Ji He refused to back down. Come on, let's fight. But Zhao Linchuan didn't hesitate. He sprinted furiously down the corridor, calculating as he ran. Who really thinks I'm stupid enough to waste energy on a pointless fight like this? Once back on Blue Star, it'll bring 100 or so people to settle accounts with these guys. Seeing this, Ji He stopped chasing and turned to Lin Yinzhou. Has he always been like this? Lin Yinzhou nodded vigorously. Yep, that temper's always been his. Ji He frowned. You all put up with it. Lin Yinzhou looked at the surprise on Ji He's face and thought of Zhao Linchuan's usual arrogant, self-centered demeanor. His fingers twitched unconsciously. Usually, we just ignore him. Ji He fell silent. But, Lin Yinzhou went on, when it comes to guys like him who deserve a beating, he won't start fights on his own. But if you pick a fight with him, he'll beat you up good. If he can't handle it solo, he calls for reinforcements. Ji He furrowed his brows slightly, weighing it up. So far, he hadn't met anyone better at calling for backup. If they really come at me, better run fast with whoever I call. With that thought, Ji He couldn't help but laugh. Getting chased off like that? What a humiliation. Xiao He grinned and asked, what's so funny? Ji He replied, just thinking how after leaving Shulin, if I can't find people to fight with me and end up being chased away instead, that'd be so embarrassing. Chen Chen said in surprise, that's new. Someone worried about their social circle after seeing a box. Ji He rolled his eyes in resignation. Easy for you to say, like him some big hit with everyone. Chen Chen chuckled and teased, aren't you though? Question marks kept multiplying above Ji He's head, and he couldn't help but retort, just what the hell do you think him like? Chen Shun counted off on her fingers, explaining one by one. A top student who hates studying, someone who fits seamlessly into any social circle, a basket full of love letters. Ruthless when serious, she spoke with enthusiasm, eyes sparkling. Ji He's forehead veins bulged. Suddenly he slapped her head down firmly and growled, enough, shut up. Looking up, he caught the faintly mocking gazes of onlookers and twitched the corner of his mouth. He forced a bitter smile and explained, kid's young, talks nonsense. Then he quickly changed the subject. Has Minister Liu arrived yet? A calm, steady male voice came from the door. I'm already here. Ji He, who had just spoken casually, was startled by the tone and quickly responded, Minister, hello. Lu Xingyao stepped into the meeting room, his gaze sweeping over the 7th and 8th lords behind Ji He, showing a hint of surprise. According to the data, Ji He should only have one myth card, yet now there were two linked cards at that. Why hadn't the records been updated? It was puzzling. Lu Xingyao's eyes were deep, and the smile on his lips was unusually gentle and courteous. Taking his seat at the head of the table, he gestured toward the door and said, come in. Then to Ji He and Xiao He, put the cards away. They complied immediately. Those blocking the doorway to watch the scene also took their seats one by one. Zhao Linchuan was the last to enter. Rather than sitting with the others inside, he chose a chair by the door, sitting alone. Lu Xingyao ignored the seating arrangement and said in a low voice, the Zhao family member, close the door. Zhao Linchuan frowned, unwillingly got up, and went to close the meeting room door. With a slight thought from Lu Xingyao, a neat stack of bound documents appeared on the table, one set per person. He picked up half a stack, took one copy for himself, and passed the rest down. Lin Yanzhou took the remaining half stack and did the same. Zhao Linchuan received the last copy from Lin Yanzhou, eyes fixed intently on He, who didn't even glance at him but focused on opening his document. Bitterly, Zhao Linchuan sneered, so petty. He ignored him and kept reading seriously. Inside the meeting room, the two sides had 24 and 25 people respectively, originally an even split if one per person. But He deliberately took one fewer copy, prompting Zhao Linchuan to guess. Could it be he deliberately swallowed one? The cover page of the first document boldly stated, Basic Cognition Archive of the Yuanshua Star Civilization Phase 1. A note below clarified. According to Card Master rank standards, Yuanshua Star is tentatively classified as a 1.5 tier energy planet. Opening to the first page, the data appeared. Preliminary exploration of Yuanshua Star showed about 80 of residents were ordinary people, 12 were first-tier entry-level ability users, 5 classified as first-tier mid-level, and 3 as first-tier high-level abilities. These numbers were for reference only, not exact statistics. Regarding population distribution, about 65 lived on land, 35 on oceanic islands or vessels. Because the data came from the Starfield Exploration Team's distant observation, it had inherent limitations and was for reference only. Flipping through the pages, there were rows of photos of wooden buildings, their style vaguely echoing traditional Chinese aesthetics, but not quite the same. Yuanshua Star's roofs were extremely flat, with no tiles, and had a faint glossy film. Curiously, almost every roof was cluttered with various objects. But as he scoured every photo, no matter the angle, not a single ladder's shadow appeared. He quickly pushed the doubt aside. Perhaps it was because they had already taken down the ladder, so there was nothing extraordinary to fuss over. Her attention soon returned to the battlefield images she was reviewing. The scale of the war depicted didn't seem particularly large. At most, the number of corpses visible in the photos amounted to tens of thousands, combining both sides. The soldiers' attire differed clearly between the two armies, though both wore short jackets, long trousers, and leather boots, resembling a style somewhat like the ancient nomadic clothing. In contrast, the few figures he had seen earlier in the ancient building photos wore cross-collared robes that looked more like the garments from the Warring States period. The key difference lay in the sleeves on this Yuanshua Star. The clothing wasn't loose and flowing, but rather tailored with narrow sleeves that fit the body closely. Was this a uniform style of the planet, or a sign of social class between nobles and commoners? There was no clear conclusion yet. She continued flipping the pages. Just as she began unfolding the next photo, a few surprised and uneasy murmurs broke out in the conference room. Someone whispered, "This looks way too strange. Are these really humans?" He's curiosity was piqued by this sudden reaction, and she quickly brought that page into focus. The next set of data centered around the ocean, clearly focusing on the traits of maritime dwellers rather than landscapes. Though blurry, the images showed humans with bird-like heads and a pair of slender, featherless wings on their backwings, clearly no longer capable of flight. As she flipped further, close-ups of arms and legs about 3 meters in length appeared. Apart from these obvious oddities, their other limbs resembled those of humans from Earth. The proportions were wildly unbalanced, giving their bodies an eerie, grotesque appearance. He was stunned and instinctively flipped back to review the land-based figures those people bore, strikingly normal human proportions, almost ordinary. Lin Nanxing also stared thoughtfully at the photos. These humans living in the ocean look completely different from us. How are we supposed to blend in with them? Jihe's mind raced. She immediately responded, "Let's disguise ourselves as land dwellers first and infiltrate their society. We should find some talented people from the land to gather intel, understand their ability rankings, and maybe find a plausible excuse like a mutation to reasonably enter the ocean community." Lin Nanxing nodded, unsurprised at Jihe's quick answer. But the expressions on the faces of others overhearing the conversation shifted subtly. Lin Yanzhou prided himself on being one of the few smart ones. Yet in this moment, he couldn't come up with a reasonable plan in just a few seconds. He had already instinctively run through ideas, but before he could finish one cycle of thinking, He gave her answer swiftly. Such a rapid reaction time was unprecedented among their peers. Moreover, her answer was not a wild guess, but a well-considered conclusion. Lin Yanzhou couldn't help but glance at Jihe, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. How fast does her mind work? Suddenly, he felt somewhat disoriented, doubting if he had been overestimating himself and might not be as smart as he thought. Was his prestigious background blinding him to his true capabilities? He shook his head hard and forcefully pushed away the confusion. No, it's not that I'm not smart enough. It's just that this person in front of me is truly extraordinary. His sense of defeat was hard to describe, and he thought silently. How can I even compare? On paper, I simply can't outmatch her. His reflexes weren't up to par either. His only hope of becoming team leader now rested on Minister Lu pulling some strings based on their family connection. But that was next to impossible, practically negligible. Forget it. Lin Yanzhou gave up completely. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, he simply couldn't win. The smile on Lu Xingyao's face grew deeper. He couldn't help but silently praise Professor Zheng for unearthing such a promising talent. This seedling was indeed excellent clean background, outstanding personal ability, strong leadership, and quick reflexes. The kid seemed honest too, without any malicious intent, just didn't like being taken advantage of. That was perfectly reasonable though, considering his youth. Besides, even an old bag of bones like himself didn't appreciate being shortchanged. Not exactly a flaw. After a long pause, Lu Xingyao spoke up. Everyone finished reading? Scattered responses of finished came from below. Any questions? The moment the words left his mouth, a cacophony of questions erupted. Were those winged beings really human? Were the long-armed, long-legged races from the same ethnic group? Did the land dwellers also have peculiar traits? Could the settlements on the islands truly be called cities, or were they just tribes? How did someone from the water element end up mixed into these teams for missions? Questions came flooding in, nearly overwhelming Lu Xingyao. He scanned the room and pointed to the quiet girl with braided hair who had raised her hand. You go ahead. Zhou Xuan stood up, first bowing deeply before asking. Minister Lu, hello. May I ask how the power structure on land is divided? What specific dynasties exist? Who are the opposing sides? Lu Xingyao gently gestured for her to sit back down. Good question. He began to answer. Zhou Xuan listened attentively, but regrettably said, we don't know either. She couldn't hide her disappointment, but still responded politely. Thank you for your answer. Lu Xingyao then proceeded to address the other questions one by one. Both the bird-headed winged people and the long-limbed races were human, just different ethnicities. As for how the water element user got mixed into the maritime team, he turned his gaze to Ji He. You explain. Not everyone had heard what Ji He said earlier. People naturally miss things when focused elsewhere. Ji He concisely repeated the explanation he'd given Lin Nanqing. Lu Xingyao summarized. That's the current situation. Also, once you enter Yuan Shua Star, absolutely don't provoke conflicts unnecessarily. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Zhao Linchuan. Zhao Linchuan noticed, and his hair practically stood on end. Don't single me out. I have that much sense at least. Lu Xingyao nodded with satisfaction. Good to know. He continued. That said, if someone picks a fight with you, don't be too restrained either. Find someplace private and handle it cleanly. What? Ji He and the others were nearly stunned, staring at him in shock. The other 44 people, however, were already accustomed to this. Xiaoyi glanced around. Most showed no reaction and couldn't help but sigh. The big cities really are full of schemes. Those of us from small places can step into traps if we're not careful. City folks sure have ruthless minds. Lu Xingyao looked at them and chuckled. What? Can't bring yourselves to do it. Chen Qin toyed with her email piercers, deliberately putting on a fierce expression. How could that be? We're not stupid, we know the consequences of fighting back. We just didn't expect the Qin Kingdom's higher-ups to be this Machiavellian. These tactics are practically worn on their faces. Then Lu Xingyao took out hundreds of neatly folded sets of clothes from his bag and piled them all over the conference table. The group of first-level rookies present looked at the massive stack of clothes with envy shining in their eyes. Normally, when they went out, they had to carry a heavy bag full of supplies and carefully pick what to bring, but they could never manage to bring this many changes of clothes. Lu Xingyao said calmly, when you get back, everyone change into these. We're just this set for the next few days to adjust your Oridont dress too awkwardly. Ji He picked up a set and unfolded it carefully. It was the traditional attire worn by the Yuan Shua Star people depicted in the images. The clothes were made from cotton and linen, feeling slightly rough to the touch, with a simple and rustic texture. While others might have different opinions, Ji He was unexpectedly fond of that primitive quality. The wardrobe also had ordinary square cloths made into bundles. Lu Xingyao reminded them, the bags you carry look like they'll give you away at a glance. These bundles are more solid, don't let anyone see through you so easily. His gaze swept over the group again as Lu Xingyao continued. Someone will come to help you grow your hair longer from now on. Your hair is too short right now. It doesn't suit the look. He paused, then announced, Ji He, you're the team leader for this mission. Any objections? Zhao Linchuan immediately raised his hand and shouted, I do. Without hesitation, Lu Xingyao said, fine, it's decided. Zhao Linchuan quickly blurted, I said I have objections. Lu Xingyao curtly replied, dismissed. Zhao Linchuan tried to block the way, but was forced back by Lu Xingyao's piercing gaze. As the head of the department, nobody dared to offend Lu Xingyao, let alone someone junior like Zhao Linchuan. Lu Xingyao disappeared through the doorway without looking back. The room fell silent. Ji He stood up and cleared his throat. Don't rush off yet. Let's start with introductions. He began, I'm Ji He, a card maker. I hold 2 myth cards that deal strong damage and have control-breaking abilities, with absolute suppression over shadow spirits. Zhao Linchuan crossed his arms defiantly, scowling, I'm not cooperating. Ji He shot back bluntly, then act on your own. Zhao Linchuan looked baffled. Why won't he just follow the usual routine? A burst of laughter followed. mixed with some teasing remarks at Zhao Linchuan's expense. Everyone saw clearly that though Zhao Linchuan was vicious outside, this was a team mission environment. No one would tolerate his bullying here. Those who had worried he might cause trouble now let their guard down. Zhao Linchuan fumed, wanting to slam the table, but he snapped impatiently. If you make noise again, get out. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Linchuan finally sat back down. He knew well enough how miserable it would be to be kicked out and operate alone. He ignored him and went on, one by one. Tell me your abilities, keep it brief. I just want a rough understanding. Actually, Lu Xingyao surely had files on these people already, but since he wasn't around this time, he had to figure it out himself. If he couldn't, that meant he wasn't competent. If even one was unqualified, they'd be replaced. Lu Xingyao valued he, but wasn't focused only on him. Lin Yanzhou was the first to cooperate. A strong metal attribute user, skilled in offense and defense, with the ability to stealthily kill. His abilities were well-rounded. Nodded and looked at the next person. Lin Yanzhou had a strong reputation. Many promptly complied on seeing him, sharing their basic capabilities. A few stubborn youths refused, so he had Su Yifan and Chen Chen step forward for a mixed doubles match. Once defeated, the reluctant ones joined smoothly. Su Yifan and Chen Chen looked at the rest with bright eyes. They had never encountered peers so tough, even hoping for more unruly members to challenge. With those examples set, everyone else followed suit, including the most defiant Zhao Linchuan. In less than 20 minutes, he completed the task. He hadn't brought paper or pen. Everything was committed to memory, planning to organize it all once back in his room. When the meeting ended, he pushed the door open and a weary-looking middle-aged woman walked in, half lifting her eyelids. Her voice was low but clear as she commanded, "Everyone, line up here." The sudden order left many people confused. After a moment, someone caught on and asked, "Those with long hair?" The woman nodded weakly, her face showing clear reluctance. Once everyone was lined up, she waved her hand gently, and countless fine vines suddenly appeared in the space around them. The tendrils subtly touched each person's scalp, releasing a faint wooden elemental energy. The crowd felt a slight itch on their scalps, and in the blink of an eye, their uneven short hair rapidly lengthened, as if accelerating growth, soon falling all the way down to their waists. The woman withdrew her hand, nodded, then turned and left, leaving the young people staring at one another, equally surprised and puzzled. Who laughed first was lost to time, but soon the entire meeting room was filled with laughter. The laughter drifted out through the open door, reaching the ears of the busy employees outside, easing their weariness somewhat. He brushed the long hair, covering her face back behind her head, and turned to the two girls in her group. "Any hair ties?" Chen Chen was struggling with her curly hair, sounding a bit irritated. "Have you ever seen me tie my hair up?" Lin Nanqing pulled out 2 spare hairbands from her waist pouch. Only these 2 left. He took one without hesitation, leaving the other to Chen Chen. He rummaged through his pocket. "I've got one here too." He usually liked tying his hair into a little wolf tail and was skilled at managing hair ties. He tied her hair up casually, not caring about neatness, just making sure it didn't cover her eyes. Before leaving, she reminded them, "Try to find some tutorials later on how to use headbands and wooden hairpins. Meet at the square at 7 tomorrow morning." Back in her small room, he stayed busy jotting down the names and abilities of the 50 people in a list. Over the next 3 days, she added their personalities and detailed relationships with each other meticulously. On the day the mission began, all 50 changed into ancient-style collared clothes with neatly tied hair, carrying the typical bundles seen in historical dramas, gathering at the square full of energy. Lu Xingyao stood at a distance, watching their refreshed appearance, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, a thought struck him, and suddenly a massive object appeared in the center of the square. Everyone turned their heads in unison, gazing up at the awe-inspiring starship, their voices caught in their throats. After a long moment, someone whispered uncertainly, "The starship." This starship stood 70 meters tall, its streamlined body smooth and compact. The bow was a rounded capsule-shaped crew compartment. The midsection was cylindrical, with subtle waists at the junctions with the bow and stern, giving the ship a sleek profile. The rear housed the engine bay, the ship's heart, capable of converting the energy of its pilots into propulsion to traverse the cosmos. On the side of the ship was a prominent ancient seal script character Qin, accompanied by the serial number Galaxy Dingmao. Name, Starship Galaxy. Type, Vehicle. Card quality. Attribute, None. Ability description. 1. Converts pilot energy into kinetic energy for smooth space travel. 2. Shares position with starships of the same model, enabling spatial link for short-range jumps with another Galaxy-class ship. 3. Constant communication with other same-model starships. 4. Cloaking feature activated by pilot's energy to render the ship invisible. 5. Powerful defense system with advanced protective capabilities. 6. Authorized to fly in the airspace of the Qin Kingdom. 7. Can land in any uninhabited area of the Qin Kingdom. 8. Authorized to access zones under the jurisdiction of the Interstellar Affairs Coordination Bureau. 9. Self-repairs damage automatically within the card slot while the core remains active. Note: this is a standard Qin Kingdom vehicle with interstellar travel capabilities, bearing dual seals from both the Qin Kingdom and the Interstellar Affairs Coordination Bureau, along with multiple operational privileges. 50 young men boarded the starship Milky Way one after another. As the last person stepped inside, the ramp retracted automatically, and the hatch slowly closed. Inside, no one sat down. Instead, they all pressed against the transparent walls, eyes fixed intently on the outside view. Unfortunately, although the starship was 70 meters tall, it seemed small and insignificant compared to the towering buildings outside. It couldn't give them the panoramic, awe-inspiring view of space they had hoped for. Su Yifan couldn't help but exclaim, "From the ground, those buildings don't look tall, but from up here they're huge." Xiao He agreed. Must be some kind of spatial technology we don't understand, something like optical distortion. But deep down he wondered, did this really count as true spatial tech? Just as the boys excitedly pointed and chatted about what they saw, Lu Xingyo's voice broke through. "Everyone, return to your seats." Though reluctant, the youths slowly turned and sat down. As soon as they settled, the seatbelts on both sides snapped tightly into place. Lu Xingyao activated his card power and called the Dingwei ship. A reply came through. "Dingmao ship is about to open a spatial portal. Prepare yourselves." He then counted down by hand. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden feeling of weightlessness swept over everyone. It was as if the space around them vanished in an instant, their bodies uncontrollably drifting upwards, only held back by the tight seatbelts. Jihe instinctively gripped the armrests, mouth opening in surprise, but no sound coming out, so she wisely shut it again. After who knew how long, the intense weightlessness slowly faded, and the group gradually regained their balance. Someone whispered, "This spatial tunnel is way too intense." That sparked a chorus of shaken agreement. The sensation was definitely unpleasant, completely losing control of their bodies and being at the mercy of the environment. Lu Xingyao said calmly, "It's like this the first time every time. You'll get used to it." He didn't believe him at all. "Really? Don't forget we're still only at rank 1. Silence fell for a few seconds, and Lu Xingyao was left speechless, creating an awkward atmosphere. He sighed deeply and finally changed the subject. "All right, enough talk. We've arrived." The youths came back to their senses, unbuckled their seatbelts, and leaned back against the cabin walls. A blue-green planet appeared before their eyes. The shock of seeing a world that nurtured civilization from the outside struck them silent. That strange, profound resonance stirred deep within their hearts, words failing to capture the feeling. "All right, take your time looking around when we return. For now, we have a mission to complete." Lu Xingyao clapped his hands, drawing their attention back. "First, we need to solve the language problem." Before he finished, a beautiful woman radiating divine light appeared beside him. She wore a teal robe with sleeves and hems embroidered in flowing ancient script. Her hair was tied high with a jade hairpin. Her expression was cold, eyes void of any emotion. Just her presence inspired involuntary awe and the urge to kneel and worship. Lu Xingyao introduced her. "This is Yin." A suppressed gasp echoed through the cabin. According to legend, this deity was widely known on Blue Star. Yin gently raised her hand, fingertips releasing soft beams of light that slowly entered each person's forehead, as if infusing some unknown power into their bodies. A wave of coolness suddenly swept through everyone's minds, as if a seed had quietly taken root and begun to sprout inside their heads. Lu Xingyo's ability could enable them to quickly grasp a language and retain complete mastery of it permanently. He blurted out, "Amazing. I knew the communication department could solve language barriers, but I never expected it to be like this. Permanent mastery. This is unbelievable." Yet a trace of doubt flickered in Jihe's eyes. Yuan Shua Star consisted of multiple countries, with separate civilizations along its coasts and inland areas, each with vastly different languages and scripts. Mastering just one wouldn't be nearly enough. The others had grown up on the unified Blue Star, where a single language dominated, so they couldn't truly appreciate how complicated this was. Only Jihe, burdened since childhood with learning English, understood deeply how many distinct languages and writing systems could emerge on such a divided planet. Not to mention the numerous unique tongues from various ethnic groups within their ancestral homelands. Lu Xingyao shrugged. "The nature of languages can't be combined. You have to choose." Jihe's eyes widened. "Wait, seriously? That's not reliable at all." "Can't be helped," Lu Xingyao said calmly. "You have to make your own choice." Jihe sighed resignedly, forced to accept the reality. Functional deities on Blue Star were already rare, mostly born from disasters or war, skilled in combat. It was a blessing to have a language comprehension ability at all. Being picky was unrealistic. So he pushed himself to calm down when Siu Star's priority had to be raised above all else. Then Lu Xingyao applied buffs to all of them, slow descent and enhanced defense, opened the hatch, and sent them plummeting into Yuan Shua Star's atmosphere. As the silhouettes of the 50 youths gradually vanished, the starship retracted and quietly hovered in stealth mode aboard the Dingwei. The Dingwei belonged to the exploration department, and rules forbade direct contact with these youths dispatched on the Yuan Shuo mission. Chewing grabbed Lu Xingyao's arm. "How are the kids?" "All excellent," Lu Xingyao replied. "They're well prepared to handle whatever crisis might arise on Yuan Shuo. Even if communication fails, they can manage by force alone." Chewing nodded. "Good. How's the progress of the other teams?" Lu Xingyao asked. Jiang Hongya chimed in. "The Bingzhou seems to have made some discoveries." Chewing took over, eyes meaningful. "You'll find out in a few days." Lu Xingyao was patient, nodding before shifting to casual conversation. Meanwhile, the 50 youths hurtled rapidly toward the planet's surface. "Ji," he shouted. "Zhou Shuyan, Jiang Lin, Mu Qing, tie everyone together with vines." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tight grip on his waist, thick vines wrapped around his wrist like steel cables. The safety measures seemed almost theatrical, but backed by a 7th-tier card master. Even crossing the atmosphere of a 1.5 level star was no problem. He felt no burning or freezing on his skin, effortlessly passing through the outer atmosphere as if slicing through an invisible membrane, his breathing steady the whole time. Looking downward, the first thing the youths saw was a dense layer of clouds, thick and piled high, obscuring the ground below. Only after penetrating the clouds did the vast landscape slowly come into view. The boys thoroughly enjoyed the sensation of falling. The roaring wind rushed past their ears, clouds shifted and floated around them, and their bodies kept plummeting downward, as if they were birds soaring freely through the sky. Until now, they had been bound by endless studies, and this was the first time they truly felt so unrestrained. Some couldn't help but shout aloud, as if trying to release a long-suppressed heaviness from their hearts. When they looked at each other, every face wore the same exhilarating smile. Only when the town below came clearly into view did the boys reluctantly quiet down. He pointed to a mountain near the township and said, "Let's land in that mountain. Stay away from crowded places." After 3 days together, they had gained a basic understanding of each other and established a foundational trust in He as their leader. Everyone nodded in agreement. He added, "When there are many people around, even the simplest orders must be clearly stated to ensure everyone knows exactly what to do." As they descended further, the dense forest gradually gave way to a small temple nestled in the mountains. The boys from Blue Star were drawn to this run-down temple deep in the hills, its architectural style unlike anything they had seen before. He felt a flicker of familiarity, as if the place held some hidden resonance. The mountains separated 2 towns, and this temple sat like a secret guardian between them. At night, if groups of woodcutters, hunters, or scholars visited, it would complete a perfect rural tableau. With a faint sense of anticipation, he led the group to land in front of the mountain god's temple. The boys from Blue Star examined it curiously. Though ancient and worn, the roof and walls bore careful repairs evidently. The place was not abandoned. The temple door stood open, revealing a striking clay statue inside. The figure was an imposing elder with white hair and long beard, dressed in a deep indigo robe. It sounded ordinary, but the 2 thin, vine-like legs that stretched for dozens of meters, coiling and entwining in intricate patterns, were extraordinarily eye-catching. The old man sat upright on a divine throne, with 3 plates of slightly shriveled, partly rotting fruit on the altar before him. Lin Yanzhou stepped over the tall threshold, frowning slightly. "These offerings have been here at least half a month. Do the people here not respect the gods?" On Blue Star, temples always had caretakers and regular maintenance. None of the boys had seen such a poor, dilapidated shrine before. He rarely lowered his gaze, speaking softly. "This is probably the most reverent way they know. When supernatural powers are used to oppress ordinary people instead of liberate productivity, in a materially poor era, having fresh fruit to offer means the greatest respect for the gods." This was only his guess, but deep inside, a quiet certainty stirred. He pondered further. Blue Star's ability to give everyone a chance to walk the path of the extraordinary was the indelible achievement of the first emperor. Only those with great ambition dared to open this path to all, rather than letting a privileged few monopolize power and oppress ordinary people, forcibly dividing them into rigid classes. Reflecting on history, he even felt a trace of gratitude. If the ruler had been anyone else besides that brilliant first emperor, such confidence and courage would not have existed. Nearly everyone present was extraordinarily intelligent and grasped the deeper meaning behind Jihe's words. That's probably how it was. Jihe and the others kept studying the weathered plaque above the temple gate, as well as the couplets hanging beside the door. The characters were so strange and confusing that no one could make sense of them, looking like chaotic scribbles, which is a pretty typical reaction when people face unfamiliar writing. The mountain god temple itself wasn't large, and there were no other clues to investigate. So Jihe gathered Xiao He, Zhao Linchuan, and Zhou Shuyun. The 4 of them decided to first head down to the nearby town to gather information, learn the writing of this world, and then figure out the situation around them. Xiao He and Zhao Linchuan both had wind affinity, quick and agile. perfect for scouting and intelligence gathering. Zhou Shuyan specialized in confusion techniques and was good at drawing information out through conversation. He planned to stick with them to get close to the townsfolk and learn the details of their daily lives. He turned to Lin Yanzhou and said, "They'll leave this spot to you. Check the mountain for anything unusual. When the incense stops burning on a mountain, something's usually off. Whether it's tigers prowling, evil spirits at work, or just rumors, we need to find out for sure." The forest was extensive, and to finish exploring before dark, the remaining 46 people barely got any rest. Lin Yanzhou nodded in agreement. "Got it. If I find anything strange, I want to act on it right away." He gave one last instruction before he, Xiao He, and Zhao Linchuan set off downhill at a fast pace. Zhao Linchuan was still displeased with He's attitude, but He didn't force the issue. "You take Zhou Shuyun. That's fine, right?" he asked. Zhao Linchuan glanced at Zhou Shuyun, frowning slightly with reluctance in his voice. "Yeah, fine." He patted his own shoulder, then placed a hand on He's shoulder. By then, Zhou Shuyun had undone her delicate twisted braids, wearing her hair swept up high with a single wooden pin. Her pale blue cross-collared outfit fit snugly, a thin matching belt cinching her waist, making her frame look slender and upright. There was an elegant, refined aura about her. She leaned in slightly and whispered, "Thank you for the trouble." Then she rested her hand on Zhao Linchuan's shoulder. Zhao Linchuan immediately frowned. "Hurry up." He hesitated, then added, "Wait, it'll carry you." Zhou Shuyun was silent for a few seconds, but didn't refuse in the end. While they hesitated, He already lunged onto Xiao He's back. "Big He, let's go." Xiao He sighed wryly. "You're way too practiced at this." He blinked. "Practiced?" Xiao He half smiled. "Don't forget how many times Fan has carried you recently." He suddenly understood. "I guess that's how I learned." The two chatted and laughed, the mood light. Meanwhile, Zhao Linchuan quickly slung Zhou Shuyun on his back, and the two of them dashed downhill like the wind. By the time they descended from the heights, they'd already roughly located the town. There was a narrow path overgrown with weeds in the mountain, easy to follow. True to their reputation, the wind types were incredibly fast. Riding on Xiao He's back, He felt like had climbed onto a speeding vehicle as the scenery whirled past at astonishing speed. He whispered to Zhou Shuyun, "This feels pretty great." Zhou Shuyun nodded. "Yeah, Zhao's speed is amazing." He grinned. "I'm thinking of getting a wind affinity ride." Zhou Shuyun laughed in agreement. "Wind vehicles are definitely popular." Xiao He cut in. Hey, what do you take me for?" Zhao Linchuan's veins twitched as he warned, "Don't get carried away." Xiao He and Zhao Linchuan exchanged a glance that held a rare, shared empathy. He slapped Xiao He's head playfully. "You're the brother, of course." Xiao He was unimpressed and snorted. "Thinking of starting a side business?" He couldn't help but burst out laughing. With Xiao He and Zhao Linchuan's pace, the four of them quietly approached the town's outskirts in less than an hour. It was spring under the Yuanshua star, and the fields and paths outside the city were dotted with people enjoying the outdoors. Most were in small groups of 3 to 5. Solo travelers were rare. He and her companions waited silently nearby until finally, one person broke away from the crowd, seemingly wanting to return to town early. Xiao He gently guided the yellow wasp, precisely injecting just enough toxin to only partially sedate the man. When his awareness became blurred but he hadn't completely lost consciousness, Xiao He quickly stepped forward, scooped him onto his back, and took off running. After 3 days of wandering outside the city, Chue Yin and Chue Yuan's excursions had begun to grow dull. After bidding farewell to friends, he decided to return alone. Just as he stepped away from the edge of the crowd to walk briskly forward, a sharp sting suddenly jabbed the back of his neck. A buzzing filled his ears, clearly a bee causing trouble. Before he could react to swat it away, a wave of dizziness swept his mind as if he were floating weightlessly. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, he saw before him an old man with long white hair and beard. Though somewhat hazy, the figure triggered a faint sense of familiarity deep inside him. Suddenly, a flash of insight shot through his mind, filling him with overwhelming excitement. "Lan Gong!" he cried out, eyes shining with hope. But the Lan Gong in front of him gave no response. He and the others quietly repeated the strange name on his lips, knowing it must be the name of a revered mountain deity from legend. Zhou Shuyun clenched his focus, sensing a drastic shift in Chue Yuan's vision. The Lan Gong vanished without a trace, replaced by an eerie, ancient academy. An invisible pressure compelled Chue Yuan to endlessly recite the scattered memories of the books he could still recall. Repeated countless times, he then picked up pen and paper seemingly from nowhere, mechanically copying the words while muttering them under his breath without awareness. It was like a nightmare, his face twisted in torment. Though his hand didn't stop, his mind desperately urged himself to awaken from this nightmare. Zhou Shuyun's complexion paled as he felt Chue Yuan's mental resistance intensify, his own psychic energy nearly spent. He endured for a full 3 hours. "He, come help me," he finally called out. With a single sting from the yellow wasp, Chue Yuan was accurately subdued once more. As he fell unconscious, His expression was surprisingly peaceful. During those 3 hours, the formation set by Lu Xingyao remained active, allowing the four to imprint every chant and written word Chuyin produced deeply into their minds. Afterward, they hid nearby, eavesdropping on passing townsfolk's casual conversations, confirming their own understanding of everyday language was flawless. Only then did they feel safe lifting Chue Yuan and set out to look for his friends. When Mei Ji, Qi Ji, Beiying, and Dian saw Chue Yuan unconscious, panic spread across their faces. Mei Ji quickly took him in her arms, then eyed Ji He and the others warily. What happened to him? Ji He replied. He seems to have been stung by a poisonous insect. We found him collapsed on the ground and tracked you down. Qi Ji, Beiying, and Duyun immediately gathered closer. Duyun felt Chue Yuan's breath and sighed in relief. He's still alive. Qi Ji wore a worried look. He looks very pale. We need to get him to a healer right away. The four expressed their thanks. Thanks to you, he's alive. We'll go find a doctor now. Goodbye. Just then, Ji He noticed there were no horses nearby. Before he could think of how to travel quickly, the four's legs suddenly lengthened dramatically, stretching to over 10 meters. Their giant limbs hit the ground with earth-shaking force. With enormous strides, they covered over 100 meters in an instant. Holy! Ji He, Xiao He, and Zhao Linchuan were dumbfounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. Zhou Shuyun covered her mouth, struggling to hold back the sound that threatened to escape. Her narrowed pupils silently revealed the shock she felt inside. Xiao He's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, then spoke in a low voice. I'm not mistaken, right? These should all be ordinary people? Zhao Linchuan stared at the disappearing figures with a dazed expression. I think they are ordinary people too. Ji He recalled the scenes in the photos where the rooftops looked unusually smooth. There were piles of clutter scattered messily on top. She had initially thought someone had climbed up a ladder, but now it seemed there was no need for one at all. Her thoughts raced rapidly, and her gaze tightened. Their pants, did they grow longer as their legs stretched? Xiao He, Zhao Linchuan, and Zhou Shuyun froze. Then, after a moment of reflection, Zhou Shuyun nodded slowly. It seems so. I was too shocked just now to notice these details. Still, she comforted herself that there were plenty of people around. Sooner or later someone would return. So they patiently waited for a full hour. This time, when they finally saw the locals' elongated legs sprinting swiftly again, all four were fully focused and watched clearly the fabric of these people's clothes morphing with the movements of their limbs. Surprisingly, none of these people emitted any energy fluctuations, but the clothes released faint energy waves when stretched. In other words, the clothes' deformation wasn't directly controlled by the wearers, but was a passive adaptation to their changing body shape. This was no simple matter. Even more unbelievable was that this special fabric seemed almost universally used by everyone. Instantly, two words popped into Ji He's mind. Resources. This fabric definitely qualified as a unique and rare resource. This was great news. Once Blue Star established diplomatic relations with Yuan Shua Star, there would naturally be exchanges of interests. Blue Star couldn't just become a sucker providing aid endlessly. The resource might become a bargaining chip. Ji He excitedly leaned back against Xiao He's shoulder and whispered, let's head into town. From their discussions at the Kuyuan outpost, they had gathered the basics of this world. The locals of Yuan Shua Star called this world Haolon Continent, which was divided into 3 countries, Zhao, Yi, and Lin. Of course, this only referred to the land. Kuyuan had no knowledge of the ocean beyond. Besides these 3 countries, there were 4 powers on the land that stood above even the states, named Foam Village, Ice Island, Flame Mountain, and Medicine Valley. The 4 teenagers were full of questions at this news. Zhao Linchuan frowned. What kind of thing could stand above a country? Xiao He was equally puzzled. Zhou Shuyun opened her mouth, wanting to explain but feeling the weight of politeness stuck in her throat, finally settling on a sheepish, sorry, I don't understand that either. Ji He shook her head and smiled. The stars and sky are vast and full of wonders. Consider it a learning experience. But Zhao Linchuan couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. What a load of nonsense. They also learned about a devastating war that shocked the world. Lin and Yi had erupted into a protracted conflict over territory disputes. Not long after the war broke out, cataclysmic disasters struck: earthquakes, mountain collapses, rivers running backward, tsunamis ravaging, and the sky appearing to tear open. The 4 great powers, Foam Village, Flame Mountain, Ice Island, and Medicine Valley, jointly declared that the disasters were heaven's punishment for Lin and Yi's reckless war. Only after the 2 kings issued self-critical edicts did the calamities gradually subside. The 4 exchanged meaningful looks, realizing this was likely the ripple effect of that 3rd-level senior's accidental intervention, unexpectedly stopping a war, which was a small blessing amid misfortune. Finally, they confirmed their current location: Zhao Country, specifically Zhejiang's Jinshe County. The unlucky fellow they had captured was none other than the county magistrate's son. Fortunately, customs here were simple and honest, vastly different from the ancient dramas Ji He remembered. The magistrate's son surprisingly had no escorts or guards. The town was built to ordinary standards, so the natives had to revert to their normal appearances once inside the city gates. He and the other three silently blended into the crowd of tourists and successfully entered the county seat. The streets were much tidier than they had expected. The houses were neatly rectangular and arranged in an orderly yet varied pattern, giving off a unique sense of harmonious beauty. Walking along the street, he saw some people buying things with copper coins and silver. He casually took out some silver he had prepared in advance from his bundle. Each of them carried hidden treasures of gold and silver just in case luck favored them and they could be used as currency. He quickly squeezed through to a small stall surrounded by a group of children. The stall owner was a woman with a blue headscarf. In front of her sat a clay brazier with several copper skewers coated in honey, each strung with fist-sized, colorful sugar-coated balls emitting a rich, sweet aroma. The waiting children could barely contain themselves, eagerly holding out copper coins. "Auntie, I want one cloud candy." So that's what they called it, cloud candy. He followed naturally. "Auntie, I'd like 4 cloud candies." He handed over a tael of silver from his pouch. The woman glanced at the silver with some hesitation. "4 of these cost 8 when in copper coins, you." He smiled warmly and explained, "I'm out of copper coins. Please forgive me, Auntie." The woman's mood brightened a little, touched by his radiant smile, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. "That's no problem. I'll get them for you." After handing over 4 cloud candies, she opened her money box and carefully counted out copper coins to give as change before passing it back to He. He accepted it with a beaming smile and joked, "Thank you, Auntie. You're the most beautiful auntie in the world." The woman laughed heartily. Around them, the children looked on enviously. He took the opportunity to slip away from the crowd. He walked to Xiao He, Zhao Linchuan, and Zhou Shuyun, handing each of them a cloud candy. "Try it, it looks delicious." Then he bit into his own. The candy shell cracked crisply, and inside was soft and chewy with surprisingly delicate texture. "It's really good." He smiled as he continued walking. Zhou Shuyun accepted the candy politely. "Thank you for the treat." Zhao Linchuan, reflecting on He's earlier behavior, updated his opinion of him once again. At least this guy adjusted quickly and naturally, showing no awkwardness or hesitation despite the unfamiliar surroundings. The 4 wandered around the county town, with he spending the most time at the grain store, clinic, and tavern. The staple foods here were also mainly rice and wheat flour. Grain prices were 70 won per dough, roughly 6 won per jean. The clinic's diagnosis was very much like traditional Chinese medicine, looking, smelling, questioning, and pulse taking, except all the medicines were prepared as pills. He bought 2 bottles of medicine to prevent wind-cold ailments. The ceramic bottles were smooth and bore the inscription Yaogu manufactured on the bottom. They visited several clinics, almost all with queues of people buying medicine. He maneuvered skillfully through the crowd, slipping past the medicine counters, noticing that all the pills on the shelves were produced by Yaogu. A chill ran through him. A monopoly. No wonder Yaogu dared to claim it stood above the state. If the other 2 countries had similarly comprehensive monopolies, their arrogance was no surprise, their ambitions easily inflated and flying high. At the tavern, he overheard a piece of important news worth digging into. Rumor had it that the 3 great powers in Shan, Bingdao, and the Medicine Valley had all sent envoys to Zhaoguo to apply pressure. If the king continued to resist submission, the Medicine Valley would cut off Zhaoguo's medicinal supplies, while Yanshan and Bingdao would withhold their immortal masters from suppressing the evil spirits plaguing the country. In such a crucial matter, the wise king seemed to falter, ultimately leaving ordinary citizens to bear the consequences. Without medicine, the evil spirits would run rampant, and the people would suffer the most. Had Lord Hung and Lord Yun not tried to advise the king? They had, but to no avail. The king refused to listen to anyone. To antagonize 3 of the 4 Qiangshan's great powers, was the king afraid that Zhaoguo might fall? Faced with these passionate accusations, he stopped listening. They were just a chorus of righteous indignation, lacking any concrete substance. Zhou Shuyun glanced at He. "Where do we go from here?" He paused thoughtfully before replying. "We've been out long enough. Let's head back." On the way back, Xiao He and Zhao Linchuan each carried He and Zhou Shuyun on their backs as the 4 sped through the forest. Inevitably, their conversation drifted back to the news they'd just heard. Zhao Linchuan frowned. These people are so ignorant, thinking the king should obey those so-called 4 Qiongtian. Just hearing that name makes my blood boil. Xiao He sneered. For factions calling themselves 4 Qiangshan, how arrogant. Do they mean to dominate the entire continent? He remained silent, deep in thought. After all, these were just rumors, their truth uncertain, requiring further verification. Night had fallen by the time the 3 returned to the mountain god temple. At the temple gate, a bonfire blazed, and Su Yifan was busy roasting meat with 4 or 5 helpers nearby. The sizzling aroma immediately made He's stomach growl. He jumped down from Xiao Yi's back and called out loudly, "Yifan, save me some." Su Yifan heard the familiar voice and looked up, shouting back, "Got it." Soon, 50 teenagers sat around the fire, eating and chatting. He shared the news head uncovered. sparking a wave of thoughtful silence. Lin Yinzhou fixed his gaze on Ji He. Which side do you lean toward? Ji He chewed on his meat and answered, hard to say. The truth of the news is still uncertain. Lin Yinzhou pressed, and if it's true? Ji He set down his meat, eyes firm. Then we go see the territories controlled by the four Qiongtian for ourselves, compare firsthand. If that doesn't work, we'll figure out how to support Zhaohua. The Zhaowang hasn't said much, but he certainly lacks neither vision nor determination. Lin Yinzhou nodded, sharing Ji He's view. Even a remote county was full of complaints, let alone the whole country. For the Zhaowang to remain resolute amid such turmoil showed real guts. There really is something strange about Suimu Mountain, Lin Yinzhou said. There is, Ji He replied. There's a fierce tiger in the mountains and over a dozen wandering spirits. This mountain god temple truly is extraordinary, able to block the spirits' invasion. Ji He found Yang Suan and asked, Anan, can you make medicine that enhances source energy? Yang Suan nodded calmly and confidently. I can. He did have medicine with him, though it was a watery concoction, different in style from this world's. Thinking of you two, the medicine he stirred up was likely to come in the form of elixir pills. Night had fully fallen, and the youths around the bonfire quietly absorbed the news, their minds restless and unsettled. Yang Suan summoned the Jade Rabbit. As the rabbit appeared, an aura of divine power immediately drew everyone's attention. Although they all knew that Ji He's team specialized in mythical cards, this was their first time seeing Yang Suyan's mythical card. Mo Xiaodang, who loved all things cute, had her eyes sparkle warmly and couldn't help but think, what an adorable little rabbit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin curiously stroked his chin and asked, what kind of deity is this? Yang Suan explained slowly, this is the Jade Rabbit, the messenger of the moon. It was nighttime, and the pure white moonlight bathed the Jade Rabbit's soft fur, draping it in a radiant glow that made it look even more mysterious and sacred, perfectly embodying Yang Suyan's description of it as the moon's envoy. It's so beautiful, the youths exclaimed in awe. Even they found it hard to believe that such a simple word could describe a rabbit. Yang Suan then took out carefully prepared ingredients: stardust grass, mist leaf nectar, guardian flower sap, shimmering spirit mushroom powder, and Dawn Chrysanthemum Man measured them precisely before tossing everything into the mortar in front of the Jade Rabbit. Mu Qing's family ran a potion business, so he was familiar with the production process. Raw herbs couldn't be used directly. They had to undergo complex extraction and refinement, and mixing required great precision to produce a finished potion. But the seemingly simple ritual before him, the Jade Rabbit gently and methodically pounding the herbs with a pure white pestle, without any superfluous movement, made Mu Qing furrow his brows in puzzlement. About 5 minutes later, the Jade Rabbit stopped pounding and carefully lifted the pestle. In the mortar lay 3 smooth, glossy pills with a rich brown color. They actually made them? These 3 pills were finished products? Could a single batch of materials really yield 3 doses? Did they truly enhance source energy? And how effective were they? As the Jade Rabbit's card master, Yang Suan understood the pill's effects and wore a joyous smile. No side effects. Each pill increases source energy by 10 to 14 luan. The effect gradually weakens only after taking 5 pills consecutively, he explained. The Jade Rabbit specializes in potion making, with an 80 success rate and a 40 boost to effectiveness. Everyone gasped. Low-level source energy potions on the market increased at most 10 luan per bottle, and the potency diminished immediately after the first dose. Compared to the 3 pills before them, the difference was obviously a completely different level. This is the power of a mythical card. The Jade Rabbit is practically the god of medicine, Mo Xiaodang exclaimed. At that moment, Ji He, who was drinking water, spat it out, a look of disbelief and sarcasm flashing across his face. God of medicine? That's way too exaggerated. Having experienced such grandiose titles in a past life, he couldn't help but associate it with some less than flattering memories. Still, except for Ji He, everyone else accepted the god of medicine title quite naturally. After all, the same ingredients had been transformed into a potion that was more potent and yielded 3 times the quantity. Its value was undeniable. Someone gazed regretfully at the pills sealed in a porcelain jar by Yang Suan and said, we should give these pills to the natives. They've never had anything this good. Ji He took the jar from Yang Suan and immediately set a condition. Of course, this isn't free. We need a contract to ensure they supply the raw materials afterwards. As the Jade Rabbit's card master, Ji He had just sensed a subtle fluctuation in the rabbit's internal energy. Though faint, it was undeniably real. All of this suddenly sparked a moment of clarity in Ji He's mind. Perhaps, unlike ordinary cards that can be upgraded simply by swapping materials, the Jade Rabbit requires pharmaceutical methods to improve its star level. The moment this thought surfaced, Ji He felt an unshakable certainty swell within him. This had to be the case. His second thought was that Yang Suan was probably going to be quite busy. Although the other youths were envious, they all understood that this was a critical mission period, and personal matters had to take a back seat. After all, as long as they maintained good relations with Yang Suan, there would be plenty of opportunities upon returning to Blue Star. Lin Yanzhou turned to Ji He and asked, "What's your plan?" Ji He's eyes were firm. "He'll go find Ke Yuan." Anyone who had heard Ji He and the other story knew who Ke Yuan was, the son of the county magistrate. Ji He nodded slightly and continued, "The poison from the Hornet isn't easy to neutralize. Suan will pretend to be a doctor, set up a clinic, and use the county magistrate's status to gain prominence in Jinshe County." Lin Yanzhou frowned in confusion. Why not just go straight to King Zhao? It seems unnecessary to waste time working through the lower levels. Yang Suian's pharmaceutical skills, if presented directly to King Zhao, would surely attract attention. Ji He explained, "This is a chance to test the various powers' attitudes. A physician skilled in pharmaceuticals who secretly helps the common people awaken. How will King Zhao, Yi Wang, Lin Wang, and the four Qiongtian respond? This is the quickest way without having to probe each force indirectly. To be honest, we rookies shouldn't get tangled in political struggles." He paused, voice low. "Once we understand their positions, the fastest way is to just overpower them to complete the mission. But without the resonance cards, a perfect awakening of the card space is nearly impossible. Using sorcenergy boosting medicines for ordinary people is too crude and only about 50 successful. If it fails, there's no chance to transcend in this lifetime." Lin Yanzhou was convinced and nodded. "You're right. This approach really suits our situation. Even so, we still need to investigate the environment and understand the political landscape and factions." Afterward, Ji He and the other youths divided the tasks. The entire first team of water element card masters was assigned elsewhere. Only Ji He, Yang Suan, and Xiao He remained here for now. Ji He thought that since they lacked experience, it wasn't wise to cluster together. It was better to spread out at the start and maintain real-time contact through small signal stations and communicators. Staying concentrated like this felt like a waste of time. Reflecting on this, Ji He couldn't help but self-reflect. Experience is something you build gradually. No one can be perfect from the start. Fortunately, the mission wasn't urgent and they had ample time. Ji He turned to Lin Nanxing with a serious tone. "Don't lose the communicator. If anything happens out at sea, keep in touch immediately." The situation on land was becoming clearer, but the sea remained unfamiliar. Ji He felt some worry about Lin Nanxing. She was cold in personality, not good at socializing, and stubborn to boot. Lin Nanxing nodded earnestly. "I know my limits, and will put the mission first." Ji He shook his head, almost about to say more, but stopped himself. "Never mind, it's hard to reason with her." Then he turned to the other water card masters. "Keep an eye on her. If it doesn't work out, retreat. Don't push yourselves too hard. It's not a big deal." The water card masters all agreed with a relaxed but firm attitude. The tiny puncture on Chue Yuan's neck had been found. There was no swelling or redness around the spot, and no trace of a poison needle, but the physician recognized immediately that it was the mark left by a bee sting. The doctor hurriedly gave him an antidote pill, yet half an hour passed with no response from Chue Yuan. Physician Song's face darkened. He tried acupuncture and bloodletting, even increased the dosage of the medicine, but there was still no improvement. Song looked up at the four young companions with a grave expression. "This is no ordinary bee venom," he said quietly, his tone tinged with a barely concealed heaviness. "It seems some evil spirit has taken hold of him." The four friends of Qiji turned pale at his words. Their shock soon gave way to panic and helplessness. Qiji gripped Song Shi's hand, pleading in her eyes, "Is there really no other way?" Song Shi remained silent and shook his head helplessly. The four turned their gaze toward the lifeless Chue Yun lying in bed, their eyes already reddened. Du Yun's voice trembled. "Maybe we should take Yuan home." At Jinshe County Government Office, Chue Yue stared at a notice board where a posted document had been hanging for days, signed deeply. Since the announcement of the bounty, no one had stepped forward. The giant tiger in Suewu Mountain had already claimed 5 lives and was growing fiercer. If left unchecked, it would bring greater disaster. But Jinshe was a small county with few capable people. Only the officials could handle the hunt. Unfortunately, the county's constables and deputies were mostly old, weak, or crippled, barely able to run errands, let alone catch a tiger. Foreign Inglan entered carrying tea and noticed her husband's furrowed brow. She asked softly, "Still worried about the big tiger on Suewu Mountain?" Chue Yue nodded and set the paper down, drinking the cool, slightly astringent tea, which seemed to ease his mind. Suddenly he frowned. "Where's Yuan? I haven't seen him all day." Inglan came over, gently massaging his temples. "He made plans with some friends to run out to the outskirts every day this week. Even I, his mother, haven't seen him." Chue Yue's eyes narrowed. The weariness on his face faded, replaced by a faint, amused smile, still so young and playful. Their conversation was interrupted by hurried footsteps and panicked shouts outside. "Uncle Yue! Uncle Yue! Yuan is in trouble." Both pale, Inglan quickly dropped her hand and rushed to the door. Throwing it open, she saw her son's 4 friends staggering into the yard, carrying an unconscious Chuyun, with bewildered servants around them. Yinglin's heart tightened. She stepped forward, looking at Chue Yuan's ashen face and closed eyes. "Yuan, what happened?" Chue Yue hurried over, scanning his son before commanding their servants gravely, "Go fetch the doctor immediately." He turned to the four friends with a heavy voice. Tell me exactly what happened. Inglan sent men to help Chue Yuen to his room and busied herself tending to him. The four hung their heads, voices shaking as they recounted the day's events, already on the verge of tears. The doctor said Yuen was struck by an evil spirit. Chue Yuen suddenly clenched his fists, his forced composure crumbling. The man in his 40s gazed blankly, his voice dazed. How is that possible? Suddenly, the water basin slipped from Yinglin's hands, crashing to the floor. Her usually smiling eyes filled with tears that spilled over uncontrollably. The county office was chaotic, the lamps burning all through the night. The next day, Jiha, Yang Suan, and Xiao He had just arrived at the city gate when they immediately sensed the strikingly different atmosphere compared to yesterday. Yesterday, Xinshi County still held a relaxed and easygoing atmosphere, but today it had abruptly turned heavy and tense. The county gate guards wore grim expressions, gripping a charred, hardened jujube with stick, solemnly tapping each passerby 5 times before allowing them entry. Fortunately, no one was asked to show residency permits or travel documents this time. Ji He and the others fell in line at the back of the crowd, overhearing low murmurs among the people ahead. Isn't that the jujube wood struck by heavenly thunder a few days ago, all blackened and shiny? Someone said. The county magistrate specially displayed it outside the county office for half a month. I even went to see it myself. I heard thunderstruck wood wards off evil spirits. So does that mean the evil spirits are stirring now? As soon as the words fell, an eerie silence settled over the crowd. Finally, someone whispered fearfully, but our Lord recently offended the 4 Cheong heavens. Even if we ask for help, they won't send any celestial masters anymore. What will we do about these evil spirits? Who will suppress them? Faces showed nothing but terror or resentment, yet above all, an unmistakable fear and unease spread rapidly throughout the crowd. Ji He's mind flashed with 4 words, unsettled hearts. At that moment, Xiao He tied his hair high into a ponytail, with red strands woven in, swaying gently as he moved, adding a roguish charm to his carefree demeanor. Proud of his new look, Xiao He had been more lively than usual since morning. Everything was normal, just yesterday how come evil spirits broke out all of a sudden today? He patted an uncle on the shoulder ahead, trying to provoke some response. All he got were disjointed guesses. These villagers from surrounding towns knew little about the exact situation in the county. The more they heard, the stranger their speculations became. Rumors even spread that evil spirits were attacking the city walls, though sternly stopped. The seeds of panic had been sown in everyone's minds. When it was Ji He's turn, he spread his arms for the guard's taps, his gaze fixed firmly on the thunderstruck jujube wood. This was a precious reference. He was familiar with the wood's reputation. Taoists often crafted ritual tools from it precisely to repel evil spirits. Zenshi's choice to test passersby for taint by using it was fitting and rather professional. The streets inside the city were much quieter, lacking yesterday's noise. No children were in sight, and the hurried pedestrians wore anxious faces. Yang Suyan's round cheeks now carried an expression of contemplation as he suddenly looked toward Ji He and Xiao He. Could Jinshi County's condition have anything to do with you? Xiao He blurted out, no way. We didn't do much yesterday, just used a power once on Kui Yuan. His words trailed off as he suddenly locked eyes with Ji He. A spark lit his eyes. Could it really be they mistook the toxin left by the wasps for evil spirits? The wasps were shadow spirits capable of controlling their own energy, so they wouldn't harm living beings. Yet everyone here kept talking about evil spirits without suspecting them. If the so-called evil spirits weren't just ordinary shadow spirits, and the locals lumped every abnormality under that label, then this chaos was likely tied to them inescapably. Ji He, Yang Suyan, and Xiao He arrived at the county government office, where several clerks stood guard at the entrance. The clerks sized up the 3 of them, and seeing their distinguished bearing and handsome features, they reluctantly toned down their earlier impatience. The long-faced clerk on the left asked in a deep voice, "Is this an urgent matter?" The square-faced clerk on the right added, "The county office is under lockdown at the moment. Unless it's an emergency, we are not admitting visitors." Without hesitation, Ji He raised his hand and gently waved it. Suddenly, a small cluster of shimmering water droplets gathered in his palm, rippling as if alive. We're here precisely because of the urgent situation in this city. The eyes of the 2 clerks contracted sharply. The long-faced clerk's voice trembled, almost cracking. You are an immortal master?" he murmured, just as suspected. They had long doubted that those so-called immortal masters from Si Cheongtian were genuine. But witnessing Ji He's display of power left him gritting his teeth in silent awe and resentment. Incredible. Once someone wields supernatural power, they're immediately labeled an immortal master. He half-joked inwardly. That title is a bit too grandiose. The square-faced clerk stumbled forward, rushing inside the county office. Moments later, a flurry of hurried footsteps sounded from within. The first to appear was a middle-aged man in an official's robe, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. His gaze locked onto the small water orb in Ji He's palm and froze. He muttered softly, An immortal master indeed. His name was Ku. Regaining composure, he hurriedly invited, "Please come in, immortal master." Following him were four young people who, upon seeing Ji He and Xiao He, exclaimed, "It's you?" Their eyes immediately fixed on the water orb, asking in unison, "Are you immortal masters?" Ku asked, "You know immortal masters?" The leader, Qi Ji, nodded. Yesterday, they found the unconscious Xiao Yuan. Ku's expression grew complicated. Learning that the immortal masters had recently helped the unconscious Yuan sparked a flicker of hope. He suppressed his feelings to maintain calm and quickly led the three inside. "Please, immortal masters, follow me." As they stepped through the county office doors, they introduced themselves and said plainly, "Just call us by name. No need for the title immortal master." But Ku and the others shook their heads repeatedly. That would be too rude. Ji He sighed inwardly and relented. "Fine, immortal master it is. It won't cost us anything." When Ji He inquired about the rumored evil spirits attacking the city, Ku suddenly turned sharply. Qi Ji stumbled backward, incredulous. "What?" The others reacted even more strongly. Beiying gasped, Attack the city?" Mei Ji urgently said, "The evil spirits are actually going to attack the city?" Du Yun looked bewildered. "We didn't know anything about an attack immortal master. Where did you hear this?" Ji He tilted his head slightly, his shoulders twitching quietly, but his expression calm. Clearing his throat, he forced a faint smile. "Everyone outside is saying that the county went into lockdown because the evil spirits are about to attack the city." Behind him, Xiao He and Yang Suian glanced at each other. One turned away, trembling silently to keep from laughing, while the other clenched his lips tightly, his cheeks flushed red, his face twitching as he mouthed quietly, "Don't laugh, don't laugh." Ku swallowed hard, struggling to hide his inner shock. He lowered his voice. "The lockdown isn't because of an attack. A child at the city's outskirts was accidentally infected by evil spirits. Once an evil spirit is brought into the county town, it is bound to cause catastrophic disaster. No, the evil spirit is attacking the city." When he spoke these four words, his expression cracked uncontrollably, almost losing composure. Ji He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled, struggling to suppress the smile rising on his cheeks, and replied vaguely, "So that's it, we're doomed. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have teased them, now my stomach hurts from holding back laughter." Seeing Ji He's awkwardness, Xiao He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Serves you right for asking for trouble." Ku led the three of them through the courtyard toward the inner chamber. He did not know where these three immortal masters came from and dared not ask, but at this moment, they were the only hope for Ku Yuan, so he had to try. Ku bowed solemnly to Ji He and the others. "My son is possessed by an evil spirit. The local physicians are helpless, and even the elixirs from the Medicine Valley failed to revive him. We sincerely beg the three immortal masters to save him." At the end, he bowed deeply, his voice choked with desperate plea. Ji He's expression was complicated as he helped Ku up, soothing him. "Don't worry. With me and Yang Suan here, He is a physician, will definitely save Ku Yuan." Ku was shocked, then hopeful, looking toward Yang Suan. "Master Yang, you are truly a medical immortal." Xiao He thought silently. "Well, I expected they wouldn't have an official title." At the entrance to the inner chamber, Ying Lan came forward to greet them. Her eyes were red-rimmed, hair disheveled. Though her clothes had been straightened, the wrinkles remained obvious. She bowed and smiled weakly. "So these are the three immortal masters. Please come in." Despite her anxiety, Ying Lan still instructed the servants to prepare tea and snacks, and said, "Please rest in the main hall. The kitchen has already started cooking." Ji He was the first to suggest, "Please take us to K Yuan's room first." Ying Lan's eyes immediately brightened. Then it's trouble for the three immortal masters. They then escorted the three directly to K Yuan's room. K Yuan lay pale and weak on the redwood bed. Yang Suian glanced over, then said calmly, "It's not a big problem. You all should wait outside for a while." Those words hit Ying Lan like a thunderclap. Tears immediately streamed down her face. Ku put a hand on her shoulder, a bitter feeling rising in his throat. Mortals were weak and helpless, unable to protect even their own family. They had been fortunate this time to encounter kind immortal masters, but what about next time? Standing outside the tightly closed door, Ku's thoughts churned. In this chaotic world, with the king stubbornly refusing any advice, where could these unprotected mortals possibly find refuge? Qi Ji noticed Ku's clenched fists and, thinking he worried for Ku Yuan, gently comforted him. "With the medical immortal here, Yuan will be fine. Don't worry too much." Ku only gave a low hum in response. Ying Lan might have sensed the shift in Ku's emotions, but was too focused on that closed door to notice. Inside, however, the scene was quite different from what outsiders imagined. The highly regarded medical immortal Yang Suian did not immediately begin treatment. Xiao He summoned a wasp that circled Ku Yuan a few times before withdrawing and saying lightly, "It's done." Yin soon regained consciousness, and Ying Lan held him tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks from excitement. At the same time, Kwei arrived with Ji He and two others, entering the hall. Shiji, Diyun, Beiying and Meiji stood to one side, their eyes shifting hesitantly around the room. They wanted to follow, but also felt the need to stay behind and check on their friend's condition. Seeing their indecision, Keiwa gently helped them decide. You should stay and talk with Yuan. The four were slightly taken aback, but Shiji quickly replied, okay. The servants had already prepared tea and snacks. Keiwa first expressed his gratitude to the three, especially to Yang Suian, with special emphasis. Then he initiated conversation, steering the topic toward the current state of Zhengshi County. Our region is mountainous. In previous years, this time of year many people would gather from the hills to gather various forest products. But recently, tiger attacks have become severe. No one dares venture deep into the mountains anymore. Trade with Zhengshi County on the other side of Suiwu Mountain has also sharply declined. He picked up a piece of cake and put it in his mouth. The texture was soft and sweet, but he didn't like it much. He tried another piece and chewed carefully. A faint, refreshing aroma of wine mingled with sweetness without being cloying. Jihe's eyes brightened slightly. This one's good. Seeing his liking, Keiwa asked the servants to bring out 2 more plates of jade dew cakes. Jihe thanked him quietly. It had been a while since breakfast, and he was indeed a bit hungry. Keiwa paused, watching the three closely. Yang Suan sampled each cake, taking a small sip of tea before unexpectedly asking, are you hoping we can help you get rid of the fierce tigers in the mountains? To everyone's surprise, Keiwa shook his head. He swallowed his bite, curiosity appearing on his face. You mentioned the tigers, but you're not asking us to slay them? Keiwa gave a faint, wry smile that soon turned serious. I know this request is greedy, but the immortal masters won't stay in our remote county forever. We need strength to protect ourselves, so I earnestly implore the immortal masters to teach me how to become immortal. He lowered his head, voice heavy but filled with a flicker of hope. He understood this request was not only bold, but somewhat rude. Yet these 3 immortal masters were completely unlike any he had met before. They bore no haughty airs, no impatience or disdain in their eyes, and no condescension. If a mortal could truly become immortal, then they were his only hope. He could not let this chance slip away. The 3 listened with slight surprise. Jihe, Xiaohe, and Yang Suian had been childhood friends. Though different in appearance, they often unconsciously shared similar expressions and gestures. Now, they exchanged looks again. He silently mouthed to himself. I didn't expect him to bring it up himself. I was still trying to think of how to sell the essence pills, but he took the initiative to ask for immortality. Instead, it feels a bit out of place. Yang Suian smiled faintly, silently replying, isn't that perfect? Jihe nodded, agreeing. Keiwa kept his head bowed, unaware of their subtle exchange. Jihe took a sip of tea, clearing the lingering sweetness, then spoke slowly, all right. His quick yes almost made Keiwa doubt he heard correctly. Keiwa looked up at Jihe, his expression suddenly clouded with disbelief. What did you just say? It was the first time Keiwa had seen this calm middle-aged man reveal such a complex look, which made Jihe smile. I said, all right. He met his gaze steadily. I agree to your request. A fierce light burst in Kueyu's eyes, and his whole body trembled with excitement. He struggled to calm himself, but his voice still trembled as he said, thank you, immortal master. He waved his hand, his expression growing serious again. If you want to become like us, first you need to understand one thing. We are not immortals, just stronger people. He usually relied on intuition rather than rational analysis, but this time, he deliberately suppressed that habit. When he first met Keiyu, he carefully observed him with his mental power, sensing every detail. With these eyes and perception, he concluded that Keiyu was a decent person, someone suitable for initial cooperation. Although Keiyu didn't fully understand Jihe's words, he quietly agreed after seeing Jihe's insistence. Jihe wanted to continue giving instructions. You still need to prepare, but stopped mid-sentence, and turned his gaze to Yang Suian. Yang Suian took over. Xingxico grass after a moment's thought. He rephrased it. You might call it differently, so we'll just draw it for you. Prepare as much as possible. Keiyu fetch paper and pen. Yang Suian drew over 20 different medicinal herbs, each with their corresponding effects clearly labeled. Aside from those used to increase source energy, the others were source energy restorative herbs that could deceive enemies and allow more alchemy, practical and versatile. Keiyu accepted the paper cautiously, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. This was serious. He dared not casually send servants to gather these. Just as he was about to apologize and take his leave, Yang Suan suddenly called his name. Keiyu. He looked up and saw Yang Suan holding a porcelain bottle. This pill inside can help you embark on the path beyond the mortal realm, but the success rate is only 50%. Yang Suian's smile faded into calm seriousness. Do you want to try it? Keiyu's mind went blank. He stood frozen for a long moment before finally nodding vigorously. He wanted to speak, but felt as if his throat was blocked. No words came out. A 50% chance. Rumor had it, countless people sought to join the Siqiong Tian, yet failed miserably. The odds of becoming an immortal master there were only 5%. This huge gap made Keiyu almost certain the 3 before him were members of Siqiong Tian. With this realization, he dared not ask about their origins, fearing to offend them or learn secrets not meant for him. Trembling, Keiyu took the pill from Yang Suyan's hand. Eyes fixed on the faintly swirling spiritual liquid inside, he swallowed it with the resolve of burning his boats. Immediately, a fierce energy erupted from within, circling his body like iron chains, unlocking a hidden gate in his mind. An unbearable agony, as if his soul was being torn apart, exploded through him. He collapsed, clutching his head tightly, trembling uncontrollably. So far, Ji-hee and the others only knew the theory behind the process. Seeing Keiyu awaken this way for the first time, writhing on the ground and howling in pain, without concern for dignity, they couldn't help but recall the awakening ceremonies on Blue Star rituals, normally so revered that people would be grateful for them. Now, in their hearts, those ceremonies seemed especially precious and superior by comparison. After nearly 15 minutes of torment, the gate in Keiyu's mind finally burst open. The pain receded like a tide, and the remaining effects of the pill transformed into a steady stream of energy flowing freely within. He slowly sat up, clenched his fists, and a flash of clarity crossed his mind. Fire elemental energy was truly burning inside him. He looked up at Ji-hee and the others with an undeniable excitement on his face. "Too am a fire path immortal." Before he finished, Ji-hee interrupted. He did not allow him to call himself an immortal master. Keiyu was momentarily at a loss for how to address himself. "Kashi," Ji-hee said quietly but firmly. Keiyu stared at him, suddenly understanding. "Yes, Kashi." Keiyu's acquisition of the Immortal Master's support and his newfound divine power quickly became the talk of Jinshi County. Outside the county office, the crowd swelled into a clamorous throng of villagers eager to catch a glimpse of the Immortal Master. The crier at the gate was drenched in sweat, struggling desperately to hold back the mass of people pressing forward, nearly pushed inside the courtyard. Among the crowd, pleading voices rose one after another, each louder than the last. "Immortal Master, I'm 18 this year. Even my tutor praises my intelligence. Do you think I have a chance to become immortal? Please, Immortal Master, save my son. The doctors say his illness is incurable, but he's still so young. Immortal Master, I have a rare ancient scroll at home that I'm willing to donate. Please, let me serve you as your attendant." Requests overlapped and jostled, each person desperate to be first, but the most common hope was to attain immortality like the county magistrate of Jinshi. Gradually, the shouting blended into an indistinguishable roar. At that moment, an older crier roared his command. "What are you doing? Trying to anger the Immortal Master? Or break into the county office?" His words descended like twin mountains, overwhelming and stern, quieting most of the crowd at once. Raising his voice again, the crier urged, "Don't just stand around here, disperse quickly." Yet the crowd barely moved. With a furrowed brow, he shouted louder. "The Immortal Master dislikes noise. Surrounding him like this will only repel him. Better to go home if fate allows. You might yet encounter the Master and receive immortal blessing." He spoke kindly at first, but eventually had to resort to force to gradually disperse the crowd. The criers wiped sweat from their brows and exchanged glances. Though exhausted, their eyes shone with sharp clarity. Standing watch over the county office gave them far more chances to meet the Immortal Master than the others outside. Perhaps they too could gain immortal grace and become true masters themselves. The commotion outside the county office was exactly what Ji-hee had anticipated. When he decided to spread the news, he expected as much. Still, the current buzz was too small for his plans. The news spreading only within Jinshi was clearly insufficient. His eyes first settled on Chiyue, who was nearby focusing on refining medicinal power, then shifted to the 5 people lingering at the gate with Chiyue. Chiyue pushed and urged Beiying, "Go knock on the door." Beiying raised her hand, then lowered it, finally turning away with a forlorn look. "I don't dare." She glanced at Du Yun. "Will you go?" Du Yun shook his head repeatedly. Chi-ji looked at Mei-ji, who quickly kicked the hot soil back to Chiyue. The 5 jostled one another in a messy tangle. At that moment, Ji-hee opened the door. The 5 straightened immediately, greeting him respectfully with eager, hopeful eyes. Ji-hee stepped inside, casually shutting the door behind him. "Do you all want to become masters of cards?" The 5 brightened at once, nodding eagerly. They understood that Master of Cards meant Immortal Master, though they didn't fully grasp why it was called that. As long as the master was pleased, the name didn't matter. Chiyue had arranged a private courtyard for Yang Suan, who worked on refining pills inside, while Xiao He assisted closely. Their collaboration was seamless, and progress was rapid. In merely 2 days, they had produced 600 source energy pills. If not for the fact that all the pills were dedicated to restoring source energy, the actual yield would have been even greater. Nonetheless, it was already an impressive number. He produced 5 source energy pills and handed them to Chuyin and the others. These 5 pills each carry a 50% success rate. If you fail, you will lose any chance of stepping onto the transcendental path forever. Before he could finish, the 5 eagerly swallowed the pills. Chuyin smiled confidently. "If we don't take them, our chances are 0. 50% is quite a lot after all." Failure carried no real loss. At worst, they could continue living as before. Holding on to this thought, yet the moment they actually swallowed the elixir, their nerves remained taut. Sharp pain spread rapidly as the five rolled and struggled in the courtyard, faces contorted. In the end, Xue Yuan, Du Yun, and Qi Ji successfully awakened, their bodies surging with immortal power, eyes glowing with light. But Beiying and Mei Ji failed to awaken, their brows furrowed deeply, faces marked by disappointment. The two glanced helplessly at their three friends who had succeeded, and a heavy silence fell. From this moment on, their paths would diverge completely, each going their separate way. Jiha returned indoors, knowing waiting was pointless. He called Xiao He in and instructed him to take Chiwa Yue, who had not yet reached the first stage, straight into the mountains to hunt tigers. Chiwa Yue asked in confusion, "Why bring me along?" Xiao He hoisted him onto his back and sighed, "At this rate, you'll end up the mount." After a brief tease, he explained the real reason. "Because it's you, the immortal master, who gained the celestial fate. It actually means something if you kill the tiger." Hearing this, Chiwa Yue suddenly understood. Now, as several immortal masters, they needed to spread their fame far and wide. Still, a flicker of fear struck him. How big did their fame have to be before they were satisfied? Didn't they worry about rousing the Fortune heavens? What would the royal court think once this reached the capital? Feeling caught in a storm with no turning back, Chiwa Yue could only follow these young, immortal masters, or rather, these master hopefuls on their doomed path. Surprisingly, killing the fierce tiger was unusually easy. Xiao He made it look effortless. Without summoning his hornets, he slew a tiger as tall as a man with just a shining long sword. On the way back, carrying the tiger's corpse, they attracted many curious gazes, parading through town. Curious villagers crowded along the roadsides, exclaiming, "Is this the man-eating tiger from Sue Wu Mountain? It's so large. Wasn't it killed by the Chue County Magistrate?" Chue Yue bravely admitted it, causing a stir. The county magistrate just gained immortal power 2 days ago, and already killed a fierce tiger. Imagine how powerful a true immortal master must be. The crowd buzzed with excitement and speculation. They flocked with the magistrate and Xiao He all the way to the county office. Sensing the huge power gap between immortals and mortals, the once intense crowd dispersed peacefully after a short moment with the guard's light intervention, while villagers continued chatting on their way home. With the tiger slain, the good news spread rapidly, uplifting spirits throughout the region. Traveling merchants between Jinshi and Cangshi counties no longer needed to detour. That afternoon, the county office posted official documents formally announcing the tiger's death and displayed its skin at the county gate, drawing large crowds who came just to see it. Word quickly spread to neighboring counties. Cangshi, Luofeng, Lijiang, Jiangnan, all counties near Jinshi soon learned of this joyous news. In Cangshi County's office, Magistrate Shilin was shocked by the news and paced thoughtfully for a long time. Seeing Chiwa Yue, once a man of similar circumstance, suddenly become a master, he grew nervous and restless. He immediately summoned the county deputy and ordered, "I will go personally to Jinshi County. You are in charge of affairs here." At about the same time, the other 3 counties issued similar orders. The native inhabitants here moved with light, unrestrained steps, their legs stretching freely, pressing on without pause, causing Jinshi County to instantly swell with people. All visitors were of status and were received by Chiwa Yue himself. Chiwa Yue knew them all well and reported on each person's situation to Jiha in detail. Jiha asked no more and distributed the source energy pills according to their numbers. All the negotiations were personally handled by Gue Yu. After confirming that he only needed medicinal herbs and fabric, he mercilessly drove a hard bargain. 1 source energy pill was exchanged for 10 portions of herbs, while the value of 1 portion of herbs equaled that of 26 different kinds of herbs plus 1 bolt of cloth. When Jihe heard this result, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. These energy-infused herbs, called precious medicines in this world, had always been highly valuable. The herbs Yang Xuan used were all obtained by Gue Yu through a series of profit swaps with the major medical halls in the county town, using source energy pills as leverage. Even so, the amount of precious medicine put in had heavily drained their resources. Gue Yu had nearly emptied the family's entire savings. Jihe, Xiao He, and Yang Xuan also handed over their gold, silver, and jewels without reservation. No matter how much was asked for, they gave it all freely and without limits. It was easy to imagine that for the past 2 days, the pestle of the Jade Rabbit mortar had almost been sparking from constant pounding. Yang Xuan, busy stuffing pills into his mouth to restore source energy, had to rely on resting to recover his mental power after completing the refining process 5 times. Every day after meals, he would instantly fall asleep as soon as he lay down, his face growing paler and paler, looking increasingly listless. If not for the carrot-like energy reserve inside him sustaining him, he simply couldn't have held on until now. Especially since his mastery level was stuck and the quality of his cards couldn't improve, Yang Xuan was especially eager to know what changes full energy would bring. Xiao He moved swiftly through Jishir County and the surrounding towns, using his Gale step technique to observe the social structure and local culture in detail. Afterward, he would push himself to work relentlessly writing summary reports. Every night, He would see him miserably slumped over his writing desk, cursing quietly while buried in his notes. He himself took the bolts of fabric Gui Yu had delivered and locked himself in a room to study them closely. To the touch, the fabric felt much like ordinary cotton or linen. But when pulled hard, it stretched like rubber bands. 1 meter of fabric could stretch up to 20 meters. At first, He found this curious and played with it several times. But after repeated stretching and realizing it was basically just like an elastic band, he put aside his playful mood and got down to serious work. His first step was to use a blank card to seal the fabric inside. This was very simple because the fabric itself contained energy. He only needed to press the blank card tightly against the fabric, then lightly guide energy with his mind, and the fabric was successfully sealed. On the card appeared: name, Fonsuan cloth. Type, item card. Quality, attribute, none. Special feature, excellent elasticity, can be stretched up to 20 times its length. Note, fabric infused with spatial rift energy, containing a trace of spatial power. He read the note repeatedly, puzzled. Spatial rift? Such a thing existed here? Judging by how casually the locals treated the fabric, spatial rifts in this area were apparently not rare. He stood up, intending to call Gui Yu and the others to take him to find these spatial rifts. But after taking a few steps, he stopped and sat back down at the desk. It was better to focus on making the card first. In his mind, he began designing the layout and connections of the runes on the card's surface. He meticulously planned the entire pattern from broad strokes to minute curves, leaving no detail to chance. This process took 3 hours and half a notebook of drafts before he finally laid out his carving tools, source energy-infused paints, and a fresh blank card to start the engraving. Picking up his carving pen, He's expression suddenly shifted. The normally carefree young man became sharp-eyed, solemn, and focused. With each stroke of the pen, graceful spatial runes slowly emerged on the card. Creating cards has never been a simple matter of flat illustration. It is the construction of three-dimensional space. This process demands immense mental strength to maintain the stability of the design space, and the timing to merge materials must be precise. If the spatial structure wavers even slightly or attention falters, the card becomes useless. But Jihee's situation was entirely different. Perhaps the time-space travel had positively influenced his soul, forging his mental power to be steadier and more resilient than ordinary people's, with an unusually agile mind. Once he built the framework in advance, the speed of card creation became astonishing. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully integrated the Fonsuan cloth into it. Fonsuan cloth was no ordinary material card. Decomposing and blending it without damaging its properties required even more mental power. Yet, Jihee's progress in this step was equally smooth. This time he was making a standard storage card, so he skipped the step of filling in a background. The card gradually blossomed with bright light as its face took shape. At the center appeared an intricately designed cloth pouch, its surface shimmering with shifting colors, dazzling and eye-catching. Earlier, He had dipped the cloth in a source-condensed pigment to enhance its visual appeal, and the effect was indeed impressive. The card panel displayed: name, buy now purse. Type, item card. Quality, attribute, none. Special trait, can change color at will. Contains 10 cubic meters of storage space. Remark, high-quality storage pouch. He was very satisfied with this product. 10 cubic meters of storage was considerable, and after making this card, he felt no discomfort. This was the first time he had felt so well after crafting a card. A smile appeared on his face as he went to find Yang Suian. He knocked lightly on the door and asked softly, "May I come in?" Inside, Yang Suian's weak voice replied, "Come in." When He opened the door, he was greeted by a strong scent of herbs filling the room, where various medicinal plants were scattered messily. Yang Suian slumped in a chair, his gaze vacant. He precisely pressed the card into his hand. "This is a useless card, put it on." Given Yang Suian's current weak physical state, whether he was able to attack didn't matter anymore. He could simply remove the card and re-equip it directly. Yang Suian took the card and glanced at the surface, finally straightening his body a bit. "A storage card?" He looked up and smiled happily, just in time. "I was worried there was no more space for all these herbs. I feel uneasy leaving the finished pills lying around like this." He, never humble, grinned and said, "Pretty impressive, huh?" Yang Suian enthusiastically applauded, "Impressive." Before the words finished, his face suddenly turned pale. He weakly sank back into the chair, furrowed his brows, and curled up. The card removal reaction was clearly harsh. Seeing this, He, about to remove a card himself, felt a flash of unease. After exchanging a few more words, He returned to his room and crafted another buy now purse. Then he took off the previous condensed water card. Actually, the condensed water card was very useful: drinking water, washing his face. Daily life was convenient. Forming a water orb in the palm and showing it off looked quite nice, too. But his main focus remained the storage card. The moment he removed the card, it suddenly shattered. The physical bonus granted by the card vanished, and he instantly felt weak. Mimicking Yang Suiyan's posture, he slumped back into a chair. Then he activated the idle card, trying to test if its fatigue-reducing trait could shorten the cooldown time after equipping a card. It didn't work. Though the fatigue vanished upon activation, the weakness remained. The body still needed a period to recover and adjust. During the cooldown wait, he finally had some free time. He took out a book on divine mark advancement and began reading carefully. He and the other two hurried busily, while most of the 47 people were still struggling along the road. The natives of Yuanshuastar were naturally strong and proficient at traversing mountains and rugged terrain, rarely needing any mounts or transport. Fortunately, these travelers from Blue Star were all elites who could always find ways to overcome difficulties. Mu Qing arranged for people to find suitable beasts for riding. Before long, a group of tightly bound wolves, wild boars, tigers, and bears were brought into the area. Mu Qing released a swirling cloud of purple-black mist that instantly enveloped the ferocious animals. Their eyes cleared immediately, and they all lay down submissively, allowing the travelers to mount their backs. Mu Qing gestured politely, inviting everyone to mount. Among the crowd, knowledgeable observers gathered. One person asked with a slightly sour tone, "Young Master Mu, since when did you get a field domain card?" Mu Qing answered with a hint of pride, "I've had it for a while." Though in truth, he had only obtained it less than a week ago. This card, named Misty Toxic Forest Domain, was rated 2 stars and had the wood attribute. It could summon a forest filled with poisonous mists that released toxic heartwood poison, causing those who inhaled it to become confused and experience hallucinations and distorted visions. It also absorbed nearby toxins, cultivating poisonous miasma to enhance the card's quality. However, the domain's vitality had to be maintained. If the poison became too concentrated and the wood weakened, it would disrupt the balance and damage the card. Unlike other vibrant wood attribute cards full of life, this one was a toxic, decaying forest filled with poisonous mist, so the cardmaster had to be very cautious when using it. With this temporary solution to their travel difficulties, the large group continued onward. Lin Yinzhou reminded Wang Yi to expand his perception and pay close attention to their surroundings. Their current appearance was unusual and not something locals should see. Wang Yi, as a wind attribute cardmaster, had the wind whisper perception skill and had raised his spirit power to 2 Hz, enough to monitor the environment within a 50-meter radius. The wind element became invisible tentacles that detected subtle shifts in air currents, sounds, and scents, allowing him to accurately identify the number and strength of nearby targets. Because of this skill, the team always had someone ready to respond to any sudden threats. As they passed through each town, their numbers gradually dwindled. In the end, only the water attribute cardmasters held on. After traveling continuously for 4 days, they finally reached a small village at the edge of the sea. The air was humid and filled with the salty marine breeze, heavy with moisture that was tangible even when breathing. The water card masters all inhaled deeply, feeling their minds and bodies relax. Su Qing smiled contentedly as she breathed in the fresh air. Sure enough, it's most refreshing by the sea. They had yet to activate their language buffs, planning to do so along the coast. On the way, they gathered a general understanding of the land situation and crafted forged identity backgrounds. After familiarizing themselves with the coastal environment, they intended to set sail. Likewise, they found a solitary fisherman and used illusion spells to gather information about the sea while learning the local language. Language was closely tied to geography, and the coastal dialect carried the soft, flowing syllables of the sea breeze. After mastering the language, Lin Nanxing searched for books documenting the region's human geography, but found no written volumes in the village. She gathered the others and recommended heading to a larger town to find relevant materials. At the mention of reading books, most people avoided it like the plague, leaving only 5 to step forward. Including Lin Nanxing, the 6 of them acted together. They first soaked in seawater for half an hour, then let the sea breeze naturally dry them, leaving a strong salty fishy smell on their bodies. Next, they cut marks and tears into their clothes with their weapons, mimicking the wear and tear of local fishermen's garments, striving to blend in perfectly with the locals. The 6 arrived at the town's bookstore, which strictly forbade customers from lingering too long. So they simply bought several books outright and rented a room at an inn to quietly study. Meanwhile, the other 14 remained behind in Wangchao Village. Wangchao Village was very small, the kind where everyone knew each other. The lucky one chosen yesterday was Haohua, a 15 or 16-year-old boy with dark skin. When he smiled, a row of neat, white teeth contrasted sharply, almost dazzlingly with his complexion. He lived alone without parents and was one of the few young men capable of sailing by himself, which made him a target. Haohua, heading out fishing again today? Don't go too far. The villagers called out with concern. Haohua's face was determined and excited. Last time I saw a sand pattern grouper, but just as I was about to catch it, I mysteriously fainted. This time, they'll definitely catch it. Fellow fishermen out at sea shouted warnings. That sand-patterned grouper's no easy catch. If you really meet one, make sure to call for help. Hawa proudly lifted his chin. No way, I can handle it myself. Everyone laughed and teased. Stubborn kid. Hawa grabbed the rope to lift the anchor, skillfully propped up the oar, and the small boat quickly left the harbor, heading out to the open sea. Nearby, a large boat gathered about a dozen fishermen. A middle-aged man watched a young man around 27 or 28 with a serious expression. Are you sure you saw the shoal of Chow Mo silverfish near the coastal whirlpools? The young man nodded confidently, his face glowing with excitement. Absolutely. I was fishing on my small boat and accidentally fell asleep. When I woke up, the boat had drifted to the edge of the coastal whirlpool area, and right before me was a massive shimmering school of Chow Mo silverfish. This is a treasure. He turned to Lin Shu with hopeful eyes. Let's go. If we haul them all in, we won't have to worry about food or money for years. Lin Hong frowned deeply, lost in thought. The other fishermen quickly urged him, Brother Lin, go for it. The Chow Mo silverfish shoal is rare. If we miss this, there may never be another chance. Chow Mo silverfish sell for a high price. One can fetch 10 taels of silver. There are hundreds in the shoal. They aren't aggressive. It's a gift from the heavens. Others chimed in confidently. Go, go. These words seemed to stir Lin Hong. His eyes sharpened as he finally made up his mind. Let's go. The coastal whirlpools are dangerous, but it's calm now. Our big boat can handle it. This is worth the risk. Maybe we won't need to sail again after this. The veteran fisherman understood only too well how perilous the sea could be, where one wrong move could mean death. Yet this chance was too good to pass up. The timing, location, and unity seemed to be on their side. It felt like a blessing from above. Lin Hong's resolve grew stronger. Hearing their talk, the water-affiliated youth's expression darkened with unease. Su Qinghe whispered, I have the feeling there are flags planted behind their backs. Su Qingyan nodded silently, but didn't speak. Other youths nodded emphatically, the atmosphere turning tense. This feeling is deeply ominous. The 14 people who stayed behind in the fishing village conferred and decided to enter the village directly. Sure enough, as soon as they reached the village entrance, they were stopped. Blocking their way were more than 30 villagers, their faces filled with suspicion and wariness. Who are you? What are you doing here? A middle-aged fisherman stepped forward to question them. Su Qinghe, skilled in negotiation, took the initiative to speak calmly. We come from inland and want to go out to sea to fish. For now, we just hope to stay here for a few days. His words immediately caused a stir. The fishermen eyed the dozen or so young, inexperienced faces skeptically. The waters here held incredibly powerful treasure fish, but because of the dangers, no one dared venture out lightly. You don't even have a boat, and you want to go out to sea? Go back. It's a waste of effort, a weathered old man said coldly. Su Qinghe wasn't about to argue. We can handle the boat situation ourselves. Right now, we just want to find a place to stay in the village. Is that possible? Seeing that they were not discouraged by the old man's words, the villagers were about to respond again, when Su Qinghe took out a silver ingot, weighing 10 taels, and respectfully extended it. Please arrange lodging for us, just for 3 days. The glint of silver immediately caught everyone's attention, and the atmosphere shifted. A plump middle-aged woman was the first to react, eyes shining. No problem. This silver can cover your lodging, and 3 meals too. Money truly spoke a universal language. The 14 were finally allowed into the village. In a clean, small courtyard, they gathered in a circle and swiftly laid out their plans. 10 would cut timber and prepare to build a seaworthy boat. The other 4 would scout the waters to assess the actual conditions. Haiwa laid fishing nets into the sea while lying back in the small cabin of the wooden boat, hands behind his head as he stared at the gray-blue sky, lost in thought. He had suddenly fainted yesterday, but luckily the boat had drifted back to shore with the current and was found by a few attentive women who rescued him. Still, something felt off. His body was always strong, so why this unexplained collapse? Thinking of Lian Shu having gone into town, he felt a pang of regret. He wished Lian Shu was here to help figure out what was wrong. Just as he was deep in thought, the fishing net suddenly struggled. He sprang up quickly, hauling it in, and a spotted fish leapt over the side of the boat. Haiwa expertly tossed the fish onto the boat, then swiftly lowered the net back into the water. As soon as the net sank, a strange movement stirred again. Nervously, he pulled up the net, only to see 3 silver needles shoot out of the water, aimed directly at his eyes. Haiwa's eyes widened, but he reacted swiftly, rolling aside just as the needles whistled past his head. Just as he relaxed, more silver needles zoomed out, dozens of them, raining down and cutting off all his escape routes. His expression turned cold. With a sudden leap, he dove into the icy sea. He knew the thorn-spiked fish's goal was to force him into the water. The cramped space on the boat left no room to dodge. Not jumping meant death, but jumping bought some time. Water splashed around him, chilling and biting as it enveloped him. As he adjusted his breathing, 3 more silver needles shot out from the water, trying to slip behind the boat to evade. He was startled to find the needles actually changed course in the water. Just as he raised his arm to block the attack, a sudden, swift current swept through, carrying the silver needles away. Then, from beneath the boat, a rush of water surged upward, launching the thorn-spiked fish into the moonlight with a splash. Haiwa watched anxiously, stunned to see a girl gliding across the water's surface, emerging slowly into view. She was beautiful, but her face carried a hint of cold detachment. Her pale, slender hands gripped tightly the deadly thornfish that had nearly cost him his life. The thornfish's tail whipped and struggled fiercely, but no matter how it twisted, it couldn't break free from those seemingly fragile, yet ironclad hands. Haiwa watched in stunned silence. Having grown up by the sea, he had never seen anyone like her, both stunning and formidable. For the first time, a stirring of admiration blossomed in his heart. "You, who are you? How can you walk on water?" He stammered, then immediately felt ashamed of his ignorance. Wasn't walking on water a skill only immortal masters possessed? The girl answered calmly, "Ming Hanshi, a card master." Her ability to walk on water came from a skill card. Name: wave stepping. Type: skill card. Quality: attribute: water. Cost: source energy. Effect: creates a thin, stable layer of water beneath the user's feet to support walking or slow running on water surface. Note: does not allow the user to sink after activation. Card master? Haiwa repeated the unfamiliar term, puzzled. "I've only heard of immortal masters. Is a card master the same thing?" Ming Hanshi replied softly, "No. A card master is just a card master." Haiwa had only heard of immortal masters, never met one, so he quickly accepted the new term. "So how do you become a card master?" he asked eagerly. She asked back, "Do you want to become one?" He nodded vigorously, yes. She pondered for a moment, then pulled out a vial of potion from her sleeve and tossed it to him. "Drink this. There's a 50% chance it will awaken your card space." Haiwa's eyes widened as he scrambled to catch the small glass bottle shimmering in the sunlight. Clutching the cold vial calmed his racing heart. This card master seemed indifferent to the precious potion, casually tossing it away, while he had worried he might never get a chance. Haiwa hesitated, wanting to decline, but unwilling to miss the opportunity. He asked, "Can I pay you? What do you want in return?" Ming Hanshi had been about to say she wanted nothing, but suddenly changed her mind. "Are you familiar with this sea area?" "Very much." Haiwa replied immediately. She looked pleasantly surprised, about to ask more, when a voice called out from afar with concern, "Ming Hanshi, what's happened? Are you okay?" It was Wu Xin, a fellow explorer of these waters, worried after her long absence. Ming Hanshi called back loudly, "I found Haiwa." Before Wu Xin could respond, Haiwa was shocked. "You know my name?" Ming Hanshi said casually, "Of course." His heart skipped a beat. Stammering, he said, "I never told you." But she replied firmly, "You did." Seeing her resolute expression, Haiwa suddenly questioned himself, had he really said something without realizing it? He looked back at Ming Hanshi, who was staring intently toward the approaching Wu Xin. Following her gaze, Haiwa saw a handsome youth with equally pale skin walking on the water. Unlike Ming Hanxi's calm surface, wherever Wu Xin stepped, the water churned into small, spiraling vortices. Name: shallow vortex propulsion. Type: skill card. Quality: attribute: water. Cost: source energy. Effect: generates small water vortices beneath the user's feet that provide forward thrust, enabling moderate speed movement on water. Note: a water walking skill with decent speed. With each step stirring the water into swirling ripples, he slowly approached. Haiwa asked, "Are you a card master too?" Wu Xin caught sight of the bottle of source energy growth liquid in his hand. Although he hadn't heard the conversation between Ming Hanshi and Haiwa, he could still tell their identities. "Yes," Haiwa replied. Ming Hanshi asked curiously, "Are all card masters as skilled as you guys?" "We're not the best. There are many card masters far stronger than us," Haiwa said proudly. Wu Xin noticed that Miss Ming always spoke in an unorthodox way, straightforward and honest, but didn't expect her to be so frank. Haiwa, unusually, even rebutted, "Don't say that. You're very capable." A faint smile appeared on Meng Hanks's face, but then she recalled a family warning. "Henin, you must keep a cool and aloof image in public. Don't be too outspoken, or you'll get taken advantage of." She wondered how the Meng family would react if they found out about her bold, carefree nature spreading around. She forced back the smile and said, "Thank you." Yet the brief sparkle in her eyes betrayed the emotions stirring beneath. Haiwa stepped onto the small boat. "Are you planning to explore this sea?" "Qi Jiaoji, Yunying Bihai, Qingyu Tan, Baiji Zhu, where do you want to go?" "There's a small island nearby I know well," he said proudly, patting his chest. Wu Xin stared at him in surprise. "You've been to all these places?" Haiwa tapped his chest confidently. "No one in Wanchao village knows this sea better than me." Despite Haiwa's sharp appearance, only about 14 or 15 years old, Wu Xin still felt uncertain. He didn't press, but continued. "Do you know how to sail out of this sea?" Haiwa paused, confused. "Sail out of the sea?" Wu Xin fixed him with a clear look and said, "To leave this sea and search for other tribes in the open ocean." Haiwa's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He looked at the two in disbelief. "You want to go to the far sea?" Both Wu Xin and Ming Hanshi nodded solemnly. "That's not possible. It's way too dangerous. Haiwa instinctively objected. Meng Hanshi, we have to go, Wu Xin said firmly, leaving no room for debate. This isn't something you should worry about. Just give us any information you have. But Haiwa ignored Wu Xin and looked at Meng Hanshi with deep, reluctant concern. Are you really sure you have to go? Meng Hanshi shook her head decisively. We definitely have to. Haiwa's face scrunched up with anxiety as he paced the small boat, causing it to gently rock. Watching his complicated, heavy expression, Meng Hanshi couldn't help but smile and quickly covered her mouth. Wu Xin looked at Haiwa's helplessness, then glanced at Meng Hanshi stifling a laugh, feeling mentally drained. Just as he was about to break the awkward silence, Haiwa stopped pacing, his eyes brightening with newfound resolve. We'll take you there. Wu Xin focused intently. You know the route. Haiwa didn't hesitate. He pulled out a rolled-up nautical chart. I do. It was left to me by my father. His father wasn't from Wangchao village but a wandering man with a leg injury. Years ago, he drifted here and eventually married a local girl, fathering Haiwa. When Haiwa was 10, his father was taken out to sea by strangers and never heard from again. Soon after, his mother went searching but was lost in a stormy sea. The only thing his father left behind was this nautical chart. The map marked the islands inhabited by the Changbi tribe, Changgu tribe, and Huantu tribe, undeniably all foreign peoples. Wu Xin never expected that the seemingly ordinary fishing village boy Haiwa would have such a complex background. His father possessing detailed maritime charts proved he was no ordinary man. And Haiwa's story of the broken leg and drifting ashore only deepened the sense that behind him lay a tale full of love and bitterness. At Haiwa's place, Wu Xin made an unexpected gain. He shouted loudly, Su Peiran, Shen Muchuan, return to shore. The two replied quickly from afar. Wu Xin asked, already? Su Peiran, have you explored all the other sea areas? Shen Muchuan interjected, we have important information. Let's head back and regroup with everyone. Meanwhile, 10 others on shore were busy chopping trees, axes striking relentlessly. Su Qingyan moved among them, instructing continuously, not enough Kangboja, keep cutting. Chaogu phone usage is light and sufficient. Next, cut more Haining Li, the more the better. Holding a blueprint, she frequently made marks on it. The Su family's maritime business was booming, and Su Qingyan had been fascinated by ships since childhood, with a natural talent to match. Though she didn't deal with advanced technology, with her experience and leadership of skilled water element craftsmen, building a practical ship was no challenge. After all, sailing had a fairly high margin for error. Before long, Meng Hanshi and 4 others returned with Haiwa. The bustling scene of the lumber operation met their eyes. Seeing this, Su Qingyan immediately stopped, calling out, why are you back already? Has the sea area been fully surveyed? Wu Xin shook then nodded as he recounted Haiwa's story in detail. Everyone looked at Haiwa with a mixture of curiosity and amazement. There was an inexplicable sense of déjà vu about his experience. Su Qingyan couldn't help but ask, how's your luck usually? Haiwa answered puzzled, pretty good. Every time I go out to sea, I come back with something. Then he suddenly recalled, just the day before yesterday, I suddenly passed out for no reason. Luckily, a water-floating fish jumped onto the boat, so I didn't return empty-handed. Su Qingyan's initial awkwardness gradually gave way to surprise, her mouth forming an O. Others leaned in, whispering, did this guy harbor some incredible story? Wu Xin smiled mysteriously, perhaps. Shen Muchuan sighed. Having him on board makes us feel a lot safer. Despite the surprise, the boys were clearly pleased. This meant many troubles could be avoided, and their next goal was now clearer. The next day, Lin Nanxing and 5 others returned with a large box full of books. They finished reading some right away and planned to continue during the journey. Lin Nanxing's group immediately joined the shipbuilding effort. Under Su Qingyan's coordination, progress was rapid. They completed the ship in just 2 days. The launch and performance tests went perfectly, with no flaws whatsoever. Just as the 21 prepared to set sail, news came from Wangchao village. Lin Hong's fleet had disappeared. The boys murmured quietly. After placing so many flags beforehand, this was clearly a bad omen. There was no sign of trouble, yet rumors said otherwise. That sea area was never peaceful, with nearshore whirlpools being an unavoidable passage. Now it seemed the dangers had only increased. Haiwa's expression grew serious as he requested, when we pass by there, can we help look for Uncle Lin and the others? Although none were saints, no one flatly refused. They all agreed it was no trouble to help out along the way. Near the shore, violent whirlpools churned the water as wave after wave of blood-armored turtles, each as large as a millstone, surged toward the boat carrying Lin Hong and the others. The once stable vessel now rocked wildly, water seeping in beneath the hull, danger looming everywhere. Lin Hong and the others gripped their harpoons tightly, extending their legs to hook onto the boat's edges, using their core strength to thrust their bodies forward and stab fiercely at the turtles beneath the surface. Lin Hong shouted urgently, Poot Song, don't head south, turn north, away from the reefs. Poot Song replied anxiously, but there are monsters blocking the north side too. Determination flashed in Lin Hong's eyes. Well, ram through them. Wang Yang, the young man who had first spotted the silver minnows in the surf, no longer wore the excitement he once had. His face was pale with fear and panic. Uncle Lin, there are too many blood turtles. We can't possibly kill them all. Are we going to die here? His words spoke the hopelessness everyone felt deep down. Hundreds of blood turtles pressed in on them. With so few people, escape was impossible. The fishermen all understood this, yet their instinct to survive refused to let them give up. Someone snapped at Wang Yang. If all you're doing is talking, at least strike one of these beasts already. Before morale could crack, Wang Yang fell silent. On the boat, cries and clash of weapons rang out in a chaotic chorus. Big fish, watch your 6 o'clock. Huh, I've stabbed one through the head. Look, I trapped this little turtle's limb in the net, strike it now. Over 20 people fought desperately, their noise filling the eerie silence of the sea and lending a flicker of life to the grim battle. But as time dragged on, the shouts grew fewer and finally ceased altogether. Exhaustion sapped their strength until they had no breath left to call out. The once blue sea turned blood red. The turtle horde pressed close, impossible to shake off. Their heavy shells made them deadly tough adversaries, and worse, corrosive blood oozing from cracks in their armor ate away at the fisherman's skin, leaving raw, oozing wounds. Casualties mounted. The original 27 had dwindled to just over 10, barely clinging to life. Just when it seemed they couldn't hold on any longer, a familiar youthful voice called out from afar. Uncle Lin. They all turned toward the sound. A strange-looking boat sped toward them, its deck crowded with Haiwa and over a dozen unfamiliar boys and girls. Haiwa waved and shouted eagerly. These are all Ka chivalry powerful. Lin Hong didn't know what Kasher meant, but assumed they were some kind of mystics or immortals. His spirit lifted, strength flooded his limbs, and he raised his harpoon to stab fiercely at a turtle poking its head above the surface. Meng Hanshi, watching how the fisherman fought, suddenly understood Haiwa's choice. She turned to him and asked, "Why did you jump into the water? When facing thorned fish, you can use your legs as a pivot and suspend your upper body to fight more agile and safer." Haiwa listened but, unusually somber, lowered his head. I can't stretch my legs that long." The scene was heavy and tense, filled with the desperation of a fight for survival, yet flickering with a rare glimmer of hope. Meng Hanshi said, "Oh." Haiwa stole a glance at her and asked in a low voice, "Don't you think I'm useless?" Meng Hanshi gently shook her head, her gaze firm. "No." She then pointed around at their surroundings. "None of us could do it either." Joy immediately spread across Haiwa's face. He had already consumed the source energy growth elixir and successfully awakened his card space, naturally awakening water attribute abilities in the process. Just then, Lin Nanxing slowly summoned Yusai from his side. The moment Yusai appeared, he captured everyone's attention. The divine radiance emanating from him inspired involuntary awe. Yusai was the Ain marshal who governed the spirits of the dead in water, and the water's surface was his domain. The small, yellow-robed monk moved nimbly through the water, coordinating with the swing of his massive hammer to stir up vast currents. Every blood-armored turtle caught by the surging waters was injured without exception, all severely wounded and sluggish in their movements. Several even had their heads exposed and were instantly killed. Fresh blood stained the surrounding seawater, creating a shocking sight. Yusai stood upon the sea's surface, surrounded by hundreds of immobilized blood-armored turtles, a scene that shook the soul. Lin Hong and the others stared blankly at Yusai, their minds completely blank. Each water current attack, brought by Yusai's swinging hammer, could both stun physical targets and deal additional massive damage to aquatic enemies. Though the damage he dealt was relative, in water, this power was tremendously amplified. Yusai gradually faded away in this transcendent posture, looking down upon all beasts with pride. Everyone snapped back to their senses and couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! So incredibly powerful." The water tribute card masters nearby looked on with envy in their eyes. Someone muttered loudly, "That's a mythic card. That's a mythic card. There's no comparing ourselves to something so overpowered." They immediately began to despair. "Damn it, I want a mythic card too." A group of wide-eyed youths proceeded forward in single file, taking the opportunity to finish off the blood armor turtles that hadn't died yet. These blood armor turtles were Tier 1 exotic beasts, carrying important materials on them. The group lived up to expectations, collecting a total of 132 blood armor turtle shell materials. This was Lin Nanxing's first time deploying Yusai's abilities on such a large scale, and it completely drained all the source energy in his body. Given that so many people were around, he didn't immediately take a source energy recovery potion, planning to recover naturally instead. After all, source energy recovery potions were limited, better to conserve them for emergencies. With the help of the water attribute card masters, the two boats quickly drew close. Uncle Lin was the first to recover from his shock. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed heavily against the deck, calling out with reverence, "Thank you for saving us, immortal masters." His shout was utterly sincere. The image of these immortal masters had been deeply branded in his mind, making him tremble all over, an impression impossible to erase. The other fishermen followed suit, kneeling and kowtowing, saying in low voices, "Thank you, immortal masters." Apart from Lin Nanxing and Haiwa, all the other youths present had seen their share of the world. Facing this situation for the first time, they remained composed and said calmly, "Rise." Clearly, they were unaccustomed to such kowtowing etiquette. The fishermen complied and slowly stood up, though their heads remained bowed, too ashamed to look directly at them, let alone meet their eyes. Initially, rescuing these fishermen had been merely a matter of convenience. Now that the crisis was resolved, the youths from Blue Star didn't linger long and continued sailing their boats toward the deeper ocean. Chen was traveling with a gene-type card master who played multiple roles: bodyguard, errand runner, and assistant. No matter what they did, everything revolved around the gene-type card master, Xiaqin Rui. In other words, Chen was basically just a sidekick. Whatever Xiaqin Rui said went without question. After leaving Suowu Mountain, the two broke away from the main group and operated alone. Xiaqin Rui had a slender, handsome appearance and radiated an aloof, detached aura. Chen tried to strike up conversations, but Xia always replied with a curt hum or oh, clearly not interested in chatting. At first, Chen found this frustrating, but after getting used to Xia's personality, he stopped forcing it to talk to himself if no one answered. It was nice to have someone to talk to, but constant silence was uncomfortable too. Along the journey, Xiaqin Rui kept asking Chen to help catch various animal and plant samples, ranging from ordinary creatures and strange beasts to common plants, and even energy-rich yuan herbs. Whenever they encountered these, Xia would stop and deploy an architectural card called Ruijin Medical Lodge, which he used as a mobile research lab. The Ruijin Medical Lodge was a Oni and a half-star quality building card imbued with a weak metal energy field. It could slowly purify ordinary pathogens and filth entering it, and suppress low-level toxins carried by aberrant beasts to some extent. By placing biological samples on the metal tray inside, one could begin preliminary analysis of their life structures and energy compositions. The Medical Lodge was a highly reliable portable lab for novice practitioners in the supernatural realm. At the same time, Xia always had a gleaming dissection knife in hand. This weapon card, named Sharp Metal Dissection Knife, was also Oni and a half stars in quality and forged from refined steel. It could effortlessly cut through skin, flesh, and bone. When the blade gently touched a sample, the handle would vibrate slightly, helping detect energy flow inside the tissue. After each use, the knife automatically emitted a small amount of metal energy to rapidly cleanse blood and fluids from the blade, keeping it clean. It was a precise tool for probing low-level life structures. Chen had never seen an architectural card before and couldn't help asking if he could explore inside the Ruijin Medical Lodge. Xia flatly refused, saying, "You carry pathogens, you can't go in." It was a reasonable explanation, leaving Chen slightly disappointed as he waited outside the building whose style clashed sharply with the natural surroundings. Meanwhile, Xiaqin Rui wore an equipment card called Golden Thread Medical Robe, also Oni and a half stars in quality. Covered with fine gold patterns, the robe protected against low-level physical attacks and corrosive fluids. It could rapidly eliminate bloodstains, grime, and low-level pathogens, keeping the garment sterile. When in contact with living tissue, the gold patterns would faintly glow, assisting the card master in sensing the distribution of yuan energy within. This equipment was standard medical protective where the most reliable second skin for use at dissection tables. Judging from this, all three cards equipped by Xiaqin Rui were focused entirely on experimental dissection, with no combat capability whatsoever. Therefore, he had to rely on a strong partner to protect him and capture the required samples. As a myth card master, Chen's combat strength was naturally formidable. Plus, the Neo 2 card inside him had control traits, so as long as he avoided using fire skills and acted cautiously, he would not damage Xia's carefully gathered specimens. This was why Chen was chosen to accompany him instead of Su Yifan. Su Yifan's leopard tail attacks packed incredible power and devastating force, so much so that a slight mistake could seriously injure Xia Qinrui's vital organs. Chen squatted outside the infirmary, idly fiddling with some wild grass at her feet. Her big doe-like eyes, usually bright and lively, now looked dull and weary, filled with helpless boredom. It was so dull. Her mind wandered far away, wondering how the others Day, Anan were faring with their mission. And Xing had gone alone into the sea, which worried her somewhat. Yifan seemed to have gone to Yanshan, that place hailed as one of the four Qiongtian. She had no clue what the situation there was like. Chen sighed deeply. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, while she was stuck twiddling her thumbs. She glanced again at the firmly shut infirmary door, noticing not the slightest gap. Her fingers unconsciously slid into the specially designed sleeve and gently grasped an Amei dagger hidden there. Well, might as well practice some martial arts. Meanwhile, inside Ruijin Infirmary, Xia Qinrui's body, hands, and face were stained with bright red blood as he meticulously dissected various chaotic fragments of strange beast organs. The ecosystem of Yuanhua Star was completely different from that of Blue Star. Although those creatures resembled creatures from Blue Star, their internal structures were anomalous and highly valuable for study. With precise cuts, Xiaqin Rui furrowed and relaxed his brow repeatedly, murmuring to himself, how could this brain be like this? Such a peculiar brain structure. Digestive organs, how come they're like this? The lung structure is so intricate. For 3 days straight, he had immersed himself day after day in this intricate anatomical research. Finally, Xiaqin Rui gave the order to leave the infirmary. Outside, Chen Chen's doe-like eyes instantly lit up. She jumped to her feet, springing higher than anyone else, and excitedly shouted at him, let's go, let's go. Without waiting for a reply, she eagerly took the lead. Half an hour later, the two arrived back at the grassy field marred by uneven pits left by the infirmary's collapse. Chen Chen's expression turned sheepish and she nearly forgot to say, I don't know the way. Xia Qinrui's eyes sharpened, and after a moment of silence, Chen Chen scratched the back of her head awkwardly and smiled. Then you lead the way. But Xia Qinrui didn't move. Puzzled, she looked at him and he calmly said, I don't know the way either. Chen Chen. Huh. They shared an awkward glance. The situation was oddly funny. Chen Chen burst out laughing, only to be silenced by Xia Qinrui's intense gaze that made her cover her mouth. With no other choice, Chen Chen suddenly conjured a ball of fire in her hand, burning a path forward. Xia Qinrui rubbed his forehead wearily and said, fine, they'll lead the way. He found a small mountain stream and followed its flow, with the two walking forward. They had no clear destination just as long as they could get out of these woods. Where to go next didn't matter. Chen Chen carried a pack that felt unusually heavy to her, but kept pace lightly. After a day and a night, during which Xia Qinrui paused to study a strange insect, they finally emerged from the dense forest. Chen Chen looked up, inhaled deeply, and exclaimed, we finally made it out. That was tough. Her thoughts kept returning to Box and the others in the past few days. Having them around before, she never would have suffered like this. Ji He and Lin Nanqing both had excellent directional senses, so she never worried about getting lost. Now, belatedly, she realized what would happen if she wandered alone and got lost. After all, most high-level card masters were lone wolves, so her worries were not unfounded. Xia Qinrui and Chen Chen did not settle in the town. After gathering some information in the city, Xia Qinrui headed straight to the mass grave site outside. He was less interested in the local flora and fauna and more curious about the residents here, how their long, slender legs could stretch and contract so flexibly, and what mechanisms supplied enough blood to limbs that were 10 meters long. After analysis, the only conclusion Xia Qinrui reached was that the hearts of the Yuanhua Star people must have far superior blood-pumping capacity than humans from Blue Star. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sustain such massive lower limb activity. On a pitch-dark, windy night, two figures, one tall and one short, sneaked into the mass grave. The air was thick with the stench of corpses. Chen Chen had wrapped a cloth over her nose, but the foul odor still seeped into every pore, making her dizzy and lightheaded. Xia Qinrui took a pair of medical gloves from his bag and handed them to her. Reluctantly, she put them on. Then she took out the shovel she had bought in town and began digging furiously. Xia Qinrui stopped at a relatively hidden and flat spot and set up the Ruijin medical station. Graves around here were shallow. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Chen's shovel struck something hard. She dug away the earth in a few quick scoops, revealing a body wrapped in coarse straw mats. Chen Chen forced the shovel into the damp soil again, shook off the clumps of dirt on her hands, and prepared to jump into the grave. Wait, Xia Qinrui suddenly called out. Chen Chen turned with a puzzled look, only to see him leap ahead into the pit. Squatting down to examine the way the straw mats were wrapped, he said without looking up, well, lift it together. You're too short, you don't have the strength. Chen Chen bristled at the comment, protesting, I'm still growing. Xia Qinrui just snorted dismissively. Chen Chen glared at him, but still followed. Supporting the straw-wrapped head end, Xia Qinrui noticed she hesitated and urged, come down, let's lift together. Chen Chen puffed out her cheeks, but nimbly jumped down, gripping the corpse's feet tightly. Together, they lifted the body out of the grave. Xia Qinrui carried it into the Ruijin medical station and activated the system to automatically cleanse the corpse of dirt and filth. They immediately resumed digging for a second body. How many do we need to dig up? Chen Chen asked. 5 for now. We'll stop if there's no more room, Xia Qinrui replied. Chen Chen nodded and threw herself into the work with renewed focus. Meanwhile, a group of 4 was carrying a body out of the dome mansion towards the mass grave. Though they were in an open area, they kept their voices low and whispered nervously. Since the master returned from Shimo town, several deaths had happened in succession inside the mansion, spreading unease around. That bridge always makes me uneasy. Qingzhu is already the 5th this month. The master's behavior has turned strange too, the thin man said, his tone suspicious. Could he be possessed? Silence. The man walking in front snapped angrily, silencing the others with fear. In the silence, Feng Shun's brow furrowed deeper. Though he suppressed his suspicions, he also felt the master's behavior was abnormal, as if he were a completely different person. At this moment, Chun Chun was covered in mud mixed with bodily fluids, continuing to dig silently. The smell was indescribable, and Chun Chun didn't even dare to imagine just how filthy she had gotten. But since she was already covered in dirt and grime, she might as well finish the job in one go and be done with any dealings involving secretly digging up corpses. With a mix of resignation and melancholy, she kept swinging her shovel, sending clumps of earth flying. Suddenly, a sharp voice broke out nearby. "Who's there?" Immediately, several voices chimed in, some uncertain, some disbelieving, and a few trembling with fear. "Is this for real? Who would come here in the middle of the night?" Chen Chen and Xie Qinrui turned their heads simultaneously. Not far off, two dim lantern lights flickered, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps coming straight toward them. As the figures drew closer, four people became visible. Two were carrying a corpse, another held a lantern, and the man at the front wore a serious expression, his sharp gaze locking onto Chun Chun and Xie Qinrui. When their eyes met, Chun Chen's eyes instinctively dropped to the corpse, and without thinking, she raised her free hand in greeting. "Hello there." The unexpected greeting stunned the newcomers, and even Xie Qinrui's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing she had picked the wrong moment, Chun Chen quickly withdrew her hand. The man, named Feng Shan, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and scanned the shovels, the dirt-stained clothes, and the freshly dug hole. His expression turned even more cautious. They clearly weren't ordinary people, carrying a corpse through the dead of night. The thought that they might be malevolent spirits flickered through his mind, warning him against getting too close. He whispered urgently, "Put down Qingzhu and run." The other three showed no sign of his calm. Upon hearing run, they dropped the body in panic and fled without looking back. Feng Shan didn't hesitate, either took off at a sprint, leaving Chen Chen and Xie Qinrui staring at each other in disbelief. "Did they really think we were ghosts?" Chen Chen said. Xie Qinrui shrugged. "Maybe." Then he approached the corpse they'd been left with. Chen Chen followed and pulled back the mat covering it, revealing the pale, darkening face of a woman. Her eyes were wide open, almost without whites, and her jet-black pupils were especially chilling in the night's darkness. Though both frowned slightly, neither showed fear. Chen Chen had seen countless restless spirits and blood corpses in the blood-cursed river, and Xie Qinrui had encountered numerous supernatural cases. This was nothing new to them. They naturally began analyzing the corpse's cause of death. "The vital energy has been completely drained," Chen Chen said thoughtfully. Xie Qinrui nodded. "Looks like there really is some evil spirit lurking in this city." He used the local term. "Should we go check it out?" Chen Chen suggested. After a moment's thought, Xie Qinrui agreed. "Let's go." Both felt it was time to take a proper rest. Secretly, Chen Chen was pleased finally. She could breathe a little, clear her mind a bit. She had almost been suffocated by stress lately. 2 days later, in Xiwan City, Chen Chen first washed off the dirt and corpse stench in a small river outside the city, worried that she'd scare the townsfolk if she went in like that, and promptly reported the matter to the officials. The city was bustling and lively, streets lined with vendors shouting their wares, and the passers-by's faces looked much more relaxed than she had expected, without any hint of tension or fear. Clearly, news of the evil spirit had not yet spread. Chen Chen and Xie Qinrui exchanged a glance, and silently came to the same conclusion. Putting the investigation into the evil spirits aside for the moment, Chen Chen immediately rented a small courtyard, took a long, refreshing shower, and rested properly. In the past few days, she had been diligently serving as Xie Qinrui's bodyguard. Even during breaks, her mind was on high alert, never allowing herself to fall into deep sleep. She had been holding back for a long time and finally allowed herself a good, uninterrupted rest. When she woke, it was already evening. Hungry, Chen Chen ordered a large spread of food and ate until full. Her energy instantly felt restored and refreshed. Xie Qinrui was still asleep. After performing intense autopsies on 5 bodies in the past 2 days, he was mentally exhausted and needed time to recover. Taking advantage of his rest, Chen Chen decided to go out and inquire about the 4 men from last night. She gave a detailed description of Feng Shen's appearance and paid 5 taels of silver to the city guards, who finally identified him as a servant from the Qiong residence. After some thought, she hesitated about whether to eliminate the lingering spirit herself while Xie Qinrui was asleep. But within 3 seconds, Chen Chen decided not to wait any longer and handle it herself. From her observations over the past few days, she noticed Xie Qinrui's intense focus on autopsies left him little interest in anything else. Waiting for him would only create complications. Rather than dragging things out, it was better she took care of it on her own. Leaving the rented courtyard, she casually stopped a middle-aged woman to ask for directions. The woman was initially friendly, seeing Chen Chen's youth, but her expression subtly changed when she heard the name Qiong residence. "Little girl, what are you going there for?" she asked warily, never daring to say Qiong residence outright. Chen Chen told a lie. "I have a sister working there, and I want to visit her." The woman's eyes softened with pity, but she hesitated before ultimately giving directions. "Walk straight to the end, turn right, then when you reach the next end, turn left, and you'll arrive at Qiong residence." The route was indeed hard to remember. Chen asked several others along the way before finally finding the place. The Qiong residence was an imposing mansion with a tall gate arch, bearing the two large characters, Qiong residence. Two household guards stood at the entrance, their postures upright and eyes sharp, clearly trained in martial arts. Concealing her figure, Chen circled around the residence and eventually stopped at the spot thickest with evil energy. Before her was a 3-meter-high green brick wall. She whispered a spell, summoning a bull-headed spirit to launch her up onto the wall. Her small frame landed lightly on top. Below was an open courtyard covered with fallen leaves. In one corner was a small pond, spanned by a gray stone bridge. By the water's edge, withered grass and a few drooping dead trees rustled in the night breeze, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Chen landed steadily, dry leaves crackling beneath her feet. Meanwhile, inside the Qiong residence's rear courtyard, in the lattice quarters, Yuan He tightly embraced Qiong Jin, her eyes pleading yet anxious. Husband, don't go to that courtyard. Seal it off. If this continues, the whole family will be doomed. But Qiong Jin remained unmoved. His once calm face darkened with ashen shadows and cruelty. Coldly, he said, let go of me. Yuan He clung tighter, her voice urgent, no. You can't go there. Without mercy, Qiong Jin pushed her away forcefully, knocking her to the ground. You don't understand. This is the Immortal Master's order. If successful, the Qiong family will have a chance to ascend to immortality. Yuan He collapsed onto the ground, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qiong Jin's resolute back. Her heart weighed heavy, pierced like 1,000 steel needles by despair and helplessness intertwined. A celestial master? What kind of celestial master could make him so indifferent to family ties, caring nothing for his own kin's fate? She shouted hoarsely, her voice trembling with a mix of sorrow, anger, and accusation. Qiong Jin's steps abruptly halted, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he coldly threw down a few words, you don't need to ask. Just obey. Then, with wild determination flickering in his gait and breath, he strode toward the gloomy courtyard. His figure was detached and frigid, as if all emotion had been cut off, leaving only relentless calculation. Bridge, as long as the living's yang energy was sufficiently nourished, that bridge could transform mortals into celestial masters, then not only our family, but all of Zhao Kingdom would bow to me as their lord. What was the power of the king compared to that? Celestial masters, what were they worth? Muttering incessantly, Qiong Jin's eyes turned bloodshot with creeping dark red veins. As night deepened, his gaze grew increasingly sinister and eerie. Madness hovered at the edge of his expression as his pace quickened, drawn by some overwhelming summons hidden within the sinister courtyard. He approached the courtyard gate, closed tight, but sensed a presence unlike anything before. After a moment of focus, he suddenly pushed the door open, coming face to face with a figure inside Chen. Chen felt a moment of embarrassment. Breaking into someone's home rarely brought honor. But when she saw the violent, blood-colored aura emanating from this middle-aged man, her discomfort swiftly gave way to alertness. Who are you? How did you get here? Could it be you're after my bridge? She asked warily. Qiong Jin's eyes darkened with deeper bloodlust, his expression growing ever more unhinged. A furious roar shattered the night's stillness, echoing throughout the Qiong residence. The master's voice? The servants nearby exchanged confused glances, catching the tumult from the forbidden courtyard. Suddenly, whispers erupted. Someone had trespassed into the restricted courtyard. The master was this furious? A group of servants hesitated, uncertain whether to intervene. Then Yuan He emerged from the house, her composed face resolute. Go, she commanded sharply. A thief has broken into the estate. What are you waiting for? If the Lord is harmed, who will be held accountable? Her words instantly dissolved any hesitation. The servants seized their weapons and torches, rushing toward the forbidden courtyard. Yuan He gripped her sword tightly. Though her slender frame trembled slightly in the night wind, she stood tall at the front of the group, steadily advancing toward the courtyard. Chen observed the surrounding clamor, the approaching footsteps chaotic yet steadily growing near. Her face remained unreadable, but the middle-aged man before her snarled with fierce hostility. He seemed to ignore Chen entirely as he spun around and shouted angrily. Who let you come here? Didn't I warn you to stay away? Before he could finish, Yuan He's group had already arrived nearby the courtyard. Yuan He tightened her sword grip and spoke evenly. Someone has broken in. I'm worried about your safety. Qiong Jin's face suddenly twisted into a terrifying grimace, grotesque beyond the mortal realm. No, you're all the same as her. You want to steal my bridge. The air tensed abruptly. Under the cold night sky, hostile conflict flared sharp and bitter. Yuan He saw Chen burst into the small courtyard. The girl looked innocent and delicate, with a petite figure and 2 round buns perched atop her head like plump little dumplings. Barely into her teens, she radiated a pure, almost ethereal charm. Yet, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Yuan He quietly clenched her fists, thinking to herself, Before she could finish her thought, Feng Xin suddenly let out a startled cry from behind her. It's you. Yuan. He turned her head to look back. Feng Shun's eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the girl, disbelief and a trace of hidden fear written all over his face. How are you here? Feng Xin demanded, his voice trembling. Yuan He's gaze flickered between them, and Feng Xin's expression made her begin to suspect that this intruding girl was not as innocent as she appeared. Do you know her? She asked. In a deep voice, Feng Xin replied, she's the grave-digging fiend I mentioned a few days ago. Before he could finish, Qiangjin's rational mind completely shattered in that instant. You really know each other. He let out an inhuman roar as the blackness in his pupils rapidly expanded, engulfing his entire eyeball. Dark smoke began to rise around his body. Yuan He's face instantly went deathly pale. As Qiangjin's closest partner, she knew his transformations intimately. But witnessing her once gentle husband turn into a monstrous being was a shocking blow to her heart. Everyone present was paralyzed by the sudden catastrophe. The servants stiffened, their teeth chattering with fear. A potent malevolence seemed to seep into their minds like a tangible force, draining their strength to flee. Qiangjin dashed forward through the air, aiming straight at the delicate young girl. His nails turned black and grew swiftly, sharp as blades, aiming right for her throat. At that moment, the girl's life seemed to teeter on the edge, about to be snatched by those dark claws. The pupils of all witnesses trembled wildly. No one dared to look directly, yet none could tear their eyes away. Just as Qiangjin's claws were about to strike, an astonishing figure suddenly appeared, a minotaur with a bull's head and a human body. Its visage was fierce, its aura deep as an abyss, seeming to swallow everything. The servants finally noticed their bodies responding and were about to warn the mistress and others when the beast raised a steel trident. Qiangjin was frozen in place by the intimidation. With a sudden, violent strike, the trident cleaved Qiangjin's body in two. His innards spilled out as blood sprayed across the ground. The scene was shockingly brutal. Everyone's nerves were pushed to the limit. After a stunned pause, the repressed terror erupted in screams echoing through every corner of the Qiong estate. It was Qian's first time witnessing such a gruesome and intense scene. Her stomach churned and waves of nausea hit her, but the Minotaur's trait of doubling its attacks against criminals quickly kicked in. She soon suppressed her discomfort and controlled the Minotaur to change its target, the small bridge in the courtyard. Earlier, when Qiangjin's energy surged, the gray-white stone bridge had suddenly erupted with strong energy fluctuations. Blood-red patterns crawled across its surface like living things, emanating a sinister and eerie aura. Such a rare artifact bore distinctly abnormalities. Qian's mind immediately went to Jihe. The box mostly produces type cards, and now that she had a field card, maybe it could come in handy. Thinking this way, the unsettling feeling immediately eased a lot. Who are you exactly? A tense female voice suddenly rang out. Qian turned around. An elegantly dressed woman stared at her in shock, slight wrinkles on her face doing nothing to diminish her grace. Behind her, a group of servants gripped their weapons tightly, faces filled with fear. Meeting their gazes, Qian instantly understood they all took her for some kind of evil spirit. I'm human, she explained calmly. An immortal master. You're an immortal master, right? Did you come because you sensed the evil spirit? Then could the head of the family really? The scene instantly erupted into noisy speculation. Qian turned back around. The ox-head figure strode heavily forward, slamming into the small stone bridge. The clash between its iron fork and the bridge echoed sharply, sparks flying everywhere. The blood-colored patterns on the bridge flickered wildly, seemingly struggling to resist, but the creature's strength was overwhelming, and the fork slowly sank deeper into the stone. As the fork pierced further, the bridge's resistance weakened and the blood-red markings gradually dimmed. Crack! A clear fissure suddenly burst open on the bridge and spread like a spiderweb, shattering the entire structure into shards. Just as the bridge broke apart completely, Qian pulled out a blank card. Collect material. Name, Insha Stone Bridge. Type, material card. Quality. Attribute, none. Special traits. 1. When living beings cross this bridge, their yang energy nourishes the bridge's patterns, slightly enhancing its sturdiness. 2. When spirits cross, they can use the bridge's Sha energy to stabilize their souls. Note: a stone bridge long corroded by Sha energy. It absorbs living beings' yang energy as a source of growth and has initially condensed resentful life force. The strange aura that once shrouded the bridge quickly vanished as it collapsed. The surrounding air seemed fresher, and everyone felt the weight of fear and oppression in their heart's ease. They gazed at the vanished bridge and the relaxed expression of the girl, their hearts stirred. So this is the legendary immortal master? Sweeping away evil spirits with a wave of the hand? Not all immortal masters are this powerful, Feng Shun, who had traveled outside and seen the world, said thoughtfully. Most immortal masters don't have an easy time eliminating evil spirits. The implication was clear. This wasn't an ordinary immortal master before them. Qian carefully stored the card after checking its traits. Material cards that could grow were extremely rare. A light smile crept onto her face as she already imagined how the box would react to receiving this card. She happily twirled the Ame thorn unconsciously. This small, sharp weapon flipped nimbly between her fingers like a lively butterfly dancing. Immortal Master, would you honor us with a moment to talk? Yuan He's voice sounded again. Chen Chun tilted her head. Is there something else? Yuan He nodded lightly. Her heart was full of sorrow and confusion, and she tried not to look at the gruesome scene of Cheong Jin's corpse. Before leaving with Chen Chun, she whispered softly, please make sure to properly handle my master's body. My lord wasn't like this before. About a month ago, he went to Shimo town and brought back this stone bridge. Yuan He nervously twisted the corner of her clothes, her voice trembling slightly. Since then, his temperament has grown increasingly violent and irritable. People in the mansion have been dying one after another, and their bodies are silently taken away in the night. I was scared, so I sent the children out of the city and he didn't stop me. She took a deep breath and continued, just before you barged into this courtyard, we had a fight. I begged him to stop, but he said, Yuan He's lips moved as she struggled to say the last words. This is the Immortal Master's command. Chun Chen frowned, memories of Blue Star flashing through her mind. 1,000 years ago, an evil card master slaughtered a city to raise a growth-type card. The emperor was furious and launched a nationwide manhunt. That purge was widespread, and no negligent official escaped punishment. Since then, Blue Star established a strict law no matter how heinous the criminal, their corpse must never be fed to cards. This law made such incidents disappear from Blue Star. After all, provoking state law for a card and sacrificing oneself was pointless. It was better to hunt beasts honestly. Chun Chen never expected to encounter something like this in person. Since this person didn't choose to kill the Insha Stone Bridge directly for the card, maybe they didn't have enough card slots and couldn't raise it themselves. Or perhaps, this person was raising more than one anomaly. She scratched her head. Yuan He's information was too limited, and this matter had nothing to do with Xie Qinruo's plan, so it would be a waste of time. I understand, Chen Chen said calmly. Yuan He was stunned for a moment, then looked desperate. Can you help us? I don't know either. I'll tell you later if I can help. Without a clear answer, Yuan He felt tormented but helpless. She forced a faint smile. Then we'll wait for the Immortal Master's good news. Chen Chun was personally sent out by Yuan He as she left the mansion. Back at the temporary rented courtyard, Xie Qinruo's room was pitch black. She took out the newly acquired Insha Stone Bridge material card from her room. The more she looked at it, the more she felt this card fit perfectly with the box's Resentful Blood Rivera River and a bridge, both Yin attribute cards. Waiting quietly was simple enough. The Insha Stone Bridge was here, so the other side would surely show up. But she wasn't acting alone, so she still needed to ask Xie Qinrue. Stashing the card away, Chun Chen sat cross-legged and entered meditation. At breakfast the next day, Chen Chen told Xie Qinrue about the matter. He agreed without hesitation. That very day, they moved into the Cheong mansion. Yuan He was overjoyed and eagerly gathered strange creatures that Xie Qinrue needed. Meanwhile, trouble broke out on Su Yifun's side had clashed with the people from Yinshan. Hey Race, what happened? He was operating together with Yin Zhao and Lu Yu, covertly gathering intelligence in Xian City outside Yin Mountain. As an outer fortress of Yin Mountain, Xian City was home to many of Yin Mountain's immortal masters. The three of them took the opportunity to observe how these immortals carried themselves. What followed was almost predictable. These immortals didn't consider ordinary people worth much. In the city, it was common for their battles and skill contests to casually destroy houses and streets. To them, objects were lifeless, but human lives were what truly mattered. The ordinary residents of Xian City had long mastered the art of dodging and weaving. Whenever the immortals got into fights, they scattered like frightened rabbits, their agile escapes eliciting sympathy from onlookers. Worse still, these immortals treated ordinary people as disposable, casually sacrificing them to test new skills. Many also brazenly abused their power, harassing men and women alike, bullying the weak, and taking whatever they pleased. Such heartless behavior was rampant. Witnessing this darkness, Su Yifun, Yin Zhao, and Lu Yu felt like 3 gas canisters ready to explode. That was until one day when a young man tried to kill an innocent 5- or 6-year-old child blocking his way. That was the last straw. The 3 erupted. Yin Zhao immediately launched a fireball known among the people as a blast flame bomb, incinerating the youth into a charred figure. This blast flame bomb was a fire element skill card of excellent quality, able to condense into a fiery sphere and be hurled. Upon striking the target, it triggered a small explosion that dealt intense flame and impact damage to enemies in range. However, forming the fireball took time, and the strength depended on the caster's mental focus. Beginners often risked injuring themselves. The explosion was like lighting a hornet's nest. An instant swarm of pursuers from Yin Mountain descended. The hunters escalated from a few youths to middle-aged men, eventually led by several elderly figures, each squad numbering at least 10, scouring the streets for the 3. Though the trio's power far surpassed their pursuers individually, the enemy's overwhelming numbers and the time needed for their energy and mental strength to recover put them in a precarious position. With no choice, they resorted to guerrilla tactics, hiding and dodging as they fought the Yin Valley Hunt teams. At that moment, Su Yifan felt a deep longing for Yang Suyan. If only he were here, their mental energy would regenerate promptly, and they could restore their source power quickly with medicine. I'm sorry, I acted too impulsively, Yin Zhao muttered remorsefully as he ran. No need to apologize, Su Yifan replied firmly. If I hadn't acted, someone else would have. Lu Yu nodded solemnly. Yifan's right. No one could stand by and watch that happen. In any civilization, children are the most precious flame of the future. Anyone who harms innocent kids proves they and their values have long lost their humanity. Xian City's layout was extremely narrow, with only one city gate as an exit, now heavily guarded by their pursuers. The three had no chance of breaking through by force. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. If we stay here, they'll trap us like fish in a barrel. We need to find a moment to catch our breath and contact Ji He and Lin Yanzhou. Yin Zhao and Su Yifan fell into thought as well. Soon, they said in unison, let's go to Yin Mountain. Though Yin Mountain was tightly defended, it was also the center of information, providing a chance to wage psychological warfare and disrupt the enemy's rhythm. If they could find a small opening, they could reach Ji He and the others. Su Yifan trusted Ji He deeply and believed that once contact was made, their current predicament could be resolved. Yin Zhao and Lu Yu leaned more toward reaching Lin Yanzhou. Whoever it was, as long as they could re-establish outside communication, the deadlock might be broken. Lu Yu is an electric-type card master, skilled at fast travel and crowd control abilities. His electric trailing step is an electric-based movement skill that generates a faint electric beacon about 3 meters ahead of his body, using electromagnetic force to slightly pull him toward that point. When carrying others, the pulling force of the beacon is halved. This skill is a common and well-practiced travel technique among electric-type card masters, but when used with non-electric card masters, it causes them electric shock damage during activation. To be honest, Su Yifan was completely unwilling to experience this electrified way of traveling, but since it was the only quick method available among the three of them, he had no choice. Su Yifan's tough and sturdy constitution allowed him to barely endure it, while Yin Zhao often grimaced and contorted his face in pain from the shocks. Yin Zhao couldn't help but ask skeptically, how did your team let you bring that thing? It's normal for an electric type to have a fast travel skill, but where are your other types of card masters? Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, our whole team is electric type. Su Yifan shot him a teasing look, and Yin Zhao frowned. Being so one-dimensional makes you an easy target. Don't you know that? Lu Yu shrugged. I know, but it makes things more interesting. Yin Zhao accepted the answer immediately. Curious. Interesting how? Super fun. Imagine having all 5 turbulent electric touches active simultaneously. It's a blast when wrecking noobs. Yin Zhao pictured the scene, the electric currents weaving and overlapping instantaneously, creating an intensely striking spectacle. Well, as long as you're happy, he said with a smile. Just as they were chatting, Su Yifan suddenly raised his guard. Watch out. More than a dozen enemies suddenly erupted onto the path ahead, and upon seeing them, wasted no time launching fireballs that rained down like a barrage. Su Yifan swung his greatsword, crossing his hands in a flurry of strokes that stirred powerful gusts of wind, the roaring air above helping deflect most of the incoming fireballs. Yin Zhao gathered his energy and shouted, explosive flame bomb. He condensed a dark red fireball roughly the size of a basketball and hurled it fiercely into the blocking enemies, instantly throwing their formation into chaos. The leader, an elderly man, shouted sternly, scatter. Don't get hit. Having pursued the trio relentlessly for a whole day and night, the people of Yinshan were well familiar with their skills, especially Yin Zhao's explosive flame bomb, as it had sparked the current turmoil. Su Yifan summoned his leopard tail, his form flashing like thunder and lightning, surging into the enemy crowd with a sharp, fierce aura. Each slash of the leopard tail's razor-sharp claws stirred up a shower of blood, instantly staining the ground crimson. The crowd fell into turmoil. Some panicked, some angrily shouted, how can they still use skills? Who the hell are these three? Their medicines are even better than those from the Medicine Valley. Taking advantage of the chaos, the three quickly pushed forward. Lu Yu swiftly activated his skill, bouncing electric thread. This electric thread shot out, hitting the first target, then ricocheting to 1 or 2 nearby enemies within a 1-meter radius. Each enemy struck was afflicted with a mild paralysis lasting 1 second. The elder yelled angrily, break formation, but it was too late. The controlled enemies couldn't respond in time. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yu activated electric trailing step, rapidly pulling Su Yifan and Yin Zhao away to create distance. They didn't want to leave all the pursuers behind at once, but other Yinshan card masters attracted by the battle were gathering in the distance. Their priority now was to escape first. With their numbers steadily increasing, several new pursuit squads had quietly circled around them. Su Yifan urged quietly, don't stop. Keep pushing forward. Su Yifan swung his great sword with relentless energy, unleashing a fierce gale of sword wind that roared like a tiger's roar, fiercely shielding Lu Yu and Yin Zhao behind him and forming an impenetrable defense. Though utterly exhausted in both body and mind, the burning pain from the flames continued to spread deep within his flesh. After more than a day and night of intense combat, every muscle ached, and almost every inch of his skin throbbed with pain. Yin Zhao, also fire-affiliated, was slightly better off, but his scorched and swollen skin under the tattered clothing still throbbed incessantly with no sign of healing. Among the three, Lu Yu remained the most stable. He consistently timed his bouncing electric thread attacks perfectly to minimize injury. Su Yifan guided the agile leopard tail to dash into the crowd. The fierce wind it whipped up carried a sharp cutting force that seemed unstoppable. Bitter thoughts stirred in his heart if only Chun Chen were here. With these enemies' tricky tactics, if Nyoto were in the fight, the battle would be over in an instant, swiftly and decisively. If they could just swap roles right now, with Chun Chen here, she would surely become a nightmare for the disciples of Yanshan. Indeed, the leopard tail was the very embodiment of Yanshan's deadly intent. Its strikes were swift and relentless, chaining attacks that were nearly impossible to avoid. The Yanshan disciples' immediate instinct was to dodge with full effort. The idea of taking a hit didn't cross their minds. The formation collapsed far faster than Su Yifan had expected, leaving him inwardly puzzled. Why was the charge becoming easier by the moment? Lu Yu took a swig from a source energy recovery potion, frowning deeply. We don't have many more of these left. We can't hold out much longer. Without hesitation, Lu Yu swiftly teleported with the other two to the nearby electric lure point ahead. Su Yifan reached up and took off the communication device hanging from his neck, handing it to Lu Yu. You're slower with us around. We'll cover you so you can break out first. Get in touch with He as soon as possible. We'll hold them off. Yin Zhao paused for a moment before a spark of clarity returned to his eyes. You're right. We should have done this long ago. Running around together like this doesn't let me use my full strength. Lu Yu, your electric lure step has been shortened from 3 meters to just 1.5 meters, which limits your mobility a lot. You're the best bet to move on your own. Without hesitation, Lu Yu pressed the communication device against his chest and fixed his gaze on them firmly. All right then, I'm going. Be careful. He then turned to Yin Zhao, reminding him, you're the one who really needs to be careful. The communication device can block common attacks, but can't withstand focused fire. Don't let it get damaged. Yin Zhao nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yu immediately activated electric lure step, dashing like a lightning bolt deeper into Yanshan territory. Su Yifan and Yin Zhao exchanged a glance, each seeing the eager spark of determination flicker in the other's eyes. Facing a group of Yanshan disciples eager to pursue Lu Yu, Yin Zhao made his first move, deploying a field card for the first time. Crimson Fireplane. Name Crimson Fireplane. Type Field Card. Rank. Attribute Fire. Effect 1. The card user summons Crimson Fireplane to descend, causing enemies within its area to suffer severe fire burns and a significant reduction in movement speed. Effect 2. It can absorb abnormal flames to enhance the card's quality, but cannot absorb fire exceeding its own intensity. Notes. Crimson Fireplane condenses pure flames to create a localized burning zone that is not intensely fierce but extremely difficult to extinguish. Use cautiously to avoid accidentally igniting the environment. Yin Zhao had refrained from using field cards before because they consume large amounts of source energy and seemed excessive during their retreat. Now, without restraint, he eagerly cracked his knuckles and prepared to fight with full force, ready to unleash a new wildfire frenzy. A dozen soft-meters wide area was instantly engulfed by blazing red flames. The fire needed no fuel. It rolled and flowed across the ground like molten lava, piling up into towering waves of fire that seemed ready to swallow everything nearby at any moment. Waves of heat surged outward, the air thick with searing heat, making each breath feel as if flames were burning the throat. The disciples of Yanshan caught within this fiery zone appeared trapped in hell itself, their bodies relentlessly scorched by unyielding flames, agony etched deeply on their faces. Confronted with such an obvious area attack, the crowd's first instinct was to flee desperately toward the edge of the fire. But to their horror, their normally nimble legs grew unnaturally heavy, as if bound by invisible chains, making every step feel weighted and sluggish. Could the flames possess some strange power? Though the fire hindered their steps, it did not slow them drastically enough. Escape was the only priority. One disciple summoned all his strength and dashed to the fire's edge, about to step free. A flicker of hope bloomed in his heart. Suddenly, a scarlet fireball shot forward at lightning speed and struck him hard. A thunderous explosion followed, turning him into ash instantly. A piercing scream echoed. The second disciple failed to dodge as well, meeting the same grisly fate. The third, then the fourth. Deaths spread like a flood, one after another fell into the inferno. Yet they refused to surrender quietly, their eyes blazing with anger and defiance. They grimly withdrew precious rebounding spirit pills from the medicine valley, pouring spirit energy into their bodies. A surge of source energy gushed through them like a tide, immediately restoring their combat power. They wildly gestured incantations, unleashing volley after volley of scorching fireballs, their primary offensive skill. Here on Blue Star, only inner sect disciples could cast fireball spells, with those wearing finer robes as the main force. The outer sect disciples mainly wielded weaker spells like Scorched Skin, Flame Burst, and Licking Flames. Their pursuers were not just inner sect disciples. At first, many outer sect disciples flanked them, but soon the battle's momentum shifted. The inner sect disciples became the main force, using large groups of commoners as human shields, threatening the three with these mortals' lives to force surrender. The Yinshan members originally thought the three would hesitate facing civilians. Instead, the trio showed no mercy or sympathy at all, brutally slaughtering without remorse. The Yinshan harshly sneered, mocking, "We thought you were kinder, but you're just as cold-hearted as us. What a terrible act." The three did not respond emotionally. Their upbringing taught them that compassion on the battlefield was a fatal weakness. Lu Yu retorted coldly, "Your own people don't even view mortals as lives, expecting us outsiders to cherish them is wishful thinking." The Yinshan didn't fully grasp the word abstract, but they caught the mockery in his tone. This was also why the three found it hardest to shake off their pursuers. Unlike the Yinshan disciples, who relied on extended strides to gain speed advantage, the trio's legs remained restrained here. They couldn't create distance. Though these people lacked raw strength, their speed was astonishing. No matter how Lu Yu led the others, they couldn't outrun their hunters. Their only respite would come from wiping out the attackers. At that moment, Su Yifan pulled out a vial from his bag and gave most of it to Yin Zhao. Once clear from the high-temperature zone, Yin Zhao gulped down the source energy supplement. His face, pale from rapid energy loss, regained some color. Bao Wei stayed alert at his side, lunging fiercely to kill anyone who came close. Su Yifan, wielding a great sword, swung and spun with all his might, blocking scorching fireballs flying from all directions, buying precious breath for his companions. The heavy sword had branded itself onto his palm, flesh and skin tightly entwined, with still any slight movement brought searing pain, as if his skin was being torn apart. Behind Lu Yu trailed dozens of Yin Mountain disciples, their legs stretched to their limits. Yet their figures couldn't close the distance by even half a step. Free from the burden of bringing others along, Lu Yu felt his entire body turn light and agile. He teleported 3 meters away in a flash like lightning. He had put tremendous effort into mastering the lightning step, and combined with his mental power, he could complete the maximum number of lightning point shifts within a single second. His surging speed allowed him to rapidly widen the gap between himself and the reinforcements. Half an hour later, having completely shaken off his pursuers, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings and contemplated for a moment. Given the current situation, was it still worth heading toward Yin Mountain? The number of Yin Mountain disciples in the city was massive, and ordinary people also served as informants. There was virtually nowhere to plant small communication devices without being noticed. He gritted his teeth, confirmed his direction, and still resolutely charged toward Yin Mountain. After all, in such a vast valley, finding a secluded spot without disturbance would surely be easier than hiding in a town. Racing along the way, Lu Yu cautiously avoided all passers-by. The people here were accustomed to running wildly with elongated legs, making everyone extraordinarily conspicuous. As long as he hid beneath tree shade or under eaves, he could evade the downward-searching gazes. The name Yin Mountain didn't quite match its environment. The fire element energy in the air wasn't particularly dense, at most slightly more than elsewhere. The valley itself was lush and verdant, with flourishing branches and leaves brimming with vitality. Of course, deeper within there might be peculiar features, but Lu Yu hadn't come to explore mysteries this time. Circling to the valley's edge, he found a checkpoint with lax defenses. 2 guards looked exhausted, chatting idly as they desperately fought off drowsiness. In their conversation, they complained, "What's the point of guarding this godforsaken place? There's nothing inside anyway. Who knows? There's nothing back there either, yet the people guarding that side are even busier," the other responded. "Who do you think those 3 who broke into Yun City actually were?" More than half the inner sect senior brothers and sisters rushed over, but they still haven't caught them. "If I'd known earlier, they would have called me to help catch them too," the other said with a laugh. While the two were chatting and laughing, Lu Yu silently released bouncing electric threads. The person on the left suddenly cut off mid-sentence, and his companion looked startled, wanting to ask what had happened, but before the words left his mouth, his entire body suddenly went numb. In the next second, Lu Yu's figure transformed into lightning, electric arcs pulling him before the 2 men. He swiftly threw punches, striking twice and knocking them unconscious. Immediately afterward, he grabbed one person in each hand and simultaneously activated electric arc, causing their hearts to stop abruptly, ensuring they would never wake again. He tossed both corpses into the mountain ravine, then crouched in a deserted cave and began assembling communication equipment. He muttered to himself, "This level is still too low. At a higher tier, communication equipment would be handled with just a single card. Now, with insufficient material strength, not only is it easily damaged, but I also have to assemble the signal relay tower, transmitter, receiver, and energy converter from scratch. What a hassle. Fortunately, they had all received relevant training at the Star Bureau, so while the assembly work was tedious, it wasn't particularly difficult. Half an hour later, the small communication station was finally assembled. Lu Yu pressed his palm against the energy converter. His lightning element source energy was highly compatible with the equipment, allowing the entire system to run stably. He flipped the switch, adjusted it to communication mode, and called out in a low voice, "Lu Yu here, hello." Jihe's voice came quickly through the receiver. That voice was Lu Yu? Yes, it was him, rushing to Yin with Yin Zhao and Su Yifan. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. Immediately following were the sounds of clashing weapons, crashing metal, mixed with screams and cries of pain, sending chills down one's spine. How dare you pick a fight with us? Xiaohe's voice pierced like a sword. You should feel honored we even noticed your pills, and yet you still dare to attack? Ah, you actually slapped me. Do you know who I am? I'm coming for you. You refuse to show respect. Don't expect any in the future. Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, curiosity shining in his eyes. What exactly is going on over there? The door clicked shut with a creak, sealing off the fierce battle sounds. The noises became muffled, hazy. He turned away and approached the communication device again, her tone cold as she asked, "What did you just say? Are you in trouble?" Lu Yu detailed everything happening on their end without interruption. When he finished, he cursed softly under her breath, "Damn." Then her voice grew calm and grave. "Go back and rendezvous with Yin Zhao and Su Yifan. Try to lead them into Yin Mountain. The terrain there is complex, perfect for hiding. Wait there for me. They'll come as soon as I can." Watching her swiftly prepare, Lu Yu asked quietly, "What about your situation?" He gave a brief report. "Si Cheong Tian sent 4 envoys here. Right off the bat, they tried to take us all away and wanted in to forge pills for them free of charge. Their attitude? Like it's some kind of honor for us." She spat out a curse again. "They're nothing but frauds." At that moment, Xiaohe's voice came from outside, full of anger and defiance. "We were willing to negotiate out of kindness, and you repay us with insults?" Lu Yu smirked inwardly in agreement. It only reaffirmed how much more complicated things in Yin Mountain really were. All right, it's settled then. After this exchange, the communication cut off. Lu Yu busied himself adjusting the device, trying again and again to reach Lin Yinzhou, but failed. Lin Yinzhou hadn't yet set up a base station. Yin Zhao and Su Yifan were still caught up outside with no time to wait. Frowning, Lu Yu fought down the anxiety gnawing at him and forced himself to trust Jihe's judgment. He packed up the signal relay, dismantled the communication equipment, and put the device back around his neck as usual. He disliked how cumbersome it looked, but carrying it in his hands risked damage. The heavy gear pressed against his chest, and he found himself wishing to quickly reach the 4th stage and get a storage card to ease the burden. This way of carrying it was far too inconvenient. Lu Yu retraced his steps back to Yin Mountain, the journey going smoothly. It seemed the disappearance of those two hadn't been noticed yet. Only after reaching Sun City was his presence detected. There's another one here. With that, he had to launch into parkour escape once more. Fortunately, the clash between Yin Zhao, Su Yifan, and the Yin Mountain group was intense and loud. The locals occasionally stretched their forms, swinging through the air highly conspicuous, which allowed Lu Yu to pinpoint their general location before even entering Sun City. The three reunited quickly. Yin Zhao withdrew his field, panting heavily. "How's it going? Did you make contact?" Lu Yu nodded. "We're connected with Jihe." Su Yifan visibly relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief. Yin Zhao and Jihe had only spent 3 days together, so Yin didn't know him very well. Frowning slightly, he pressed, "You only contacted him?" Lu Yu nodded. He was the only one who set up a communication station. Yin Zhao fell silent and tapped his fingertips nervously on his knee. Inside, he was genuinely uneasy. Su Yifan glanced at him confidently. "Put your worry aside, no one's more reliable than He. The fervent loyalty in Su Yifan's tone made Lu Yu and Yin Zhao exchange a glance. Instinctively, they both pictured the sycophants and hanger-son circling their own circles. People from their background almost always had flocks of flatterers, many of whom were even more fanatical than Su Yifan. But the pure trust in Su Yifan's eyes felt different, almost genuine. Having fought alongside him, both men already respected Su Yifan's strength and mentally placed him on equal footing. Seeing him place unquestioning faith in another peer stirred a subtle unease in them. Lu Yu fixed his gaze on Su Yifan. "You really trust him that much?" Su Yifan caught their skepticism and waved it off. "Don't judge him by how odd he looks when it comes down to it. He's solid." He thought for a moment and elaborated seriously. "Think of it like this. He's so reliable that even the seniors who do square dancing pull him in to manage the schedule. Whenever there's a quarrel over the square, someone's always calling him to mediate." Lu Yu and Yin Zhao stared blankly. Wait, is that true? They were genuinely stunned. Yet strangely, the tight knot in their chests loosened a bit. They felt a real flicker of reassurance. Achoo! Ji sneezed loudly while lying on Xiaohe's back. Rubbing his nose, he declared firmly, I'm sure Yifun's thinking of me right now. Xiaohe kept walking, his voice laced with concern. I wonder how things are on his side. Yang Suian, who was resting on Guai Yu's back, said confidently, Yifun will hold out until we get there. A sharp edge crept into Ji He's eyes, making him appear unusually intense. The Siqiong Tian, don't they treat ordinary people like nothing? His voice was calm, but bore a chilling, killing intent. Then don't blame others for not treating them as human either. Guai Yu, overhearing the conversation, felt a chill run down his spine involuntarily. Ji he considered himself morally decent, a helpful person, could lend a hand if no urgent matters interfered. Yet talking about taking on tens of thousands without a shred of discomfort revealed how his sense of morality had limits. It depended on sides and people. Enemies didn't merit moral judgment, just act. As for bad people otherwise, it was situational. If they didn't provoke him, it was fine, but if they crossed him it wasn't like he couldn't handle it. He was Huaxia, not some Ninja Turtle clan. With Yang Suian's speed boost, Ji He's group traveled swiftly, finally reaching the outskirts of Xian City 2 days later. Meanwhile, Su Yifun and his two companions were maneuvering inside Yin Mountain, evading their pursuers. There was no denying it. A vast, sparsely populated terrain was much easier to hide in than a cramped one with many people. Although their supplies were exhausted, they used the landscape and the small size of their target to stay hidden until their spiritual and source energy drained. After recuperating, they'd strike, snatching a few enemies, then disappear again into the deep forest. This slippery, elusive style of fighting frayed the nerves of Yin Mountain's forces and bred fear. That fear spread like a shadow over them. Every time they thought they had them cornered, those three escaped cleverly, sometimes taking comrades' lives in the process. The morale of Yin Mountain's troops gradually sank, and some hands holding weapons trembled slightly. Yin City was completely sealed off. Not only were outsiders forbidden to enter, but even Shiyue, who had gone ahead to investigate, was nearly detained by the city guards. The city's unique terrain meant there was only one gate for entry and exit. Unwilling to delay any longer, Jiha waved her hand and commanded, break through. Shiyue's eyes held a numb look, as if he had resigned himself to death, and he acted upon the order immediately. Though not yet an official card master, he took the lead with bold strides, becoming the first to charge toward the gate. The gate guards drew their blades and shouted furiously, what do you think you're doing? Before the words had fully left their mouths, a flash of steel came slashing down. Qiuyue dodged hastily. In the next instant, Xiaohe summoned a wasp spirit beast that circled the gate once, and the guards fell one after another. Yang Suian simultaneously enhanced Xiaohe and Qiuyue's speed, while he and Jia stayed firmly on their backs, quickly following through. The streets of Yin City were empty and silent, like a ghost town. Yet from the barely opened doors and windows, pairs of watchful eyes tracked the intruders. The ordinary citizens had not dared to venture out for several days. Jia had planned to pull someone from a house to guide them. But unexpectedly, a patrol squad dressed in Flame Mountain's distinctive attire quickly appeared on the street. The leader demanded sternly, who are you? How did you get in? Before finishing the sentence, flames appeared in his hands, clearly preparing for battle. Jiha moved in close and summoned the Dark Impermanence, using the soul-seizing technique to force the patrol to give directions. The Black Impermanence wielded the soul-hooking chain, swinging it with great force, inflicting massive damage while also inducing psychological fear that left the opponents panic-stricken. They quickly pointed the way forward. Then the wasps darted through the air, and the Eighth Lord swung his soul-hooking chain, instantly cutting down the entire patrol. The fresh blood hadn't yet dried when Jiha's group of four was already racing toward Flame Mountain. As they drew closer to Flame Mountain, they encountered more and more people, and the fire elemental energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly pronounced. Xiaohe and Qiuyue kept running, while Jiha summoned the black and white impermanences ahead to clear the path, and Yang Suian took medicine while continuously maintaining speed enhancements for the team. The four quickly broke through the encirclement. More people have broken into Flame Mountain. The guards hurriedly spread the alarm. Do they really think Flame Mountain is easy to bully? What gives them the right to trespass? However, by the time the message was relayed, Jiha's party had already swept aside all the guards and pushed deep into the valley. The valley was enormous, making ordinary searches futile. Jiha took a deep breath and called out with her spiritual power, Yifun. Xiaohe's feet moved swift as wind, munching on recovery pills like candy. Jiha's voice soon echoed throughout the valley. Su Yifun and his companions, who had just hidden themselves, heard the call. Su Yifun jumped to his feet. Box is here. Lu Yu and Yin Zhao quickly grabbed him. Wait, are you sure it's Jiha? Su Yifun nodded. Definitely Box's unique spiritual power. Only then did the two release him, and all three followed Su Yifun out of their hiding place. The two teams finally reunited. Xiaohe collapsed onto the ground, panting like a bull, with Qiuyue close behind, sitting down exhausted. The 2 days of constant travel had been grueling, and even lifting a finger felt heavy. Yang Suian pressed his lips together and summoned the Jade Rabbit, using gentle wood elemental magic to heal their wounds. The burns on the three gradually began to itch and scab over as the injuries slowly mended. Though this siege had been perilous, they had achieved a breakthrough. The secrets behind Yin City's closure were becoming transparent, and the path to Flame Mountain was gradually being carved open. Su Yifan raised his hand and pointed to his head. Let's restore some mental energy too. Hearing this, Yang Suian summoned the Jade Rabbit again. A cool, mysterious force enveloped Su Yifan's head. With his eyes closed, Su Yifan clearly felt the parched spiritual energy in his mind being slowly replenished, as if nourished by a refreshing spring. Yang Suian then turned to the other two. Do you want to restore your mental energy as well? Yin Zhao and Lu Ye's eyes immediately widened in shock, almost popping from their sockets. They tried hard to maintain a composed and knowledgeable demeanor, but their mouths involuntarily parted. Restore mental energy? Was that even possible? Perhaps clan elders knew of such a method, but with their current low ranks, they had no access to the rare heavenborn treasures capable of restoring mental energy. Such items were extremely scarce. Even high-level card masters found them hard to obtain. There was no way beginners like them could get their hands on any. Seeing the two frozen in place, Yang Suian didn't ask further. He directly commanded the Jade Rabbit to cover them in the mysterious Yin power. The cooling sensation immediately seeped into their spirit seas. Yin Zhao gasped sharply as his mental energy, once dry and painfully depleted from overuse, was gradually restored like long-awaited rain after a drought. The intense dizziness and exhaustion he felt began to vanish. Unconsciously, Yin Zhao raised his hand to his temple, his fingers trembling slightly, disbelief shining in his eyes. Lu Yu closed his eyes, focusing on the steady return of his mental energy, the cold sweat of fatigue on his forehead slowly drying up. This method completely unheard of. Both of them opened their eyes simultaneously, looking sharply at Yang Suan with a blinding gleam. Lu Yu. Yin Zhao suddenly turned. How do you feel about coming to Yinzhou? How about you come to Mingzhou? Lu Yu replied at the same time, their voices overlapping. They exchanged a look, and the tension between them crackled like electricity. Though they used to get along fairly well, they were now immediately at odds. That team of yours is just a few electric-type card players messing around. Yet you dare invite a legendary healer like me? Yin Zhao sneered coldly. I can rebuild an entire team for him. Lu Yu shot back, turning to Yang Suian with sincere tone, and you can have the final say on the lineup. Yang Suian blinked in surprise. Huh. Before he could fully process, Yin Zhao interrupted, that would still be a new team with zero synergy. If you join us, our teams already well work together. With you, I'm confident we can take the championship. Although I wasn't planning on competing in the tournament, Lu Ye's eyes burned fiercely. If you want to, I can form a team for you from scratch. Wait. Yang Suian finally found a chance to speak up and hurriedly waved his hand. I already have a team. I'm not going anywhere. We can offer you better conditions. Lu Yu and Yin Zhao said in unison. Yang Suian smiled, his tone calm but firm. It's already the best. Only then did he leisurely join the conversation, his tone laced with amusement. Give it up, you're out of luck. Lu Yu and Yin Zhao had already sensed something in Su Yifan's attitude earlier and didn't have high hopes, but the outright refusal still drew sighs and reluctance from their faces. As they spoke, Xiaohe suddenly sat up from the ground, eyes alert. Someone's coming. Even during rest, on enemy ground, basic vigilance was necessary. Xiaohe had never recalled the wasp, keeping it on guard nearby. He stretched out his hand, and 3 delicate porcelain bottles appeared effortlessly in his empty palm. He tossed one bottle forward. Source energy recovery pill, hurry and restore your energy. Only then did Su Yifan and the others notice he and his group had no backpacks or pouches on them. Lu Yu stared at the hand he used to produce the pill, voice trembling slightly. Is that a storage card? He summoned the 7th and 8th masters casually. I designed it after finding some suitable materials nearby. Finishing his words, he sent the 8th master charging toward the approaching figure, while commanding the 7th to cast a luck buff on him. This vast mountain range would surely hide something valuable. If not, at least severely wounding the enemy counts as good fortune, doesn't it? The entire group of future arrivals stayed behind. Before the next round of pursuit began, he and his 6 companions moved again. He led the group at the front, his brow slightly furrowed. Being constantly chased wasn't a solution, it wasted too much time. Given the current situation, the people of Yinshan couldn't do much against Theme if they tried to launch a concentrated attack. They'd have to spread out first to find the right targets. But once they spread out, He's group could pick them off one by one. Besides, with Yang San now among them as a powerful healer, even though they were few, they weren't afraid of a prolonged war of attrition. But as I said, this wastes too much time, he said, stopping and turning to the others. Spending months here isn't worth it. Yin Zhao scratched his head. Then what do we do? Just rush through the fireballs? Definitely not. He snapped back. That would be foolish. Suddenly, a spark of excitement lit his eyes. His expression betrayed an undeniable eagerness. We attack them instead. Lu Yu immediately caught on. You mean strike their headquarters? Ji He nodded. Exactly. Yin Zhao, Su Yifan, and Xiao He showed obvious interest. Although Gui Yu's face twisted briefly, he quickly returned to his usual indifferent state. Come here. Ji He beckoned, and the group gathered closely. He casually picked up a small twig and began sketching on the ground. Before entering the mountains, I took special note of one spot where their forces are most concentrated. He drew a small circle in the southeast. After a pause, he said, guess this is likely the main stronghold of Yanshan's power. He then added a wavy line beside it. Lu Yu, dividing his attention, noticed how smooth and precise Ji He's casual ground strokes were. Recalling Ji He had mentioned a storage card earlier, Lu Yu figured he must be a highly capable card maker. This is the ridge on the outskirts where we are now. Ji He's voice brought him back. No matter how strong a faction is, there will be weak spots in their defenses. He will find one of those weak spots. And then? Lu Yu asked. Of course, just slip right through. Lu Yu was speechless. He raised his chin toward the heads huddled together and the few careless lines Ji He had scratched on the ground. What's the difference between having a plan and not having one? Why make such a big show of it? Ji He tossed the twig aside and dusted his hands off. I just wanted to feel what it's like to have a proper meeting. Lu Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, then turned to Su Yifan. So this is what you call reliable? Su Yifan gave an awkward chuckle. They were all used to Ji He's occasional whims and jokes by now. Ji He suddenly grew serious. We're the stronger side. To deal with the weak, brute force beats cleverness. If it wasn't for their numbers, we wouldn't even need to avoid conflict. Once we scare them enough, even if we don't want to leave, they'll beg us to go. What Ji He said wasn't wrong. In fact, they didn't even have to wait that long. The Yinshan faction leader and elders were already troubled by them. They couldn't catch them, couldn't beat them, and couldn't kill them. They were completely at a loss. Though Yanshan's losses so far weren't critical, if it continued this way, the damage would grow. Soon, they might lose their place among the four Qiong skies. The faction leader and elders had already started considering peace talks with Ji He's group. Unfortunately, after issuing orders, they hadn't received any response. They didn't know whether Ji He's group refused or if no one had managed to contact them. But even so, the leader and elders hadn't thought of going out to seek them themselves. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary disciples, but not by a large margin. The latest reports coming in were shocking. These three had wiped out a 20-person patrol, broken through a siege by several hundred inner sect disciples, and killed over 30 enemies. During the pursuit around Wen City, more than 80 casualties occurred, and around the outskirts of Yin Mountain, rivers of blood flowed once again. As the battle reports piled up, the elders broke out in cold sweat. They were absolutely no match for these people. Before they could formulate a viable plan, a sudden uproar erupted outside. Terrified screams mixed with the sharp clang of clashing weapons filled the air, jolting the entire Yin Mountain awake from its lull. Mountain leader. Trouble. A disciple stumbled into the council chamber, pale and breathless. Intruders have breached the mountain gate and are heading straight for the restricted area. At the mention of the restricted area, the room instantly fell deathly silent. Bang! The sect leader slammed his hand on the heavy redwood table, causing fine cracks to spider across its surface. A bunch of useless fools. They couldn't even hold the gate and let them reach the restricted area. Relay my order, stop them at all costs. The elders' expressions shifted grimly. The restricted area was the foundation of Yin Mountain. If outsiders trespassed there, the consequences would be unthinkable. Mobilize all disciples to surround the restricted area. They must not be allowed to enter under any circumstances. No objections were raised by the elders. Those who had been hesitating about whether to intervene personally now lost all doubt, following the sect leader's lead as they vanished deeper into the chamber. Meanwhile, Ji He and his group of 6 without Guoyu, who was not involved this time, had already broken through multiple defense lines. Ahead, a zone enveloped in dense fire element energy came into view, the air thick with a sense of explosive tension and waves of intense heat blowing towards them. An omen zone. Lu Yu and Yan Zhao exclaimed almost in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. Ji He unleashed his spiritual power to help them swiftly dodge incoming fireballs and asked distractedly, what kind of place is that? Anomalous energy gathers abnormally in this zone. It's called an omen zone, Lu Yu explained as he ran alongside them. You can usually find corresponding omen cards there. Ji He still looked puzzled. Lu Yu elaborated again. Omen cards can manipulate or make use of celestial phenomena. He hesitated briefly, showing his limited knowledge, then concluded, basically, they're extremely powerful. Why does the government hide the existence of these omen cards from the public? Ji He pressed. He had never heard of such cards before, not in high school or university textbooks. It must be a deliberate concealment. Omen zones are extremely rare, and most have benefits for cultivation, Lu Yu said. The government tightly controls access to the core cards in those zones because private possession would cause the zones themselves to collapse. That's why no official info is released. Ji He immediately understood. The state prioritized preserving cultivation-assisted areas usable by many over cards intended for single users. His mind rapidly raced through several ideas. Then, staring at the farine-shrouded omen zone ahead, his eyes gleamed brightly, and he licked his lips. Here on Blue Star, omen zones were protected from destruction, but this was Yuanso Star, and it belonged to an enemy faction. Though he was still unclear on the exact properties of the omen cards, their ability to alter celestial phenomena was undeniable. Even the simplest form was powerful. He wanted them. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.